The world is an immense enigma, steeped in inexplicability. Zhang Zechen, having perused the latest installment of the bewildering Sichuan Chuan, found himself inexplicably enraged to the point of demise. Subsequently, he inexplicably traversed realms. Though fraught with peril, it proved rather agreeable. Let all the suffering be borne by me. I willingly accept this burden. Enduring harm, steering the narrative, the injuries I sustain grow increasingly severe as I am compelled to die time and again. Nevertheless, in the end, my presence remains alongside you all, and that suffices. Chapter 1. A Hasty Affair. I curse you. Jian Xiang. Have you imbibed too much radioactive wastewater? Did you just spend all this time concocting this nonsense for me? What? You, God. On an exceedingly tranquil evening, Master Zhang, having toiled as a corporate drone throughout the day, opened a social media platform where a flurry of notifications greeted his eyes. In a state of bewilderment, Master Zhang remained dazed. After a cursory glance, in his modest rental apartment, a thunderous cry erupted, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of notifications. 5 messages overwhelmed Master Zhang, breaking his composure. Subsequently, his heightened emotional state accelerated his blood flow, resulting in difficulty breathing and a recurrence of heart issues. He, indeed, perished. Was it truly so hasty? Zhang Zechen sat amidst an ethereal expanse of white, his hands cradling his head in despair. The crux of the matter is that I just paid my rent the night before. The situation is as such. Even I am taken aback, but for your sake, Chen Chen, let us accept this predicament. A yellow orb danced around the substantial form of Zhang Zechen on the ground. Though it bore no mouth, its insufferably cheeky voice still resonated. What kind of nonsense is it to call you Chen Chen? Disgusting. Your idol would likely refer to you in the same manner. Sounds pleasant. The self-proclaimed orb fell silent for a moment, gazing at the suddenly revitalized figure before it, a flicker of confusion mingling with comprehension in its expression. Is this the power of brotherly affection? Get lost. Idol, do you even understand? Zhang Zechen waved his hand in exasperation, hands on hips as he regarded the yellow orb. Go on, speak. I am listening. Very well. Upon hearing this, the yellow orb instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Oh, Chen Chen, let's first compare our information. All right. Name, Zhang Zechen. Gender, male. Weight, 71 kilograms. Height, 185 centimeters. Hull. Zhang Zechen's voice, almost grave, resonated through the air, causing Huang Qiu to lift his head from the report in confusion, casting a bewildered glance in his direction. What's wrong? 185.3. Faced with Zhang Zechen's obstinate expression, Huang Qiu fell silent, saying, 185.3. Remember this, Zhang Zechen said, satisfied as he clapped his hands, then crossed his arms, continuing to listen. Cause of death, excessive fatigue, emotional agitation, recurrence of heart disease. Detected by the system, I am merely a delicate white lotus and bound to it. Stop. Fisk, what's the matter now? Huang Qiu shouted in frustration, only to realize that Zhang Zechen appeared even more agitated than he was. What nonsense is this? Zhang Zechen could scarcely believe his ears, incredulously pointing at Huang Qiu and then at himself. Me, a delicate white lotus? Yes. Are you out of your mind? Not at all, Huang Qiu replied, looking so self-righteous that Zhang Zechen nearly faced death once more. Wasn't it you who said you'd take me to the Jujutsu Kaisen that led to my binding with you? Indeed, did you not promise to help me achieve greatness and stand alongside them? Correct. Then, a white lotus. Yes, I swear I'll kill you. Hey, calm down. Seeing Zhang Zechen charge at him with fervor, the system made a hasty retreat, or rather, took flight immediately. You stand right there. I could kill you. Zhang Zechen's local dialect surged forth in his rage as he desperately pursued. No. Calm down. Huang Qiu shouted in a frenzy, nearly losing track of all the information as he sped away. Chen Chen, listen to me. I can still change it. How about a fragile beauty of the forest instead? You wish. Then how about cultured and refined Lu Zhishin? I swear I'll end you. Then, let's settle on the final version. Handsome, suave, charming, physically fit, hailing from a prestigious family with abundant wealth, fluent in Japanese, possessing unique techniques, and acquainted with Wataru from the DK era, right? Oomph. Zhang Zechen raked his sweat-soaked short hair, disdainfully turning to regard the systems sprawled on the ground. Didn't expect this, did you? I was quite the long-distance runner before my heart troubles. Ha ha. Never would have guessed you caused my data to go haywire. Ha. Zhang Zechen laughed boisterously, dramatically throwing his head back and shouting, "In heaven and on earth, I alone, hey." He hadn't even finished his exclamation. Suddenly, a force struck his lower back, sending Zhang Zechen tumbling forward, and before him appeared a luminous portal. Step inside. Whoosh, gurgle, bang, crack. You bastard. Huang Qiu cackled maniacally. Ho-ha? Chen Chen, go for it. Zhang Zechen, whose body was on the verge of falling apart, internally screamed, "I'm not going for anything." Chapter 2. Truth, the Art of Special Techniques. Hiss. Ah. Oh. In a pitch-black chamber. The groans of Zhang Zechen evoke a plethora of illicit thoughts. Yet, in truth, it is merely pain, pure, unadulterated agony. In such an environment, devoid of sight, his auditory senses become acutely heightened. Initially, the silence is oppressive, but soon, it is pierced by a cacophony of howls and the sound of saliva being swallowed. What in the world is happening? Zhang Zechen gradually emerges from the excruciating sensation akin to having all his bones shattered and then rapidly mended. The first thing to catch his eye is a small, dark barrier encircling him. What is this contraption? As he attempts to rise, a grotesque and hideous face suddenly flashes before him. Holy hell! He recoils in terror, pressing his back firmly against the wall. The barrier shifts in tandem with his movements, as if transmitting a signal. In an instant, countless ugly faces of cursed spirits converge upon him. Yet, they are thwarted by the thin veil of darkness, forced to continue howling in frustration. His heart races uncontrollably, fear constricting his breath. He clutches his chest, desperately reassuring himself as he scans his surroundings, stifling his mouth, and striving to regulate his breathing. Finally, yellow sphere. As he regains his composure, he internally screams. But the familiar sound of the yellow sphere does not reverberate as before. Instead, a luminescent screen appears before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Zenin Shun, Zhang Zechen. Age, 13. Technique, Heaven and Curse Binding. System benefits, 360-degree view of cursed spirits and cursed energy, abbreviated as the Stolen Six Eyes. Protective barrier, requiring 5 seconds to activate. Effect, immunity to all attacks. Duration, 1 second. Extendable based on the number of cursed spirits slain by the host. Ratio, 100 to 1 second. As it falls within the novice protection period, it is automatically activated for the host. Novice protection countdown, 15 minutes. Special grade cursed tool, Bone Fan. Effect, recognition of the master. Can transform into a fan or a longsword. In the longsword form, it disregards the hardness of all substances. The host must name it. Successful naming allows for use. An unlimited black card. Password, your birthday. A map of the current location. Call the panel if needed. Summary, you are a second-rate Zenin Shun, aside from your distinctive eyes. Oh, and do please survive leaving this perilous place. Subsequently, the system will elaborate on its functions in due course. Young man, for the sake of your dreams, do your utmost to summon the panel. Internally shout my name. Handsome. Farewell. Zhang Zechen slumps to the ground, and now, the howls around him sound almost melodious. He even feels an urge to join in their lamentation. From the moment he beheld the Zenin family name, he sensed something amiss, and indeed, heaven and curse binding. Along with that stolen 6 eyes, and the algorithm for extending the barrier. What the hell? Killing 100 special grade spirits only grants me 1 second? Oh, how I long for death. Gazing at the flickering skeletal figure and the red fan on the panel before him, Zhang Zechen raises his hand and writes 2 characters. Wanna die. Ding. The fan falls into his embrace. Zhang Zechen picks it up with a sullen expression. And in an instant, the words blood frost flash in his mind. Why add this unnecessary step? Zhang Zechen seethes with impotent rage. Yet, perhaps it is fortunate. Otherwise, during a fight, his opponent might dramatically declare, my cursed tool is Abba Abba. While he himself laments, I wanna die. Best not to think about that. Finally, casting a glance at the remaining 15 minutes of novice protection on the panel, Zhang Zechen opts to close it. In an instant, a torrent of lengthy memories floods his mind, recounting the experiences of this 13-year-old body. When Zhang Zechen opens his eyes again, a glint of madness dances within them, as if he holds the script of fate in his grasp. This suddenly materialized body has fully completed its identity and history. Moreover, It even knows the third-rate idol Chen. Excellent. Splendid. Ding. The 15-minute countdown commences the moment his thoughts conclude. Zhang Zechen diligently begins to maneuver his body, his gaze sweeping over the cursed spirits that had initially terrified him. Due to their near-perfect resemblance to Chen, he had been targeted, suppressed, and thrust into this den of punitive spirits. These memories flash through his mind, accompanied by recollections of training, battles, and learning the ways of the sword. At last, when the countdown reaches 13 minutes, a murderous glint shines in Zhang Zechen's eyes. With a mere thought, the bone fan transforms into a blood-red longsword. He grips the white hilt tightly. Now is the time for the hunt. Chapter 3. O Little Wretch. Utilizing the formidable physical prowess bestowed by heaven and curse binding, along with the virtually invincible protective barrier, Zhang Zechen recklessly slaughters through the throngs of cursed spirits. He even finds the leisure to use blood frost to fan himself as he dispatches spirit after spirit, their murky blood splattering across the barrier. His movements grow increasingly ferocious. So much so that when the barrier dissipates, Zhang Zechen, adeptly wielding the so-called stolen six eyes, can flawlessly evade attacks from the cursed spirits, suffering not a scratch. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline is truly wondrous. He feels an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Even as the stench of blood splatters across his face and body with each swing of his sword, Zhang Zechen's grin widens, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, while the bodies beneath him accumulate into a veritable mountain. At last, fatigue begins to manifest within this body, and his strikes with blood frost slow. Yet, even a single blow is enough to render the cursed spirits incapable of fighting back. Ultimately, he exhausts himself, casting a glance back at the seemingly endless horde of spirits. Zhang Zechen smirks. Over 300 second-grade cursed spirits? Huh, I am truly impressive. Without hesitation, he activates his meager protective barrier. As the 5 seconds elapse, an obsidian ring encircles him. He immediately turns to flee, pouring every remaining ounce of strength into his legs, desperately leaping atop the bodies of the cursed spirits. In less than 2 seconds, he spots the great door. Just a little further, and he shall escape. He deftly avoids the cursed spirits pursuing him, the stolen six eyes alerting him to every surge of cursed energy. The barrier had long since vanished. As he ascended closer to the cursed tools placed by the Zenin clan to suppress the cursed spirits, the onslaught of these spirits had dwindled significantly. Finally, with a great leap, he firmly grasped a protruding rock, while beneath him, the mound of cursed spirits had completely collapsed. Hearing the thunderous rumbling below, Zhang Zechen couldn't help but chuckle. Damn, I'm quite impressive. He strained to lift his other arm. Now, all he needed was a single pull-up to escape. Just one would suffice. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his fingers. Zhang Zechen exerted great effort to raise his head, the metallic scent of blood coating his hair and obscuring his vision. Due to the light behind him, he couldn't discern the face of the individual who was standing on his hand, but his eyes dutifully conveyed the message: no cursed energy. Oh, look at you, little waste, still alive, Zenin Shire remarked with a smile, scratching his head as if oblivious to the fact that he was standing on Zhang Zechen's hand, even grinding it slightly. Huh, bro, could you pull me up? My pants are about to fall. Zhang Zechen forced a flattering smile. Zenin Shire fell silent. Then, with an exasperated expression, gestured for him to come up himself. All right. Zhang Zechen's smile remained undeterred. After a moment's struggle, he pleaded, Bro, I'm really out of strength here. Give me a hand. With a sigh, Zenin Shire bent down, seized the cold hand, and tossed him back. Boom. His body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by Zhang Zechen's groans. Oh, and the moans of the almost dead Zhang Zechen. If you make another sound, I'll throw you down again. Zhang Zechen grimaced, clutching his backside. Bro, there are rocks. Bro, what brings you here? I dreamt you died, so I came to check on you. Wow, how touching. If I hear you make that noise again, I swear I'll end you. Honestly, if you delay a bit longer, I want to be far from death myself. Indeed, Zhang Zechen was being dragged by Zenin Shire, resembling a lifeless pig. The bizarrely powerful connection between heaven and curse was already restoring Zhang Zechen's wounds and vitality. He gazed at Zenin Shire's back and suddenly laughed. Bro, are you here to take me away? Zenin Shire continued along the path without a care for the dragging Zhang Zechen. Thanks, bro tch. Chapter 4. Memories arranged by the system. Chen Chen was 13 this year, while Zenin Shire was 19. For Shire, having distanced himself from the Zenin family 2 years ago, he thought he would never feel an ounce of pity for them again. Yet, there was that child who incessantly followed him around, calling out bro, bro, with a voice that grated on his nerves. Due to his lack of cursed energy, his childhood was tch. As soon as Zenin Chen, a person like himself, appeared, Shire felt a sense of relief, as if he were no longer an outcast, having been tested for cursed energy at 5 years old and also found lacking. His name, Zenin Shun, became a source of ridicule among the Zenin clan dogs, leading to mutual sympathy between similar individuals. After completing his training, he had secretly gone to watch him, seeing him being trampled by those dogs. That little waste, whom he too had called out to, seemed unaware of the need to fight back, merely pouting in grievance and shedding tears. Only after they had left would he rise and console himself. Witnessing this, Shire had wanted to turn away, but he was called back. The little waste ran up to him, calling him bro, and despite a few beatings, he remained unchanged. Shire had no choice but to begrudgingly accept him. Later, he would visit whenever he had the chance, under the pretense of training him. Though he was a bit rough, the little waste still called out to him with a swollen face, and he had done so for 6 years. When he slaughtered half of the Zenin clan and left, Zenin Shin called out to him once more, saying, "Bro, be happy." Until this afternoon, when he dreamt of the little waste dying amidst the cursed spirits. Shire awoke in shock, rising to grasp his head, feeling absurd. He rushed to the Zenin clan, vowing never to return, killed the guards, and using his own lack of cursed energy, passed through the barrier, arriving at the cursed spirit den, used for punishing wrongdoers or disposing of certain individuals. There, he saw the little waste wreaking havoc below, employing the techniques he had taught him, just like he once did, except now he was only 13. Thus, Shire refrained from intervening, instead watching him climb up, still wearing a big grin, teasing him. To be honest, the memory issues handled by the yellow orb were astonishingly well done. The moment he saw Shire, emotions regarding their bond surged forth, nearly bringing him to tears. Though he managed to hold it back. Incredible. Wah. Bro, I can't take it anymore. They're just bullying me. Wah. Zenin Shire, feeling a headache coming on, tossed his clothes to Zhang Zechen, watching him continue to cry even while covered by them, a twinge of regret swelling within him. Zhang Zechen, amidst his wailing, adeptly emerged from his cocoon and donned the oversized black t-shirt belonging to Zenin Shire. Wah. Bro, your clothes smell nice. Zenin Shire could no longer endure it. He stepped forward, grasped the nape of his neck, opened the window, and let go. Hey, hey, watching himself plummet. Zhang Zechen flailed his arms in a chaotic attempt to stabilize himself, landing unsteadily on the ground. Bro. Zhang Zechen looked up at Zenin Shire, who leaned against the window with a gentle smile, shouting, "My pants. Give me my pants." Enough already. Zhang Zechen, frustrated, clutched the oversized pants that bulged around his waist, determinately ignoring the strange looks from passersby. His gaze remained fixed on a nearby children's clothing store. Damn it. Look at me, Zhang Zechen, handsome and suave, standing at a proud 185 centimeters, now reduced to a mere 145 centimeters, having to shop in a children's store. Sister, could you please help me pack this up? Thank you. Sure. I'm on it. I'm coming. She was calling me. Ahem, sister, could you hurry up? Sorry. Ahem. With a lollipop in his mouth, Zhang Zechen vowed that the adorable antics he had displayed in the store were not his doing. Anyone could take the credit. Just not him. He toyed with a black card in his hand, the lollipop protruding from his mouth, and a fan hanging at his waist. A gentle breeze swept by, the black shirt clinging to his body, subtly revealing the contours of his muscles, while his legs and white pants swayed occasionally. Complemented by his deep blue hair and eyes shimmering with a hint of red in the sunlight, he quickly caught the attention of someone nearby. Though Zhang Zechen remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he sat expressionless on a bench, mentally cursing. Chapter 5, Encounter. As soon as Zhang Zechen settled onto the bench, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, exclaiming, "Ding, ding, how is it going, Chen Chen? Do you like the arrangements made for you? I put in a lot of effort to find you again. Chen Chen, are you there? Ah, the yellow ball, right? Yes, indeed. It's truly a remarkable creation. All right. Ball, pray tell me, how might I ever see you? Huh, isn't our current situation quite splendid? Speak. Cough, well, that cannot be. Chen Chen, it's me, you. The moment I open my eyes, it's you who greets me. Are you playing with me? You are. Chen Chen, how utterly excessive. You and I. Woo, please cease scolding me. I apologize, I was wrong. Woo, but this truly aligns with your demands, does it not? How does it align? Huh, where does it align, I ask you? Damn it, I am dashing and suave. I am but 13 this year. Why not come over? The technique is peculiar. How audacious you are to even contemplate such a thing. Ah, the heavens and the cursed bindings. And that counterfeit six-eyed creature radiating red light. What is the deal? Am I a mere hybrid? The Waterai and Zenin clans intermingled. Are we here to discuss new species? And you know my idol. I possess 0 cursed energy. How am I to enter the esteemed school? Huh. Speak. How am I to do so? Hey, you come on. In a fit of rage, Zhang Zechen was ignited by an external voice. He sprang up, and upon recognizing the figure before him, the fire within him was extinguished instantaneously. Whoa, Chen Chen, don't you see? Get away from me. Wait until my idol departs. Then we shall discuss things properly. Indeed, standing before him was Wataru, the 12-year-old prodigy. Whom are you conversing with? Zhang Zechen was taken aback, his mind momentarily befuddled by Wataru's inquiry. Truly, he was his idol. I myself. With an unchanging demeanor, Zhang Zechen smiled as he turned. Wataru cast a few glances his way before resolutely turning to leave. Hey, bro, where are you going? Seeing Wataru about to depart, Zhang Zechen quickly leaped in front of him, raising his hands in a gesture of interception. I shall not converse with a person of split personality, Wataru stated earnestly. How infuriating. Truly, he was his idol. Don't. Oh dear. Bro, are you carrying a backpack? Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Wataru paused his pacing, looking up to inquire with sincerity, do you know me? Yes, I know you. Zhang Zechen nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of his idol. Well. Wataru nodded, then removed his backpack and handed it to Zhang Zechen. Bewildered, Zhang Zechen accepted it. Bro? What is this? You know me, so you must be a good person. Alright, how touching. Whoa. Shouldn't it be a bit hasty? Wataru remained silent. Alright then, bro, what shall you eat? Zhang Zechen quickly adapted to the role of a little brother, respectfully holding Wataru's backpack in one hand while extending the other as if offering service. Do you have money? Hey, money is not a concern. Let us go. Zhang Zechen dared not touch Wataru directly, merely grinning widely as they walked side by side. Wataru discreetly gazed at Zhang Zechen with his 6 eyes, summing up a few exclusive tags. 0 cursed energy, special eyes, heaven and cursed bindings, wealthy, foolish. Chapter 6, The Friendship Gathering. After a meal together, the two had become somewhat acquainted, though Wataru was unaware of Zhang Zechen's name, and Zhang Zechen had no idea how Wataru came to be there. They were hardly familiar. How could the cool Wataru be so difficult to converse with? So charming. Wataru elegantly wiped his mouth, reaching for a drink. After a couple of sips, he looked up to find Zhang Zechen grinning at him. I am Wataru. Hee. Zhang Zechen was momentarily stunned before realizing his idol intended to consider him as a little brother. In truth, Wataru wished to be friends. I am Chen Chen. I just escaped this afternoon. Zhang Zechen grinned nonchalantly, while Wataru frowned slightly. Zenin. Why escape? Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Zechen's grin broadened. Wataru. May I call you that? The cool guy nodded, though his earlobes turned slightly red with excitement at having made his first friend. Hee. Wataru, did you skip school? Shall we go out to play? Alright. Wataru's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Those dreary classes held no allure. The teachers were utterly insipid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped without an entourage. Yay. Let us go. Zhang Zechen quickly paid and rushed out with Wataru. Which shall we visit first? The arcade or the amusement park? Wataru, unusually chatty, prompted Zhang Zechen to glance at the boy, who was now nearly his height, and laugh. I've never been either. How about we try both? Alright. Shoo. The two hid in the grass, exchanged glances, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. Chen, your face. Ha. Hey, Wataru. Shoo. Ha. The servants dispatched to find the runaway. Wataru heard the commotion and hurried from all directions. Young master. Not good. Run. Zhang Zechen patted the still laughing Wataru, but to no avail. He simply hoisted him onto his shoulder. Ha. The two laughed heartily as they made their escape. The frantic servants, unable to locate their young master, promptly contacted the current head of the clan. Head, the young master has run away with someone. What? My son has been abducted. No. The young master ran away with a child of a similar age. Oh, a betrothal? Head, it's a boy. That seems unlikely. Why not ask Wataru again? The servant on the phone fell silent and hung up, pondering the intoxicated state of the clan head. Wataru exhaled deeply, while Zhang Zechen was rather direct. Zhang Zechen stood with arms akimbo on a hillside, shouting towards the buildings below, I am so happy. I am truly happy. I have escaped. I have truly escaped. The echoes still reverberated in the air as Wataru turned to see Zhang Zechen wearing an authentic smile, and he too broke into a grin. Chen, they will soon be in pursuit. Let us return together. In the depths of the hidden chamber, Wu Tiao actively extended an invitation, and Zhang Zechen promptly liberated himself from his melancholic sentiments. I have no intention of returning, he retorted, bearing a grin that showcased his small, sharp canines as he gazed merrily at the throng approaching in the distance. It was no easy feat to escape. But why escape? Wu Tiao, nurtured within the confines of the Wu Tiao family, had only once dared to deviate from the expected path, which was today, when he seized the opportunity during his mentor's afternoon rest to flee from home. He wandered outside for an entire afternoon, and as dusk approached, he encountered Zhang Zechen. Did you not realize? I possess no curse energy, Zhang Zechen shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, contemplating the Zen family, those who were neither Zen nor sorcerers, and those who were neither sorcerers nor human. Wu Tiao furrowed his brow. His curriculum did not encompass such matters. It was the first time he had encountered such a distasteful phrase. Today, I was thrown into the den of cursed spirits. Wu Tiao's eyes widened in shock. His third eye, the counterfeit sixth eye, clearly conveying his astonishment to Zhang Zechen. Yet, Zhang Zechen's smile remained unyielding, even widening. All second-grade cursed spirits, indeed. Fortunately, I possess keen eyesight. At least I made it out alive. Huh. I climbed out, stepping over the corpses of the cursed spirits. Wu Tiao fell silent. His brow knitted in contemplation, unsure of what to say. He lifted his gaze to Zhang Zechen, who was savoring the evening breeze with closed eyes, and declared, I shall come out to play with you every week from now on. Zhang Zechen turned, astonished, his dark red pupils involuntarily quivering. Really? Indeed. Wu Tiao affirmed solemnly, extending his hand. The footsteps of the Wu Tiao family drew near, and Zhang Zechen, trembling, reached out. Pinky swear. All right. Their small fingers, now imbued with a semblance of skeletal structure, entwined. Young master, how can you leave home? It is truly perilous. And what about that child who assisted you? He can. Enough. Wu Tiao turned coldly to the flustered butler, casting one last glance at the spot where Zhang Zechen had vanished before turning away. Let us return home. Yes. Chapter 7, System. Yellow Ball. Come on, let's continue. Woo, I am so moved. Chen Chen, isn't it? Woo, my idol is truly wonderful. Woo. All right, Chen Chen. Rein it in a bit. Let us proceed. Oh, woo. Ahem. Well, since you have met the idol, I will consider it a pass, but other than the initial general task you tricked me with, do you have no further intentions to disclose? Ah, I forgot. Ahem. Well, Chen Chen, I am the system designed to rectify regrets and disrupt plot lines. What for? To disrupt. You scoundrel. I aim to prevent the plot from unfolding as intended. Well done. As Zhang Zechen ambled along while chatting with the yellow ball, he nearly stumbled into a ditch out of excitement. So how do we disrupt things? His tone took on a more humble timbre. Let me check the system manual. Here it is, First, prevent Shinra's death. All right. Then prevent Tenai Riko and Hybrid Yu's demise. Excellent. Next, stop Suguru Geto from dying. Perfect. Lastly, you must die. Wait a moment. Zhang Zechen slammed on the brakes. Why? I die? Ah, yes. Come on, let me in. Let us face each other and talk. How do I get in? Tell me how. Stop. Chen Chen, look, as long as Shinra survives, he can help Hui, right? As long as Tenai and Hybrid are safe, Suguru Geto's level of corruption will diminish. If Suguru Geto survives, then Kinji Hikari's plans cannot come to fruition. What else could transpire? Can't your three idols handle it? Isn't that so? Yes, you great lord. But what about me? What do I do? Oh, as long as you die before the protagonist Yuji Itadori appears, I will send you back to your original world. Your task will be complete. How splendid. In a moment of silence, Zhang Zechen was left pondering, while the bewildered yellow ball bounced around in the void. Zhang Zechen, who was already seated on the ground, stretched out his legs and slowly lay down. Ball, can you come out? I won't harm you. Can we just talk? He spoke to the air, confident that the system could hear him. After a moment of hesitation, the system turned and opened the door, appearing before Zhang Zechen. You really want to hurt me? No. Truly. Zhang Zechen gazed at the transparent orb floating in the air, suddenly choking back emotion. Ball, we cannot do this. I do not wish to return. I want to stay here. Meeting Zhang Zechen's earnest gaze, the system fell silent, slowly drifting onto Zhang Zechen's abdomen. But what about your reality? Are you just going to let it rot? But I have already died. I accept my misfortune. I am already here. You cannot send me back. Do you know? Just now, I could have avoided saying those things to Wu Tiao. Since I ended up in the same place as him, his family will surely investigate me. But I simply did not wish to conceal the truth from him. I fear he might overthink things. I have already perished, have I not? You can even alter the persona you have established. Can you help me, please? Modify the system manual. I do not want to go back. Zhang Zechen, feeling helpless, wiped away his tears and gazed hopefully at the system on his abdomen. The system remained silent, observing Zhang Zechen's reddened eyes, its form solidifying slightly. Please, don't do this. If you don't want to go back, then don't. It can be altered. It sulked, sitting on Zhang Zechen's abdomen, its brow furrowed in exasperation. Really? Zhang Zechen cautiously watched the ball, slowly extending his hand. I swear, if it cannot be changed, I will surely end you. Zhang Zechen erupted, gripping the orb tightly with both hands. Hey, Chen Chen, what are you doing? You weren't like this before. Let go. The yellow ball struggled to voice its protest, attempting to restore the sanity of the enraged Zhang Zechen. Chen Chen, your persona hasn't exploded yet, all right. Chen Chen, I will grant you a cheat. With a graceful motion, Zhang Zechen ruffled his hair, rising to dust off his back. Let us continue. The yellow sphere rose from the ground, its diminutive hands reaching out in a display of grievance as a beam of light flowed into the talisman affixed to Zhang Zechen's waist, emitting a series of plaintive wails. Woo-woo, if you take a look, you'll understand woo-woo. I despise you. Woo-woo XX. With a swift motion, the sphere vanished in a flurry of tears, leaving Zhang Zechen to glance at the panel beside him, now shrouded in darkness. He let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face, only to discreetly wipe away a tear. The system's restrictions were notably stringent. It was not akin to the systems depicted in online literature. It possessed emotions. He pondered whether today's performance was part of its intricate scheming, perhaps leading it to perceive him as a fool. If it continued in this manner, so be it. A fool he would remain. Rubbing his silky hair and wiping his face, Zhang Zechen removed the fan from his waist. With a mere thought, the fan slipped from his grasp, transforming into the shape of a sword, and it hovered steadily before him. He leaped onto it, testing his balance by bending and straightening his posture, discovering that its construction was quite akin to that of a hoverboard. Ascending to an altitude of approximately 300 meters, he paused to confirm that those below could no longer see him under the moonlight. His gaze inadvertently drifted over the Tokyo Tower, its three eyes rendering it strikingly distinct. An absurd thought flitted through his mind. Surely no fool would bring their partner to Tokyo Tower for nefarious deeds? No. Shaking his head, he glanced at the icon of Chen Chen on the panel and dove forward, deciding it was best to return. Chapter 8. Zen Institute, Chen Chen? Chen Chen casually toyed with a fruit knife in hand, his eyes intermittently glancing out the window and at the clock. The quiet ambience punctuated solely by the sound of his own breathing. Suddenly, a loud thud broke the silence. Chen Chen turned his head towards the source of the noise, only to see a grinning face pressed against the window. Upon realizing Chen Chen had finally acknowledged him, Zhang Zechen waved his other hand, brandishing a takeout box. Bro, open the door. No, open the window. Takeout. Chen Chen twirled the small knife in his hand before tossing it towards the window, the handle striking its fixed point outside, causing the blade to rebound and embed itself into the floor. Haha. Cautiously, Zhang Zechen raised his left hand, clutching the takeout box, and pushed the window open to leap inside, effortlessly retrieving the knife from the floor. Bro, your darling has returned. Come, let us eat. As he spoke, Zhang Zechen waved the takeout box with glee, exclaiming, this is barbecue, this is Odin, and this is sushi. Ah, ice cream. Bro, hurry, don't let it melt. Frantically, Zhang Zechen pulled out 2 tubs of ice cream from the plastic bag and shoved them into Chen Cen's hands. Oh, I even bought desserts. Which one do you want? Chen Chen, momentarily taken aback, caught the barrage of snacks thrown at him by Zhang Zechen. Watching the flustered Zhang Zechen, a long-lost smile crept onto his face. Not bad. Chun. At the sound of Chen Chen calling his name, Zhang Zechen halted his actions, blinking his wide eyes. What is it, bro? Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, meeting Zhang Zechen's sparkling gaze before finally speaking. I have a son. Oh, you do? What? An explosion of shock reverberated through Zhang Zechen. He jumped back in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Wait. No way. You're 19, and you already have a son? So that means I'm a year older than Wu Tai? What about the baby? Did you leave it in the hospital? Stunned, Zhang Zechen snapped back to reality, locking eyes with the nonchalant Chen Chen, who was casually munching on skewers. No. What about your child? Left in the hospital? Yes. Chen Chen casually tossed a clove of garlic into his mouth, glancing at Zhang Zechen with a nod. No. Don't eat. Let us go. Take me to retrieve your child. Zhang Zechen sprang to his feet, hastily grabbing the skewer from Chen Cen's hand. Chen Chen shot him a look, took another bite, and replied, You think I'm feeding you? Come on, let us go. After a moment, he finally stood up, stretching lazily before glancing outside again. It's quite late. We should before he could finish. Zhang Zechen yanked the blood frost from his waist and hurled it out the window, which transformed into a sword mid-flight, landing steadily on the sill. Chen Cen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight, meeting Zhang Zechen's gaze that seemed to question any further excuses he might have. He fell silent before finally responding. How much can you sell it for? That's enough. After enduring countless tribulations, Zhang Zechen stood rigidly, cradling his sleeping child, Hui, in his arms, while Chen Chen maintained an indifferent demeanor, observing his brother holding his son. Well, you said you'd come, and now you're holding him. What is next? With tears threatening to spill, Zhang Zechen gazed at the peacefully sleeping infant, then at the blood frost before casting a glance at Chen Chen. Bro, how about you take the blood frost back, and I'll walk back slowly with Hui. Chen Chen, displeased, licked the scar at the corner of his mouth, eyeing the smaller figure cradling an even smaller one. With a sigh, He squatted down before Zhang Zechen. Come on, I'll carry both of you back. It's fine. Hui, don't be scared. Oh, uncle is here. Zhang Zechen was about to refuse, signaling that he could walk back alone. But when Hui stirred restlessly in his arms, he had no choice but to soothe the infant first. Bro, really, it's not necessary. I can manage. Hey. Zhang Zechen attempted to suppress his voice, wrapping one arm around Chen Er's neck while effortlessly lifting him up. In that moment, Zhang Zechen, with stars in his eyes, perched on Chen Er's arm, one hand embracing his brother's neck while the other gently cradled Hui. Chen Er cast a glance at the two of them before stepping forward. Bro, you're really the coolest. Zhang Zechen excitedly leaned close to Chen Er's ear, whispering, taking care of you is already enough of a headache. And now adding him to the mix tch. Chen Er rolled his eyes, yet he couldn't help but notice the gleam in Zhang Zechen's eyes. Yes, I will. Hui is a blessing. Zhang Zechen's fingers delicately traced Hui's brows and eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Tch, spare me. Chen Er seemed unable to tolerate it any longer, shaking off the distraction and focusing on walking. Heh. Zhang Zechen chuckled foolishly, falling silent. A blessing, indeed. Listening to the faint sound of breathing gradually fading away, Chen Chen cast a sidelong glance at the slumbering Zhang Zechen, then turned his gaze to his own son. With a shake of his head, he unconsciously softened his footsteps. Tch, time to head home. Chapter 9. The Mayfly Shakes the Tree, a challenge. In the depths of the night, Zhang Zechen stealthily rose, carefully tucking the blanket around Hui. Holding his breath as he cautiously made his way out of the room. His 3 eyes enabled him to see in the darkness, and he was determined to avoid waking Shin'ai. Upon noticing the faint glow in the living room, Zhang Zechen realized his apprehensions were unfounded. Brother still awake? He inquired, stepping closer and gently patting his shoulder from behind. Humph, not tired, Shin'ai replied, looking up with a nonchalant gaze. You know the effects of heaven and curse binding. Oh, I see, Zhang Zechen said, rubbing his slightly tousled hair in frustration. He felt an overwhelming weariness, unlike anything he had experienced before. The events of the day were simply too numerous. Tears began to shimmer in his eyes, accentuating the redness around them. Truly, the formidable restorative power of heaven and curse binding is perfectly suited for accompanying my idle brother on missions. Wow, how does it feel? Shin'ai's eyes sparkled with amusement as he absent-mindedly toyed with a battered fruit knife, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Zechen. Not bad. Zhang Zechen recalled the memory of slaying the cursed spirits, the sensation of the blade piercing their bodies, the sticky warmth of blood spraying across his face. And the electrifying thrill coursing through him was indeed unforgettable. Huh, I knew it, Shin'ai smiled, tilting his head back in light laughter. What do you know? Zhang Zechen was infected by his laughter, offering a reluctant smile in return. The system had informed him that the memories it arranged were crafted based on his own essence, meaning that no matter what actions he took, he would not be out of character in Shin'ai's memories. Given that, it was understandable that he could be bullied by those people. But could it be that he would subconsciously find pleasure in the splattering of blood? That was rather unsettling. Shaking his head, Zhang Zechen clapped his hands against his face, then looked up to meet Shin'ai's smiling gaze. Let us go, brother. Where to? Shin'ai tilted his head in confusion, as if baffled by Zhang Zechen's words. Let us go. Don't act like I'm rushing you to get beaten up. Zhang Zechen pouted in exasperation. Familiarity with him allowed Zhang Zechen to instantly decipher the meaning behind Shin'ai's gaze. Hey, you could pretend not to see it, he said, but a steely resolve glinted in his eyes. Whether it be a mantis blocking a car or a mayfly shaking a tree, he wanted to spar with Shin'ai. The summer evening breeze stirred a few fallen leaves, which twirled in circles and gently descended before the two of them. With a whoosh, the sound of leaves hitting the ground echoed like the battle horn, and Zhang Zechen charged forward with his sword. Yet, halfway there, he suddenly withdrew his blood frost. Normally, the saying that whoever loses their composure first will lose could be applied here, but Zhang Zechen knew he simply could not win. Bang! The impact of bodies colliding produced a thunderous sound. Zhang Zechen was sent staggering backward by a punch until he crashed against a tree trunk. Coughing, Zhang Zechen trembled as he pulled himself away from the trunk, his weight naturally settling onto his knees. Bowing his head, blood continually oozed from his mouth. Damn it. That hurts. I don't want to fight anymore, boo-hoo. Shin'ai strode up to Zhang Zechen, stopping in front of him. Why aren't you using your sword? He shouted, visibly displeased. Coughing, Zhang Zechen's vision was filled only with Shin'ai's cloth shoes and the blood-soaked earth surrounding him. He managed to lift his head, face twitching. Because, brother, you didn't bring a weapon. Huh. Shin'ai clearly disapproved of this answer, and with a flick of his mind, Cho Bao appeared at his waist. He casually drew the soul release blade, its edge pointed at Zhang Zechen. All right, come on. Zhang Zechen shut his eyes. trembling as he raised his hands to cover his face. Brother, do you hold me in such high regard? TSK, Shin'i's irritation was mounting. Now, either use your full strength to fight me, or let me kill you. Choose one. I choose the latter, Zhang Zechen replied. Good, so you opt for the second choice. Huh. Hey, fight. Zhang Zechen quickly rose and retreated to create distance, crouching down to prepare for power. Blood Frost disregarded all hardness. While the soul release blade ignored the toughness of all objects and directly attacked the soul. What kind of wordplay is this? This is impossible to fight. Why did I come here in such a daze? What to do? I don't know. Don't bother me. I'm revising the manual. Alright. You keep busy. Phew. Returning to the moment, Zhang Zechen tightened his grip on the sword hilt, focusing on mutual negation. As long as he did not allow the soul release blade to pierce his body, he would be fine. Seeing Zhang Zechen finally adjusting his mindset, Shin'i scratched his head and charged straight at him. Clang. The two swords clashed together, their gazes locking in an intense stare. Zhang Zechen struggled to hold his sword. But the next moment, both he and his sword were sent flying through the air, evading Shin'i's downward strike with a twist. The two soon engaged once more, and gradually. Zhang Zechen sensed something amiss. He seemed to be feeding Shin'i moves. Huh. Shin'i flashed a genuine smile. Not bad. You can withstand 1/10 of my strength. Brother, that's enough. Zhang Zechen was again knocked back by the residual force of the sword, though he did not fly as far as before. A small triumph, indeed. The effects of heaven and curse binding were adapting to the high intensity of his body and digesting Shin'i's attacks. Zhang Zechen could distinctly feel his speed and endurance, his ability to withstand blows, increasing. This was merely the result of being fed moves by Shin'i for less than half an hour. Once more, as he was pummeled into the ground, Zhang Zechen nestled in a small pit, occasionally wiping away the blood that spilled from his mouth and nose. Brother, you're amazing. I'm impressed. TSK. Shin'i shook his head as he approached, shoving the sword back into Chobao's mouth, then squatting before Zhang Zechen. From now on, if I'm not busy, we'll train 3 times a day. Brother, I've never told you, but I don't have long to live. Zhang Zechen rolled his eyes and pretended to be dead in the small pit. Shin'i stood up, glanced around, and then exclaimed, Hey. Brother, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet. Zhang Zechen hurriedly tried to rise, but was firmly held down by Shin'i, who was simultaneously shoveling dirt into the pit. Brother, hey, my new clothes. Shin'i ignored him, diligently continuing to bury the pit. Brother, have you forgotten our eternal vow of love and loyalty? As dawn gradually broke, Shin'i descended the mountain in high spirits, leaving behind Zhang Zechen, who, well, that would be the one with 3 large bumps on his head, rolling his eyes in unconsciousness. Being dragged along by Shin'i. Chapter 10. Huey's Growth, A Long Journey Ahead. Creak. Zhang Zechen cautiously pushed open the door, the dust from his hair fluttering down onto the floor. Xinyuan Shun, with a face full of defiance, was being tugged along by Zhang Zechen. Why must it be like this? TSK. Zhang Zechen released his grip on Shun's hand, turned his head, and gestured for silence. Huey is still asleep. Keep it down. Humph. Shin entered the room, dragging his slippers loudly, before flopping onto the sofa. He then shot a provocative glance at Zhang Zechen. Enough, really enough. He felt as if his spirit was crumbling. Sigh. Zhang Zechen, weary, changed his shoes and quickly rinsed off in the washroom. With damp hair and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt that could pass for pajamas, he stepped out. Shin glanced at Zhang Zechen's outfit, which hung down to his knees, and fell silent. Shin, why are you so short? Zhang Zechen halted in his steps towards the bedroom, his hand frozen mid-motion as he turned, his eyes brimming with despair and disbelief. Bro, what did you just say? His voice trembled, tears gathering in his eyes, ready to spill and shatter the floor beneath him. You call me short. The towering Shun, standing at nearly 2 meters, opened his mouth but then closed it again. Wah! Suddenly, a sound interrupted Zhang Zechen's sorrow, compelling him to dash towards the bedroom. Wah! Oh. Hui, be good, don't cry. Hui, upon waking in an unfamiliar environment, was frightened into silence by the strange uncle before him. Why aren't you crying anymore? Hui tentatively exclaimed. Then, why are you crying again? Enough, truly enough, Shin said with visible impatience, lifting Hui from Zhang Zechen's arms with a fierce expression. You comfort him. He pointed at Zhang Zechen, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Hui, what on earth is going on with these 3? Don't scare him. Give him to me. I'll hold him. Shin casually tossed Hui back to Zhang Zechen. The 9-month-old infant closed his eyes peacefully mid-air before landing softly in a still cool embrace. Ah, puffed. Zhang Zechen, influenced by memories that made him feel childlike, couldn't resist and blew a big bubble of snot. Shin disdainfully threw an unknown object at Zhang Zechen's face, who didn't he bother to examine it closely, wiping it away absent-mindedly. Bro, that was a sock. Ha. Hui's smile pulled Zhang Zechen away from his earlier irritation at being hit with a sock, pouting and making silly faces to elicit more laughter from Hui. You really like children? Shen asked, observing the harmonious scene before him, his expression inscrutable. I only like a few particular ones. At that moment, Zhang Zechen had completely forgotten his earlier anger, engrossed in playing with Hui, feeling somewhat out of the loop. Shen turned to leave, intending to nestle back on the sofa, but was halted in his tracks by Zhang Zechen's call. Chapter 11. On the Importance of Persona. Shen scratched his head, preparing to depart, when Zhang Zechen briefly laid down the soft Hui, rummaging through his pockets to retrieve a black card from the panel. Bro, let us go buy some formula and other baby supplies. Not going. I'll pay. At this, Shen turned around, recalling something before thoughtfully responding. Where did you get the money? And what about that cursed object? Hee, I found it. Zhang Zechen exclaimed, holding Hui close as he dashed in front of Shen, tilting his head up. It was given to me. Shut up. Zhang Zechen snapped back to reality only to find Shen's large face looming close. Hey bro, what are you doing? Zhang Zechen leaned back in distaste, while Hui mimicked his expression, showing a look of disdain as well. Hee. The two shared a silly grin, both chuckling. I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Shen's face pressed closer, allowing Zhang Zechen to see his eyelashes and the deep emerald hue of his irises. Your eyes, can you see cursed spirits? Or rather, can you perceive cursed energy? His tone was assured, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Zechen, capturing every flicker of emotion. Yes, Zhang Zechen nodded in agreement, then closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he deliberately activated his third eye, the dark red hue glowing faintly. Interesting. Shen appeared to have received the answer he sought, propping himself up as a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. So that's why you could see me hiding in the corridor back then? TCH. Just like that six-eyed Wataru. And I still have to protect you. Huh. Hui, sensing the sudden tension between the two who had just been at ease with one another, voiced his confusion. Zhang Zechen jostled the infant in his arms to reassure him. His mind raced, suddenly recalling Wataru's words. Who are you talking to? A plan to complete his persona began to form in his mind. Also Brome, Shen turned to respond, evidently having come to terms with the fact that Zhang Zechen was an anomaly to him. There is something in my head. Hey, Shen. You can't tell them about the existence of the system. I know. Just watch me perform. Be quiet. You. Shen furrowed his brows, puzzled by Zhang Zechen's words. Zhang Zechen exhaled, seemingly anxious about revealing his secrets. I have another consciousness in my mind. I've always known. It only came out once. And then I fainted. When I woke up, the blood frost and that card were right in front of me. I'm sorry, bro, I didn't tell you, Zhang Zechen said, lowering his head in embarrassment, unable to meet Shen's gaze. After all, the third eye could see. Hui. Observing Zhang Zechen's dejected demeanor, pouted as well, babbling in attempts to cheer him up. Shen's forehead furrowed deeply. He had rarely felt genuine kinship with a family member, only for that member to conceal matters that could potentially lead to his demise. Split personality? Yes. Zhang Zechen nodded with difficulty. Shen began to reflect on the oddities since their meeting, realizing, early in the morning, and just now, his gaze had lost focus once. He had thought it was merely a habit of contemplation, but was it not? Will it lead to death? Shen furrowed his brow tightly, his tone laced with an uncharacteristic hint of concern. You tell him. It 1T. Chen Chen. He is sowing discord between us. Hey. Go away. Shut up. It's so noisy. Zhang Zechen snapped back to reality, bitterly shaking his head. I don't know, brother. Zenin Shire fixed his gaze on Zhang Zechen, attempting to decipher any hint of jest in his expression, but found none. Let's go. We need to buy milk powder. All right. Chapter 12. Untitled. Since then, Shire would venture out during the day and return at night, while Zhang Zechen stayed home to accompany Hui. The topic of split personalities had not been broached for quite some time, surfacing only occasionally in Shire's conversations with others. Sooner or later, as they grew stronger, they would eventually discover something amiss with Zhang Zechen. Rather than scrambling to cover it up later, it was better to establish a persona now. Huang Qiu had been ignoring him for several days, yet Zhang Zechen remained unfazed. Ball? Hey, la. I am a little newspaper seller. 2 cursed spirits run so fast, one without a head, one without feet. So cute. Well, it had become a habit for Zhang Zechen to be troubled by Huang Qiu at night. The last time, just after he had lulled Hui to sleep, Huang Qiu had started wailing. Chen, wait for me. I know how to revise the manual now. I'll be right back. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Wait for me. Then he went silent. After the usual annoyance of dealing with the empty number of Huang Qiu, Zhang Zechen broke free from his thoughts. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see Shire standing before him, drenched in blood. Brother, what happened to you? Zhang Zechen sprang up, only to halt abruptly, for Shire's sword was positioned at his throat. The sharp blade, even if merely resting against him, sent a chill down his spine. Brother? Zhang Zechen looked at Shire in confusion, his eyes reflecting curiosity rather than fear. With a swift motion, Zenin Shire retracted the sword and tucked it into the mouth of a grotesque artifact, before casually shedding his short-sleeved shirt and sinking into the sofa. Zhang Zechen then discerned that there were no wounds on Shire's body. The blood was likely that of their target. Tentatively, he spoke. Brother, what are you thinking? Shire cast him a sidelong glance, his voice hoarse. I stood before you for 2 minutes and 23 seconds, and you didn't even notice. It was only when you snapped back to reality that when you communicate with it, you become oblivious to the outside world. That is a fatal weakness. Thus, with a furrowed brow, Zhang Zechen queried, Brother, do you want to kill me? Zenin Shire rolled his eyes dramatically, delivering a punch to Zhang Zechen's arm before striding to the bathroom with his bathrobe. Zhang Zechen, seated on the sofa, listened to the rustling sounds of water. His expression tinged with melancholy. He was right. When I communicate with Huang Qiu, I lose all awareness of my surroundings. TSK, I must find him when he returns. Otherwise, it is indeed too dangerous. As the sound of water ceased, Zhang Zechen turned to see Zenin Shire emerging, his chest bare and droplets of water glistening as they cascaded down into the loosely wrapped towel around his waist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, wow. Thud. Yay. Yay. Let's go. Zhang Zechen, clutching a rabbit-themed hui, dashed out, both of them babbling incoherently, successfully capturing the attention of Shire, who was engrossed in a melodrama. Come back. Oh. The dog-themed Zhang Zechen obediently held the rabbit-themed hui, both of them synchronously lowering their heads, occasionally sneaking glances at Shire. Who bought this outfit? Shire gazed at Zhang Zechen, who was adorned with a silly little black dog graphic on his chest, then glanced at the little white rabbit, finally fixating on the cat-eared hat that Zhang Zechen held. Hee. What do you think, brother? I bought it. Hui loves it, doesn't she? Ah. Hee. The two exchanged glances and erupted into giggles, casting their eyes towards Shire. Enough. Where are you two going? Zenin Shire covered his face, unwilling to look at them. Zhang Zechen's eyes darted around, about to speak, to find some kittens to play with. Scram. All right. With a deep bow, Zhang Zechen flung open the window and leapt down. Wow. Hui has already adapted well to the sensation of flying, enthusiastically clapping her hands. Off we go, taking Hui to find your godfather. Hee. Achoo. A certain five-tailed child atop the hill let out a loud sneeze, turning his head in confusion, wondering why Chen hadn't yet arrived. Chapter 13. The first meeting of teacher and student Ya. Yay. The voice preceded the appearance of the figure. The familiar sound reached the ears of Wu Tiaowu, who looked up in bewilderment to see Zhang Zechen grinning widely and waving from midair. Wu. With a gust of wind, Zhang Zechen descended gracefully, the leaves and grass below swirling upwards, while the crimson frost behind him glimmered, transforming into a fan-like shape that affixed itself to his waist. Huh. I'm here. Chen. Wu Tiaowu responded excitedly, his tone laced with curiosity. Is that your cursed tool? A flying, shape-shifting cursed tool? Isn't it super cool? Zhang Zechen brushed off the grass clinging to him, beaming as he reached out for a high-five with Wu Tiaowu. Cool. As he spoke, the young master presented a pair of sunglasses identical to his own face as a token of friendship. Huh. For me. Zhang Zechen exclaimed in delight, promptly donning them. Thank you, Wu. The function of the three-eyed glasses is merely to perceive the cursed energy of surrounding objects and provide a 360-degree view, unlike Wu Tiaowu, who can analyze techniques by seeing through them. Thus, Zhang Zechen doesn't particularly need the dark glasses, but wearing them is certainly beneficial for the brain. Seeing his friend genuinely enjoy the gift, the young master shyly smiled, only to have a hat placed atop his head. This is a gift I prepared for you. Zhang Zechen's face flushed with happiness. Wu Tiaowu was about to speak, but suddenly noticed a bulge in Zhang Zechen's backpack, which was moving. Wow. Hui excitedly popped her head out of the bag, her tiny hands flailing as she squealed with joy. The surprised Wu Tiaowu, who was nearby, jumped back. Hee Wu. Look, my nephew, Hui. Zhang Zechen proudly presented Hui to a stunned Wu Tiaowu, his face brimming with pride. Your nephew? Wu Tiaowu adjusted his hat and approached, scrutinizing Hui with his 6 eyes. He has cursed energy. Yes, I know. Zhang Zechen grinned, tilting his head at Wu Tiaowu. Hui would most likely inherit the 10 shadow techniques of the Zenin family. Ever since meeting Zhang Zechen, Wu Tiaowu had been brushing up on the knowledge of the Zenin clan, and confusion returned to his face. How can you be sure? I venture to guess. Zhang Zechen suddenly excitedly stuffed the exuberant Hui into his backpack, giving it a gentle shake, while saying, Hui, smile for me. Although he feigned indifference towards being pleased by a child's cooperation, the glimmer of anticipation was evident on Wu Tiao's face. Then, with a huff, Hui Hui abruptly crossed her arms and turned her head away. Wu Tiao, let me explain. He's just shy, Zhang Zechen said, pressing Hui's head back into the backpack. A strained smile adorning his face. TCH, it's nothing. Let us go have some fun. Wu Tiao shot a sidelong glance at Hui, silently taking note of the grievance. Sounds good. Ignoring Hui, who was peeking out and shooting him an accusatory look, Zhang Zechen readily agreed. Let's head to the amusement park. We didn't finish last time. Sure, I'll go buy some drinks. Wu Tiao, can you keep an eye on Hui for a bit? Don't worry. Hui obediently nestled in Wu Tiao's embrace, who smiled encouragingly at Zhang Zechen, urging him to hurry back. After Zhang Zechen nodded in satisfaction and departed, Wu Tiao swiftly set Hui down, and she immediately scuttled away, both glaring fiercely at each other. You, stay away from Chen. How old are you to still be so clingy to your parent? Not independent at all. When I was your age, I could walk on my own. You still need Chen to carry you. Useless. From now on, you're not allowed to cling to Chen anymore. You need to learn to be self-sufficient. Wow. Hui, who could only utter a few simple phrases, was so incensed that she resorted to tears. Hey, why are you crying? Wu Tiao flusteredly attempted to cover the little one's mouth, worried she might not be able to catch her breath. In a moment, the pampered young master, encountering such a scenario for the first time, began to feel aggrieved, pouting as he adjusted his little sunglasses. I didn't say anything wrong. Why you stop crying? Wah. After a brief silence, Hui's wails grew even louder. Why you? Wu Tiao pouted, his eyes welling up with tears, wondering why Chen hadn't returned yet. Stay calm. We're here to protect the young master. We can't intervene. Stay calm. I know to stay calm, but you're the one pinching me. Okay. Let us change the spot to pinch, shall we? Not far away, two attendants from the Wu Tiao family, armed with binoculars, were desperately stifling their urge to rush down and assist Wu Tiao. TSK, where's that child? Hurry and find that Zenin kid. Over there. Then what shall we do next? The head of the family said to observe the situation. Why are there so many people? With 2 cups of drinks in hand, Zhang Zechen curiously glanced around, noticing more and more people as he approached the two. No way. Suddenly, Zhang Zechen envisioned the chaos that would ensue after he left. Hey, excuse me, coming through. Have you heard? There's an invisible little kid ahead comforting his brother. He's crying so pitifully. Let us hurry and check it out. Maybe we can help. Enough. This is truly too much. Zhang Zechen struggled to squeeze through the crowd, occasionally getting jostled by a large posterior or kicked by oversized feet. Finally, he could take it no longer. Uncle, don't pull me anymore. I'm scared. A heart-wrenching cry rang out. In an instant, the crowd dispersed like the tides. Occasionally, someone would exclaim, "Who was that? I smelled something." By the time the crowd came to their senses, the 2 children encircled by them had already vanished from sight. High above, Zhang Zechen fought to control his direction while desperately trying to breathe. A large and a small figure, one black and one white, were entangled around him like rice cakes. Wah. Chen, where did you go? Wah. I. Wah. You all. Wah. I can't breathe. Let go. Chapter 14, A Friend Reserved. Wu Tiao, pouting, stood patiently behind Zhang Zechen, cradling the sobbing Hui, awaiting their descent to solid ground. Here, drink. Thank you, Chen. Hui. Open your mouth. Initially soothed by a sugary cold drink, Wu Tiao watched as his little friend personally fed the little one, his mood swiftly shifting from partly cloudy to a light drizzle. Chen. Zhang Zechen fell silent, extending his hand. Hey. The light rain transformed into clear skies. Hui rolled her eyes in exasperation. I'm sorry, Wu Tiao. I shouldn't have left you two in such a crowded place. Both Hui and Wu Tiao paused, then fervently shook their heads. Why apologize? It's not your fault. Wu Tiao awkwardly turned away. Yet his 6 eyes were still observing Zhang Zechen. Amused, Zhang Zechen sighed, embracing Hui, who was chirping and demanding his attention. I will always stand by your side, always. Wu Tiao, confused by Zhang Zechen's sudden melancholic demeanor, nodded in agreement. Then, it's a promise. With a sudden shift in mood, Zhang Zechen extended his hand. Wu Tiao glanced down, then reached out his own. All right. The 2 small hands clasped together once more, but, Hui, with utmost seriousness, extended her soft little paws, solemnly placing them atop their clasped hands. Puffed. Wu Tiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting Hui to glare fiercely at him. Zhang Zechen wore a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled Hui's hair. Under Wu Tiao's watchful gaze, he gently placed his hand on Wu Tiao's head as well. Then, it's a promise. Get down. I want tea. Chen, put me down. Hui, listen to me. It was the jade dog that chased after me. If you hadn't tangled your sock around its nose, it wouldn't have chased you. I didn't That is slander. Zenin Chen. Fushiguro Hui. I'll count to 3, and if you don't come down, you won't get dinner tonight. Hui-chan, come down. Oh. Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, Zhang Zechen pouted and reluctantly slid down from the tree, obediently bowing his head before the 5-year-old Hui. Fushiguro Hui glanced at him, about to turn away when she was suddenly lifted. Just a little hug, okay? Zhang Zechen grinned, his red eyes glimmering with a pleading light beneath his sunglasses. I don't want to. As she spoke, Fushiguro Hui nestled into a comfortable position in his arms, proudly directing Zhang Zechen to walk in the direction of home. You clearly enjoy it. The tenderness in Zhang Zechen's eyes was about to overflow. In order to avoid embarrassing Hui, he nodded earnestly. All right, which way shall we go? That way. We're back. Welcome back, Hui. Chen Chen, Jean Meiji greeted with a smile, eagerly taking Zhang Zechen's oversized jacket, which weighed quite a bit. However, the smile on Jean Meiji's face never wavered, for she knew Chen Chen would discreetly lend a hand to carry it. Such a wonderful person. Why? Jean Meiji shook her head and exchanged a furtive glance with Fushiguro Yu. Cough, Chen Chen. Zhang Zechen, sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, turned his head in confusion, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. Did you faint today? No. Zhang Zechen blinked and shook his head earnestly. A few times. Twice. 3 times. Fushiguro Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at Jean Meiji. 4 times. You should call Dad later. We can't do this. All right, I'll keep quiet. The dejected Zhang Zechen sat on the sofa, pouting in grievance, his habit of blinking whenever he lied too obvious to conceal. Why can't I change? Watching Jean Meiji skillfully dial the phone, Zhang Zechen felt a throbbing pain in his head. Hello? Is Dad busy? No, what happened to Chen? Zenin Mahito abruptly drew a sword soaked in blood and shoved it into a grotesque creature's mouth, wiping his face clean and signaling Kong Shiyu to be quiet. Chen Chen fainted 4 times today. Is that one more than before? Yes, previously it was a maximum of 3 times. Understood, I'll hang up. Goodbye. Zenin Mahito, no? Fushiguro Mahito resumed his steps and got into Kong Shiyu's car. Hey Mahito, what's up? Why the long face? Kong Shiyu glanced at the sullen Mahito in the rearview mirror, teasingly inquiring. Let's push back the mission for the day after tomorrow. I need to go back. Fushiguro Mahito closed his eyes, leaning against the backrest. Oh, you mean to delay it until the week after next? What is going on? TSK, what about your brother? Kong Shiyu suddenly recalled something, his tone laced with an air of revelation. Don't ask what Shun Tibi asked. Mahito opened his eyes, casting a cold glare at Kong Shiyu. All right. No questions. Kong Shiyu stole another glance in the rearview mirror before focusing back on driving. Does your brother still carry the Zenin surname? Why doesn't he share yours? Shut up. Got it. Humph. Zhang Zechen gently placed his hand atop Jean Meiji's head, ruffling her hair. All right, Meiji. Be good. Go eat. Then do your homework with Hui. Chen Chen is tired. I'll take a nap. If brother Fushiguro messages me, wake me up, okay? Jean Meiji nodded earnestly. Zhang Zechen smiled, lifting her and setting her on the dining table, then knocked on Hui's room door before returning to his own bedroom, collapsing into bed. Chapter 15, Anomalies. Today marks the 4th anniversary since the Yellow Orb spoke of altering the handbook and subsequently vanished. With the absence of the Yellow Orb, although Zhang Zechen's talents and curse bindings remained, anomalies began to manifest. The narrative had been altered. For instance, under utterly unexpected circumstances, Mahito suddenly returned with a woman, declaring his intent to marry into her family and change his surname. Even without this development, Zhang Zechen had intended to probe Mahito about changing his surname to Zenin. It truly was an unpleasant surname. However, given that Zhang Zechen could care for Hui exceptionally well, the introduction of another child felt abrupt. It wasn't merely about adding another Meiji, it was the sheer suddenness of it all. Zhang Zechen suddenly sensed an ominous foreboding. He had invested considerable time seeking out Suguru Geto, but before he could approach him, he experienced convulsions and fainted again. Thus began his frantic investigation into the whereabouts of all pertinent individuals, Nanami, Hybara, and after locating the final protagonists of the Zero arc, Itadori Yuta and Kiyotaka. Yesterday, though technically it was Panda, at this time merely a bundle of cotton in the hands of Yaga, the situation reached a climax. For the system initially aimed for Chen Chen to depart at the conclusion of the Zero arc. He had fainted 4 times today, and his somnolence was intensifying. Zhang Zechen couldn't help but start doubting that the next narrative correction could very well result in his demise. However, all of this began with the Yellow Orb's disappearance. One could hardly blame him for being conspiratorial. He had ample reason to suspect that the system was displeased with his lack of compliance and orchestrated everything so that he would return just as he was on the brink of death, ensuring he would unconditionally follow its orders for eternity. Yellow Orb, I wish to remain a fool forever. Do not let me down. I have stated countless times that it no longer deserves to be the consciousness that governs this world. It is unworthy. Shouldn't the evidence be more than sufficient? I'll say it once more. Send me back. Chen Chen's body cannot withstand the next narrative correction. Send me back. In the void, only the yellow orb, which Zhang Zechen incessantly pondered, attempted to attract the attention of the higher system, holding him captive. Finally, as if its persistence moved the system, or perhaps Zhang Zechen's body could no longer endure, the system declared, 123, you may choose to switch hosts. The cold, mechanical voice echoed from all directions, reaching the yellow orb's ears. I refuse. He is different. He gave me a name. I am Yellow Orb. The yellow orb, filled with indignation, puffed out its chest. Return. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jean Meichi hesitated, glancing toward Zhang Zechen's bedroom before exchanging a look with Hui Hui. Hui Hui quickly dashed over, tiptoeing to securely close Zhang Zechen's door. Jean Meichi then grabbed a stool, standing on tiptoe. Who is it? The adults aren't home. Open the door, Meichi, a clear youthful voice called out. And as Jean Meichi peered through the peephole, she recognized the visitor. Brother Satoru. Jean Meichi immediately jumped down from the stool and opened the door. Shoo, Chen Chen is sleeping. Satoru Gojo's brow furrowed instantly as he leaned inside. His first glance fell upon Hui Hui, standing not far off, and he nodded gently. Hui Hui shook her head. Satoru Gojo's pupils trembled slightly before he quickly masked his reaction. Then, as if accustomed, he placed the items in his hands on the table. All right, brother. Keep your voice down. You and Hui Hui go play, okay? Satoru Gojo spoke in an unusually soft tone, even as the menace in his eyes threatened to overflow. He made an effort to display a semblance of a smile. Jean Meichi took Hui's hand and walked toward the study. Along the way, Hui turned back countless times, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Satoru Gojo removed his glasses, rubbing his face. He was already feeling the pressure from the higher-ups, and his time with Zhang Zechen was dwindling. He could only gather information through his less fortunate disciple. After finally completing a long-term mission, he hurried over to find Zhang Zechen, but the situation had worsened. He adjusted his expression, gently rapping on the door, a habit he had not possessed until he had been beaten by Zhang Zechen a few times. Then, he turned the doorknob. Zhang Zechen lay motionless on the bed, even his breathing barely audible. Wu Tiao Wugo instinctively activated his 6 eyes, yet he discerned nothing. He weakly lowered his eyelashes and closed the door, then slipped into Zhang Zechen's warm cocoon. He was quite fatigued. What was wrong with resting for a moment on his dear friend's bed? Surely nothing. As for his dear friend still occupying the bed, what did that matter to him? He merely wished to sleep. Thus, Wu Tiao Wugo skillfully pulled Zhang Zechen into his embrace and drifted off. Chapter 16. The Return of the Yellow Ball. Zhang Zechen suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that his current position was rather amiss. This familiar open space, this familiar sensation, and the familiar ball. Chen Chen. The yellow ball launched itself in a super dash, colliding directly with Zhang Zechen's abdomen. Bang! Whack! Zhang Zechen was forcefully pinned to the ground, feeling an uproar in his stomach. But he had no time to feel unwell. The ball, where the hell have you been? Do you have any idea how close I was to dying? Boo-hoo. I know. Chen Chen. Boo-hoo. I've been locked away. It's been so distressing. Boo-hoo. I've been so troubled that I've only eaten 3 meals a day. You, on the other hand, haven't missed a single one. The tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered as Zhang Zechen desperately rubbed the round yellow ball, his eyes shimmering with excitement. There was not a single drop left in an instant. Enough. Tell me, where the hell have you been? Damn it. I've fainted 4 times in a day. Do you have any idea how much it hurts? Zhang Zechen's eyes widened, the accumulated grievances spilling forth. I'm sorry, Chen Chen. I went to revise the manual. I was initially the first experimental deviation from the main system. My task ended at volume 0. Then I wanted to help you. I wanted to change it to completeness. But that bunch of idiots disagreed. Boo-hoo, they locked me up. And they didn't even give me food. I'm not fat. I'm just so swollen from missing you. Cut to the chase, Zhang Zechen urged, pinching his forehead, restraining himself from striking this swollen ball. The main point is, boo-hoo, I persuaded them. You can stay here indefinitely, boo-hoo. Really? Zhang Zechen suddenly embraced the yellow ball, striving to calm his breathing. Thank you, ball. Wow. Don't thank me, Chen Chen. They have demands. I couldn't negotiate. The yellow ball's whiny tone became somewhat sharp as it collapsed in Zhang Zechen's embrace, wailing aimlessly. It's all right, ball. I've thought of countless endings. Zhang Zechen reassuredly tightened his embrace, signaling the yellow ball to calm down. They need something to control me, right? Boo-hoo. I told you to read fewer web novels. How painful must it be to have guessed that? All right, I must inform you that once this sorrowful mood passes, I might hit very hard. Zhang Zechen attempted to lighten the mood, yet the yellow ball remained silent, refusing to move. They said they want your heart. They said if you go too far, then, boo-hoo, stop, don't wail. Zhang Zechen patted the yellow ball's back, feigning seriousness. Truth be told, upon hearing those words, he actually felt a sense of relief. It was better than he had imagined. Moreover, he had experienced something similar in that world. As for the heart, I certainly know how to control that. It's all right. It's all right. Wow, you're scaring me. Don't scare me. I missed you so much. I was wrong. Don't be scary. Zhang Zechen skillfully employed his child-soothing technique, and indeed, it worked. Ahem, ball this. In 3 months, Wu Tiao and Jie will be going to high school. After spending a good while in the space, he had calmed down, and the ball had stopped wailing. Zhang Zechen remembered the important matter. You can go. I'll arrange it. The yellow ball's eyes sparkled as it patted its chest, signaling that everything would be taken care of. Then, what about my heart? Humph. The yellow ball instantly wilted. It had indeed leveled up, and a mouth had appeared on its face. At this moment, it was pouting. Chen Chen, I've leveled up. I need to reattach myself to your body. The pain you experienced in the cursed spirit's den, you'll have to endure it once more. Moreover, a magic circle needs to be inscribed on your heart, etched onto your soul. It will definitely hurt, immensely. The yellow ball looked at Zhang Zechen with unmasked concern in its eyes. It's fine. Zhang Zechen blinked and revealed a small smile. I'm not afraid of pain. Besides, there's no one in my room. Just do as you please. Huff. Then send me back. The sooner it ends, the better. Zhang Zechen rubbed his hands together to ease the tension. I'll find something to put in my mouth when I return. I can't let Hui Hui and Jean Meiji hear. Chen Chen. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Zechen patted his face and turned towards the door that had appeared behind him, stepping forward. The yellow ball wiped its eyes and nodded. All right, be quick. Otherwise, Chen Chen will be even more frightened. Hurry. Chapter 17. It's over. Something feels off, very much so. Zhang Zechen had not yet acclimated to the dizziness of consciousness returning when he sensed something before him. He immediately opened his eyes. Wu Tiao. Hi, Chen Chen. Wu Tiao Wugo grinned, propping his head with one hand and resting the other on Zhang Zechen's body. What are you doing here? Zhang Zechen's pupils trembled, betraying his fear. Wu Tiao Wugo's previously casual expression stiffened. Why was there fear? Shouldn't it be surprise? Chen Chen, are you still half asleep? I finally completed my task and rushed to see you. You're making me so sad, you know. Wu Tiao Wugo blinked, his face displaying a pitiful expression. Ah yes, I'm still half asleep. I'm sorry, Wu Tiao. Why don't you go find Hui Hui and Jean Meiji first? I'll sleep for a bit longer. Zhang Zechen resignedly closed his eyes. No way. I can't lie to Wu Tiao Wugo at all, even without using the 3 eyes. I know my expression is forced beyond measure. I can't deceive the 6 eyes. Chen Chen, what's wrong? Wu Tiao Wugo propped himself up, connecting the dots of Zhang Zechen's earlier behavior, growing increasingly anxious as he reached out to steady Zhang Zechen, only to be shrugged off. Wu Tiao, go outside for a bit. I'll come find you later. Zhang Zechen sat weakly on the bed, tightly closing his eyes, the hand that had brushed off Wu Tiao Wugo trembling unconsciously, though the 3 eyes were currently ineffective. The shock of Wu Tiao Wugo's breathing and expression still resonated in his mind. The panel for conversing with the yellow orb has vanished, leaving no means to bid it to wait for a moment. No, Chen Chen. Wu Tiao Wugo, dazed, retracted his hand that had been cast aside, his voice trembling with an unmistakable quiver. Zhang Zechen, unable to endure the torment within, opened his eyes, which brimmed with fervent appeal. I beg you, just step outside. This was the first time Wu Tiao Wugo witnessed such a gaze from Zhang Zechen. Desperation? Pleading? Why? Wu Tiao Wugo swallowed hard, his throat parched, and slowly peeled back the covers, descending from the bed, making his way toward the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Bang. A surge of indescribable pain suddenly assailed Zhang Zechen, his body losing all strength and crashing heavily onto the bed, producing a resounding thud. Chen Chen. Wu Tiao Wugo leaped forward in a stride, helplessly gazing at Zhang Zechen trembling before him. Chen Chen. Zen and Shun. It hurts. Everywhere hurts. The pain rendered Zhang Zechen's consciousness hazy, and glimpses of his past life began to flicker in his mind. This was not mere physical agony. It felt as though countless needles were piercing through his bones, roaming chaotically within him, making even the act of breathing excruciating. He could only open and close his mouth instinctively, despite blood continuously flowing from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth with each movement. It hurt so much. How could it hurt this much? Zhang Zechen desperately raised his hand to cover his heart, clutching his clothing tightly. This was an unconscious action. Amidst the pain, the sensation in his heart was the most pronounced. He longed to faint. Why couldn't he pass out? Help me. It hurts. So much. Please, help me. It hurts. Chen, don't frighten me. Chen, I'm not joking. Stop this. Do you hear me? Wu Wugo gripped Zhang Zechen's hands tightly, preventing him from continuing to scratch at his neck in a trance. At that moment, the fastidious Wu was already smeared with Zhang Zechen's blood. Jin Meichi, beside him, tightly embraced the trembling Fushiguro Megumi, both silently sobbing. No, don't die, don't die. Megumi bit his lip hard to stifle his cries, grasping the whistle that Zhang Zechen had given him. Don't die, uncle, don't die. What's wrong, Sonaire? You've been lost in thought 4 times tonight. What are you pondering? Kong Shiyu asked, tossing the dice in his hand, curiously glancing at the silent Fushiguro Sonaire, who was crossing his arms. TSK, I'm done playing. Sonaire, irritated, licked the scar on his lip, reached for his phone, and dialed Zhang Zechen's number, but it was unreachable. 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 A growing sense of foreboding filled his heart as he cursed silently and hung up, dialing his adopted son instead. Within seconds, the call was answered. And before Sonaire could speak, a torrent of worry and fear burst forth. Woo-woo, save Chen Chen. Dad, save Chen Chen. Creak. Fushiguro Sonaire abruptly stood, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring noise, and then, bang, he fell to the ground, landing in a heap. Kong Shiyu looked up, bewildered. What? He swore he had never seen Fushiguro Sonaire's face so dark. Take me back. All right. Chapter 18. Wu Wugo would willingly designate that day as the most unforgettable moment in his life. He was uncertain how long he had held on to Zhang Zechen, nor how much of Zhang Zechen's blood had stained him. He only remembered that later, Fushiguro Sonaire took over his position, supporting Zhang Zechen's body, while his own hands trembled, needing the embraces of Fushiguro Megumi and Jin Meichi to regain his composure. What on earth had transpired? Fushiguro Sonaire pondered the same question. Under his urging, he rushed home in less than 40 minutes, leaving Kong Shiyu, who had a headache from the violations, in the car. He dashed into the house, and upon entering, was met with a nauseatingly pungent odor of blood. He typically relished the scent of fresh, warm blood, but today, it filled him with dread. The bedroom door hung ajar. He opened it. Wu Wugo stood by the bedside, tears mingled with sweat falling onto the covers, staining them crimson. Fushiguro Megumi and Jin Meichi huddled to one side, their eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope upon seeing him, while Zhang Zechen, a torrent of anxiety, surged through Fushiguro Sonaire as he approached, forcefully pulling Wu Wugo, who was clearly struggling, aside. Chen. Ah, Chen Chen, you weren't like this before. You, let go. I didn't know Wu was beside you. You don't cry? Pinch me up, be gentle. Due to the system's completion, the source of the pain was concentrated in his heart. Even within the system space, he could feel the genuine, heart-wrenching pain. Zhang Zechen could not utter a word, lying in the space with the yellow orb clutched in his hand, too afraid to open his eyes. At the moment the system completed loading, he didn't dare to use the three-eyed return and immediately arrived in the space. Chen, perhaps you should return. Wu and Megumi seem on the verge of breaking down. The yellow orb spoke softly from Zhang Zechen's embrace. It swore it genuinely felt for him, but seemed to be in more pain itself. Zhang Zechen, racked with anguish, could not articulate a response. Yet his eyes conveyed his frustration. Cough. Chen, if you don't speak, I'll send you back, okay? Whoosh. What jolted him awake more than the pain was a single, enormous tear. Zhang Zechen strained to open his eyes, and through a veil of scarlet, he saw anxious faces. Ah, brother. It hurts. So much. Blood surged forth before he could utter a word. Wu Wugo hastily extended his sleeve to wipe Zhang Zechen's face, feeling the warmth dissipate as it spread across his skin. Zhang Zechen's vacant gaze turned toward him. Wugo. It hurts. Just that one phrase, uttered in the face of a special-grade cursed spirit, rendered Wu Wugo utterly helpless. Chen, what should I do? What can I do? As if sensing something, Zhang Zechen suddenly shifted his gaze back, staring blankly at Fushiguro Sonaire. Fushiguro Sonaire tightened his grip around Zhang Zechen's hand. Chen, cough, brother. Oh, suddenly, with a convulsion, Zhang Zechen's taut muscles relaxed, and the palms that had been punctured by his nails were revealed. I just need to sleep a bit. Sleep a bit. The pain vanished abruptly as Zhang Zechen expelled the last mouthful of blood, struggling to speak, but only managing half of his thought. An overwhelming fatigue crashing over him as he succumbed to slumber, unable to keep his eyes open. Fushiguro Megumi released his grip, gazing at Zhang Zechen, who lay panting yet remarkably lifeless. He then turned to Yu and Tsumiki, instructing them to fetch a basin of water. The two little ones, overwhelmed with tears, nodded vigorously before scampering out. Fushiguro cast a glance at the drenched, white-clad Gojo Satoru, who remained frozen in place, before retracting his gaze and striding towards Zhang Zeken's wardrobe. He retrieved 2 garments, changing into one while handing another to Gojo. All right. Gojo snapped back to reality, swiftly discarding his own attire and accepting the shirt from Megumi's hands. He casually buttoned a few buttons and approached, lifting the unconscious Zhang Zechen. However, the sticky residue on his hands momentarily caught him off guard. Sumiki, you may leave. Gojo instructed without turning, leaning down to shield the children's view. Wheat Sumiki and Yu attempted to advance, but Megumi grasped their collars and flung them out of the room. Go play. The 2 little ones, looking utterly dejected, responded in unison and retreated to their room, glancing back multiple times. Gojo gently wiped Zhang Zeken's face, and as he pulled back the shirt, both were taken aback. An intricate, ominous black emblem reminiscent of a cartoon villain's seal loomed before them. The 6-eyed Shikigami dutifully analyzed the situation, concluding that it could not decipher any entity. This was not a curse, but rather a manifestation of another force. Megumi, perceiving Gojo's expression, let out a faint sigh. We can inquire once he awakens. In the depths of night, Zhang Zechen felt a small warmth in front of him, the numbness in his body receding. The unfamiliar sound of breathing grew increasingly distinct. He awoke. A hoarse voice echoed before him, and upon opening his eyes, he first beheld Yu, who was sleeping restlessly in his arms, followed by Megumi, who sat with arms crossed on a chair. Zhang Zechen cautiously cradled Yu in his embrace, propping himself up. Drink some water. Gojo went out, and said he would return shortly. In the moonlit night, Megumi's features appeared more rugged, yet when conversing with Zhang Zechen, a softness enveloped his demeanor. After taking a sip of water, the sweet syrup soothed Zhang Zeken's parched throat. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Isn't this a tad too sweet? One can easily discern who prepared it. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Should I speak now or defer until Gojo returns? Noticing Zhang Zeken's silence, Megumi's face darkened with palpable frustration. Tell me, what on earth happened? Why did you faint? And why are you in this state? Megumi struggled to suppress his voice in anger, yet the blood-stained blanket lay ominously nearby, right before his eyes. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to worry you. I won't do it again. Zhang Zechen gently rubbed Yu's furrowed brow as he spoke nonsensically to Megumi. Chen. Megumi's fury ignited at Zhang Zeken's nonchalant gaze. Do you believe I would be concerned for you? If you were to die? How would I evade the orders of the Gojo clan to hunt me down? I despise complications. And you, at this moment, are nothing but a nuisance. Brother. I won't do it again. Zhang Zechen merely reiterated his previous statement, causing Megumi's pent-up anger to be stifled. He furiously struck the calm young man on the bed. But his fist halted in front of Zhang Zechen, the gust from his punch tousling Zhang Zeken's disheveled hair. In his eyes, only tenderness and serenity resided. Tilting his head, he revealed a small grin. Brother, I'm hungry. Damn it. Megumi, fuming, turned sharply, intending to slam the door, but instead kicked it lightly. Zhang Zechen looked down, gently shaking you. It's all right, you. Once you wake up, you'll see a lively Chun. Be good now. Be good. Miraculously, the furrowed brows that seemed perpetually wrinkled eased, and Zhang Zechen tenderly placed the little one on his bed. He then rose and retrieved a new duvet from the wardrobe, glancing at it with exasperation. Gojo, stop cosplaying as a gecko outside and come in to help me with the quilt. Gojo pushed open the window and leaped inside, his eyes still slightly red. You all right? Come here and hold this. Zhang Zeken's few words effectively stifled Gojo's attempts to speak, leaving him no choice but to watch Zhang Zechen change the duvet, which he then covered you with. Following this, he pulled Gojo out of the room to check on Sumiki, eventually finding himself seated silently on the sofa. Finally, Zhang Zechen could no longer contain himself. He slapped his palm against Gojo's face. Your phone screen is still lit. Gojo's sorrowful expression faltered, and his movements halted. Now, the redness had spread not only to his eyes, but to his entire face. He hurriedly locked the screen, revealing the search box that clearly displayed the queries. What should I do if my best friend is dying? What should I do if my best friend might die? What should I do if my best friend is on the brink of death, but he remains unaware? Chun, is there a possibility that my ignorance means I won't die? How to put it, it was quintessentially Gojo. With a creak, the furious Kong Shiyu opened the door, followed by Megumi. Upon seeing Gojo seated on the sofa, Kong Shiyu's expression turned serious in an instant. 100 million yen Kong Ji. Zhang Zechen greeted with a wave, and Kong Shiyu smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. After a final glance at Gojo, he set down the lunchbox and turned to leave. Megumi, indifferent, stepped aside to let him pass before shutting the door. Time to eat. Megumi handed Zhang Zechen the takeout box, then settled on the sofa. Gojo looked at Zhang Zechen, then at Megumi, and blinked earnestly, What about mine? I didn't buy any. Megumi was momentarily swayed by Gojo's sincerity and replied softly, "Oh, it's all right. I want hikafian with extra sugar." Megumi raised an eyebrow, once again touched by Gojo's earnestness, then turned his gaze to Zhang Zechen. "You, tell him to get lost." "Why should I?" Ugh. Chapter 20. Itchy meat? Zhang Zechen released his hand from covering Gojo's mouth with a sigh. "Go, when will you return?" "Huh." Gojo poked at a bun with his chopsticks. Yet to take a bite, he turned to Zhang Zechen. "I'm not going back. I told my old man, my father, that I would stay here until high school." Initially, Zhang Zechen was merely supervising Gojo's choice of pronouns with his gaze, but he and Megumi were both taken aback. "You're staying here? Chen Chen, what attitude is this?" "I'm living here, sharing a room with you. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Zechen ignored the indignant outburst from the cat-like Gojo and turned to Megumi, who calmly nodded. "Yes, you can share a room with me. You too." Gojo's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, are you both rejecting me?" "Oh, Chen Chen." Zhang Zechen silently turned away, sipping his drink. In a state of profound despair, Satoru Gojo cast a glance at the calm and indifferent Shinsuke Fushiguro. "I intend to stay here. What are your thoughts on that?" he inquired. "Oh," Fushiguro replied nonchalantly after swallowing a mouthful of beer and rice. "Feel free to stay. The accommodation fee is 100,000 yen per day, and you're responsible for your own meals and clothing." With a suppressed chuckle, Zhang Zechen, under the intense scrutiny of Gojo's gaze, struggled to contain his laughter, his shoulders trembling. "Fine, I'll pay," he retorted through gritted teeth. "But how much more do I need to pay to avoid seeing you, old man?" "Oh, that's not happening," Fushiguro declared as he pulled the distracted Zhang Zechen closer, stuffing a bun into the protesting youth's mouth. "I've offloaded all my tasks, and Kong Shiyu is furious, wanting to part ways with me. This old man is merely planning to live off Gojo's accommodation fees for the time being." Enraged, Gojo sprang to his feet, ready to storm into Zhang Zechen's room, only to pause and lock his grip around the latter's head. "Come with me." "Hey, I haven't finished my meal yet," protested Zhang Zechen, muffled by the bun in his mouth, as he squirmed, attempting to escape Fushiguro's hold. Noticing the youth's struggle, Fushiguro scratched his head and chuckled. "Huh, you're tickling me." Gojo halted his actions, intrigued by Fushiguro's reaction. "Tickling?" Zhang Zechen, restrained by Gojo, managed to maintain his balance, sensing a hint of strangeness in the atmosphere. "No way." He gulped, realizing that Hui and Tsumaki were still asleep. "Oh, just keep it down, like this afternoon. Don't wake them up." Releasing his grip, Gojo saw Zhang Zechen attempt to flee, only to have Fushiguro pull him back once more. This familiar posture, these familiar words. "No way. This afternoon. I genuinely just wanted to spare you two from worrying." "Chen Chen, are you ready?" "Not yet." "Stop. Stop. Ha. Let go. Ha. Wrong. Ha. Seriously wrong. Ha. Let me go. Ha. You kept secrets from me. You dismissed me." As Zhang Zechen dodged back and forth, Gojo's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You've got some nerve. I will definitely get my revenge." Ha. Wrong. Ha. With a swift motion, Zhang Zechen flung both of them, along with a bundle, out the door. Laughing until tears brimmed in his eyes, he pointed towards the street. "Get out, and don't come back." Cough. "Chen Chen, what is that barrier you used to repel Fushiguro? It's so cool." Changing the subject was futile. "Get out," Zhang Zechen commanded, his eyes ablaze with intent. You sleep outside tonight. Goodbye." With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. "Chen Chen." Gojo, clutching the stolen dog plushie, pouted in dismay, attempting to plead once more. But upon realizing Zhang Zechen had truly barred the door, he turned in a huff. "What are we going to do, old man?" Fushiguro scoffed, effortlessly maneuvering a few steps back, skillfully dismantling the barrier, and prying open a window to reveal a familiar face. Zhang Zechen. Ha. As Gojo's laughter echoed like thunder, Fushiguro returned with a somber expression. "Ha. I can't contain myself." Chapter 21. Suguru Ghetto. Ultimately, they managed to enter through the window of Tsumaki's room. As for Tsumaki, well, she's buried in Zhang Zechen's embrace, wailing away. "Chen Chen, please don't die." "Wow. All right. Chen Chen is just fine." It's Chen Chen's fault for worrying Hui and Tsumaki. Zhang Zechen gently cradled both of them, soothing the two young ones. "Wow. Chen Chen, don't die?" Zhang Zechen looked up, bewildered, at the sight of the twisted figure before him. Fushiguro's forehead pulsed with veins as he struggled to maintain composure, turning away to avoid the sight of that wriggling creature. The two youngsters, undeterred, continued to cry incessantly, while Zhang Zechen patiently comforted them. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Gojo pouted, his pride wounded, and turned away with a huff. "Chen Chen, you've changed. You're not the same Chen Chen who used to chase after me calling brother. Shut up, and if you're too idle, go buy some food," Zhang Zechen ordered, not even lifting his gaze. Gojo turned to leave, muttering, bad person, bad person. Wait. Gojo halted immediately. I knew Chen Chen liked me the most. I haven't finished speaking. Don't buy any desserts. Just go. Chen Chen, I hate you. With a furious slam, the door shut with a loud bang, startling the two little ones anew. Hui and Tsumaki pouted, their tears welling up again. All right. I'm so furious. Gojo shouted in frustration in the empty alley, gripping his takeout box filled with noodles tightly, determined not to spill it. I was going to tell Chen Chen that Tianyuan found a sorcerer to join us at Jujutsu High, and he dares to call me noisy. I won't bother with him anymore. As Gojo grumbled, he hastily made his way, only to abruptly stop. Hey, watch it. A large hand hovered above his head, and following the line of sight, he gazed at its owner, a young man with black hair and violet eyes, concern and exasperation evident in his gaze. His hand was slightly reddened from being struck by a flower pot thrown from above. Gojo stood momentarily stunned, his 6 eyes rapidly analyzing the situation. Suguru Geto took a surprised step back, noting Gojo's dazed silence. Are you the type that can't even say thank you? Gojo's temper flared at the insinuation. If there was danger, my 6 eyes would have alerted me immediately. Even if I was distracted, I would have sensed the powerful cursed energy. I would have activated infinity. Alright, stupid bangs. What did you just say? Gojo angrily pointed at Geto. Yes, his 6 eyes had deduced this was Suguru Geto, his future peer. Hey, sir, I never said such a thing, Geto replied with a smile, waving his hand cheerfully. No need to be so enthusiastic, I prefer soba noodles, he added, pushing Gojo's hand back. You. Gojo's eyes widened in disbelief. Geto, come on, let us fight. As Summer Oil Jia was about to leave with a round of applause, he paused, turning to ask, do you know me? With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, have you not been paying attention to Tian Yuan's instructions? After spending so much time with Zhang Zechen, even Wu Tiao would have learned to use irony. Summer Oil Jia furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling the descriptions of his contemporaries from the so-called Jujutsu High. You are Wu Tiao, aren't you? He inquired uncertainly. His small eyes filled with disbelief. The scion of the Wu family, a prodigy who disrupted the balance upon his birth. Is there another face as handsome as mine in this world? Analyzing the plethora of information conveyed through Summer Oil Jia's expression, Wu Tiao clenched his teeth, placed his lunchbox down, and waved his hand, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, today, I am determined to settle this score. No need for that, Summer Oil Jia began. But before he could finish, Wu Tiao charged at him in an instant, forcing him to raise his arms defensively. He was pushed back several steps by the sheer force. Summer Oil Jia tore off the obstructive scarf and exclaimed, all right, I am keen to see if the prodigious Wu Tiao is worthy of being my peer. With a chuckle, the two hot-blooded youths, refusing to back down, refrained from utilizing cursed energy. In the narrow alley, their fists collided with resounding impact. After being pushed apart once more, Wu Tiao chuckled, patting the imprints on his shirt, while Summer Oil Jia grinned and adjusted his torn sleeve. Jia, let us go again. All right, Wu. The unspoken rule that a bout would forge a brotherhood was something even the strongest could not escape. Summer Oil Jia stepped back, readying himself, but felt a heat surge through his feet. Simultaneously, Wu Tiao dropped his fists and widened his mouth in surprise as Summer Oil Jia glanced down at the scattered remnants of his rice noodles. Does an apology even matter? I searched Baidu Baiki, and they claim Jia does not have phoenix eyes, as they lack the upward flick at the corners, but are rather slanted eyes. The name is rather perplexing, but I am certain I did not make a typographical error. Chapter 22, Is It You? Wu Tiao swiftly approached Summer Oil Jia, observing the breakfast strewn across the ground. He looked up at the blazing sun, pondering silently, what excuse can I concoct so that Chen Chen won't scold me? Well, since it was my fault, I might as well buy another portion. Summer Oil Jia raised his hand weakly. Wu Tiao's eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet, seizing Summer Oil Jia's hand and darting towards the Fubuki residence. Hey, Wu. Summer Oil Jia was bewildered as he was forcibly dragged along. You spilled my lunch. You must face the consequences. What? Who would scold you? Summer Oil Jia was utterly confused, but soon fell into step with Wu Tiao's pace. Just don't worry about it. A mischievous glint danced in Wu Tiao's eyes as he mused. If Chen Chen scolds me, I can feign innocence and shift the blame onto the true culprit. Thus, Chen Chen will feel guilty and overlook those two little beings who only care about me. Yes, that is the plan. Chen Chen, how about I cook? Jean Meiji looked up with her swollen eyes, prompting Zhang Zechen to immediately alter his expression. Chen Chen knows that Jean Meiji is the best. Little darling, first go find your dad, then with Hui, apply some cool compresses for your eyes. When Brother Wu returns, Chen Chen will take everyone out for a meal, alright? Jean Meiji approached Hui, receiving the ice pack from Shen Er's hands. obediently lying down. Once Jin Meiji was out of sight, Zhang Zechen's demeanor shifted. The fan-shaped blood frost in his hand twirled incessantly, occasionally dropping onto the table with a soft thud, only to be picked up again by his long, fair fingers. Continuing, he remarked, "Besides feeling the external world while communicating with you, what else is there? Ahem. Also, every key figure you've met will form a GPS map in your mind. All right, pull up Wu's location for me. You're dismissed. Chen Chen, you're a bit too volatile. Scram. Understood." With a flash, the yellow sphere disconnected, and without delay, Zhang Zechen closed his eyes, successfully visualizing Wu Tiao's location in his mind, alongside the ominous red font marking an unknown individual. Observing Wu Tiao's rapid movements after spending 2 hours procuring breakfast, Zhang Zechen stood at the door, calling out, "Jia, I'm telling you, just speak the truth later. Nothing will happen." MHM, summer oil, Jian nodded with difficulty. He had heard this phrase countless times along the way. Upon arriving at the villa, Wu Tiao took a deep breath, gripping summer oil Jia tightly, and knocked on the door. Cough, cough. Chen Chen, open the door. Before Wu Tiao could finish, he was abruptly ambushed. The blood frost fell to the ground, and Wu Tiao crouched down, clutching his head. Wah. I detest you, Chen Chen. This time it's not my fault. Is it you? The forcibly interrupted Wu Tiao lifted his head in a daze, only to see his newly acquainted friend greeting an old companion with astonishment. Jia, do you know Chen Chen? Chen Chen, do you know him? His back no longer sore, his legs no longer aching, Wu Tiao regained his composure. He leaped high, alternating between astonished glances at summer oil Jia and pressing his sunglasses against Zhang Zechen's face, only to be swatted away. Chen Chen, shut up. And what about the food? Zhang Zechen withdrew his gleeful gaze, now regarding Wu Tiao with a stern expression. Humph. He knocked it over. The dismissive Wu Tiao blinked innocently, attempting to tug at Zhang Zechen's heartstrings, but unfortunately, Zhang Zechen's mind was preoccupied with, "Oh no, the esteemed leader. Sorry, may I call you Chen?" Summer oil, Jia ventured tentatively. Zhang Zechen paused, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. He graciously extended his hand. "I am Zenin Chen. You can certainly call me Chen. I am Summer Oil Jia. Just call me Jia." Summer Oil Jia smiled, reaching out for a handshake, only to be abruptly shoved aside by the suddenly exuberant Wu Tiao. "No way. I won't allow it." Wu Tiao, with a toothy grin, was enviously glaring at both individuals. "You haven't told me how you two know each other yet." To be honest, Zhang Zechen was also curious. Summer Oil Jia's genuine exclamation of "Is it you?" had indeed taken him aback. How could Jia possibly know me? Summer Oil Jia appeared to recall something, his gaze trembling momentarily, but ultimately settled into a light smile. "We had crossed paths previously, Chen." It left a deep impression. After all, it was merely a casual glance that revealed a strikingly beautiful youth with crimson eyes collapsing against the wall, blood spilling forth. His eyes reflecting despair and regret for being so close to the truth, yet so far. Summer Oil Jia was momentarily stunned by that one glance. He yearned to rush forward, but was hindered by the crowd. He dashed forward, but was left with nothing but a pool of blood. Anyone would remember such an encounter vividly. Wu Tiao clearly found Summer Oil Jia's response unsatisfactory. He rubbed his forehead in contemplation for 2 seconds, then struck his left hand with his right, exclaiming, It must be that Jia views Chen Chen as a beautiful girl and thus cannot forget her. Just like in the movies. Bam. I'm sorry, Jia. Please come in. I need to take the 2 little cubs to eat soon. Jia, why don't you join us? After that fight with that guy, I should have digested breakfast by now. Sure, sorry, Chen. I also want to eat. How could that be? If you don't mind, Jia, you can change clothes in my room. All right. I also want to wear Chen's clothes. Please come in. Slap. Chapter 23, The Heartbreak of Cats. One can only say that Suguru Geto is indeed a master of socializing. During the brief moment Zhang Zechen went to the restroom. Upon his return, Suguru Geto had already blended in seamlessly with the 2 little cubs. Yes, he had also mingled with Satoru Gojo, who sported an unmistakable bump on his forehead, making it difficult to ignore. Chen Chen. The moment Satoru's 6 eyes detected Zhang Zechen, he immediately waved his hand and exclaimed, Chen Chen, Jia hit me. Look at this huge bump. Satoru's expression of grievance seemed genuine, although in truth, Zhang Zechen wouldn't have been able to tell even if it was feigned. Sighing in exasperation, Zhang Zechen closed the door. Sorry, Satoru. I was wrong. I shouldn't have resorted to violence just because you said something outrageous. I apologize. Before Zhang Zechen could take a seat, Suguru Geto suddenly spoke up. Lowering his head in an apologetic manner, the bruise on his cheek instantly catching Zhang Zechen's attention. Zhang Zechen paused in his action of pulling out a chair, while Satoru Gojo looked incredulously at Suguru Geto's demeanor, then at Zhang Zechen's good-natured expression, panic rising within him. No, that is not it. He started it first. Wee. Sumiki, you too tell me. Wasn't he a Jia who threw the first punch? Satoru's explanation pivoted as he glanced hopefully at the two little cubs slurping their drinks. Sumiki hesitated, raising her head, but was promptly pulled back by Hui, who coughed. Chen Chen, brother Jia is a good person. Humph, Suguru Geto chuckled lightly, wiping Hui's hands. And she obediently complied. Hui, you traitor. Satoru Gojo's righteous voice was interrupted as Zhang Zechen playfully slapped the back of Satoru's head, grinning. All right, Satoru, let us eat. Suguru Geto. For a moment, it created a semblance of harmonious coexistence. With sugar. Zhang Zechen placed a small bowl in front of Satoru. Noticing his sulky expression, he helplessly reached out to ruffle Satoru's hair. Eat up. After we finish, we'll send Hui and Sumiki to school. Jia, didn't you say today was for buying daily necessities? Let us go together. Humph. As the clouds parted to reveal sunshine, Satoru Gojo unceremoniously swatted Zhang Zechen's hand away, which had been stealthily attempting to tangle his hair. Then I'll graciously accompany you too. All right. Zhang Zechen skillfully picked out some dishes for the two little cubs and finally took a seat, taking a bite of the cold noodles. Suguru Geto watched Zhang Zechen adeptly caring for the children, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Chen is very good with kids. Hee. Zhang Zechen chuckled. Handing Satoru a napkin, I can also take care of big kids. Hey, haha. Watching the rambunctious Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto couldn't help but laugh, though it seemed this big kid was rather ungrateful. TCH. Satoru, feeling entitled, donned the sunglasses Zhang Zechen had left on the table, while his own rested on his collar. What's this, Jia? I'm a whole year older than you. Hurry up. Call me brother. Suguru Geto fell silent. Ugh. It seems you really are a year younger than me. As they settled down to eat. And I'm also a year older than you. Zhang Zechen rolled his eyes, earnestly digging into his noodles. How could that be possible? Satoru suddenly exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, startling Hui and Sumiki, who looked up in confusion. Cough. How could that be? Under Satoru's intense gaze, he slowly sat down, hiding behind Suguru Geto, quietly continuing, but, Chen Chen, you did call out to him as soon as you met. Huh. Suguru Geto curiously looked over, eager to know how these two knew each other. Zhang Zechen took a deep breath and began. At that time, I admired you quite a bit. And now? Now, you're somewhat annoying. Uffed. Chapter 24, The First Argument. After sending the two little cubs off, Satoru Gojo continued to sulk, trailing behind Suguru Geto, gazing at the sky, the ground, and Suguru, but refusing to look at Zhang Zechen. What? You say the six eyes have a 360-degree view? Humph, that S through the six eyes, not me. After Zhang Zechen once again remarked how cool Satoru was as a child, only for Suguru to mock him mercilessly, Satoru finally lost his temper. Let us fight. You. Yes. Jia, come fight me. Satoru had initially been pointing angrily at Zhang Zechen, but suddenly recalled something, abruptly shifting the topic and targeting Suguru Geto. I'm just a listener. Suguru Geto raised his hand like an obedient student, indicating for Satoru to take action against Zhang Zechen. Cough. Jia, you can't escape. Fight me. Satoru Gojo feigned blindness, not even glancing at the grinning Zhang Zechen. Ugh. Zhang Zechen stretched lazily, his shirt rising with the movement, revealing a glimpse of his fair waist. I'm fine. Come on. I'd also like to see if you've been relying solely on luck for your recent missions. I don't want to fight you. Satoru Gojo stubbornly turned his head, sulking on Suguru Geto's shoulder. 1. He couldn't win. 2. To be honest, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Humph. Satoru switched to the other side of his face, continuing to sulk, while Suguru Geto listened in confusion as the two engaged in their riddle-like banter. Sorry, but what are you two talking about? Zhang Zechen loosened his shirt collar. Satoru is upset because I've been hiding some things from him, and I'm upset about letting the two little cubs go hungry this morning. I apologize for making you laugh at me, Jia. No, it's fine. Suguru Geto's voice trailed off abruptly as he caught sight of the tattoo on Zhang Zechen's chest. That pure black, intricate tattoo instantly engulfed Suguru in an overwhelming sense of dizziness. I have no cursed energy. This is the curse and the binding of heaven. But I possess a downgraded version of the six eyes. This breaks the mutual restraint laws of the sorcery world. Consequently, my heart was taken away. Zhang Zechen spoke calmly, his heart unwavering, having formulated this explanation during the time Satoru was absent earlier that morning. He knew Satoru and Mahito would undoubtedly inquire about it, and later, Hui would also ask, so it was better to address it now. Feeling troubled, he spent the entire morning uncertain of how to broach the subject, distracting himself by focusing on caring for the little ones. Satoru should have noticed that. Ugh. Zhang Zechen silently fastened his buttons, while Satoru Gojo kept his head down, his hands clenched into tight fists, his expression unreadable. Suguru Geto wished to say something, but upon witnessing Satoru's demeanor, The questions he intended to voice were swallowed back down. Your heart was taken away, so you've always known that each time you fainted and lost consciousness, it meant something. But you brushed it all aside with the excuse of not wanting to worry me and your brother. Chen Chen, do you consider me a friend? Satoru raised his head, his eyes shimmering with tears of anger, his body trembling with emotion as he struggled to keep his voice steady. If it weren't for me seeking you out yesterday afternoon unbeknownst to you, you have scratched your neck raw. Are you truly unaware of the danger? Is this what you dismiss as inconsequential each time you regain consciousness after fainting? Speaking to Hui, perhaps Jia's acquaintance with you stems from witnessing your collapsed form. Pray tell, why does he find such a lasting impression of you? What is it like each time you lose consciousness? Speak, Chen Chen. Speak. Zhang Zechen was firmly grasped by Wu Tiaowu's shoulders, the latter's grip so forceful that his entire body trembled. Wu, calm yourself, Yao Jia interjected. Clutching Wu Tiaowu's arm, his brow furrowed with concern. Were he in Wu Tiaowu's position, he too would feel anger and frustration. Yet, what recourse does Zhang Zechen possess? To confide in others? That would only invite further distress. Indeed, what can Zhang Zechen truly do? The words he spoke were a tapestry of truth and falsehood. He was genuinely touched by Wu Tiaowu's sincere regard for him as a friend. However, to alter the future of the anime, he remained behind for their sake. Such words remain lodged within him, unutterable, even in death. Jia, we met a year ago, did we not? Zhang Zechen did not shake off Wu Tiaowu's hands, but rather bowed his head to evade Wu Tiaowu's gaze. Yes. Did you seek me out afterward? I did. But there was only a bloodstain on the ground, no sign of you. Yao Jia spoke hoarsely, revealing the stark truth. Indeed, that is how it was. Zhang Zechen raised his hand, intending to wipe Wu Tiaowu's tears, only to have him recoil. Taken aback, Zhang Zechen's pupils trembled as he lowered his hand. I'm sorry, Wu. I'm sorry. Wu Tiaowu released his grip on Zhang Zechen's shoulders, staggering back a step, his glasses long discarded on the ground. Angrily, he wiped away his tears and spoke. Chen Chen, I shall ask you this once. Do you consider me a friend? Zhang Zechen hesitated, wanting to step forward yet restraining himself. Memories belonging to Chen Chen resurfaced, those who deemed him worthless, even carrying names sullied by disdain. According to the system's memories, what had led to his being thrown into the den of curses? It was due to defying the disrespectful young master toward Wu Tiaowu. Zhang Zechen forced a bitter smile, stepping closer. Meeting Wu Tiaowu was the sole support I had in emerging from the Zenin household. Being friends with you has been the greatest joy of my life. Remaining by your side is my purpose for continuing to exist in this world. Do not abandon me. The emotions in Zhang Zechen's eyes were inscrutable to Wu Tiaowu and Yao Jia alike. It was as if a bed of fish found itself in an alien forest, while they were his last remaining source of sustenance. Wu Tiaowu stepped forward, extending his pinky finger. Do not die. All right. Zhang Zechen tremulously raised his hand, just as he had 4 years prior, their fingers entwining. But, Jia, make me a promise. If anything unpleasant occurs, you must share it with me. At that moment, Yao Jia did not comprehend why Zhang Zechen suddenly included him in their pact. Yet, witnessing their reconciliation brought him a sense of relief, and he sighed contentedly. Very well. If anything saddens me, I shall confide in Chen. I will also tell Wu. Yao Jia smiled at Wu Tiaowu, who turned away awkwardly. Even if you tell me. I wouldn't he listen. Chen really knows how to placate a big child, doesn't he? Hey. With a chuckle, Zhang Zechen observed the playful banter between the two, glancing down at his pinky. It's settled then. By the way, hasn't Wu always been reluctant to express gratitude? I refuse to say it. Not a chance. Haha. Let us go. I'll discuss it with Jia on the way. Chen Chen. As their laughter faded into the distance, 3 little birds chirped inquisitively as they landed beside Wu Tiaowu's forgotten glasses, pecking curiously. Zhang Zechen, baring his teeth in a smile, hurried back to retrieve his glasses, shooing away the little birds. Then, with a pang of tenderness, he rubbed his face against Wu Tiaowu's garment and, under Yao Jia's bemused gaze, leapt onto his back. Wu Tiaowu, miffed, chased after the two, ultimately vanishing from sight, while the 3 little birds tilted their heads and took flight, parting ways beneath the azure sky, only to reconvene on a tree branch once more. Chapter 25. All right. Huh. No. You're cheating. Zhang Zechen withdrew his hand, performing a flourish with his sword, the blood frost transforming into a fan, which he unfurled with elegant fingers. How am I cheating? ISNT at what was said to do again. Zhang Zechen squatted beside the sprawled Wu Tiaowu, dutifully fanning him. You're absolutely cheating. Just now, during the match with Jia, you didn't exert such force. Having regained his breath, Wu Tiaowu executed a dramatic roll, exclaiming, Hey Wu, you're making it seem like I'm standing here after the match without any merit. Yao Jia, propped against a tree, managed to speak. Chun, Aren't you tired? Hee hee. Zhang Zechen patted himself and grinned widely. You know the incredible recovery abilities of the cursed and the divine, yeah. Plus, this is perfect. In the future, you two can delegate the tasks you despise to me, allowing you time to rest. Zhang Zechen removed his sunglasses and gently placed them on Wu Tiao Wu's face. Get up, be careful of heatstroke. Zhang Zechen extended his hand toward Wu Tiao Wu, who raised his eyes and reached out, but instead pulled Zhang Zechen down with him. Humph. Zhang Zechen complied, lying down and allowing Wu Tiao Wu to place his hand atop his head. Let us lie down for a bit. Chen Chen, your hand is so cool. Huh, am I being treated as a cooling air conditioner? Zhang Zechen laughed, but obediently continued to serve as Wu Tiao Wu's human cooling device. Jia, come. Let us lie down. Yeo Jia, shaking his head in resignation, approached and sat beside Zhang Zechen, lifting his head and resting it on his lap. This playful banter from Chen made Yeo Jia feel both tender-hearted and helpless. Hee hee, in summer, I'll be your cooling air conditioner, and in winter, you two can be my hand warmers. Zhang Zechen smiled nonchalantly, adjusting his position and extending his entire arm toward Wu Tiao Wu. Okay. Yeo Jia gingerly lifted his hand, brushing through Zhang Zechen's hair and gently ruffling it. Wu Tiao Wu's expression darkened slightly at Zhang Zechen's words, but he swiftly feigned nonchalance. Chen Chen, Jia, where shall we gather tomorrow? We must devise an impressively cool entrance. That seems too conspicuous, doesn't it? Yeo Jia hesitated, glancing at Zhang Zechen. Yes. Zhang Zechen suddenly sprang to his feet, an idea igniting within him. Oh, the blood frost cannot accommodate 3 individuals. Perhaps we should borrow Hui's jade dog. You two can ride one each while I stand atop the blood frost. How unforgettable would that be? We would be an invincible trio. You two are invincible. And I am just cool. Yes. Silence, an interminable silence, enveloped the desolate surroundings when Suguru Geto suddenly curled his legs. And Zhang Zechen's head struck the ground with a heavy thud. Ouch! Wataru Fushiguro rose, brushing the grass from his back, and extended his hand to assist Suguru Geto. What if Chen Chen can't stand 3 people? Then let 2 stand. Suguru Geto replied with a cheerful smile, a hint of mirth gracing his face. Indeed. You make a valid point, but what about Chen Chen? Wataru Fushiguro tilted his head in frustration, worry etched across his features. Did Chen not say? Suguru Geto, with an air of righteousness, patted Wataru's shoulder, signaling him to remain untroubled. Indeed. Geto is someone who can truly compete with me. Wataru nodded in sudden enlightenment, a glimmer of affirmation in his eyes. What are you two discussing? Zhang Zechen, bewildered, looked up, blinking his sparkling eyes. Oh, don't worry, Chen. Wataru and I will find you a perfect mode of transportation. Suguru Geto tilted his head, his bangs swaying against his cheek. You're not planning to steal a dog, are you? It's not that we don't want to listen to you. I merely shifted the topic, he added. Well, never mind. They can ride a dog if they wish. I refuse. Zhang Zechen suddenly recalled something, pouting and crossing his arms in indignation. You two are just trying to placate me. Hurry. I would never. Wataru shouted defiantly, hands on his hips as he observed the changing expressions on Zhang Zechen's face. Suguru Geto, however, chuckled thoughtfully and spoke. All right. Chen, Wataru is merely jesting. How could our 1853 Chen possibly ride a dog, right? So, you should forgive Wataru. Wataru, stunned, looked at Suguru Geto, who had once again betrayed him, his mouth agape in disbelief. Geto, you, humph. Zhang Zechen pushed himself up from the ground, proudly lifting his chin. Since Geto said so, then tomorrow, let us fly from the sky to the school together. No way. I'm still arguing with you. And you dare suggest I ride a dog with Geto? If anyone flies, it must be me and Geto. Wait. I'm also arguing with Geto now. You both get to school on your own. Wataru, eyes wide with fury, stomped his feet. Zhang Zechen stuck out his tongue at Wataru, extending his hand as Blood Frost flew into his grasp. But, oh dear, Blood Frost recognizes its master. Impossible. The fox was astonished, the cat was indignant. And the dog handed Blood Frost to the cat. The cat, baring its teeth and stamping its feet, couldn't open the fan-shaped Blood Frost. The cat was exceedingly disgruntled and passed it to the fox, who took it, only to find no results, gazing at the dog in shock before speaking. Wataru. Our plan has crumbled. The dog questioned, perplexed. Humph. The cat crossed its arms, turning away. Who knew this thing would recognize its master? I'll take down the sales listing from the website as soon as I get back. All right. Both of you will walk to school tomorrow. On what grounds? I refuse. The cat squatted down, cradling its head, while the dog turned to the fox, who wiped sweat from his brow, and explained. Wataru suggested selling Blood Frost online, and after selling it, we could snatch it back, using the profits to buy a birthday gift for Chun. Wataru said this way. You would feel involved. Bang. Chen Chen. Jean Meiji waved her hand, smiling as she hurried up the mountain. Chen Chen, Daddy told me to come and call you and the brothers to dinner. Huh, where are the brothers? Hee. Zhang Zechen caught the rushing Jean Meiji in his arms. And when she inquired about the whereabouts of the two, he replied with a smile, they're playing on the swings in the back mountain. Thank you for your hard work. Jean Meiji, let's go. The two brothers will return once they've had their fill of fun. Jean Meiji turned her head thoughtfully, then settled obediently in Zhang Zechen's embrace. All right. Although hanging oneself on a tree as a swing seemed a tad peculiar, with the two brothers involved, it didn't appear quite so strange after all. Chapter 26. Shall we try? Chen Chen, I truly believe this won't work. But that's merely your conjecture, isn't it? What if you're mistaken? Should we not? Well, let's give it a try. Today is a rare opportunity. Moreover, Wataru has been called back to the Fushiguro household. Geto is accompanying his family. Jean Meiji and Hui Hui are at school, and my brother is not home. It's already quite unusual for me to have declined the company of those three, and if I wait for them to communicate together, I truly feel I might perish. The last time my brother beat me to the point I couldn't get up was already quite an impression. Let us give it a try. The yellow ball remained silent, recalling the moment when Wataru Fushiguro exaggeratedly reported to Zenin Shinsuke and Zhang Zeken's miserable state. Finally relenting, it said, all right, but you must listen to me. Got it, Zhang Zechen replied, straightening his back, patting his face, and picking up his jacket while reviewing the map sent by the yellow ball in his mind. He stepped outside. At the same time, young master, the higher-ups have agreed not to pursue the matter concerning Zenin Shinsuke anymore, but regarding the Zenin family. Also, the special grade certification for the Zenin young master has been approved. He will join you and young master Geto. Beep, beep. The unique ringtone of the phone echoed. Wataru Fushiguro gestured for the person before him to be silent, his eyelids slightly lowered. His azure gaze fixed on the phone as his vision followed the silhouette on the screen. Snap. Wataru closed the phone and said, all right, I understand. You may leave. Understood. The attendant did not raise his head, bowing before turning to leave the spot. Wataru adjusted his collar, the phone spinning in his hand. After a long while, he reopened the page. Hey, he has gone out again. I'm following. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a shadowy voice reached his ears. What has he been doing at home? Just chatting with himself. Wataru Fushiguro paused, tilting his head in confusion. Do not let him discover. TCH, beep beep. The call was disconnected, and Wataru did not rise, extending his long arm to retrieve a small cat hat from the table, rubbing its ears. Purr. Zenin Shinsuke licked his lips, carelessly stuffing his phone into his pocket, watching Zhang Zechen darting about on the distant street. Damn it, I want to see where you're headed. Zhang Zechen took a deep breath, almost sending himself off on the spot, lingering at the hospital entrance. Unable to take the step forward. I can't do it, Ball. I'm so nervous. The yellow ball looked at Zhang Zechen, who was pacing anxiously, with exasperation. Don't be nervous, Chen Chen. I can't help it. I'm too nervous. Comfort me. I can't even dare to go in. Zhang Zechen's gaze was unfocused, his steps merely swaying. TSK, what should I do if I'm nervous too? How about we leave instead? As soon as the yellow ball suggested this, Zhang Zechen halted. How can we leave without trying? Ball, I must tell you. It's wrong to spread negative emotions like this. The yellow ball forcibly suppressed the digital thoughts threatening to leap from his mind. All right, my fault. Just go without being nervous. How could you do this, Chio? You show no concern for me, only urging me to rush forward. I never anticipated you to be such a heartless person. It pains me deeply. Leave. Zhang Zechen, having successfully relieved some stress, placed a hand over his heart, which, devoid of any rhythm, provided him no sense of security. However, observing the bustling crowd around him, he took a step forward. Hey, brother Chen Chen, what brings you here? How are you? Do you miss your brother? Of course. A small figure clad in a patient gown suddenly appeared, clinging tightly to Zhang Zechen's leg. He bent down, his cool hand lifting the little one. Did you behave and listen to Nurse Jie today? Yes. The 6-year-old child was just slightly taller than Hui Hui, and as he was lifted, he snugly nestled against Zhang Zechen's neck. The chilly touch startled him momentarily, but he quickly placed his warm hands against Zhang Zechen's side neck. Brother Chen Chen, are you sick? Your body feels so cold. Haha, how could that be? Zhang Zechen rubbed Igwe Yute's cheek playfully, revealing his small canine teeth. I've already spoken with the doctor before coming. Shall we take Yute out to play this afternoon? Really? Yay. Igwe Yute nodded enthusiastically, his silver eyes sparkling. Let's go? Meanwhile, waiting for a considerable time, Fushiguro Zenin looked up upon hearing the commotion. He frowned, picked up his phone, and snapped a picture, then sent it to Fushiguro Hui. Your Chen Chen no longer wants you. Suddenly, a vibration from a children's watch startled the focused Fushiguro Hui, who looked down, perplexed. In the quiet classroom, Fushiguro Hui abruptly stood up, the scraping of the chair immediately drawing the attention of all the children and the teacher. Huikuin, what's wrong? Fushiguro Hui raised his head, struggling to control the corners of his mouth. Sorry, teacher, I'm fine. Achoo. Huh. Igue Yute, who was savoring an ice cream, looked up in confusion. Brother Chen Chen must be sick. Cough, no? Zhang Zechen rubbed his nose in bewilderment. Chapter 27. Helpless. Chen Chen. Chen Chen. Hey. Zhang Zechen snapped back to reality, ignoring the voice echoing in his mind, and smiled down at Igue Yute in his arms. What are you thinking about, Chen Chen? Daydreaming while walking is very dangerous. Igue Yute sternly pointed a finger. Zhang Zechen smiled sheepishly. Yes. Chen Chen knows he was wrong. Yes. Daydreaming while walking can easily lead to bumping into a tree. What if you hurt your eyes while wearing glasses? All right. Zhang Zechen's face remained devoid of any unusual expressions, as if he had not heard Yu Huang's words. Yu Huang anxiously gazed at the red dot marked with names on the map and continued. Hey, we. Zhang Zechen's steps faltered as he forcefully ignored the searing pain gnawing at his heart. Yute, shall we enter through the back door today? Huh, sure. Igue Yute, oblivious to Zhang Zechen's discomfort, cheerfully nodded. Let's go. Wait, I can't move. Each step Zhang Zechen took was an arduous struggle, the pain in his heart radiating throughout his body, causing an unnatural flush to rise on his cheeks, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Chen Chen, what's wrong? Igue Yute finally sensed something amiss, noticing the sudden warmth of his brother's body and the stiffness of his arms. He looked up with worry. Zhang Zechen forced a strained smile. Chen Chen, go back. That's not possible. Your current state indicates that you cannot prevent Igue Yute from meeting Chiban Rika. Go back. Walk backward. Let Volume 0 commence. Hurry. Zhang Zechen disregarded the piercing shouts in his mind, attempting to acclimate himself to the pain coursing through his body, and took another step forward. I'm fine. Chen Chen. Chiban Rika has already appeared at the front door. Go back. Walk backward. Yu Huang anxiously darted around in the space. This is a disaster. I should never have listened to him. Show him the character map from those 4 years he encountered. He merely suggested testing his hypothesis to deduce the upper echelon's tolerance towards him, yet he actually intends to directly obstruct the initiation of Volume 0. Igue Yute is the protagonist of that version after all. What to do? Chen Chen. Bang. Zhang Zechen suddenly collapsed to the ground, a mouthful of blood surging up his throat. He covered his mouth with one hand, but blood still seeped through his fingers. What's wrong with you? Igue Yute, still held by Zhang Zechen, wanted to escape but feared exacerbating his brother's pain, finding himself helplessly huddled in place. Zenin-chan, to avoid being discovered again. Fushiguro Zenin had been crouching at a distance, and the moment he noticed Zhang Zechen's distress, he rushed over. But it was too late. A mouthful of blood erupted, disregarding the obstructing hand, following a spasm coursing through Zhang Zechen's body. Chen Chen. Igue Yute nearly broke down in panic, shouting out loud. The familiar scene made Fushiguro Zenin curse under his breath as he forcibly pulled Zhang Zechen's arms apart. Igue Yute trembled and fell out of the embrace, sitting dazedly on the ground. Zenin-chan, what the hell have you done? Can you hear me? Fushiguro Zenin pressed down on Zhang Zechen's left shoulder. The heat radiating from his hand startled him, and he immediately realized something was amiss. He tore open Zhang Zechen's left chest garment, where a magical array was rapidly rotating, emitting a crimson glow. Damn it. Fushiguro Zenin cursed vehemently, glaring fiercely at Zhang Zechen. Shouldn't I just dig out your heart to fix this? No. What are you thinking? Yu Huang was in a frenzy, shouting in the space, but no matter how loudly he yelled, Zenin could not hear him. Throw Igue to the front door. Let him meet Rika. As if he had heard Yu Huang's cries. Igue Yute suddenly sprang up and dashed toward the front door. I need to find Nurse Jia. Find Nurse Jia. Save Chen Chen. Ugh. Fushiguro Zenin had no time to pay attention to the tearful Igue Yute, as he seriously contemplated whether extracting Zhang Zechen's heart would cure him. He was on the verge of being driven mad by Zhang Zechen. Oh no. Bang. As Igue Yute ran, he was suddenly knocked down from the side. He had no time to be concerned about the girl who also fell to the ground, scrambling to get up with hands and feet, only to be abruptly grabbed. Hey, did you just run through the back door? I heard crying from there. Do you know what is going on? The girl anxiously clutched at Yute, who was trying to escape. Let go. I need to save Chen Chen. Igue Yute, tears streaming down his face, turned to shout in desperation. Let go. I shall accompany you. The girl's face was immediately suffused with anxiety as she grasped Yuta Okatsu's hand, yearning to dash towards the gathering crowd. Suddenly, she felt her body lift off the ground. Are you Kihan Rika? Fushiguro Megumi, suppressing his fury, spoke darkly. Chen Chen. What has happened to Chen Chen? Yuta Okatsu rushed forward, hope gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at this acquaintance of Zhang Zechen, despite being unable to discern his visage due to the height and lighting. He is dead. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes darkened with palpable rage, his tone betraying no hint of deceit. Damn it, you suddenly dare to question me? And you have the audacity to command me to inquire? Chen Chen, you better wait. Yuta Okatsu's faith was evident as tears streamed down his cheeks. His small fists clenched tightly. Impossible, impossible. You villain. I want to go back. Fushiguro Megumi's face turned rigid with anger as he delivered a blow that sent Yuta Okatsu into the ground, then turned, his expression fierce, and demanded once more, Are you? I am. I am Kihan Rika. Rika nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. Slap. Fushiguro Megumi released his grip, and Rika collapsed onto the ground, cautiously raising her gaze towards him. He is not dead, Fushiguro Megumi uttered as he turned to leave, and Yuta Okatsu, who had been silently shedding tears, began to wail uncontrollably. Rika, not having the time to wipe her own tears, hurried to comfort him. I am Kihan Rika. Woo-woo, we both survived. Woo-woo, let us be friends. Woo-woo. All right, woo-woo. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zechen, he was entangled in a fierce internal struggle. Chapter 28, Speculation. He was conscious. He could hear Megumi's words and the voice of the yellow ball, yet he was rendered mute. Upon overhearing his brother's earnest contemplation about the feasibility of extracting the heart to achieve recovery, he thought, best not to mention it. Watching Yuta flee, the pain instantly diminished. When the excited voice of the yellow ball resonated in his mind, it's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore. He found he could speak and also see Megumi, who truly looked as if he might kill him. He scarcely had time to wipe the blood from his body when he heard footsteps nearby. After exchanging a few instructions with Megumi, he promptly fled the scene, leaving a trail of blood. It wasn't without gain. At the very least, his hypothesis was validated. The task that the system initially assigned him was a ruse. Or perhaps the yellow ball had been deceived as well. Since the system had upgraded, the task was to alter all narratives rather than merely the Huayu period. Why not attempt to prevent the occurrence of Volume 0? Was it not worth trying? Yet the outcome was a resounding no. He must facilitate the recognition between Yuta and Rika. Thus, he had to execute the task in accordance with the chronological order of events, meaning he had to unfold the narrative through the perspective of Satoru Gojo. In the original plot, Satoru was unaware of Yuta Okatsu, Yuji Itadori, and Toji Inamaki's existence at this time, hence he could not intervene. However, Satoru Gojo became acquainted with Mei and Megumi, as well as Suguru Geto, earlier than the narrative dictated. This was a bug, a consequence of his own creation. Therefore, he needed to maintain control over himself to prevent them from recognizing individuals who did not exist in this time frame. Essentially, they had no intention of allowing him to alter the subsequent narrative, and he might very well perish at the conclusion of Huayu. Yet, why did Megumi seek out Rika while he remained unharmed? Would Rika ultimately perish 4 years after Yuta's birthday? The higher-ups had granted the Yellow Ball authority solely during Huayu. Once he prevented the deaths of Tenin Riko and Hirahara Yu, and with his presence ensuring Suguru Geto's allegiance, was he still to depart? Damn it! Had he known, he would not have attempted this. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bloodied Zhang Zechen froze, staring at the figure standing before him. Chen Chen, will you descend on your own, or shall I use infinity to bring you down? Satoru Gojo's voice was cold, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Zechen's cheek. I will come down myself. Tomorrow we head to Jujutsu High, correct? Yes. You said you would behave, yes? I did. What did you do this afternoon? I misbehaved. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Satoru Gojo let out a minuscule sigh. Did you gain anything? Zhang Zechen, now clad in different attire with a large bump on his head, paused before responding with resignation. I did. Satoru Gojo nodded slightly, lapsing into silence. The clever cat knew that during the past 3 months, the dog occasionally refused to accompany him and would sneak out. He understood that Zhang Zechen had matters he needed to attend to. He did not wish to pry further. But Zhang Zechen stood, a genuine smile gracing his face as he reached out, intending to give Satoru a loving hug. Then, Chen Chen, both Zhang Zechen and Satoru Gojo, turned to see Fushiguro Yu, pouting at the doorway. Zhang Zechen instinctively glanced down at himself, and finding no issue, approached. You? Humph. Fushiguro Yu turned away, gripping her handbag tightly. Zhang Zechen, perplexed, advanced before halting in place as Fushiguro Yu stubbornly raised her small wristwatch, revealing a clear image accompanied by the caption, Your Chen Chen no longer wants you. The abnormal pieces connected, why Satoru would be homebound, and why Megumi would suddenly appear. Zhang Zechen, momentarily lost in thought, turned to see Satoru Gojo's expression of discomfort. You and my brother, surveilling me? Satoru Gojo scratched his head, attempting to draw Fushiguro Yu into the conversation. You, this photo isn't actually of Chen Chen, is it? Fushiguro Yu glanced up at Zhang Zechen, then down at her watch, defiantly asserting, "No, it is Chen Chen, and the image was sent to me by Dad." Zhang Zechen fell silent, bowing his head, refraining from further words. "Chen Chen, I harbor no ill intentions. Megumi and I merely." Satoru Gojo's words faltered as he noticed the tears in Zhang Zekhen's eyes, and he began to regret his actions. He felt a desperate urge to approach, yet he hesitated. "Chen Chen, I'm so touched." The apology stuck in Satoru Gojo's throat as he stared blankly at Zhang Zechen. Shouldn't it be humiliation and anger? "I'm so touched that you specifically set up surveillance for me, woo-woo. What a good brother, woo-woo." The yellow ball gasped incredulously in the space. "No. He moved?" Satoru Gojo looked down in astonishment, exchanging glances with the equally bewildered Fushiguro Yu. "Chen Chen, are you alright?" "Woo-woo, I'm fine, woo-woo. I'm unable to endure this any longer. Woe is me." Zhang Zechen lunged at Wu Tiaowu, burying his head in the comforting scent of the feline, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh dear." Wu Tiaowu, flustered, struggled to steady himself, awkwardly patting the back of the person clinging to him, imitating the way Zhang Zechen would soothe the young one. Chen Chen, please don't cry." When the irate Shinner dragged Tsunamiki home, they were greeted by the sight of Wu Tiaowu and Fushiguro Megumi, both with their faces buried in their hands, wearied and troubled. Fushiguro Shinner glanced around, tossed Tsunamiki onto the couch, and inquired, "Where's that kid?" "He's asleep," Wu Tiaowu replied, lifting his serious gaze. "Old man, I've discovered a grave issue." Fushiguro Megumi, with a matching solemn countenance, nodded earnestly. Tsunamiki, despite having been tossed about numerous times, shook his head and asked on behalf of Shinner, "What problem?" Wu Tiaowu crossed his hands with gravitas, his azure eyes glimmering. "Chen Chen is far too trusting of others. I asked Jie. This is unacceptable." Upon discovering what we had done, he felt touched. What if someone else treats him that way in the future? No way. Fushiguro Shinner's forehead twitched in agitation. "So what are you trying to say? We cannot allow Chen Chen to date." Fushiguro Shinner and Tsunamiki, surprisingly, fell silent over the same matter. He licked his lips and spoke. "Apart from the three of you in the first year of Jujutsu High, there's one more who possesses a reversal technique. You expect him to find a partner at the school? No way." Wu Tiaowu emphatically slammed the table. "Chen Chen does not need a girlfriend. Then don't act foolishly in front of me. Go back to your Wu Tiao family." Fushiguro Shinner, irritated, retorted, "You do your homework. You go play. You get lost." Wu Tiaowu, indignant, turned to leave, while Fushiguro Megumi and Tsunamiki pouted as they departed. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving the living room in tranquility. Fushiguro Shinner reclined on the couch, increasingly unsettled by the situation. Turning, he shouted, "Wu Tiao, get your ass out of Zenin Chen's room." Chapter 29. The late arrival at Jujutsu High. Is that so? Very well. Move in. Goodbye. Beep beep. The call ended, and Yaga Mazamichi set down his phone, leaning back against the couch. The members of the Wu Tiao family had moved the luggage for the three to Jujutsu High, so they'll be coming up together? He mused. Forget it, that's not my concern. I hope the three arriving today can get along well. Yaga Mazamichi sighed, propping himself up on his knees as he stood and opened his phone. "Hello, Nagi." "Hello, Yaga-sensei," Inumaki Nagi replied, tilting her head while holding the phone and nervously gripping her blanket. "Is there anything else you need to supplement for school?" Yaga Mazamichi stepped outside as he answered, "No, thank you, sensei." Nagi glanced at the clock in the dormitory and asked, "At this time, are those three supposed to arrive?" "Yes, Wu Tiaowu, who inherits the six eyes, along with Jie and Zenin Chen, who possesses the cursed binding technique, are almost here." Yaga Mazamichi envisioned a future where 4 obedient students and a strict teacher would coexist harmoniously. "All right, I'm coming down," Inumaki Nagi replied, and the two exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. I'm really looking forward to it," Yaga Mazamichi sighed contentedly. Meanwhile, "It's over, it's really over." "Wu, Jia, hurry. Wake up, wake up." Zhang Zechen, clutching his throbbing head, vigorously shook the two sprawled on the bed. "It's over. I wanted to leave a good impression on Yaga. It's all their fault." Stumbling to the floor, he nearly tripped over the scattered bottles. "Oh dear, Chen Chen, what are you doing? It's so noisy." Wu Tiaowu fumbled on the bed, finally grasping a fluffy object, and instinctively tugged at it. Hiss. Jie opened his eyes, and, upon realizing the situation, kicked Wu Tiaowu off the bed, freeing his bangs. Wu Tiaowu rubbed his back where he had been jabbed by a bottle, finally waking up. "Jie, what are you doing? What do you think?" Jie straightened up, feeling aches all over his body. "Well, it's 3 drunken men sleeping on a bed. Ugh, quick, quick, quick. Change your clothes. If you two dare to conspire to get me drunk on white wine again, if it weren't for Wu's phone ringing, I would have been fine." Exactly. Wu Tiao, change that ridiculous ringtone. If I hear that childhood call of yours again, I swear I'll bite you. The cat and fox both glanced at the time, then immediately stripped off the clothes they were wearing. We're really late. Chen Chen is truly angry. Zhang Zechen hurriedly fastened his collar and secured his belt before looking up. Wu Tiao was desperately trying to put on Jie's shirt, while Jie was tugging at his hair caught in a comb. I want to kill someone. Wu, you're wearing the wrong shirt. Jie, leave my poor comb alone. I'll do it. Zhang Zechen covered his face, resigned, and stepped forward to rescue the shirt from Wu Tiao Wu's head, then reached out to comb Jie's hair. Looking at the two, who were barely presentable, Zhang Zechen sighed yet again. Forget it, let's go. However, as the three of them, Jie adjusting the remnants of his hair into a bun, were preparing to leave, Jie surreptitiously tugged down a lock for bangs. Jie, shut up. Wu. Go ahead. Zhang Zechen, with a darkened expression, pointed at the obediently playing dead Wu Tiao Wu. Get up, tie him up, and move back. All right, let's go. Zhang Zechen controlled the blood frost to rise. Sensei, did the three of them encounter any trouble on their way? Inumaki Nagi, squatting and drawing circles on the ground, sincerely asked. They must have been delayed by some incident, Yaga Mazamichi responded, struggling to maintain his smile as he checked the time again. They were 49 minutes late. Yaga Mazamichi was about to suggest Nagi return first when he suddenly heard shouting approaching. Slow down. Slow down. Wu, don't move around. Then managed Chen Chen. I'm going to fall. Chun, since we're already late, should we slow down? Shut up. We're almost there. Bang. Crash. As Yaga Mazamichi and Inumaki Nagi stood in stunned silence, a gust of fierce wind swept through, accompanied by a resounding roar and swirling dust. Amidst the clouds of smoke, a shadow emerged, along with Wu Yu, Chen Chen you two want a Chapter 30. The Perfect, struck out, first impression. What is this? Yi Zheng Dao silently waved away the dust before him and ultimately decided to wait for the three of them to emerge. As the haze cleared, Zhang Zechen clapped his hands, reaching out to rescue the entangled Wu Tiao Wu and Xiao Jie from his own belt, readying it around his waist, and retrieving the blood frost from the ground to tuck it back into his belt. Only then did he find the opportunity to inquire about the nearly unconscious Wu Tiao Wu and Xiao Jie. Are you two all right? Coughing, Xiao Jie covered his mouth. Gradually turning his head with slow yet determined resolve, a glimmer of clarity washed over his eyes. 300 meters. 2 seconds to fall from that height. Chen you. Words failed to escape. Wu Tiao Wu frantically on the side, causing Xiao Jie's recently organized emotions to collapse in an instant. Jie you. I still turn my back. Chen Chen, Can the reversal technique cure nausea? Teacher. That is a jest. I haven't tried, nor do I wish to. Ahem. Dear students, greetings. I am your teacher and homeroom instructor, Yi Zheng Dao. He finally took charge of the awkward situation, actively brushing away the dust to introduce himself to the three. Ahem, Teacher Yi. I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. I take responsibility and express my regrets. Zhang Zechen lowered his hand from patting Wu Tiao Wu and Xiao Jie's backs, bowing like a well-behaved child to apologize. By the way, I am Chen Chen. The teacher must have reviewed my information. You can just call me Chen. Yi Zheng Dao nodded sternly. Chen Chen, just as in the records, dislikes his surname. Designated by Lord Tenjin, he is talented in the arts of curse binding. His personality is decent, often taking the lead in interactions with the other two, and he actively apologizes. Quite commendable. Upon this realization, Yi Zheng Dao's expression softened for a fleeting moment, revealing an imperfect smile. Chen, welcome to Jujutsu High. The sound of Wu Tiao Wu, akin to a cat, echoed again. Zhang Zechen rubbed his chin and adjusted his glasses, retrieving 2 pieces of candy from his pocket, tearing them open, and offering one to Wu Tiao Wu and the other to Xiao Jie. Ahem, teacher, about those two, Zhang Zechen awkwardly looked up, using one hand to firmly cover Wu Tiao Wu's mouth. Let me introduce them. This is Wu Tiao Wu, as widely known. The information should be familiar to you. You can trust the personality description there. Wu Tiao Wu struggled to pry Zhang Zechen's hand away, protesting indignantly. All right. Yi Zheng Dao remained silent for a long while, finally nodding with difficulty. Zhang Zechen shifted his gaze to Xiao Jie, whose face was contorted by the enhanced mint candy. No need. Chen, Xiao Jie squinted his eyes, waving his hand to indicate that Zhang Zechen needn't fuss over him. I'll handle it myself. Hello, teacher, I am Xiao Jie. You can call me Xiao or Jie. Teacher, his personality description is not credible. He is not that approachable. Xiao Jie, with a head full of black lines, covered Zhang Zechen's mouth with his hand. What the heck? Chun, Revealing personal secrets is too much. By the way, when did he even review their profiles? I need to go back and go through Chen's with Wu. Then, as the smoke dissipated and visibility returned, Jia Ru Xiaozi turned curiously. Oh, I am Jia Ru Xiaozi. My technique is the reversal technique. Teacher Yi, this group. Xiaozi struggled to find the right words. Pua. Feeling the intense struggle beneath his hand from Wu Tiaowu, Zhang Zechen released his grip. Chen Chen, you've gone too far. What do you mean the personality section is trustworthy? What is wrong with my personality? Why can't I introduce myself? I prepared a whole list of my merits last night, and you brushed it off in 3 sentences. I'm very angry. I want 20 of those delicious sweets to forgive you. Suddenly, it became clear why Zen and Chen stated that the personality section was credible. 3. Teacher. Let us go. Please take Jia and me to see the dormitory and classroom. Zhang Zechen removed Xiao Jia's hand, pinched it, and led the way forward. Yi Zheng Dao remained silent for 2 seconds, glanced at the crossed arms Wu Tiaowu, and followed Zhang Zechen's footsteps. Is he always like this? Jia Ru Xiaozi questioned, turning to Zhang Zechen, who sighed, surrendering to the situation. Xiao Jia took on the role of narrator. No, Chen grew up alongside Wu. According to Chen's description, Wu was the aloof, quiet type when he was younger. Yi Zheng Dao and Jia Ru Xiaozi simultaneously turned to the still waiting Wu Tiaowu. Silent. Was he possessed? No, right? Zhang Zechen replied uncertainly. How dare you make me look foolish? Chen Chen and Jia are terrible. Why aren't they here to coax me? Forget it. I'll ignore them. Let them know I can be temperamental too. Why aren't they coming? No. I mustn't think that. Should I take a look with the 6 eyes? No. I want to see when they come to coax me. Crack, crack, crack. Wu Tiaowu quietly opened his eyes, seeing the empty school gate and the 4 individuals far, far away before him. Chen Chen. Jia. Did you hear any sounds? No. Zhang Zechen coldly closed the panel map, ignoring the red text barreling towards him like a shell. None. Chapter 31, Birthday Special. We are really going to be beaten, right? Hiss, Xiaozi. Be gentle. Don't tear it. Wu. If Chen gets angry, Xiaozi and I will really need your protection. TSK. Jia, what are you saying? Chen Chen will definitely be moved to tears. All right. Stay calm. But you're shaking. Xiaozi, you're mistaken. Xiaozi isn't mistaken. Wu. You really are shaking. Ahem. I'm just excited. Ahem. When Chen Chen hits me, you two must remember to intervene. All right. Yi Zheng Dao silently crossed his arms. Sitting on the sofa in Zhang Zechen's dormitory, watching the 3 turn this space into a bizarre spectacle. He couldn't help but sigh. Since the start of school, he had seen through the essence of these 3 individuals. Wu Tiaowu relishes in chaos. Xiao Jia merely enjoys the spectacle, while Zhang Zechen thrives on making matters more complicated. It's all tears. Yi Zheng Dao's heart ached as he silently bit his handkerchief. Cough. It has been a year since several individuals officially enrolled, and throughout this year, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo have undertaken numerous missions together. Zhang Zechen has been indulging in leisure, while Suguru Geto has successfully captured his first flying cursed spirit. Simultaneously, Satoru Gojo has activated the limitless 24-hour state. To commemorate this achievement, Zhang Zechen shifted locations to continue his amusement. However, due to Yaga Yoshinobu's realization that he could not teach Zhang Zechen, he found himself in a predicament. His knowledge in the humanities is undeniable, having grown up in the Zenin family. As for martial arts, he has consistently served as a sparring partner for his peers. Yaga Yoshinobu, feeling despondent, inquired how Zhang Zechen honed his skills, to which he replied, 1. Having a sorcerer, assassin, and tyrant as an older brother. 2. Slaying 300 cursed spirits in a single day. This peculiar passion of his seems akin to mere play. Zhang Zechen has persistently accepted tasks involving the extermination of cursed spirits below grade 2, tirelessly traversing back and forth. Thanks to the extraordinary regenerative abilities of the heavenly and cursed bindings, he still possesses enough energy to assist Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto with their missions. Oh, and he also lends a hand to Yaga. Such a good-hearted individual. Zhang Zechen's daily routine consists of slaying cursed spirits, interspersed with moments of affection for cats and foxes, returning home to check on the wolves and rabbits, and then resuming his relentless hunt for cursed spirits. Today, however, there were no tasks, as Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had exhausted themselves to complete Zhang Zechen's assignments, allowing him the rare luxury of a leisurely morning. He gathered numerous gifts and abandoned his colleagues at Jujutsu High to frolic with the younger ones. In the meantime, they were preparing for Zhang Zechen's birthday party. Returning to the present, Yaga Yoshinobu opened his eyes. Gojo, Geto, Shoko, he thought to himself, swallowing hard as he slowly rose. Bending to avoid the colorful ribbons resembling a spider's web, He lifted his leg to sidestep a ground littered with plush toys adorned with small sunglasses. Disregarding the dubious artworks created by the high school quintet, ultimately, he turned away from the conspicuous white-haired figure hidden among the dolls. Zechen will surely give you all a beating. Yaga Yoshinobu stifled the urge to ruin the colorful ribbons entangling him, as a surge of determination welled within him. Chapter 32, Birthday Special 2. Kamo Noritoshi turned away, unable to confront the scene before him, shifting the direction of the lollipop in his mouth as he closed the door. Geto, is Zechen on his way back? He inquired, noticing Suguru Geto, who was solemnly tapping away on his phone. Yes, he said he would arrive in a minute. Geto replied. What? 4 3 2 1 huh? Everyone, I'm back. A cheerful voice echoed from above. Suguru Geto nodded with satisfaction, realizing that he truly understood Zechen better in this regard. Yaga Yoshinobu observed, Zechen, why are you all gathering at my dorm? Because we have something to discuss with you, Kamo Noritoshi spoke, glancing at Suguru Geto, urging him to take the lead. Ah, what is it? The teacher is here too. Zhang Zechen blinked nervously, wondering if his bandages had been discovered. It shouldn't be possible. He had tossed them in the trash. But if that weren't the case, why gather everyone here? Suguru Geto abruptly silenced him, as Zhang Zechen instinctively blinked, an action he was all too familiar with. His thoughts began to race, and his expression darkened. The unusual behavior of the past few days had led him to land squarely on the ground, along with the overpowering scent of perfume near the bathroom. Zechen, I was wrong, he said, apologizing with practiced ease, as this was not the first time. Suguru Geto sighed in exasperation. Zechen, please consider me and Gojo as friends, alright? Next time. You said that last time too. Alright, I was wrong. Suguru Geto ruffled Zhang Zechen's hair, exhaling a sigh. You'll have to explain it to Gojo. Oh, where's Gojo? Why haven't I seen him? Zhang Zechen skillfully diverted the topic, prompting another sigh from Suguru Geto. Do you remember what day it is today? Zhang Zechen paused, placing a hand on his chin as he pondered seriously. This question sounded familiar. It seemed that Sumiki and Mei Mei had also mentioned it to him. What is it? So, you had lunch with your family without realizing it? Kamo Noritoshi asked, genuinely speechless, before raising his gaze to inquire further. They seemed pretty excited. I just said I remembered, and then my brother gave me a card. Something about unlocking the Zenin family's cursed tool repository. It left me broke. So I had to steal a bit to sell. Wow, that's impressive. The three of them simultaneously covered their faces, deciding to cease communication with Zhang Zechen. In response to Zhang Zechen's bewildered expression, Yaga Yoshinobu and Kamo Noritoshi each pulled one side of the door, while Suguru Geto nudged Zhang Zechen inside. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Zechen. Sugoi Zechen. Happy birthday. Satoru Gojo leaped out from the pile of dolls, landing directly on the stunned Zhang Zechen, who staggered back a step but managed to hold onto Gojo tightly. A crimson stain instantly blossomed around his waist. Zechen. Zechen. Satoru Gojo, his eyes wide, wanted to leap off Zhang Zechen but feared that any sudden movement might aggravate his injury. Suguru Geto hurriedly supported Zhang Zechen's lower back, providing him with stability. Zechen, let go. You need to let me down. Not letting go. Satoru Gojo was taken aback as Zhang Zechen tightened his grip around his waist. Hot tears streamed through his school uniform, splattering onto his abdomen, an alarming warmth. Zechen, today is your birthday. Please don't cry. I didn't know you were hurt. Just let me down. Satoru Gojo could only see the top of Zhang Zechen's head and the trembling of his neck, along with Suguru Geto's worried expression. I won't let go. I want to stand with everyone. I won't let go. Zhang Zechen lowered his head, burying himself in Satoru Gojo's warmth, his voice quaking, yet his grip unwavering. As he bowed, the blood flowed even more profusely. Satoru Gojo furrowed his brow tightly, diverting his gaze to Suguru Geto, who equally wore a puzzled expression and shook his head. Zechen, speak to Gojo. What's wrong? Zechen, first, let Jie tend to your wounds, shall we? Is it that you do not appreciate the birthday celebration that we have prepared for you? How about we arrange another one shortly? Indeed. Both Natsuko and I find it lacking in charm, all thanks to Wataru. Let's have him tidy up later. For now, let us attend to your injuries, shall we? Suguru Geto immediately interjected, endeavoring to soften his tone. Natsuko turned to glance at the blood-soaked area, furrowing her brow and shaking her head. Teacher, please fetch the medical kit from the infirmary. It's nothing. I'm simply overwhelmed with emotion. Zhang Zechen suddenly spoke up, then acted nonchalant as he released his grip. Wataru Fushiguro frowned as he lowered his gaze, reaching out to grasp Zhang Zechen's shoulder, his 6 eyes frantically whirling, attempting to discern any hint of expression from Zhang Zechen's visage. Chen Chen, what a splendid birthday party. Thank you all. If not for your reminders, I would have been oblivious. Oh dear, I must find time to return home and explain to Kamiki, Hugh, and my brother, for I would hate to squander their thoughtful gifts. Chen Chen, ha ha ha, is this the cave of silk? Wow, Jie and Wataru, you must ensure it is cleaned up properly. TSK, these little dolls are quite zen and shun. Wataru Fushiguro suddenly seized Zhang Zeken's body, forcefully pushing him back. Suguru Geto furrowed his brow, supporting Zhang Zechen from behind to prevent him from being slammed against the wall. The cold body was only warmed by the blood gushing from his lower back. Suguru Geto pressed firmly against Zhang Zeken's wound, while Natsuko immediately dashed out to her room for the medical kit. Yaga Mazamichi restrained Wataru Fushigiro's hand. What is wrong with you? Talk to me. Those wounds cannot be healed by heaven or curses. Do you value your life at all? Do you regard me and Jie as inconsequential? Speak to me. Wataru Fushiguro was driven to madness once more by Zhang Zeken's silence, his celestial eyes reddening. Zhang Zeken's gaze suddenly grew unfocused, trembling as he reached out to caress Wataru's cheek. I am delighted that you and Jie remember my birthday. I am truly happy. Truly. Zhang Zeken's voice began to slow, and the furious Wataru Fushiguro, along with Suguru Geto behind him, evidently failed to notice. Yaga Mazamichi, wide-eyed, was about to speak. Zenin-shun, for heaven's sake, don't. Your eyes are truly beautiful, he murmured, his arm dropping limply, his head tilting to the side. Zenin-shun. Chapter 33, Zhang Zechen. Emotionally agitated with severe blood loss. Chen-shun. Ball. Is it impossible now? Can't we take a break? Yes, I cannot, but I must not rest. You are truly pushing yourself to the brink of a mental breakdown. I will not. Wataru Fushiguro and Suguru Geto are nearly losing their minds. It is my fault. I confused the birthdays here with that of my past life. However, your birthday in your past life is the same day as here. Oh really? Zhang Zechen, please, take a moment to rest. I wish to stand with them. This is not a justification for you to kill Kinjaku. Zhang Zechen, if it were not for the blood frost truly having a recognition function, you would be dead by now. You are disregarding the hardness of all things. Blood frost would have sliced you in half. Your wound has not healed for 3 days. What more do you desire? I merely wish to stand with them. Your barrier has already increased to 10 seconds. It has reached its limit. What is your reason for continuing this task? Let Wataru and Jie consider this my plea. Please, take a moment to rest. I just want to stand with them. I do not wish to die in the Shinjuku period. I want to prove to the higher-ups that I possess the power to alter the plot. Do not seek the next person. Help me. I only wish to accompany them. All right, just 2 more years. Wait for me. Creek. Jie, Natsuko, I cannot find it. What task is it? Well, stop standing there. Come and sit. Jie, I did not intend to lose my temper. I am just upset that he does not value his own life. Wataru, have a bite to eat. Yaga brought some earlier, or your body will not endure. I cannot eat. Jie, I dare not imagine he has been bearing the injury that nearly split his body in 2 while playing with us for 2 days. Neither heaven nor cursed energy can heal him. He even completed a special grade mission for us. Suguru, Wataru, you both should rest for a while. I will keep watch. No, Natsuko, Wataru, and I are fine here. In a couple of days, with the new students enrolling, we will need your and Yaga's assistance. The 3 of us will be of no help. Chen will not blame you too. This is different. You should return to rest, Natsuko. Creak. The door closed once more. The scent of disinfectant filled the air, mingling with the aroma of numerous lunch boxes piled together. Uffed. Zhang Zechen chuckled at his own amusement. His consciousness yearning to open his eyes, yet his body seemed reluctant. After several attempts, he could only lie on the bed, feeling the liquid flow into his body through the floor. Wataru, have you asked Shire? No. Well, don't. If that old man knows. Chen Chen will surely get a beating. Is that so? Then perhaps I should inquire after all. I think so too. Let us ask. Jie, is my dear friend not performing well? Always throwing childish tantrums and bullying you all. Wataru, what is happening? Are you in your adolescence? TCH. My dear friend is undeniably doing splendidly. It is Chen Chen and you who are the troublemakers. ISNT it. It is Chen who is at fault. Yes. No. That is not right. You are at fault too. Well, Chen is indeed at fault. Jie's talent for diverting the topic must have been learned from bad Chen Chen. Who knows? Zhang Zechen was thoroughly entertained, yet the two fell silent abruptly, followed by a gentle breeze brushing across his face, prodding it lightly. A voice, laden with moisture, whispered in his ear, Chen Chen, let us always stand together. Consider this my plea. Do not abandon me, and Jie will weep. Slap. Alas. Wataru, you are already crying. I am not. Why suddenly speak to the slumbering Chen? I feel he can hear us. Is that so? Then Chen, may you forever remain by our side. Jie was indeed on the verge of tears. Shall we engage in a brawl? I shall burrow into Chen Chen's covers. I have no time to entertain you. Hiss. Do not press on his foreline. Could you refrain from crowding me? Why should I not deserve sleep as well? In the stillness of the night. Zhang Zechen opened his eyes. Yes, I heard that. Chapter 34, Birthday Wish. Get up. No need to kneel on the ground. Jia, give him a hand. No. Let Wu kneel. Let us rewind time to 10 minutes prior. Zhang Zechen awakened, uncomfortably shifting his tightly bound waist and abdomen, thus prompting the genuinely concerned Suguru Geto to awaken as well. However, Satoru Gojo, who was holding Zhang Zechen, remained deeply asleep, inadvertently kicking the waking Suguru Geto in the process, causing him to stumble and knock over the force stand, resulting in a clattering sound. Yes, that is how it went. Now, let us rewind time once more. Suguru Geto silently turned to stir the instant nutrition liquid, choosing not to speak. For a moment, the hospital room was filled solely with Satoru Gojo's exaggerated cries and Zhang Zechen's intermittent soft laughter, accompanied by the creaking of the chair. Suguru Geto pulled out a chair and sat down, placing a spoon at Zhang Zechen's lips, urging him to open his mouth. Meeting Suguru Geto's gaze, Zhang Zechen reluctantly parted his lips, swallowing the thick, overly sweet concoction. I can manage by myself. You need me, don't you? Suguru Geto positioned the cup at Zhang Zechen's mouth, effectively stifling his words. Zhang Zechen's eyes flickered, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Chen Chen, kneel properly. Oh. Zhang Zechen slightly tilted his head to evade Suguru Geto's hand reaching for his mouth, laughing softly at Satoru Gojo's comical expression. Woo ha ha ha. Humph. Satoru Gojo sat defiantly with crossed arms, yet his eyes continually darted towards Zhang Zechen. It's all your fault for indulging him. Observing Zhang Zechen's genuine reluctance to eat, Suguru Geto set down what he held and diverted the topic. That's not true. It's clearly your indulgence. Zhang Zechen shook his head and leaned back against the chair. A moment of silence enveloped them, and Zhang Zechen closed his eyes, nonchalantly stating, Go ahead. Stop pretending to be silent. Although even if you ask, I won't say anything. I have no questions. Neither do I. Zhang Zechen opened his eyes in surprise, scanning the faces of the two men devoid of any playful expressions. He sighed, realizing that Jia and Wu were waiting for him to reveal everything. Huh. Zhang Zechen shut his eyes once more, allowing himself to slide down from the backrest, peacefully pulling up the blanket. Since there's nothing to say, I won't speak either. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto's expressions turned serious, their gazes filled with an overwhelming mixture of frustration and impatience at being kept in the dark, all concealed beneath a thin layer of bedding. Satoru Gojo attempted to voice something, but was halted by Suguru Geto's hand. Faced with his friend's puzzled expression, Suguru Geto glanced at the time, forcing a smile. Chun, it's not yet midnight. Make a wish. Satoru Gojo stole a glance at the still bedding, quietly rising to adjust the clock slightly backward. Once he confirmed that Zhang Zechen had not surfaced, he returned to his spot, resuming his role as a mere ornament. Is that so? A multitude of lively conversation topics flooded Zhang Zechen's mind, yet he ultimately pushed himself up from the bed. It really isn't past midnight. Zhang Zechen sighed, awkwardly clasping his hands together, closing his eyes. I didn't expect so much to happen today. What a pity I haven't seen the gifts prepared by Jia, Wu, and Shoko. I'll check them out tomorrow. Make a wish, make a wish. I wish. He elongated his words, building anticipation in both Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo. To be by your side. Zhang Zechen opened his eyes, and Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo clapped in unison. Chen Chen will be 17 years old now. Happy birthday, Chen. Thank you. Zhang Zechen waved his hand dismissively. The clock chimed midnight, and Zhang Zechen patted himself in relief, grateful to have made it in time. Satoru Gojo grinned widely, looking rather foolish, while Suguru Geto gently pulled him up, smiling warmly. However, the wish was no longer one of hope. It was already 9 minutes past, a mere ordinary statement now. Was it not? Chapter 35, A Confession? Impossible. Do you want to hear the truth? Lying on the bed, Zhang Zechen, a grown man. Yet the three of them seemed oblivious to any oddity. Will Chen speak the truth? Suguru Geto's calm voice echoed in his ear, tinged with a slight itch. Hearing Zhang Zechen's suppressed laughter, Satoru Gojo leaned forward, nudging him. Chen Chen. Will. Satoru Gojo halted, swallowing the word, his grip tightening on Zhang Zechen's hospital gown. I want tea. Zhang Zechen's gaze drifted towards the dark ceiling, a glimmer of something shimmering in his crimson eyes. You hesitated. Zhang Zechen turned to gently nuzzle Suguru Geto's cheek, his words laced with mirth. Jia, just trust me. Is that so? Suguru Geto, exasperated, halted Zhang Zechen's display of vulnerability, gently ruffling his fluffy hair. Even Wu, that fool, wouldn't he believe it? Satoru Gojo lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Suguru Geto, before obediently lying down after Zhang Zechen's affectionate stroke. Why bring up such a serious topic? Zhang Zechen covered his belly, desperately suppressing his laughter. All right. You two have been keeping me company for quite a while. You should get some rest. I'm not sleepy. Neither am I. Zhang Zechen glanced at their stubborn faces, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, fine, since you two aren't tired. I'll take a nap and keep an eye on the 4. Chen Chen, good night. Satoru Gojo instantly withdrew his head, pulling Zhang Zeken's arm and curling up in a cozy position, snoring softly, as if only deep slumber could evoke such sounds. Zhang Zechen turned, wearing an expression of knowing, and looked at the dazed Suguru Geto, blinking. Suguru Geto stiffly pulled Zhang Zeken's other arm, carefully avoiding the injury on his side, settling down and closing his eyes. Good night. So funny. Zhang Zechen lightly patted their shoulders, gazing at their serene, sleeping faces, unable to suppress a smile. Am I raising little kids? Hee hee. Oh. I really want to lull Yuta and Megumi to sleep. TSK. Children are truly delightful. The last time he hurriedly encountered Yuta, the previous time he had seen Megumi, and before that, he had seen Maki, and even earlier, he had met with Ye. Once I recover, I'll go find them to play. First, I'll seek out Megumi. I can't take it anymore. I want to nurture children. With that thought, Zhang Zechen glanced at the 2 towering figures beside him, falling into silence. By the way, why are these 2 big kids taller than me? So exhausting. Creak. As Yijing Dao stepped into the hospital room with a food container, he was momentarily taken aback by the disheveled state of the bed and the 2 lumps upon it. Turning his gaze towards the meticulously arranged companion bed and the casually reclining Zhang Zechen, he was struck again. Zhang Zechen promptly lowered his legs and sat up straight, greeting. Hello, teacher. Yijing Dao took a deep breath, placed the food container down, and clenched his fists as he approached the bedside. Wujiawu. Xiaojia. Bang. Bang. Chen Chen ah. Hiss. Are you feeling better? Yijing Dao sipped on a cup of hot tea, glancing at Zhang Zechen, who was showing off his meal. Well, it's passable, Zhang Zechen replied, extending his arm to grasp the jar of chili oil, only to have it snatched away by the duo of Xiaojia and Wu Tiaowu, who were both perched above him. Zhang Zechen shot them a resentful look, while the fox and cat stood behind Yijing Dao, one baring its teeth and the other squinting its eyes. With a pout, Zhang Zechen resumed slurping his plain rice noodles. Chun, the higher-ups require a report on the circumstances and reasons for your injury, Yijing Dao stated matter-of-factly. Huh. But Chen Chen is in no condition to write now. Wu Tiaowu's questioning tone gradually diminished, while Xiaojia cast a look of exasperation. So, he needs someone to write it for him. Yijing Dao calmly sipped his tea. Wu, Jia, you two can discuss it. Jia, you write it. Chapter 36, The Half-Truth. I still haven't completed Chen's previous mission report. Xiaojia attempted to struggle, hoping to awaken the non-existent conscience of his 2 close friends. The 2 faces before him, identical save for hair and eye color, pouted and frowned in unison. Xiaojia fell silent, making another futile attempt to resist. He sighed in resignation. I'll write it. Yijing Dao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to clench his fists, and concentrated on his tea. So Chun, tell Jia how you got injured, and be truthful. Zhang Zeken's smug expression faltered, realizing he had become too self-satisfied. What is wrong with my head lately? Wu Tiaowu's proud demeanor became more pronounced as he tilted his chin towards Xiaojia. See? It's still me. Xiaojia nodded with a mix of pride and sorrow. Well done. Come on, Chen Chen, share your story. Wu Tiaowu reached out to pull the stiff Zhang Zechen down, insisting. If I say I was scratched by a branch, would you believe that? I tried to kill someone. I didn't succeed. Blood Frost was taken from me. If it weren't for the bond, I would have been severed in half by Blood Frost. Later, Blood Frost took me away to an isolated place. Blood Frost strike causes wounds to take a long time to heal. I had to carve out the flesh around the injury with a small knife. I encountered a kind-hearted child, stayed with him for a night, stopped the bleeding, and then sought out my brother. He surely knew I was hurt, and asked if I needed help. I declined. After lying down for a while, I checked the time. Hui and the others were returning soon. The bleeding hadn't stopped, and the healing from the curse was disrupted. I returned to the school with bloodied sheets, and then sought out Naruko for a needle and thread. I believe my stitching skills are quite decent. After wrapping a few layers of bandages, Zhang Zechen shrank into himself, realizing he was sharing too much. Should I continue? Yes. Then, I went to find Wu and Jia to help them with a special mission. After that, I bled profusely. I changed the dressing in the dormitory, sprayed some perfume, and yesterday went to find Hui and the others. Then, I've been thinking a lot lately. I don't even know what I'm saying. After that, I ended up in the hospital due to excessive blood loss. The doctor excised all the tissue around the wound, but I still hadn't cleaned it out properly. So it didn't heal well. Well, that's it. Zhang Zechen shrank back further, trying to fit himself into the hospital gown. Wu Tiaowu and Xiaojia wore grim expressions, and Yijing Dao's face was equally solemn, forming a small tempest among the 3. Who do you want to kill? I'll help you. Wu Tiaowu's eyes were devoid of humor, only calm, murderous intent. Kill the one who harmed Zhang Zechen. Kill him. It was the first time Zhang Zechen had seen such intent in Wu Tiaowu's eyes, and he turned his gaze towards Xiao Jia, whose light smile remained. Yet the intent was unmistakably pure. Huh. Zhang Zechen reached out, attempting to pat Wu Tiao Wu's shoulder, only to have his hand firmly grasped. Chen Chen. If I go to kill him. Wu Tiao Wu's voice trailed off as he locked eyes with Zhang Zechen, whose gaze was filled with warmth. Don't say it. Wu, Zhang Zechen said, releasing his grip on Wu Tiao Wu's wrist. This is the limit of what I can convey. Xiao Jia and Zhang Zechen exchanged a knowing glance. The person Chen wished to kill was connected to the heart's formation. However, he could not allow them to know who it was. Damn. Ye Jingdao observed the differing expressions of his beloved disciples and sighed. Chun, write the report together with Jia. As for the content, you know what to include. Rising. Ye Jingdao patted Zhang Zechen's head. The higher-ups are still unaware of the problem with your heart. Be cautious. There are cameras and recording devices in the hallway outside the ward. Hee, Zhang Zechen grinned, allowing Ye Jingdao's large hand to ruffle his hair. All right. Love you the most, teacher. Oh, and about the damaged school supplies. Wu has money. Ask him for it. Why should I? Oh, love you the most, Wu. I isn't it a bit too easy to please? Oh, I love you the most too, Jia. Wait, why do you say more tilde than I do to Jia? Huh. The kind-hearted child was terrified by a bloodied person and frantically offered tuna mayonnaise to the spiky baby. Chapter 37, Freshman Welcome Ceremony. Oh, I don't want to go. I don't want to see that scum. Why must we welcome the freshmen right after completing a mission? The scum. The songstress, like a zombie, wandered through the school, their minds seemingly slipping through the face of someone. Songstress. A voice, alluring yet not seductive, echoed, revitalizing the songstress, who turned to see Mingming emerging from the hallway. Miss Ming. What's with that look? Mingming tilted her head back, her hair brushing against her fair neck, her red lips parting slightly. Is it because of the newcomers? Not at all, the songstress pouted, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mingming. The mere thought of having just completed a task today only to encounter those two half-wits filled her with exasperation. Uffed. Mingming flicked the card she was using to fan herself, letting out a light chuckle. That rare occasion when he got injured. Are you not curious to take a look? The songstress was somewhat bewildered, one hand tucked into her flowing sleeve while the other supported her chin, pondering for a moment. That Bakagojo actually got hurt? No way. Mingming glanced at the songstress and chuckled softly before striding ahead. It's Zenon. What? The songstress exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to digest Mingming's words. She quickly hurried after the figure ahead of her. Zenon actually got injured? The thought of Ming knowing the extent of it made her approach, her face a mixture of curiosity and a hint of concern. I heard he almost died. Mingming nonchalantly adjusted her bangs and continued. He fainted at the birthday party and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. I heard the Zenon family, upon learning of the news, spent a fortune investigating what had harmed him. What? The songstress gasped, her eyes wide with shock. He almost died? But, is he okay now? Facing Mingming's inquisitive gaze, the songstress felt her earlier agitation dissipate, replaced by a surge of warmth. No, not at all. The songstress blushed, waving her hands in a fluster. It's just because he calls me senpai, so I pay a bit more attention to him. Yes, that's it. Mingming teased, elongating her voice as she observed the songstress's cheeks grow increasingly crimson, before shifting her gaze mischievously. I've used my technique to check on him. Gojo and Suguru are both lying in hospital beds, while he himself is sitting on a visitor's couch. He hardly looks like he's in trouble. The songstress, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, froze momentarily, her earlier shyness and anxiety transforming into intense incredulity upon hearing about Gojo and Suguru's situation. Those two scoundrels. Achoo. Concealed behind a telephone pole, Zhang Zechen released the switch of the colorful ribbon launcher and turned curiously to the side, glancing at Gojo and Suguru, who were both sneezing. Go, Suguru, what's the matter with you two? TSK. Gojo rubbed his nose without a shred of decorum and then wiped his hand on Suguru. Nothing. It's probably because the songstress misses me too much. Suguru tilted his head, his eyes filled with friendliness. For future reports, you'll write them yourself. The fox winked mischievously, while the cat pouted in grievance, turning to the dog. Chen Chen, what are you doing? The dog chose to feign ignorance. LOL. He still has to beg Suguru to write his report. The cat replied, I am Nanami Kento, pleased to make your acquaintance. Me. I'm Hyper AI. Please treat me kindly. The voices rang out, prompting the three to peer curiously toward the distance where Yaga Yoshinobu and his juniors were chatting merrily. Go. Didn't your 6 eyes see anything? I wear glasses. What about Chen? I don't have 3 eyes. Suguru wiped his forehead, erasing the imaginary sweat, while Gojo, who was leaning against Suguru's back, straightened up, scratching his head in distress. Suguru, Chen Chen, Is our universe's unrivaled and unforgettable surprise welcome party going to be a bust? TSK. Zhang Zechen stood up in displeasure, stretching his back, and was pleased to see the red-dyed bandages revealed as his shirt lifted. With a grin, he added, "Go, Suguru. I thought of something even more fun." As he spoke, he laughed while reaching to untie the bandage that bound his injuries. Gojo's eyes lit up, immediately shoving Suguru aside to get closer to Zhang Zechen. The two occasionally erupted into odd, gleeful laughter. Suguru stood to the side, perplexed, realizing that this would indeed be a memorable welcome party. Chen Chen's uniform was similar to Gojo's, but his shirt was slightly shorter and adorned with a white belt for securing cursed tools. Is it the welcome party, then? Yaga Yoshinobu stood at the exit, glancing left and right. Those three, they won't come after us, will they? They shouldn't, especially since they need to take care of Chun. But what if Chun proposes it himself? That can't happen. Why not? There's no way, considering how unforgettable last year's freshman welcome party was. Yaga Yoshinobu found himself locked in a mental debate, desperately hoping that the three wouldn't leave any lasting impressions on the new students. Ding! Clack! The train arrived, stirring up a breeze. Yaga Yoshinobu nervously turned around again. No one was there. The train doors opened, and a black-haired youth rushed out first. Yes, we finally arrived. Wow. Ignoring the gazes of the other passengers disembarking, Hibara AI exuberantly shouted until he nearly tripped over his luggage. Your luggage. Nanami Kinto sighed, grabbing his own bag while trying to push forward AI's luggage, which had become entangled with his own. Oh, thank you, Nanami. Hibara flashed a broad grin, his big teeth shining as he cheerfully adjusted his suitcase and offered to help. No, thank you. Nanami, now with a more defined jawline, nodded slightly in appreciation, adjusting the cursed tool bag slung over his shoulder before resuming his stride toward Yaga Yoshinobu, who radiated a unique aura of authority. That must be our teacher to greet. Let's go? All right. After a series of self-introductions, just as they were about to leave, Yaga Yoshinobu, whose expression had softened, suddenly jolted, a dreadful premonition ringing alarm bells in his mind. Nanami Kinto and the ever-smiling Hibara AI simultaneously tilted their heads, observing the peculiar behavior of their second-year teacher, a candidate for principal, swaying left and right. What's wrong? Ah, my poor child. Before the question could fully escape, an earth-shattering voice erupted. That tone, that voice, it was enough to break the hearts of listeners. The three abruptly turned to see a previously empty space suddenly occupied by a kneeling, dirt-streaked woman. A young mother, cradling a child that appeared older than herself. A child? The child had a blood-stained bandage wrapped around their head, eyes tightly shut, while the mother tenderly brushed away the veins on the child's forehead. Veins? In front of this pitiful mother and child stood a girl in a two-tailed JK skirt. At that moment, the white-haired, blue-eyed girl blinked her expressive eyes, filled with concern, and asked, "Sister, what happened to our dear nephew? Why did he faint?" "Ah, don't mention it." The mother patted the child's face, breaking down in tears. "Our dear nephew. Oh dear, sister, you can rest assured. I, the embodiment of justice, Yaga Wataru, will definitely help you." The girl vigorously shook her two ponytails, her face brimming with righteous determination. "All right, good. Wataru is truly a good person." The young woman, her face awash with emotion, clasped the hand of the kneeling girl, inhaling deeply before uttering words steeped in heartfelt sentiment. "Ah, it has not been easy for me, carrying my 8-year-old Dabao through towering mountains, crossing vast plains, navigating treacherous straits. Ultimately, we have arrived here, in search of my unfaithful husband." As her voice quivered with emotion, two glistening tears, reminiscent of a sorrowful tale, cascaded down her grimy cheeks. How profoundly moving. The girl, touched by this tale of hardship, felt tears welling up in her eyes, as if they were medicinal drops. Medicinal drops? "Sister." The girl fervently grasped the woman's hands in return, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Sister, please believe in Wujang. Tell me. Reveal the name of that heartless man." "Very well. Yes." The woman, equally stirred, tightened her grip on the girl's hands. "I shall tell you. That man. His name is Satoru Gojo." A burst of laughter erupted. "How touching." Nanami Kinto turned to glance at the tear-streaked face of Yashihira, then at the 8-year-old boy who could not suppress a smile, before finally settling his gaze on the furious Yaga Yoshinori, whose fists were clenched and whose cursed energy crackled wildly. Lastly, he looked at the engrossed duo, the woman and the girl, who were lost in their dramatic exchange. Tokyo. How wondrous it is. Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto. Choso Zenin. Upon noticing the dark swirl of cursed energy in Yaga's hand, the laughter that had erupted instantly ceased. The woman, no, Zhang Zechen, and Satoru Gojo sensed something amiss and quickly turned. "Goodness. Teacher Yaga, you're using black flash. Die. Geto. Chen Chen. Run. Ah. Chapter 39. The Trials of Yaga Yoshinori. Senpai Songstress. Miss May. As they approached the school gates, the voice of Kasumi Shoko rang out. The previously irritable songstress brightened instantly. Ah, Shoko. She dashed toward Kasumi, embracing her tightly. Humph. May's eyes flickered, casting a brief glance at the two in their embrace before redirecting her gaze, hands on her hips. As if struck by a sudden thought. By the way, Shoko, weren't you at the scene? What caused Zenon's injury? Haha, I'm curious too, Kasumi replied, patting the songstress in her arms, her eyes narrowing as she shifted the lollipop in her mouth. Gojo and Geto pressed Chun for quite a while, after all. Being scratched by a branch is indeed rather absurd. Oh, ha ha ha, it is quite absurd, May replied with a smile, a hint of resignation in her eyes. Uffed. Scratched by a branch. Ha 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 ha, how amusing. In any case, I've completed my task. There's no way I'll be returning any money to the Zenon family. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt. Yaga Yoshinori turned his sullen face toward the three in the back seat, their heads bulging comically from the bags they wore. They immediately fell silent, including the previously boisterous Yashihira, who now struggled to cover his mouth. Nanami Kento, fighting against the veins popping from his forehead, tore off a certain piece of artwork that had been affixed to him by a certain Gojo. The trio of cats, dogs, and foxes forced grins, signaling to Yaga that they had been perfectly well behaved. Yaga turned back, the car revving once more, laughter erupting. Ha ha ha, gaga gaga, this, ha ha ha, roar, uffed, ha ha ha, Gojo-senpai. Nanami seems about to burst. Oh dear, no worries at all. Quickly, stick this on your face too. Ha ha, save one for the teacher, Wijang, Chun. With another screech, the car stopped. Yaga, mustering a smile, turned to the others. What were you all up to just now? Obedient face, 3. Holding back laughter face, 1. About to explode with anger face, 1. Yaga Yoshinori removed the paper from the back of his head, raising a friendly smile as he turned. Get out, Wijang, Geto, Chun. Come, get out, come. The three handsome faces simultaneously adopted the obedient expression, gazing at Yaga, who was smiling and extending his hand to open the door. The dog remarked. It seems Yaga is about to lose his composure. The cat replied, ha, no worries. Let us have some fun. Zhang Zechen and Satoru Gojo exchanged glances, both turning to look at Suguru Geto, who was by the door. The fox added, I have no objections. Geto smiled widely, extending his hand, seemingly to hand something to Yaga outside the car. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over both Yashihira and Nanami, who exchanged worried glances. Teacher, goodbye. As the words left his lips, Geto swiftly slammed the door shut. Satoru Gojo swiftly pushed down the passenger seat, while Zhang Zechen leaped through the gap created by the seat being pushed down into the driver's seat. Shifting gears, stepping on the gas. Whoosh. A powerful thrust propelled them forward. Nanami Kento and Yashihira were violently pushed ahead. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Dust flew up, and Yaga, still in the act of opening the door, stood frozen in disbelief. What just happened? Meanwhile, Zhang Zechen grinned widely, his face alight with exhilaration as he slammed his hands against the steering wheel, the wind whipping powerfully against his cheeks, his bangs blowing back dramatically. Wow. This is so cool. Chen Chen. Geto. Wow. Satoru Gojo, even more excited, removed his glasses and shook Zhang Zechen by the neck, emitting an odd cackle. Ha ha ha. Geto shook his head, yet the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In a moment of existential crisis, Nanami Kento grasped the essence of being a sorcerer, specifically Satoru Gojo and Zhang Zechen. Congratulations. Ah, senpai, senpai. Though this is indeed thrilling, isn't it a bit too fast? Yashihira shouted in panic, clutching the uniform he had removed during their playful antics. And we left the teacher alone on the road. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry, Yashihira. Because of the loud wind, we have to shout to communicate now. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, even if the police stop me for a violation, they can't do anything since I don't have a license. Huh, stop, baka. Nanami Kento swore this was the first time he disrespected his seniors. Ah, Chen Chen, break. I can't stop. What is going on? We're going up. Woohoo. Ah, senpai. Who, cough, hello? This is the traffic bureau. Your brother, Zenon Chun, is involved in unlicensed driving, speeding, overloading, and several other issues. Could you please come to bail him out? Say that again. Your brother is involved. I have no brother. Click. The call ended, and the traffic officer turned to Zhang Zechen, who was now thoroughly exasperated, with a look of disbelief. Ahem, sir, you see. Zhang Zechen inhaled deeply, the veins on his forehead pulsating vigorously. Please contact my teacher. It was quite a hassle. The second-year seniors had just experienced an unforgettable day. Chapter 40, The Star Plasma Mission. Huh. Satoru Gojo straightened up, removing his feet from Zhang Zechen's desk, his face a mask of confusion as he questioned. What do you mean by calling my name to send me and Jia on a mission? What about Chen Chen? Jia, equally perplexed, cast a glance at the unusually silent Zhang Zechen before finally resting his gaze on Yoshihara Mazumichi. I'm not sure, Yoshihara frowned. Speaking earnestly, Chen can join Jujutsu High. But aside from Gojo's suggestion, it was also the directive from Lord Tenjin. However, for this mission, Lord Tenjin specifically stated that Chen must not appear at Jujutsu High. Does he have? Gojo's voice was hushed, barely audible, so faint that even Gojo, who was leaning in closely, could not catch it. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Zhang Zechen raised his head, forcing a smile. Don't say that, Gojo. Perhaps it's because Tenjin dislikes me. Consider it a little vacation for me. Finally, I want to have to be glued to you two every day. Oh dear. Huh. Gojo suddenly wrapped his arm around Zhang Zechen's head, firmly trapping him under his armpit. What do you mean by finally not being stuck with me and Jia? Chen Chen. You're so mean. Ouch. Ouch. Zhang Zechen instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Jia, please support my waist. I can't take it anymore. It hurts. Oomph. Jia chuckled helplessly, delivering a light kick to Zhang Zechen's lower back, so gentle that Zhang Zechen barely felt the fabric brushing against his skin. Hey, Gojo. I haven't been home to accompany Hui and Mizuki for a long time, okay? I need to check in on my brother, that empty nester. You two are an unbeatable duo. What could possibly happen? Just go? I'll wait for you both to return at home. Zhang Zechen patted Gojo's back, skillfully ruffling his hair. Humph. The cat was easily appeased. Gojo released his hold, and Zhang Zechen gleefully climbed up, leaning in towards Satoru Gojo and Jia. Have fun. Okay, rest assured, Chen Chen, I'll definitely bring you back a souvenir. All right. Zhang Zechen enthusiastically spread his arms and then leaped onto Jia. Hey, hug me. Chen Chen. Gojo attempted to pry Jia's arm from around Zhang Zechen, stomping his feet in frustration. Jia, let go. Jia. With a smirk, Jia shot a challenging glance at Gojo, tightening his embrace around Zhang Zechen. Ah. Gojo, infuriated, flung his glasses off and began tickling Zhang Zechen's waist. Ha! Wrong move. Ha! Zhang Zechen clung tightly to Jia's neck, shaking vigorously. Jia, trying to extricate himself, was suddenly toppled by Zhang Zechen's exuberance, resulting in all 3 of them crashing to the floor. Luckily, the classroom was spacious with only 4 desks, and since Natsumi was absent, they had ample space. Ouch. Jia, you're so heavy. Why didn't you say Chen Chen weighs only 183? Not heavy at all. Gojo, you really need a lesson, don't you? Yoshihara had already exited the classroom when Gojo began tickling Zhang Zechen. Now, listening to the chaotic sounds emanating from the classroom, he took out a notebook and added another entry under the weekly compensation column for the Gojo family, reflecting on the joys of teaching. Hey, Jia. Gojo casually crushed the empty can in his hand and tossed it toward a nearby trash bin. Is Chen Chen acting a bit strange? A little. Jia opened his phone, typed a few words, and sent them to Yoshihara, then looked up. I've asked the teacher to take some time to check on Chen at his home. Oh. Gojo still felt something was amiss. He touched the bracelet Zhang Zechen had given him for his birthday last year, furrowing his brow. By the way, Jia, let me see the bracelet Chen Chen gave you. Jia didn't take it off, but instead extended his wrist toward Gojo. What's up? Gojo pinched the bracelet, his frown deepening. There's a strand of Chen Chen's hair woven into it. Jia retracted his hand, focusing on the exquisite black bracelet around his wrist. A talisman against disaster? When did Chen Chen start believing in such things? For some reason, despite being merely a token of responsibility, Gojo felt an unsettling sense of wrongness. A talisman against disaster? What disaster? Let us ask when we return. I feel we're both being overly sensitive. Though he said this, Jia tucked the bracelet back into his Jujutsu High uniform. TSK, it seems Chen Chen has unlocked his maternal instincts. We're not children anymore. We don't need him to protect us. We're invincible. Huh. Jia shook his head in resignation. We are indeed invincible. Hee. After we finish playing with the star plasma, and the bounty is over, let us send her abroad. I want to go home and accompany Chen Chen. All right. Let us send her abroad immediately and return to Chen Chen. Jia smiled and exchanged a glance with Gojo. Jia, you're not allowed to call him Chen Chen. Why not? No way. TSK. Zhang Zechen curled up on his dormitory bed, hugging himself. Hate me. Curse me. Chapter 41. Is that how it is? Chen Chen, I'm back. The voice suddenly echoed, and Zhang Zechen, as if in a trance, lifted his head to continue listening to Yoshihara discussing the mission that did not require his involvement. A month, and you'll be back? How is that so fast? Because it's not possible. I went to consult the higher-ups. They said they admire your ability to deduce everything through self-harm. But it's not possible. Next is the turning point of the plot. Your mission originally involved preventing the death of the star plasma, stopping Shiner's death, and averting Yuichi's demise. Chen Chen, your plan was indeed feasible. With Shiner, who is not bound by the causality of the curse world, sending the star plasma far from Japan. It was truly possible. Xiaojia had the premise of successfully protecting Tenri. Moreover, because you possess no cursed energy and your physical skills surpass Xiaojia's. As long as you and Gojo are by his side, he won't betray you. As long as you accompany Yuichi and Nanami on that mountain god task, there is still a chance to prevent Qi and Li Xiang's demise. Even the Ojban will not transpire. From this point onward, everything becomes malleable. You have truly altered the course of events. Your performance will undoubtedly convince them that the world can operate normally without adhering to life. You may remain here indefinitely. However, we have revealed just a fraction. At this pivotal moment, Wu Tiaowu has ascended to the pinnacle of strength. He has mastered the art of reversal and the technique of Z. He requires a battle that will place him on the brink of death. He needs, Chen Chen, he said, as he gazes upon you. Exerting every ounce of effort to follow the path he had originally laid out, his heart is nearly softened. I am sorry, Chen Chen. I apologize, from the very beginning. I should never have brought you here. It is my inadequacy. I should not have brought you along. I am truly sorry. Tian Yuan, under his influence, has already issued a command forbidding you from participating in this mission. He had initially intended to have you perish in place of Zhang Zechen. Chen Chen, Zhang Zechen is at a loss for how to feel at this moment. He has fought tirelessly for an entire year, solely to evade the deadly blow during the Huayu period, even descending into madness to confront Xiansu. Why? Why must it come to this? Why must I be the one to end Wu's life? Why? Where have I faltered? I refuse. What does it mean to directly summon me and Jia for the mission? What about Chen Chen? Wu Tiaowu's characteristic irreverence echoes, as Zhang Zechen numbly raises his head to witness Wu's furious expression, attempting to force a smile, but failing. I cannot do it. I am utterly powerless. He is but a. It is only when Ye Sidu's hand passes before Zhang Zechen's eyes that he regains his senses, and at that moment, his hand instinctively covers Wu's mouth. The warm breath strikes against Zhang Zechen's palm, pounding against his heart, which is ensnared by layers of spell formations. Xiansu, eliminate him. Eliminate him. It hurts. Do not speak, Wu. Chen, are you leaving now? Ye Sidu turns to look at Zhang Zechen, who is tidying the classroom after both Ye Sidu and Wu Tiao will have departed. He is currently wiping the blades of the blood frost. Yes. Since I finally have a chance to skip class, I must ensure the blood frost is immaculate before heading off to join Hui and the others for some fun. Zhang Zechen beams, his small tiger teeth gleaming with delight. Ye Sidu nods, turns, and prepares to leave, yet halts abruptly. Do not take this to heart. It may genuinely be due to circumstances surrounding the mission that cannot be meddled with by the heavens or curses. Do not let this affect your feelings towards those two. Zhang Zechen's embrace interrupts Ye Sidu's words, and although he pats Zhang Zechen's back in confusion, he does not reject him. Ye Sensei has always been so gentle. Yet it feels somewhat wrong. Me? Ye Sidu chuckles, playfully delivering a light blow to Zhang Zechen's back, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch, that hurts. All right, you big man, release me. Ye Sidu pats Zhang Zechen again, signaling him to retract his overly affectionate demeanor. TSK, Zhang Zechen turns away from the embrace, extending his hand to fist bump Ye Sidu. Indeed, the independent thought curse of the teacher is rather amusing. One must be cautious not to be taken by those arrogant higher-ups for their own purposes. You cheeky brat, Ye Sidu laughs, offering Zhang Zechen affectionate guidance before waving him off to hurry along. TSK. Zhang Zechen makes a face and cheerfully exits the classroom, arriving at Shizuku's medical practice room. Shizuku. What a dreadful smell. Shizuku, be careful with all that smoking, or you'll be burning the midnight oil every day in the future. Jiaru Shizuku pinches her cigarette, rolling her eyes as she looks up. With you, Wu Tiao, and Ye, my future is surely not going to be easy. Oh, no need to mention it. Zhang Zechen swiftly dodges the cigarette, but Shizuku throws in frustration, plopping down on her desk. What brings you to find me? Aren't you out and about with your invincible companions? Jiaru Shizuku brandishes a needle, playfully threatening to jab it into Zhang Zechen, who promptly vacates her desk. Shizuku, you may not know, but Tian Yuan forbade me from undertaking missions with those two. How annoying. So, you came here to bother me? Shizuku stretches lazily in her chair, exasperatedly speaking. Well, yes, I thought I might pester you. What if Shizuka wakes up one day and no longer recognizes this handsome face? You and Wu Tiao and Ye are so easy to identify as contemporaries. After being shooed away by Shizuku, Zhang Zechen, not using the blood frost for the first time, earnestly traverses the path of the school. I understand now. Upon exiting the school gates, Zhang Zechen offers Huang Qiu his first response. Chapter 42. Accompaniment. Brother, I'm back. Open the window. Your precious darling has returned. Fushiguro Zenin, hearing the faint sounds from the living room, turns and spots a familiar large gecko. It seems the habit of climbing through windows cannot be changed. Fushiguro Zenin, with a frown, approaches and opens the window. Open. Oh my goodness. Zhang Zechen swiftly grips the window ledge with one hand, barely preventing himself from falling. Brother, when was this window changed? When you weren't home. Fushiguro Zenin lifts Zhang Zechen's other hand, taking away his takeout and fruit, before, to Zhang Zechen's astonishment, shutting the window. What? Brother? Am I no longer your beloved darling? Brother, say something. No, brother, my pants are really loose. Pull me in. He still managed to get in. The detached villa is truly wonderful, with so many windows. He climbed in through the bathroom window. The third floor is where Zenin and Chen Chen's rooms are. The second floor belongs to Hui and Tsumi, plus a room solely for that shameless cat. Though he doesn't actually live there, he crashes in Zhang Zechen's room with Ye. Why are you back? Fushiguro Zenin skewers a takoyaki ball with his chopsticks and pops it into his mouth before turning to ask. I missed you. Fushiguro Zenin struggles to swallow the takoyaki ball in his mouth, raising his hand, smack. On a serious note, why are you back? Fushiguro Zenin slurps down some of Zhang Zechen's rice noodles, finding them unappetizing before offering them back to Zhang Zechen. Zhang Zechen cradles the bowl, grinning foolishly, and without concern, takes a bite, just because I missed you. Noticing Zenin is about to raise his hand again, Zhang Zechen hurriedly bites off the rice noodle in his mouth, firmly covering the back of his head with one hand. Because Wu and Jia went on a mission, Tian Yuan won't allow me to stay at the school. So I came back. Oh. Fushiguro Megumi lowered his hand, nonchalantly uttering an O. Oh, brother. You only replied with an O. Do you have any idea how long I, your younger brother, stood in line just to buy your beloved dumplings? I'm furious. Come and appease me. He raised his hand. All right, I forgive you. Zhang Zechen decisively lifted his bowl and began to shovel food into his mouth. Fushiguro Megumi let out an amused hum, reaching out to ruffle Zhang Zechen's hair in a playful manner. For a brief moment, Zhang Zechen paused, but quickly returned to his normal behavior, as if the tear that had fallen into his bowl had never existed. Brother, why do we need to change the window? What's going on? Zhang Zechen did not look up, fervently stirring the remnants of his noodle soup with his chopsticks, almost as if he intended to bury his entire head in it. The window got smashed because of why. How long ago was that? Zhang Zechen exclaimed, raising his head, the redness in his eyes fading to be replaced by joy. About a week, I suppose. I can never keep track of time. Fushiguro Megumi scratched his head and took a sip of his drink. Hey, Huai is really amazing, Zhang Zechen said, a smile of satisfaction lighting up his face, his eyes shimmering with countless fragments of tenderness. Ah, I remember now. Kong Shiyu contacted me earlier to ask if I wanted to get involved with the Star Essence. I declined. Fushiguro Megumi casually chewed on the meat in his mouth, not even glancing at the stunned Zhang Zechen. Kong has already reached out to you, huh? What kind of expression is that? Fushiguro Megumi raised the skewer in his hand, and Zhang Zechen reluctantly took it. It's just that it's a bit surprising that you would refuse a multi-million task. Huh. If I accepted it and accidentally killed Gojo Satoru, wouldn't you be the one wanting to accompany him in death? For my only younger brother, sacrificing a bit is only right. Fushiguro Megumi nodded, touched by his own sentiment. Before Zhang Zechen could respond, he added, and that 30 million, you owe me. Actually, you were right a month ago. You have no brother. Smack. Chapter 43, Accompaniment 2. Hey, ooh la la la. Upon hearing the distinctive sounds again, Fushiguro Huai clenched his fists and turned his head. Sure enough, outside the window stood a familiar figure. I am in class. Fushiguro Huai slowly slowed his speech, trying to deter the individual outside who was performing a chaotic act of artistic expression on the bloodied ground. Ah la 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 la. But who was Zhang Zechen? Heh. Seeing that Huai was no longer paying attention to him, Zhang Zechen mischievously raised his voice. Yeah. Bursting into laughter, Zhang Zechen couldn't help but leave amidst the chaos. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor drew the attention of the entire class, as Fushiguro Huai stood up. Huai-kun, what's wrong? The teacher gently walked down from the podium and squatted down to observe Fushiguro Huai's expression. Teacher, my uncle is gravely ill, and I need to go see him. Sitting on the rooftop, Zhang Zechen aimlessly swayed his head, then joyfully spotted two small dogs, one black and one white, rushing towards him from behind. Hee. Big Snowball and Big Coal. The two jade hounds simultaneously retracted their tongues, turned around, and vanished. Can you change their names, Huai? Fushiguro Huai initially intended to sternly reprimand Zhang Zechen for recklessly naming the jade hounds and for suddenly interrupting his class. But his words were completely stifled by Zhang Zechen's embrace. I missed you so much, why? TCH, Fushiguro Huai shifted directions, nestling back into Zhang Zechen's embrace. Why haven't you come back for an entire month? Zhang Zechen felt the dampness on his chest, his face softening once again. Huai, be good. I really want to squeeze you. Humph. Fushiguro Huai tugged at Zhang Zechen's shirt, gripping it tightly. I missed you too. Thus, Zhang Zechen departed the campus, cradling the weeping little rabbit, ready to indulge in a day of carefree fun. Achoo! Gojo Satoru rubbed his nose, releasing his grip on the flailing Tenai Riko, who fell in a straight line into the embrace of Kurwa. Wah! Kurwa! Wah! After dealing with the cursed spirit, Suguru Geto helplessly looked up. Hey Satoru, what's wrong? Humph. Gojo Satoru landed, sulking as he hung off Suguru Geto. I just sneezed. Do you think it's because Zechen is thinking about me? Suguru Geto shot him a bemused glance, and just then, he sneezed again, meeting Gojo Satoru's puzzled gaze. Suguru Geto smiled. Alright, Zechen is thinking about me too. Bang. The still unfinished Tenai and the focused Kurwa stared in shock as the two suddenly began to exchange blows, each punch landing with no restraint whatsoever. Mississippi. Kurwa. So scary. Wah. Right. Don't be friends with anyone with dyed hair. And also, if you see someone with black stripes exposing their upper body, run away quickly. Don't talk to him. Don't eat the dried chicken feet he offers you. And don't attempt to summon a malevolent spirit under duress. I'm increasingly at a loss. Watching Zhang Zechen get carried away, Fushiguro Huai covered his ears, choosing to focus on showcasing his ginger milk drink. Huai, please listen to me. Zhang Zechen pouted, attempting to sway the aloof male god, younger version, Fushiguro Huai. Aside from relaying to Jean Mickey that she mustn't form a group to go to the bridge or anything, I didn't comprehend the rest. Fushiguro Huai struggled to maintain his smile, shaking Zhang Zechen's hand to signal him to return his drink. Today's children are truly hard to manage. It's much more fun when they only babble ya. Zhang Zechen seemed to be muttering softly, yet his words were anything but subdued. Having reached his limit, Fushiguro Huai jumped up and delivered a sharp kick to Zhang Zechen's knee, numbing it. After catching the drink that was falling through the air, he turned and departed, not sparing a single glance at Zhang Zechen, who was clutching his leg and howling in pain. Why won't he attract girls like this when he grows up? TCH. Chapter 44, Accompaniment 3. Knock knock. Who is it? A voice, sweet and innocent, rang out. Zhang Zechen covered his face, unconsciously adjusting his tone. Is it Itadori Yuji? I'm the dinner companion your grandpa ordered. Really? The voice of the little angel Yuji brimmed with skepticism as he peered through the peephole, spotting a remarkably enchanting older brother. Really? Ordered steak. Zhang Zechen grinned widely as he opened the takeout box, a unique aroma wafting forth. The eyes of Itadori Yuji sparkled as he beheld the delicious sight. So beautiful. And it looks delicious too. Enchanting brother. Zhang Zechen, standing outside, struggled to maintain his composure, nearly losing his facade of happiness. Wah, I'm acting so fake. Yet, deep down, he longed to embrace Yuji. Wah, creak. The door swung open, and Zhang Zechen endeavored to control his facial expressions, waving calmly. Hi, Yuji. Hello, enchanting brother. Itadori Yuji bowed solemnly in greeting, then raised his beaming face. Enchanting brother. Did you come because you heard my stomach growling? Zhang Zechen was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. Yes, enchanting brother, heard Yuji's wish. I specially prepared delicious food. Zhang Zechen momentarily forgot the reason for his earlier performance, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he harmonized with Itadori Yuji. Hooray, it's time to eat. Entering Itadori's room, he was taken aback by the cozy little nest it presented. The bedside table held a picture frame containing only him and Itadori's grandfather. Were it not for Tsukumo, he might have led a perfect life. Zhang Zechen turned his head and set down the lunchbox in his hand. Yuji, it's time for dinner. Gazing at the neatly cut piece of meat before him, Zhang Zechen chuckled and pushed it back. Yuji is still growing, and the fairy brother doesn't need to eat. But it really tastes good, Itadori pouted, his chopsticks poking at the seasoned green peas. Zhang Zechen, with a resigned gesture, picked one up and placed it in his mouth. Delicious. Yuji, your cutting skills are exceptional. Really? Hee. A smile instantly blossomed on Itadori's face as he carelessly scratched his oily hair, only to realize afterward that it was rather unseemly. Oh no, my hair is dirty. No worries, Yuji can eat first. Later. The fairy brother will help you wash your hair, alright? Okay. Placing the steak meant for his grandfather carefully back in the box, Itadori bounced towards Zhang Zechen, who was smiling as he adjusted the water temperature. Fairy brother, I'm ready. Come on, sit still. Zhang Zechen gently laid the slumbering Itadori down on the bed, covering him with a blanket. As he attempted to extract the young boy's arm, it was unexpectedly grasped. Mommy. Zhang Zechen froze momentarily, refraining from retracting his hand. Instead, he used his other hand to tenderly stroke Itadori's head, soothing his emotions until he finally released his grip, allowing Zhang Zechen to rise and exit his home. Yuji, remember this. When you grow up, don't go to that place called Jujutsu High. Why not? Because there are terrible creatures that eat children. Like the cursed cats and the pesky foxes. That's so scary. Then I won't go. Right, and you mustn't eat any strange chicken feed either. Okay, I'll remember. And if you ever meet an uncle who looks just like the fairy brother, make sure to tell him to take good care of himself. Why doesn't brother tell him himself? Because my powers need to be upgraded, and I have to go to a faraway place where I won't see him anymore. Alright, I'll remember. You're such a good boy, Yuji. Brother, you seem like a mother. What do you mean? No. I've never seen my mom. But if I had one, she would definitely be as gentle as you. Then can Yuji consider me as his male mom? Yay, I like brother the most. Good. But don't move too much, you'll get your clothes wet. Chapter 45, Fushiguro Megumi, why did my phone turn off? Fushiguro Megumi sat on the couch, listening to the sound of the front door opening behind him, catching an apple that fell from the air and taking a bite. After I dropped Wee Wee off at school, I accompanied a little friend, so it probably ran out of battery. Zhang Zechen stood at the door, bathed in an ethereal glow from the moonlight that spilled across his figure, retreating only when met by the bright lights of the living room. Gojo called me. It's so annoying. I blocked him, Fushiguro Megumi remarked lazily, not bothering to turn around, absorbed in his apple. Brother, can you do me a favor? Zhang Zekhen's voice maintained a calm demeanor, so serene that Fushiguro Megumi sensed something amiss. Speak. He turned, paused the television, and fixed his probing gaze on Zhang Zechen, who stood with his head bowed at the door. Wait a moment. Go find Jujutsu and Gojo, and accompany the starry body Riko on a trip abroad. Fushiguro Megumi's gaze fell, noticing the monitoring device clutched in Zhang Zekhen's hand. He licked his lips and replied, not going. Zhang Zekhen's muscles seemed to relax all at once. But he straightened himself just before his legs could give way. Brother, escorting Riko abroad and then returning is fine. You don't have to come back if you don't want to. Just consider it a leisure trip. I'll cover the escort fee. Zhang Zechen finally raised his head, the smile on his face genuine enough to suggest he had just spoken some madness. You have something going on. Fushiguro Megumi straightened, walking step by step to Zhang Zekhen's side, looking down at his brother, who dared not meet his gaze. What could I possibly have? Zhang Zechen shrugged nonchalantly, attempting to muster a smile again, but found it impossible, instead gazing upwards to evade Fushiguro Megumi's scrutinizing eyes. If you don't want to go, then forget it. It's no big deal. If I don't go, what will happen? Fushiguro Megumi spoke succinctly, locking eyes with Zhang Zechen, who was avoiding him. If I don't go, what will happen to you? Zhang Zechen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could speak, tears spilled forth, hot and relentless. TSK, Fushiguro Megumi irritably wiped Zhang Zekhen's face, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. He suppressed the sudden unease bubbling within him, awkwardly pulling Zhang Zechen into his embrace. Following the instinctual thought in his mind, feeling his brother tightly clutching him, Fushiguro Megumi furrowed his brow, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Brother, I don't want to go, Zhang Zekhen's voice cracked, overwhelmed by a mixture of sobs and sudden emotional collapse. The anxiety within Fushiguro Megumi intensified. He could not comprehend what Zhang Zechen was saying nor see his brother's expression, so he resorted to diverting his attention. I remember you used to cry a lot when you were little. Hanging around those guys has made you overly emotional. If you tell me you're this upset just because you didn't go out with them for that crazy mission, I'll be surprised. Hey, stop crying. Zhang Zechen found it amusing and almost laughed, yet the corners of his mouth fell again, weighed down by tears. He took a deep breath, swallowing countless farewells, along with endless sorrow. I just want you to protect that girl for a day. After all, 30 million can attract countless villains. I don't want to leave Gojo and Jujutsu's task incomplete. Is that all? Fushiguro Megumi furrowed his brow tightly, yet oddly found himself believing Zhang Zekhen's words. It felt as if some thought had been inexplicably extracted from his mind, and just as he began to ponder it, he forgot what he intended to explore. Simultaneously, a message popped up in Zhang Zekhen's mind. Okay, brother, Hui and Tsutsumi 1T be back tonight. I want to sleep with you. No way, go away. Please. Brother, get off me. You'll regret this. Chuckling, Fushiguro Megumi, following Zhang Zekhen's instructions, boarded the plane to the island where the others were located. Again furrowing his brow, irritated as he gazed out at the night sky, countless thoughts of Zhang Zechen resurfaced once more. He stood at the doorway, the shadows enveloping his entire visage, obscuring Zhang Zekhen's expression as he lingered before the car door. At the very moment the vehicle departed from the intersection, He seemed to hear Zhang Zeken's airy farewell. What is going on? Fushiguro Zenin, agitated, shifted his posture once more, continuing to gaze at the scenery outside. Chapter 46, The Breaking Point. He has boarded the plane. The directive for Nanami Kinto and Hibara Yu to release Zenin has already been transmitted. Zechen, pay attention to me. What do you want me to say? Zechen, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's my own inadequacy. How could I blame you? Zechen, now you truly resemble a system. You can alter others' thoughts, and even change memories. My brother will surely regret this day in the future. He actually believed my words. Just thinking about returning to that small rental apartment. It fills me with no anticipation at all. I will go mad. A tempest of emotions surged within him. A suffocating pressure lodged firmly in his chest, unable to escape or be inhaled. Zhang Zechen was forcibly drawn back to his thoughts, tears streaming down his cheeks, trickling into his hair, bringing a slight itch, yet he had no time to dwell on such sensations, returning to a world devoid of them. This thought was enough to shatter Zhang Zechen, as if invisible hands seized his limbs, covering his mouth and nose, a wave of pent-up frustration choking him. I merely wished to accompany them. Why? A torrent of crimson erupted from Zhang Zechen's mouth, blooming like a blood-red flower in midair, droplets staining his face, mingling with tears to form long trails of blood. Zhang Zechen clutched his chest tightly, striking his own cheek in a desperate attempt to redirect his focus. The overwhelming tide of despair crashed upon him, as if he were thrusting the tin reverse into Wataru's body. Return to the original world. These two messages seemed intent on drowning the struggling Zhang Zechen in oxygen, forcing him to exist beneath the surface. Finally, a cry escaped him, as he lay on the blood-stained bed, wailing, his heart wrenching in agony. At the moment the sun illuminated the room through the window, Zhang Zechen reached for his own eyes. Suguru Geto, in silence, accelerated the output of cursed energy, the rainbow dragon beneath him picking up speed once more. He patted Wataru's shoulder, signaling him to regain his focus. Wataru, we'll be back soon. It doesn't signify anything. Wataru turned to face Geto, whose expression was strained, yet still attempting to console himself. He wished to smile, but the unease within him threatened to consume him. Geto, we never informed Zechen of which island we were on. Geto's pupils quivered but were quickly suppressed. Perhaps it was Zenin who told him. Geto endeavored to convince himself, even though he knew it was futile. Wataru covered his eyes, lowering his head in embarrassment. The old man just mentioned. Zechen wanted him to escort Riko and Kurwa abroad. Geto, you felt it, didn't you? Despite all the confusion, we both agreed just now. It was only when the plane took off that we realized something was amiss. Is this normal? Wataru lifted his head to look at Geto. Geto slowly shook his head. Not normal. Far from it. That's why we directly abandoned Nanami and Hibara to board the Rainbow Dragon straight to Tokyo. Second, a profound worry washed over Geto's eyes. Wataru seemed lost in his own thoughts, swallowing hard before continuing. Geto, do you recall what Zechen said? I asked if he would die. He said no. Geto interrupted Wataru, not daring to meet his gaze. Yes, he won tea. Wataru's eyes glimmered with hope as he observed Zhang Zechen, who sat numbly by the window, blood ceaselessly flowing from his hollow eyes. The yellow sphere strained itself once more, delving into Wataru and Geto's memories, urging them to return more swiftly. Faster. To relieve Zechen sooner. Even faster. Chapter 47. Hate Me. Bang. The rainbow dragon crashed heavily behind the villa. Wataru and Geto leapt down, racing inside with all their might. Second, the acrid scent of blood and the pool of crimson on the floor struck Wataru and Geto like a blade. Wataru trembled as he gazed at the silhouette turned away from him, softly speaking. Zechen, what happened? Zhang Zechen tilted his head, a light chuckle escaping him. Where's my brother? He must have already gone abroad with Riko. Zhang Zechen's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. Geto, bypassing the stunned Wataru, attempted to approach but suddenly froze. As if scalded, stumbling back in shock at the sight on the floor. Geto, I heard your voice. Why aren't you speaking? Zhang Zechen turned his head. In the sunlight, the once perpetually smiling dark red irises had vanished, leaving only two empty voids. Zechen, we need to go to the hospital. Come, walk with Wataru. Wataru moved stiffly, staggering as he tried to approach, nearly losing his balance as he passed Geto, tears pouring from his trembling eyes. Wataru's heart raced, as if foretelling the unfolding tragedy. Zhang Zechen stood silently as Wataru embraced him, and then puffed. In the instant Wataru wrapped his arms around the icy Zhang Zechen. Something pierced through his body, a searing liquid spraying onto Geto's face behind them. Both froze mid-motion, Wataru looking down in shock, witnessing the tin reverse embedded within him, and Zhang Zechen's trembling hand. What happened? Wataru. Geto rushed forward, supporting Wataru's body, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Zhang Zechen. Zechen? Wataru gestured for Geto to remain calm, blinking rapidly, suppressing his instinctual aversion to the blood spilling forth, managing a smile, then extracting the tin reverse from his abdomen, handing it to Zhang Zechen. Huh, Zechen, you truly are upset that Geto and I didn't take you out to play, aren't you? It's fine. Wataru isn't that petty. Come on, let us do it again. Once we're done, you must accompany us to the hospital. Satoru Gojo pried open Zhang Zechen's hand, pushing the heavenly reversal spear into his grasp, and gently patted his shoulder with a smile. Suguru Geto appeared as though his throat had been constricted, helplessly glancing between Gojo and Zhang Zechen, struggling to articulate with his parched voice. Has Tianyuan upset you? Gojo and I have already placed the star essence into the aircraft waiting for Zenin. Tianyuan cannot assimilate anymore. Did Gojo not say that we are the strongest? With the three of us together, nothing could possibly go wrong. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, Geto suddenly choked up upon realizing that Zhang Zechen was no longer aware of his surroundings. Why? The heavenly reversal spear clattered to the ground with a soft sound as Zhang Zechen numbly shook his head, murmuring, "Why are you trying to comfort me? Strike me, kill me, hate me. You must hate me, hate me." Geto, standing closest, enveloped the seemingly deranged Zhang Zechen in a tight embrace. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Gojo, clutching his bleeding wound, joined him with a smile. "I don't hate you, Zechen. I will never hate you." Zhang Zechen clutched the fabric of Gojo's and Geto's clothes with a resolve trembling with despair, and for the first time, he broke down in tears. Geto continuously patted Zhang Zechen's back as Gojo, witnessing the raw display of emotion, struggled to muster a smile. "It's fine. It's just that I can't see anymore. As long as you are here, it's not over." Zechen. The black markings began to creep from the left side of Zhang Zechen's neck up to his cheek, sinking into the hollow of his eye sockets. And his eyeballs swiftly regenerated, radiating a disorienting black light that overwhelmed Gojo and Geto. The inner yellow sphere observed in shock as Zhang Zechen's body panel was gradually altered and overtaken. "Zechen, can you hear me? Zechen." Chapter 48. The Death of Special Grade Sorcerer Zenin Zechen. "Zechen, step back. Gojo, be careful. Something is wrong with him. Who is controlling Zechen? What do we do, Geto? Zechen, wake up." The sharp voice of the yellow sphere in his mind, along with the anxious calls from Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, seemed to intertwine, leaving Zhang Zechen at a loss as to where to direct his attention. He endured the unbearable agony of his soul, a consequence of defying the higher powers, responding to the yellow sphere, or perhaps soothing Geto and Gojo, or awakening to reclaim his body from the urge to harm Gojo. What is going on? Thus, once again, driven back by Zhang Zechen's murderous intent, Gojo and Geto could only watch as he severed his own neck with the frosty blade. Second, the first to react was the yellow sphere. It had found the interface, controlling Zhang Zechen. Yet, it was too late, as Zhang Zechen was solely focused on the two before him. It immediately exerted all its energy to transmit life force to Zhang Zechen, but to no avail. The six eyes clearly relayed to Gojo every movement of Zhang Zechen, every spatter of blood, and even without the six eyes, Geto could discern the clarity in Zhang Zechen's gaze and the precision of his actions. The two remained frozen, watching as the frosty blade fell to the ground, witnessing the eerie black markings recede from Zhang Zechen's cheek, as he smiled and reached out, bidding farewell. "Gojo, Geto." "Zenin Zechen." Gojo and Geto rushed forward, only to be halted by a thin barrier. Zechen, listen to me. We need to get you to a hospital. We need to get you to a hospital." Their bloodied fists pounded against the barrier with all their might, yet it merely rippled outward. "I never imagined that the barrier formed from all the cursed spirits I killed would ultimately be used to protect you," Zhang Zechen said, raising his head, allowing the yellow sphere to desperately transmit life force, while the heavens and curses mended his body. "You see, the higher powers had even planned for the effects of the frosty blade from the very beginning. Whatever, I'm going to die anyway." At this moment, Zhang Zechen released a relaxed sigh. Scalding blood gushed from his severed neck, warming half of his body, and his thoughts began to drift. "They want me to kill Gojo to force him to learn the reversal technique. This was originally my brother's task, as he took on the mission involving the star essence. But because of me, he didn't take it here, so my brother will not be killed by Gojo learning the reversal technique. Yet, similarly, Gojo cannot become the strongest. We had a pact. I was supposed to die during my time at Jujutsu High. You all said the one who inscribed the heart formation for me was exceptionally clever. He said, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die in place of my brother." I said, "All right then." Zhang Zechen withdrew his gaze from the ceiling, turning it toward the dazed pair. "But had I known he would ultimately control my body to harm you, I would not have stabbed Gojo. It must have hurt a lot. Had I known he could control me, I would have just committed suicide, dying in a deserted place. How frightened would Hui and Tsumaki be upon returning to find my room in such a state?" I'm sorry for the trouble. Please clean it up. Is there anything else? Let me think. Forget it. Geto, you must stay by Gojo's side. Ah, how I wish I had cursed energy. Then I could curse you too, to never part ways. Ah, so this is it. How unfair. There should have been a hug. Then, farewell. With a heavy thud, his lifeless body collapsed, startling the two awake. As Gojo blinked his dry eyes back to reality, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha, ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Geto, holding his head, joined Gojo in laughter, both chuckling as if oblivious to the passage of time, laughing until their heads spun, tears and mucus streaming down their faces, until they coughed up blood. It was only when Fushiguro Megumi returned, finding Zhang Zechen lying in a pool of blood, that he noticed the smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. June 2006, Special Grade Sorcerer Zhang Zechen, deceased. In the same month, Special Grade Sorcerers Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto comprehended the reversal technique. July 2006, Grade 1 Sorcerers Yuhibara and Kinto Nanami withdrew from the Jujutsu world. June 2007, Fushiguro Megumi joined Jujutsu High as an external member. June 2008, Special Grade Sorcerers Suguru Geto, Satoru Gojo, and Fushiguro Megumi requested a month off, which was denied. In June 2009, 3 individuals proposed defection and took tangible actions, sabotaging over 50 high-ranking officials' vehicles and contaminating the conference water with laxatives. However, they were dissuaded by the esteemed sorcerer Yaga Yoshinobu and subsequently took a week off. In 2010, hey, have you finished reading? I truly don't understand what is so captivating about this. Hurry up and tidy up. I need to go eat, the man grumbled as he cleared his small desk, glancing at the clock intermittently. I said you. I've finished, senpai. Let us go. I'll take over, he replied. His simmering anger quelled by the presence of the person before him. The man shot him a glare and rose to leave. How dare he glare at you? Confront him. Yes, confront him. The man rubbed the yellow pom-pom dangling from his ear and suggested, let us go have rice noodles. I'm starving. All right, let us eat. Great. Let us go? With a flick of his wrist, he sent the man soaring into the sky. Chapter 49. How can this not be considered a bitter summer? Zhang Zechen has perished, and in his stead, Suguru Geto has bestowed upon Satoru Gojo another bitter summer. Why is it referred to as a substitute? Even Yaga Yoshinobu is uncertain. Zhang Zekhen's death seems to have propelled the evolution of life at Jujutsu High. Every word he uttered in life appears to have laid the groundwork for all that was to come. For instance, on the day when Hyuka and Nanami were to embark on a mission, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo inexplicably followed. After completing the mission, Suguru Geto reported the abuse of a village of children, seeking to provide them education rather than merely acting on whims in a dream. The sorcerers around him had faced death before, yet this was the first time he had experienced the loss of a student. The leader of that raucous trio had died. The transformation of the 2 strongest individuals within a month appeared unaffected, yet he knew that those 2 had perished alongside him. On such a scorching day, he couldn't help but think of that mischievous lad who delighted in inserting his cool hands into his collar. How could it be? He truly is gone. After thoroughly burying his sorrow, Suguru Geto seemed to have forgotten the existence of this individual, attending classes, undertaking missions, and regularly attempting to teach himself reversal techniques alongside Satoru Gojo. He continued to visit Shoko's infirmary and spar with Satoru Gojo to confront the truth. He felt no sorrow for Zhang Zekhen's demise, nor did he perceive any difference between his current life and the past. It was merely on a day after a mission that he habitually ordered a takeout from the rice noodle shop, thinking he should have completed his task by now. He is dead. That jovial character who used to remind him that a steady diet of buckwheat noodles would lead to nutritional imbalance is truly gone. Dead, yet still demanding that I mourn for you, claiming that I look unsightly when I cry. I knew it all along. Clearly, it was Zechen who was the villain. Zhang Zechen is deceased. Fushiguro Megumi remarked, if he is dead, then so be it. What does that concern me? Yet why does it hurt? Wasn't it said that one should strive to be devoid of emotions? TSK, even having a dog brings forth emotions. After all, I am human. It is only natural to feel sorrow for that little waste of space after nurturing him for over a decade, Megumi reassured himself. A knock echoed on the window, causing Fushiguro Megumi's heart to tremble instinctively. He turned his head, and despite knowing he was losing his sanity, he rushed forward to draw back the curtain. Outside the window was a small black bird, gathering twigs to build a nest. Upon noticing his presence, it did not flee but tilted its head, seemingly asking if it could call this place home. The scene felt like a haunting echo from years past, filling Megumi with an inexplicable rage. He forcefully yanked the window open, wishing to shoo the bird away, but it merely tilted its head and nudged his hand. Exhausted, Fushiguro Megumi crouched down, covering his face with his hands. Little waste of space. I regret it. Zhang Zechen is dead. What a joke. He had just taken me out for fun days ago. Why would he go to such lengths to create such a dreary jest? Fushiguro Tsumiki helplessly waved her hand, signaling the sobbing Jamiki to cease her theatrics. He nonchalantly organized his desk, dismissing the unrest that had plagued his heart in recent days. Ultimately, when Yaga Yoshinobu came to escort him away, he could barely maintain his footing. Once more, he was supported by the silent Yaga Yoshinobu, and as Megumi struggled to enter the room where bodies were laid, he froze in place. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Stop this. Stop it. In the heavy silence, Fushiguro Megumi repeatedly gazed up at the mute Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, pleading, "Speak. Make him rise. Please stop." Satoru Gojo stepped forward, kneeling before Megumi. "Megumi, just step outside." The hope in Megumi's eyes extinguished completely as he staggered away from Suguru Geto's embrace, desperately running toward the door. "It's a lie. It's all lies. I just haven't woken up yet. Once I do, I'll see Zechen again. Yes, I just haven't woken up." The whistle echoed throughout the night. Eventually, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto found Fushiguro Megumi curled up beneath a tree, clutching the small toy gifted by Zhang Zechen. The wind rustled the whistle, producing a mournful sound. Satoru Gojo gently held him close, while Suguru Geto extended a cool hand to wipe away Megumi's tears, only to be grasped by the cub trapped in a dream, murmuring, "Zechen." The two strongest sorcerers sat beneath the tree in silence for an interminable time. Zhang Zechen is dead, right before my eyes. I know, even the details were captured by the six eyes. Yet, I refuse to believe it. How could a person bleed so profusely? It must have been a blood bag, too clumsy an act. He is merely fatigued, wishing to sleep for a while. He will awaken tomorrow, you see. Geto thinks so too. We have guarded Zekhen's side for 2 days. Perhaps he has just slept too long. Indeed. Zechen has been on missions. He must be exhausted. We had made a pact. Zechen was to grow up with us to become a teacher at Jujutsu High. We had promised to return home together. What is this nonsense about the Zenin family wanting to reclaim Zekhen's body? Are they out of their minds? He is merely asleep. And what do you mean by body? I cannot comprehend this. I simply cannot understand. Geto seems to have some issues as well. He actually said, "Zechen, you are dead." Humph. I shall never play with him again. Chen Chen, please wake up. Let us together tug at Jie's bizarre bangs. Teacher Yi has arrived. Accompanied by Naozi and Nanami Hibara. The songstress and Miss Ming are here too. Why are they crying? I seem to have lost the ability to converse with them. Chen Chen, please awaken. I am at a loss for words with them. Teach me how to communicate. Chen Chen, today Jie and I had a scuffle. He told me to wake up, but I am not asleep. Jie must have been overtaken by those strange bangs, losing his senses. I emerged victorious. Well, perhaps I didn't win, but I certainly didn't lose. Jie and I were both knocked out by Yi with a single punch each. Isn't that incredibly fun? Please wake up. Chen Chen, they claim I am unwell, and Jie isn't standing up for me. Come and help me deal with them. Hey, huh, shush shush shush. Am I truly unwell? It seems so. I am starting to accept the grim reality that you are gone. No. What do you mean by reality? Clearly. Quiwi doesn't believe it today either. The old man hasn't shown up. How can this be? Why aren't you waking up? Are you cold lying alone in that small room? I wish to join you, but I've grown too tall, and I can't lie down. We will meet again, right? Right? Chapter 50. Untitled. As consciousness returned, Zhang Zechen could feel his body, the rhythm of his breath, the metallic scent of dried blood upon him, and the fragrance of gardenias lingering in the rented room. In truth, it must all be a dream. Those yellow spheres, the celestial bindings, Wu Tiao Wu, it must all be a dream. He could not persuade himself otherwise. The sense of everyone, their embraces, the Zen temple. And finally, he mustered the courage to open his eyes. In the pitch-black room, he could discern nothing, nor could he ascertain direction. After stumbling several times, he finally found the switch. With a click, the room illuminated, and Zhang Zechen squinted against the sudden brightness. Once his vision cleared, he clenched his fists. The wall adorned with posters urging him to survive now felt suffocating. He turned and made his way to the cramped bathroom. After a brief rinse, Zhang Zechen staggered onto his bed, only to lock eyes with a life-sized cutout. His heart lurched, and he instinctively turned away, then caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, deep azure hair and dark crimson eyes. In a frenzy, Zhang Zechen lunged forward, cradling the mirror on the bedside table, trembling as he caressed his own face. Ha ha ha! A surge of suppressed laughter erupted from his lips, and he neglected to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. We will meet again. We will meet again. It seemed as though the flickering lights in the living room were due to unstable voltage. However, in the kitchen, Zhang Zechen excitedly laid down the knife in his hand. The yellow sphere? You must be it, right? Right? In the dimly lit kitchen, Zhang Zechen gripped the knife, his dark red eyes glinting with a morbid light under the illumination. It didn't matter if it was not. I cannot bear the sensation of emptiness. I have indeed lost my sanity. A flicker of light accompanied by a crackle. Would it flicker again? Zhang Zechen grinned, surveying his surroundings before effortlessly leaping from the third-floor window. Thud! His body crashed heavily against the ground, delivering a jolt of reality. Humph! Zhang Zechen groaned as he rolled over, ignoring his dislocated shoulder, and charged outward. Amidst the dilapidated buildings, illuminated by the moonlight, he sprinted to the abandoned construction site behind the community. Facing the wind, he inserted the sculpting knife between his ribs, piercing his heart. All that mattered was to die. Just to die? Zhang Zechen grasped the handle and twisted it, feeling the blade scrape against bone. With a sudden motion, he yanked out the knife, blood gushing from the gaping wound in his chest. The surge in blood pressure triggered a reverse flow, causing blood to spurt from his throat into his mouth. Zhang Zechen trembled as he collapsed to the ground, dust and blood staining him. Gradually, he began to feel no pain and even entertained the thought that if he still possessed the power of celestial bindings, he could simply follow in his brother's footsteps and drive a knife into his brain. Hey, I'm going to find my brother, to seek out Wu Tiao and Xiaoyu. Hey, heh. Zhang Zechen's eyes involuntarily closed, yet his mind was flooded with their faces. I have truly lost my mind. Foolish beings in this three-dimensional world. Love whom you will. I, at least, shall not remain. In the instant Zhang Zechen's consciousness faded, his body vanished from its place, along with the bloodstains. It seemed that, in this world, Zhang Zechen had never existed. Hello, I am the delicate White Lotus system. Would you like to bind with me? Before Zhang Zechen could open his eyes, he heard that familiar voice. He smiled, catching the yellow sphere that leaped into his embrace. No, please connect me with the mischievous system. I have connections. Huh, sir. Please cooperate with this sphere. Huh, wasn't it the White Lotus? Why is it now called a sphere? Zhang Zechen unabashedly squeezed the delightfully soft sphere, pressing it against his chest. But sphere is still a lovely name. Let me guess, with that entire hue of excrement yellow, your real name wouldn't happen to be Yellow Sphere, would it? Bad Chen Chen. Finally unable to contain its tears, the yellow sphere clung tightly to Zhang Zechen. Despite being an electronic entity, Zhang Zechen could genuinely feel the coldness of its tears. Don't cry. Woo 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 Chen Chen. Chen Chen, you have been so reckless. You cannot simply change due to your appearance. What if? What if this is merely a gift? What if I had missed my chance? Woo 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 woo. You nearly truly died. Why didn't you signal me? You scared me to death. Woo 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 woo. The yellow sphere, in utter despair, burrowed into Zhang Zechen's embrace, its tears soaking through his thin white shirt and onto his chest. It seemed a bit incomprehensible. Zhang Zechen fell silent, furrowing his brow before tightening his embrace around the yellow sphere, hesitantly speaking. If I say, I didn't really consider whether that string of lights was you. I simply wanted to die. The cries of the yellow orb were suddenly stifled. It lifted its head, eyes shimmering with tears, and gazed intently at Zhang Zechen. Did you not hear me? Because he intervened and altered the original mission, to control Zhang Zechen to replace him in his desire to kill Gojo Satoru. I have received power from the other systems. Will I wait until the protagonist, Yuji Itadori, grows up to find you? Zhang Zechen looked up, avoiding the yellow orb's expression, and proudly replied, no. So, you merely regarded that string of lights as a mere coincidence to comfort yourself? You didn't even want to trouble the landlord by running to an empty place? You didn't hear what I said? Yes. The yellow orb fell silent, closing its mouth, the words of reproach weighing heavily on its heart, but remaining unspoken. It understood what returning to reality meant for Zhang Zechen. It was simply heartbroken. Heartbroken that Zhang Zechen, who had exerted all his efforts to stay by their side, ultimately met with a fate of suicide. Twice, even. A myriad of sentiments condensed into a single sigh. It was my initial deception by him that led to Chen Chen experiencing those events. It is my fault. All right. Stop saying that. Zhang Zechen embraced the self-reproaching yellow orb, closing his eyes. I am truly happy that you chose me to go there. As for the things we experienced, they are beyond our control. Orb, I have never blamed you. Never. The yellow orb pouted, nearly drowning in the tenderness reflected in Zhang Zechen's gaze. It stifled its tears, fiercely wiping its face. Chen Chen, you are truly wonderful. Don't be anxious. I will take you back there immediately. I want to go out with you. I want to protect Chen Chen. The yellow orb, with tears and snot, fumbled in Zhang Zechen's embrace, trying to decipher the incomprehensible digital signals. After a moment of silence, Zhang Zechen spoke. Could you refrain from going out? Why? Your appearance is somewhat unpleasing to the eye. I can shrink. I can make you see only my form. Don't abandon me. I want to protect Chen Chen. All right. Then, Chen Chen, that bug is glaring at you. Smash it. Stay calm. Chen Chen, That leaf is trying to provoke you. Smash it. Remain composed. Chen Chen, that person is looking at you. Smash him. Who wouldn't he want to take a glance at me in this form? That person seems a bit familiar. Where? Over there. Is that Gojo Satoru? Ah. Chapter 51. Loss of Composure. The silhouette gradually became clear as a cheerful young man darted out from the shadows of the alley, his sharp pink hair swaying with vitality. Gojo-sensei, where are we headed next? Ah, Yuji is quite eager. ISNT? The flamboyant wave of energy emerged before the tall figure. Gojo Satoru chuckled, hands tucked into his pockets. First, we'll find your teacher, Suguru, and then celebrate the 10th gathering where we step out with our left foot in the morning. Sounds good, sounds good. Yuji Itadori cheered enthusiastically, resembling a carefree spirit, causing Gojo Satoru to involuntarily smile. Does Wild Rose and Nobara have any thoughts? The spicy teacher, Gojo Satoru, seldom solicited suggestions. So you knew? Nobara Kujisaki stomped her foot in irritation. What was that task about if we were supposed to hang out? Yay? ISNT the task of the second grade cursed spirit, just a game? Gojo Satoru halted in confusion, genuinely blinking his eyes, though obscured by his peculiar eye mask. Nobara was certain she detected mockery in his ethereal gaze. Hey, you idiot, say something. We came out to have fun and got dragged directly into a pile of cursed spirits. Don't you have anything to say? Nobara pouted, throwing a verbal grenade at Yuji Itadori, who was contemplating whether to eat rice or steak first. Oh. Yuji Itadori hastily settled on the monumental decision of chewing vegetables with one cheek and meat with the other, then quickly responded to Nobara's inquiry. Because I still don't quite understand the levels of that thing called cursed spirits. But Gojo-sensei must be right. It's a game. Hee. Gojo Satoru, radiating small pink flowers, leaned in closer for a friendly exchange with Yuji Itadori, specifically performing a wiggly arm dance. Don't you have anything to say? Nobara Kujisaki glared at the silently contemplative Megumi Fushiguro, who simply adjusted his collar and continued to act as his own talisman. Nobara. Megumi is sulking because only Cole is getting attention. Forget that name. Megumi Fushiguro coldly turned his head, avoiding the gaze of the grinning Gojo Satoru. That black dog was actually named Cole. Yuji Itadori exclaimed with excitement, immediately drawing Nobara Kujisaki in for a loud discussion, both oblivious to their volume. What a contrast. Is that really the name that this cold, aloof idiot gave it? Nobara pouted, shuddering in distaste. Megumi Fushiguro, giving up the struggle, suppressed the throbbing cross on his forehead and quickened his pace. Because Gojo-sensei's report indicates that Megumi's other dog is named Snowball. Wow. Megumi Fushiguro struggled to cover his face, putting forth all his effort to ignore the teasing gaze of the two half-people behind him. So childish. ISNT it. The slyly grinning Gojo Satoru suddenly fell silent, causing Yuji and Nobara to exchange puzzled glances before looking towards the direction he was focused on in the distance. Gojo-sensei, what's wrong? Did you detect an enemy? Yuji Itadori leaned forward, peering around. No, it's nothing. Gojo Satoru swallowed hard, turning his head only to meet the expressionless gaze of Megumi Fushiguro. Very similar. Megumi Fushiguro bluntly tossed out a sentence, tightly clenching his fists as he turned away. No, hey, Fushiguro, what's wrong? Yuji Itadori, confused, pressed his face closer to Megumi, only to be pushed away with a hand before scratching his head and turning back. Gojo-sensei? Where did he go? Over there. Nobara Kujisaki pointed with her chin, indicating for Yuji to look eastward. As his gaze shifted, he spotted a white-haired man standing amidst the crowd, seemingly having removed his eye mask, his soft hair cascading over his face, obscuring his expression. But soon enough, the all-too-casual Gojo Satoru returned to their side, appearing completely unperturbed. Kind-hearted Gojo swiftly took care of a pesky little fly. How magnificent. We must hurry to find Jogo to praise him, and conveniently check on how JS mission report is coming along. He is so considerate. So inexplicably odd. Nobara Kujisaki calmly expressed her perspective, while Yuji Itadori awkwardly laughed in agreement, and Megumi Fushiguro's eyes darkened with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, very similar. Chapter 52, A Deceased Individual. I cannot comprehend this. There is no need for your understanding. No, I truly do not understand. Chen Chen. You were so eager to reunite with them, yet why did you hide just now? No, I am not prepared. Prepared for what? Zhang Zechen, in a fit of frustration, scratched his head and crouched in the corner. My dearest friend, who has been deceased for 12 years, has returned. Shouldn't I provide them with an explanation? The yellow orb descended from Zhang Zechen's earring, floating before him, gently nudging his brow in silence. Chen Chen is afraid. Afraid that they may not recognize you anymore, correct? Zhang Zechen, displaying childlike petulance, turned his head away, ignoring the floating yellow orb. Wu Tiao and Hui just exhibited a significant emotional fluctuation. They recognized you. Upon hearing the yellow orb's words, Zhang Zechen's expression softened slightly as he extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. Am I being overly sentimental? He who forsook everything for suicide, and it is he who returns to hope, evading all. Chen Chen is the strongest, the kindest, the most wonderful person I have ever encountered. Chen Chen, do not lack confidence. You are exceedingly special to Shire, to Wu Tiao, to Suguru, to them all. Go seek them out. Go and say, it has been a long time. When did your words become so sweet? Hee. The yellow orb emitted an awkward giggle, returning to Zhang Zechen's earring. Having learned from Chen Chen is the best, the very best. Zhang Zechen exhaled deeply, patting his cheeks, finally gathering the resolve to rise. Hey, that individual. No public urination allowed. Oh, teacher Suguru. Ha, Suguru Geto dodged the rushing Yuji Itadori, casually extending a foot, smack. Ah, hello Yuji. Suguru Geto leisurely squatted down, patting the back of Yuji Itadori, who was in close contact with the ground. Old Howler, Yuji struggled to lift his head, only to be pushed down again. Teacher Wu Tiao, you are too heavy. I can't hear. Puffed. Suguru Geto chuckled, straightening up and patting the shoulder of Wu Tiao Satoru, who was perched on Yuji's back. All right. Satoru, leave him be. I am not. And it was clearly you who caused the commotion first, Wu Tiao Satoru retorted, standing up and pulling Yuji Itadori along. No. It was Yuji who fell on his own. Suguru Geto grinned, tilting his head, and Wu Tiao Satoru leaned in, mirroring the tilt. Exactly. Yuji halted his actions of brushing off his clothes, placing his hands on his hips. Though both Teacher Wu Tiao and Teacher Suguru are incredibly powerful, they are truly quite childish. Ah, I can't hear. Wu Tiao Satoru bent to the left, while Suguru Geto leaned to the right, both adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The presence of these two in the school was indeed a source of both joy and exasperation. Watching the entire scene, Nibirius Riko turned to the arms-crossed Yoshino Junpei, who sighed deeply. In that sigh, Nibirius sensed an overwhelming sorrow. In the end, the only ones worthy of respect at this school are Senior Nanami and Senior Akatsu, right? Is that so? I have never seen them, Nibirius remarked, catching up with the group ahead. So, Principal, how did you manage to teach those two? And as for Teacher Shoko, I truly don't know how she endures them. Only the chaotic sounds of footsteps remained. Nibirius turned, confused, to the group that seemed muted. Even the usually serious Yoshino was silent, let alone the perpetually jovial Wu Tiao Satoru and Suguru Geto. Did I say something wrong? Riko shrank her neck, inching closer to Fushiguro Megumi. No, you did not say anything wrong. Well, that is good. It was merely a mention of a deceased individual. Fushiguro Megumi turned his head, nonchalantly stating, the shadow of his hair obscuring his expression. However, judging solely by his tone, even Yuji, who was trying to lighten the mood, was taken aback. His mouth agape, not to mention the emotionally tumultuous Riko. That is not me. Riko flailed her hands in panic, her mind racing, ultimately casting a hopeful glance at Yuji. I will no longer call you a brat who loves eating boogers. Please, assist your dear peer. Oh. After much contemplation, Yuji finally grasped Riko's meaning and resolved to step forward. Ahem, haha. Teachers Wu Tiao and Suguru, I recalled an incident from my childhood. Huh. Yuji, please share. I am quite curious. Suguru Geto patted the unusually tense Wu Tiao Satoru, turning his head with narrowed eyes, urging Yuji to speak. Oh. It was when I was 5 years old. That midday, I had just finished watching a movie. I heard someone knocking at the door. It was probably Ahem. Yuji lightly coughed, attempting to mimic the voice of that person. Is this Yuji's home? I am the kind person here to have a meal with you. Huh. That sounds too much like a child trafficking line, Nibirius commented dryly. Hey, actually, reflecting on it now, it does sound quite similar, but I was still young then. So Yuji wouldn't open the door, right? Wu Tiao Satoru interjected mischievously. Suguru Geto glanced over, and Wu Tiao Satoru wore a nonchalant smile, because I was really hungry. And the brother outside didn't look like a bad person. I opened the door. Yuji sheepishly scratched his head, avoiding Fushiguro Megumi's incredulous gaze. Were you too gullible as a child? Ahem, Megumi, let's not delve into that. I will continue. Then that brother shared a meal with me. He was truly gentle. Washed my hair, and even lulled me to sleep. It's just a pity I have never seen him again since growing up. Huh, though you appear quite foolish. You indeed were rather naive. But what did that brother look like to leave such an impression on you? As images surfaced in Nibirius's mind, a young Yuji sucking on his fingers and a faceless, gentle, handsome man, curiosity piqued. Yes, that is what I wanted to say. Yuji clapped his left hand against his right, suddenly excited. That brother asked me to remind a future uncle who resembled him to live well. If not for the age difference, I would have really thought Fushiguro was the uncle he mentioned. The attentive Wutiao Satoru abruptly halted his steps, followed closely by Suguru Geto. Both turned around in excitement. Yuji, still unaware of the situation, felt a firm grip on his shoulder. He resembles me? Chapter 53, Long Time No See. Yuji Itadori was firmly grasped by Fushiguro Megumi's shoulders, feeling an undeniable pain. This was the first time he had seen Fushiguro so agitated, his voice trembling. Meeting Fushiguro's almost pleading gaze, Yuji struggled to swallow. Yes, very similar. Though the hair colors differ. And what else? Seeing his peers become animated by a single phrase, Yuji Itadori swiftly delved into the recesses of his memory, as if recalling a vision of crimson eyes. In his hand, he continuously twirled a fan, accompanied by soft laughs. Fushiguro Megumi released his grip, allowing his arm to fall, retreating several steps until he was steadied by Kento Nanami. You actually didn't die, did you? You simply chose to abandon me. It's just that I upset you before, right? Right? Fushiguro, are you alright? Yuji Itadori anxiously attempted to approach, only to be pulled back by a hand on his shoulder. Following the hand's path, he found himself facing the solemn expression of Satoru Gojo, who managed a faint smile. Yuji, could you do me a favor and think this through more carefully? Upon reflection, he recalled something else that was said. Gojo. Suguru Geto lowered his eyelashes, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He paved the way for every one of us. What if he truly didn't perish? Trembling with emotion, the wild rose embraced herself. Although it appeared that the events to unfold would indeed become the grand gossip of the jujutsu world. However, as someone oblivious to it all, would I face dire consequences for merely listening? Why, you idiot. I asked you to lighten the mood, not head in that direction. He mentioned that if possible, do not consume those soap-flavored chicken feet. Do not attend Jujutsu High, for within the school lurked a cat and a fox that preyed on children. Humph. Though Yuji Itadori was rather oblivious, he was not entirely incapable of reading the atmosphere. Observing the emotional shifts among those affected by his earlier words, he furrowed his brow. If my brother is acquainted with the teacher and Fushiguro, then the soap-flavored chicken feet must refer to the fingers of the cursed spirit. And the cat and fox likely represent Gojo-sensei and Geto-sensei, right? The group's emotions shifted due to the words spoken by Inumaki. Was it because the person Fushiguro referred to was his brother? Toguro, are you really this inconsistent in your intelligence? Does it even align with human anatomy? Hey! Yuji Itadori's serious expression broke as he turned to the earnest wild rose beside him. What month was that? Yuji looked at Suguru Geto, pursing his lips. July, August. Or September. Any would suffice, just not. I can't recall. I'm sorry, sensei. Yuji Itadori lowered his head in guilt, while Satoru Gojo reached out to ruffle his hair. It's alright. How could I possibly blame you, Yuji? So much time has passed that forgetting is the norm. We promised to go eat, yet here we are wasting so much time. The teacher is hungry, you know? It's fine, let's go. Gojo patted Yuji on the back, suppressing his own disappointment as he stepped forward. Suguru Geto, forced a smile, exchanged glances with Kento Nanami, and took hold of the silent Fushiguro Megumi's hand. Come on, Megumi. Skipping lunch will stunt your growth. Yuji Itadori shared a glance with Inumaki, gradually slowing his pace to walk alongside Kento Nanami. Principal, so who is that person? Indeed. Gojo-sensei, Geto-sensei, and Fushiguro seemed genuinely disheartened. Yuji Itadori raised a hand, striving to lower his voice. And how could my brother possibly know about events 12 years into the future? Time travel, perhaps? Hey, you idiot, have you watched too many movies? Inumaki punched Yuji lightly, quickly reverting to his obedient student demeanor as he earnestly faced Kento Nanami. Nanami suppressed his own discomfort, speaking in a tone normal enough for the three evading the subject to hear. The special grade sorcerer, Zenin Tsuken, was a contemporary of Gojo, Geto, and Shoko. He is also Fushiguro's uncle. 12 years ago, he died before Gojo and Geto, having discovered that many of his past words had become future events. The upper echelons of the Zenin clan demanded the dissection and reclamation of Tsuken's body. After being denied by Gojo and Geto, all information regarding him was erased. You have yet to meet another teacher, Fushiguro Toji. He is Tsuken's brother and Megumi's father. Upon learning that the higher-ups intended to reclaim Tsuken's body, he slaughtered half of the Zenin clan. Gojo and Geto intervened, and he became an external teacher at Jujutsu High. The four of them do not believe in Tsuken's death. In fact, someone even attempted to curse him, but was stopped by Toji. Kento Nanami concluded his explanation, closing his eyes and avoiding the gaze of the three who had halted in their tracks. So, it was like this, to die before one's eyes. The teacher must bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. The image of that smiling face resurfaced in Yuji Itadori's mind, and he clenched his fists in distress. What is this? A top-tier, colossal revelation, dying before one's eyes, the ultimate tragedy. How pitiful. Inumaki furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting over the bowed heads of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, finally resting on the tightly clenched fists of Fushiguro Megumi. So, Snowball and Coal. Must be the name of that Sukin, right? This guy. Satoru Gojo inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he spoke. Geto. Suguru Geto turned his head, seemingly nonchalantly wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. I saw a figure that resembles him closely. Megumi said it looked like him too. I chased after it, but it vanished. Satoru Gojo lowered his head, his voice thick with emotion. But it truly resembled him, more than those rotten oranges we sought. I clearly chased after it. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto now represented the face of the entire jujutsu world, rarely displaying their emotions, except when confronted with matters concerning him. Just as it was now. Yes, I chased after it, but I was the one who dodged. Yet here I stand. Suddenly, the lively Tsukin appeared. Come here, let's embrace. First come, first served. Chapter 54, Caught. Is this a trick? Is it a cursed spirit? No, it cannot be. If it were a cursed spirit, the six eyes, Gojo, would never fail to recognize it. A transformation? Or perhaps a newcomer hired by the higher-ups? No, the expression is genuine. It truly is him. But wasn't he dead? He died before my very eyes. The only action Satoru Gojo had taken thus far was to pull down his eye mask. At that moment, Zhang Zechen found himself reflected in those trembling eyes. Plop! A tear fell to the ground, and Zhang Zechen's heart trembled with warmth. He bit his lip, wanting to say something, but halted upon seeing Suguru Geto and Fushiguro Megumi, remaining rooted in place, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Is it happiness? Sukin? Zhang Zechen glanced over, observing Yi Zengdo approaching with a somewhat ethereal gait, followed closely by two figures peeking out shyly. Ah, Teacher Yi. It's been quite a while, he said, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. He raised his arms once more, gesturing toward Yi Zengdo. I had thought I would receive an embrace, yet it appears I have yet to be embraced voluntarily. Come on, give me a hug. As Zhang Zechen stepped towards Yi Zengdo, a sudden warmth pressed against him from behind, a scalding liquid trickling down his neck, igniting a sense of panic within him. I caught up. I held you. Don't leave, came the voice of Wu Tiao Wu, who had firmly ensnared Zhang Zechen's waist. When he attempted to turn, another body pressed against him, and he heard a voice lamenting, no matter the time, Chen always shows favoritism. The embraces were mine to give. Nagi Yawazaki buried his head into the nape of Zhang Zechen's neck, where a ghastly scar lay, brushed by a breath laden with moisture. Zhang Zechen lowered his gaze, allowing his hand to be enveloped by another trembling one. I know you didn't die. You just chose to abandon me. To abandon me and my father. Once your anger dissipates, you shall return home. I waited. Oh, how moving, Nagi stammered, biting his lip, desperately attempting to maintain composure. But tears streamed down in torrents. Nagi, could you refrain from using my hat to wipe your nose? Shut up, you fool. Zhang Zechen suddenly broke into laughter, wrapping his arms around the two before him. I apologize for forcibly inserting myself into your lives only to depart in death. After you may have grown accustomed to my absence, I re-emerge. I've uttered many words I could not fulfill. Ah. His words were abruptly interrupted by an itch at his waist, as Wu Tiao Wu reached to scratch his back. I haven't gotten used to it, Chen Chen. I can't get used to it. Choked with emotion, Zhang Zechen struggled to voice his self-loathing, but Wu Tiao Wu effortlessly dismissed his words with a light kick. And his expression, oscillating between tears and laughter, ultimately unraveled under the simultaneous tightening grasp of Yeo Jie and Fushiguro Megumi. Why? Don't blame me. Blame me for not returning sooner. Blame me for not appearing earlier. Hate me. Zhang Zechen's thoughts were once again interrupted as Wu Tiao Wu reached over Yeo Jie to touch his neck, asking, does it hurt? He bent his neck deeply, resting his forehead against Fushiguro Megumi's shoulder, drowning in a sea of complex emotions. It hurts. It hurts everywhere. I want to come back. I want to return. I want to accompany Wu and Jie as teachers. I want to see Megumi grow up. I want to watch over my brother as he lives well. I yearn for so much. Please don't forget me. Don't abandon me. Each of Zhang Zechen's sobs felt like daggers piercing the hearts of the three, an endless sorrow threatening to drag him back into the abyss of emotional collapse. Yet this time, three individuals grasped him in time, assuring him that they would remain by his side. Chapter 55, The Old Man's Failed Overtake. Infuriated, trembling with rage, Fushiguro Shigeru staggered to his feet, suppressing all emotions, turning away without a backward glance. He dialed a number. Hello. Moshi Moshi-o. What a surprise for the old man to call me. Miss me, did you? Such flippant remarks had earned him a reprimand each time he had heard them before. But today he lacked the spirit for it. Fushiguro Shigeru inhaled deeply. Someone has taken on my appearance and appeared before me. On the other end, Wu Tiao Wu, seated at the podium, halted, his legs swaying, his expression darkening. When? Just now. Fushiguro Shigeru clenched his fists tightly. I understand. Let us have dinner later. Megumi and the others are here. After hanging up, Fushiguro Shigeru closed his eyes, repressing everything and retracing his steps. He had never been one to dream. Except for the day he brought Zhang Zechen back and the day he died. Yet today, in the familiar yet foreign afternoon, he dreamt of Zhang Zechen, who pouted and said he missed himself, hence he returned. He believed it. Exiting his home, he chose to visit the place where Zhang Zechen was laid to rest. On the way, a vague silhouette appeared. Fushiguro Shigeru, while engaging in self-doubt, unconsciously quickened his pace. It must be an illusion. Surely, it is false. Even as he consciously acknowledged Zhang Zechen's death, his heart refused to accept it, emotions overpowering reality. Closer, ever closer. He wanted to call out to the figure ahead, yet feared that speaking would awaken him from this dream. But the figure suddenly halted, seemingly waiting for him to approach. The person did not turn, nor did Shigeru move forward. He clenched his hands tightly, lowering his head. He had so much to say. To express his regrets for believing that reason, for not extracting his words, for not giving him one last embrace. He ceased his words as the figure turned, revealing the same hair, the same eyes, the same smile. Yet, something was amiss. The moment his soul recognized the individual before him, an overwhelming rejection surged within him, an infinite resistance. This was not him. No, brother, I'm back. Zhang Zechen exclaimed with a smile that was a perfect replica, yet. Bam! Fushiguro Shigeru felt as if he had lost control of his body. His eyes widened. With all his might, he delivered a punch that sent the figure crashing into the ground. How dare you? How dare you all? He descended into a frenzy, attacking the one lying there, bloodied and battered until he finally bowed his head in shame. Brother truly regrets it, truly. Returning to reality, Fushiguro Shigeru rose and headed toward the location Wu had sent him. I am not leaving. I am merely washing my hands. I will accompany Chen Chen. I will fetch a glass of water. I will stay with Chun. I will use the restroom. I will go too. With a cat on his left and a fox on his right, and a rabbit standing before him. Zhang Zechen suppressed the weight of the three adornments on him until he declared a need to use the restroom, prompting Fushiguro Megumi to seriously respond, I will go too. Which sent him into a frenzy. You three have had enough? I cannot bear this any longer. Zhang Zechen's words took countless turns before they finally emerged, following the sight of three faces adorned with expressions of grievance. The three handsome faces only appeared more forlorn as he spoke. Zhang Zechen exhaled in exasperation, raising his hand to his forehead. Teacher Yi, won't you intervene? He directed a pleading glance towards the devotedly dining Yi Zhengdo. Yi Zhengdo, with an air of seriousness, lifted his teacup for a sip, responding, Oh, I shall not. Zhang Zechen then shifted his gaze to the dual-focused duo, Itadori Yuji and Kujisaki Nobara, who were equally engrossed in their meal and the unfolding drama. Cough, Itadori, that plate looks remarkably like a plate, doesn't it? Ah, yes. It certainly looks delectable, came the enthusiastic reply. A suppressed giggle erupted from Fushiguro Megumi, who promptly pouted, his expression now even more pitiful than before. I'm not coming. I'm eating. He sighed, only to freeze mid-sentence as he lifted his head, coinciding with the arrival of Fushiguro's own brother, who was just stepping into the booth. The equally sheepish Fushiguro Megumi was also present. Someone did invite an older gentleman to dine, but I forgot to mention it to Chen Chen. Surely, Chen Chen wouldn't harm me, right? Zhang Zechen found himself at a loss for words as he observed the trembling-eyed Fushiguro Megumi and sighed. Brother, it has been such a long time. Before he could finish, he was enveloped in a suffocating embrace filled with emotional turmoil. The sound of silent sobs echoed in his ears, and an overwhelming sensation of longing weighed heavily upon him. Brother, I have missed you. Zhang Zechen disregarded the three sorrowful gazes directed at him and returned the embrace to Fushiguro Megumi. I mentioned that fool bears no resemblance to you. Fushiguro buried his face into Zhang Zechen's shoulder, concealing his expression from all others. Zhang Zechen gently inquired, patting his back in a soothing manner. He lacks your foolish charm. He is not at all like you. A burst of laughter erupted from the duo, which Zhang Zechen endeavored to ignore, albeit with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, delivering a light smack to Fushiguro. In gratitude for my brother's ability to recognize me through my own foolishness, I grant you the reward of a brother who can live until death. Very well, I accept. Hey, Zhang Zechen nudged Fushiguro's chest, releasing him. All right, time to eat. Skipping meals stunts your growth, you know. You think everyone is as tall as you at 185? Brother. 185. The older gentleman is 190, and Jet is 187, while the other is 192. I will slay you all. No worries. I have Megumi and Yuji to keep me company. I am 16 this year. Cough. Chingu. I still have room to grow. I detest you all. Hee hee. Chapter 56. High-level discussions. Zenninshin has returned from the dead. This revelation sent shockwaves through the previously serene high-ranking officials. After a brief period of unified directives, apart from the Zenin family's outright refusal and another family's silence, which had sent people to annoy Megumi, the remaining officials conformed to a unified command to impose confinement on Zhang Zechen until he divulged all he knew and surrendered the method of his resurrection. To validate the feasibility of this method, a death sentence would be imposed upon him, to be executed immediately after he divulged the future events. Zenin Nobito scratched his ear, glancing at the few high-ranking officials who seemed to be daydreaming about a promising future, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. So, who will execute this? Wataru Gojo? Suguru Geto? Or perhaps Megumi? Or will you undertake it yourselves? The officials resembled clowns with their throats choked, their impending laughter stifled, and for a moment, the room fell into silence. Bang! Rokuganji placed his cane on the ground, producing a soft sound. Nobito, what do you mean? The room erupted once more into a cacophony of chatter, and Zenin Nobito smirked derisively. Those fools took advantage of my absence to issue commands to retrieve Zenin Chen's corpse. Surely, you cannot be unaware. Under your guidance, our Zenin family has suffered significant losses. Zenin Nobito's tone turned icy as he raised his head and swallowed a mouthful of strong liquor, continuing, Megumi, in light of my standing, has refrained from taking action. When he was taken by Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto, he emerged unscathed. Chun, after all, is a junior of mine, and he bears the Zenin surname. I cannot turn a blind eye. His. Nobito swallowed hard, rising to his feet. I, representing one of the three great families, the Zenin clan, hereby refuse this operation. Nobito paused, tilting his head slightly. Chen's parents perished at Megumi's hands. He has always known this. As for Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto, Nobito, indifferent, scratched his face and kicked the door open, vanishing from sight. Silence ensued as the noisy room returned to tranquility following Nobito's departure. Rokuganji opened his eyes, breaking the tension caused by the others' concealed anxieties. The plan has been revised. Knight Izengdo will inquire, accompanied by Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto, to monitor Zenin Chen 24/7. Should any anomalies arise, a death sentence will be executed. After delivering his statement, Rokuganji closed his eyes, feigning death, while the others erupted into chaos. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? After all, this pertains to a significant matter within the sorcery realm. Rokuganji lifted his eyelids, offering a rare inner dissent. In truth, it is merely that I do not wish to perish. Though Wataru Gojo is disobedient, he understands the implications of his title as the strongest. He and Suguru Geto will not permit anyone to destroy the sorcery realm. Chun, shall we eliminate those rotten oranges? Chun need not look at me. My thoughts align with Wataru's. Oh, let us eliminate them. I concur. Could you three possibly remain calm? Gradual progression, please. All right, we shall heed Chen's words. Listen to Chun. Oh, pour me a glass of water. Could the four of you display a modicum of maturity? Quiwi has arrived. Quickly, Wataru, Suguru, Chun, and the middle-aged man need water. Enough. Chapter 57. Proceeding normally. Rika has died, but not entirely. My subsystem has intercepted Rika's soul released due to the curse being undone. Once she recovers, she will be returned to you, Yuta. Due to the fact that he had been seen through and mocked by Wataru Gojo despite activating his invisibility, the despondent yellow sphere chose not to reappear, opting instead to exist as a stream of consciousness within Zhang Zechen's mind. Meow. Chun, I have a question. Woof. What question? Meow. Why does Chun wear such an ugly, blinking light bulb on his ear? It looks dreadful. Wouldn't a white cap be better? Woof. Yellow sphere, is something amiss? Woof. I too find it ugly. Yellow sphere, wait. Before we discuss why he can see me, Chun, you profess to adore me. Woof. The ball is truly magnificent. Zhang Zechen generously praised the yellow sphere, his fingers nervously tracing the cat and fox patterns on his earrings. All right, enough with the laughter. Let us proceed. Zhang Zechen adjusted his posture, resting his hands against the grand tree on the playground. Moreover, due to Suguru Geto's survival, Kinjaka's plans have been thoroughly disrupted. You must be cautious of him. Chen Chen. Zhang Zechen fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before responding. Did you not mention that you are now the primary operational system here? Is it not possible to trace Kinjaka's whereabouts? This is precisely what I intended to discuss. Huang Qiu's tone turned grave. Zhang Zechen nodded in acknowledgement. For in the context where both Chen Chen and I are acting representatives, the higher-ups have taken unilateral action, thereby violating our established protocols. It has been dismissed. Now, I shall command the next course of action in this realm. Of course, they will heed Chen Chen. However, it is missing. We have reason to believe that it, indeed, has gone to Kinjaka's side. Zhang Zechen's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a somber expression. for the ball was originally created under the directives of the higher-ups. Thus, even if you have ascended, he continued, it still possesses the means to depart, and to exact revenge upon me, he mused. Collaborating with Kenjaku seems to be the most prudent choice, does it not? A shadow of despair filled Zhang Zechen's eyes as he recalled Kenjaku's controlled visage. Indeed. Huang Qiu replied in a low tone, then quickly shifted the subject. Chen Chen, you are so clever. Woo. I am utterly useless. Woo. I wish to cease existing. Woo. The tension dissipated entirely, and Zhang Zechen let out a resigned sigh. Let us take it one step at a time, he said. How can I ascertain that the higher-ups are with Kenjaku? Because Chen Chen's heart's formation is drawn by it. Upon encountering it, Chen Chen would feel something, he explained. Although I am the main system now, he added, the control over the heart lies with me. Yet it cannot be eradicated. It is fine. I shall use these circles to cover that scar. At least it serves a purpose, Zhang Zechen mused, touching the scar on his heart that felt rough against his fingertips. Letting out a sigh? All right, enough of these dark thoughts. Go watch your cartoons. I promised Yaga I would assist him with the cursed corpse later. The time is drawing near, and I must avoid those two finishing their tasks and the three exiting class. Chen Chen, you are merely brushing me off. Very well, goodbye. Qiu. The young man brushed off the dust clinging to his trousers, tossed his slightly longer hair back, donned the sunglasses that had been resting on his collar, and headed towards the principal's office. It seemed that Zhang Zechen's return did not stir much commotion. Life at the high school continued as usual. No, or perhaps it should be said that it was precisely because of Zhang Zechen's presence that life at the high school could resume its normal course. Wudo Wuju would not lose sleep over unfinished tasks. Suguru Geto would not suffer from a diminished sense of taste due to endless cursed spirits. And Zenin Shinjuku would not oversleep and miss the warm meals, crossed out. Everything was flourishing harmoniously. As for why Zhang Zechen was evading them, please refer to the VCR. What are you all up to? Report, Chen Chen. To express gratitude for enduring a scolding on my behalf, I have decided to accompany the fearful Chen Chen while he sleeps. Report. To thank you for resolving the pile of reports on my desk, I have decided to warm the bed for the ailing Chen Chen. That report. Because Fushiguro fell asleep early tonight, I am quite bored. I merely wish to chat with Chinji. Would you, Geto? Throw him out. Whoosh. What about you? I want to reconnect with my brother whom I haven't seen in 12 years. Speak plainly. I wish to hold you while you sleep. All right. You all may sleep here. I shall retire to Yaga's office. Chen, woo. Chen. Hey, you two are nauseating me. Brother, forget it. In the end, as none of the three would yield, for individuals ended up laying out makeshift bedding in Yaga's office. According to Yaga, waking up to find his office transformed into a hostel left him utterly astonished. Chapter 58. What? How dare you rebel against me when I single-handedly nurtured you? Zhang Zechen. You are doomed. The higher-up hastened its flight, internally berating itself. In its eyes, 123, Huang Qiu, was its creation, and Zhang Zechen was merely a pawn it had assisted. Chen Chen's transition from the current world to the realm of Jujutsu was orchestrated by the higher-up. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have dialed for emergency assistance the moment he sensed something was amiss with his heart, rather than succumbing to death. They were meant to obey its every command. Even if initially, Zhang Zechen and Huang Qiu existed solely to alleviate its boredom. To be outmaneuvered by those they had created? What a monumental disgrace. Dare to dismiss me? Very well, it is merely a matter of locating the host, isn't it? I shall see to it that you meet your demise. Then, Only a soul? Not quite what I expected. Hanami was right. Frequent outings do lead to unexpected encounters. Time to return home. The consciousness, soul, of the higher-up dissipated after provoking the real body. Zhang Zechen stood in a daze, uncontrollably placing a hand over his chest. Fushiguro Megumi, who had been watching quietly, paused his movements and approached, frowning. Are you all right? The noisy duo, Itadori Yuji and Kujisaki Nobara, also ceased their antics. Their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed Zhang Zechen and Fushiguro. I'm fine, just feeling. Something is off, Zhang Zechen replied, staring blankly at his hand. The ball hasn't sought me out, which means there is nothing amiss. Yet, what exactly feels wrong? Zhang Zechen glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, his heart filled with uncertainty. Wuju and Geto should be returning soon. In that case, there is no need to search for the ball in the void. It should be fine. With that thought, Zhang Zechen smiled at the three. It's probably just because I didn't sleep well last night. Once Wuju and Geto return, we can go out and have fun. My treat. Zhang Zechen's smile could captivate even the most mature Wudo Wuju and Suguru Geto, let alone those who already held affection for him, such as Itadori Yuji and Kujisaki Nobara. All right, Itadori Yuji exclaimed joyfully, eager to rush over, only to be halted mid-stride by Fushiguro Megumi's cold single-handed restraint. Not allowed. What are you doing, Fushiguro? Fushiguro Megumi turned his head away, deliberately avoiding the gazes of his companions. Huh. Zhang Zechen shook his head in resignation, reaching out to tousle Fushiguro Megumi's hair. Under the sparkling gaze of Yuji Itadori, he also ruffled the fluffy head of the latter. Hey, you two suddenly acting so childish is quite disconcerting, remarked Dingzaki Yari with a piercing stare, her deadpan expression delivering an accurate critique. Hi, Zhang Zechen chuckled inwardly, maintaining a gentle facade as he extended his hand over the girl's head, tilting his head in a silent invitation. Dingzaki Yari, with a haughty demeanor, turned away but did not verbally refuse, allowing Zhang Zechen to lightly stroke her hair, a perfectly timed smile gracing his features. All right, the three of you juniors have received blessings from your senior. Yay, we can go ask Yaga for leave now, he added. Zhang Zechen stretched languidly, patting his lower back. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, he heard a cacophony of chatter behind him, prompting him to pause and glance back in curiosity. Yuji Itadori raised his hand solemnly to hush the noise. Right, Dingzaki? You felt that, didn't you? Yes, you're right, Baka, Dingzaki Yari nodded seriously, her eyes gleaming with a joy that Zhang Zechen found perplexing. Fushiguro Megumi, his face downcast, forced a laugh. Hey Fushiguro, we're being serious here. Seeing that Fushiguro Megumi was ignoring him, Yuji Itadori couldn't help but raise his voice, though he quickly stifled it. We really mean it. Absolutely. We're serious. Dingzaki Yari's eyes sparkled even more. Let me reiterate, he has no romantic interest in you. He simply adores children, Fushiguro Megumi retorted through gritted teeth, veins on his forehead bulging. No. Impossible. Yuji Itadori countered earnestly. Fushiguro, don't you think Zechen is like a Western incubus or something? He possesses that irresistible charm that makes everyone drawn to him. Exactly. It can't be otherwise. How else do you explain his gentle smile when facing Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto? Dingzaki exclaimed, slamming her hands onto the table with fervor. So what are you implying? Does he harbor feelings for Satoru and Suguru too? Fushiguro Megumi was nearing the brink of losing his composure. Could it be that he treats Satoru and Suguru like children as well? Fushigiro's statement was interrupted by Dingzaki. Impossible. From my perspective, cough. Dingzaki abruptly halted. It's just from my years of reading. There's definitely something fishy between Zechen and Satoru and Suguru. Absolutely. A hush fell over the room. Dingzaki Yari, belatedly aware, turned to look at the smiling Zhang Zechen behind her. Cough. Teacher Zechen, she greeted. Aren't you supposed to be asking for leave? How are you back so soon? Zhang Zechen turned his equally cheerful face toward Yuji Itadori, who was looking down at his fingers. Oh, I hadn't even stepped out of the classroom yet when I heard the voices of Yuji and Yari. So I stood at the door for a moment to listen. He admitted with a playful grin. Haha, what did you hear? Dingzaki Yari attempted to salvage the situation, forcing a smile. I heard everything, Zhang Zechen replied, extending his hand toward Fushiguro Megumi, beckoning him over. Fushiguro shot the two a look that said to mind their own business before taking Zhang Zechen's hand, resolutely turning away from the hopeful gazes of his peers. Brother Zechen, he murmured. Hey, what's wrong, Yuji? Be gentle. Thud. Dingzaki Yari's gaze drifted outside the window, making every effort to ignore the fallen Yuji Itadori. Dingzaki. Zhang Zechen smiled broadly at the feigning calm Dingzaki Yari. Teacher Zechen, Dingzaki thought, internally sobbing while maintaining an outward facade of composure. In your heart, Zhang Zechen's tone grew somber. Yari seemed to sense the disappointment in the teacher's gaze regarding her thoughts about him, and she frantically waved her hands in explanation. However, Zhang Zechen shifted his tone to a pitiful one. I'm not the one in control here. Huh. Oh, I never thought of Zechen as an incubus, she replied innocently. Huh. Don't pretend, Satoru, you've definitely thought about it. Ye? I haven't at all, she retorted. Is that so? Suit yourself. Huh. Fushiguro Megumi exchanged a meaningful glance with the two seated beside him on the rooftop before rising to leave. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto simultaneously glanced at Fushiguro Megumi, standing beneath the eaves, a benign smile spreading across their faces. Stop pretending, everyone. Don't move, Zechen, they said. Be good, Satoru, and I will just observe. Zechen, we won't inquire how you survived, but please let us know that you won't disappear again, all right? Zhang Zechen's facade crumbled when he met Satoru Gojo's uniquely piercing gaze. Suguru Geto released his grip on Zhang Zechen and turned his attention downward, loosening his collar. Zhang Zechen tilted his head, closing his eyes. The ghastly scars on his neck and chest were now visible to Satoru and Suguru. Zhang Zechen's skin was pale, making the purplish-red scar beneath the dark sigil of his heart even more pronounced. Due to the soul mark, Zhang Zechen's body had always been icy, and now, with large areas of skin exposed to the gentle breeze, he felt no discomfort. His third eye, when he typically closed his eyes, obscured the surrounding scenery, yet now he could see. He witnessed Satoru Gojo reaching out, yearning to touch the area over his heart, only to restrain himself. The breeze from his sleeve brushing lightly against the spot. He saw Suguru Geto turn away in sorrow, his cascading hair brushing against his profile. A cool droplet landing on Zhang Zechen's neck. Megumi and Yuji need to be corrected on their habit of reporting, Zhang Zechen mused. Are you done? If so, please rise from my lap, Suguru Geto said quietly. Zhang Zechen adjusted his position, sitting upright and casually fastening his collar as he continued to chatter. I promised to spend the evening with Tsukimi. That girl still cries like she did when we were kids, her eyes all swollen. I want to be back tonight. My brother called half an hour ago wondering why I hadn't returned. Just when I was all packed up, you two had to knock me down again. All right, I'm leaving. Zhang Zechen waved his hand behind him, turning away from the door, but was halted. What is the meaning of this? Speak, he said, following the hand that held him back to the silent Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto stepped forward, his lips pressed together. Zechen, we're not trying to control you. We're just afraid you might disappear again. Suguru Geto, the possessor of the cursed technique of spirit manipulation, had always believed he could be a savior, bearing the burdens of all the weak ones' pleas. Thus, he had cared for and assisted all the vulnerable for 15 years. However, he encountered a weakling who defied his definition. That weakling stood before him, extending a hand and saying, Geto, I'm here. You and Satoru should take it easy. He introspected deeply, realizing that Zhang Zechen and Satoru Gojo were the finest representatives of his life. He had never imagined that in just one day, one could forge such a close bond, that within 3 months, one could commit to memory all the little quirks of another, and that a year could etch someone permanently into one's heart. Yet, tragically, one of them perished that very year. 12 years later, Zhang Zechen had not been buried in memories as he had once presumed. Rather, each subsequent day spent alongside Satoru Gojo was a blend of gratitude and sorrow, thankful for Gojo's presence, yet disheartened that only Gojo remained. It should have been the three of them. Then, the third person reappeared. His appearance had not changed, nor had his demeanor or height, yet everything seemed different. Oh, it was he and Gojo who had changed. Dying at 17, he returned still as a youth. Observing him, it seemed he was oblivious to the similarity in the way he interacted with his students, reminiscent of the past with himself and Gojo. Students, indeed. How had he become a teacher? A heavy stone pressed upon his heart. He could breathe the air necessary for existence, yet it was bitter, stirring a jealousy he struggled to suppress. Suguru Geto, regaining his composure, lifted his gaze, only to find the same bitterness etched upon Zhang Zechen's face. This visage, one he had prepared himself for over 12 years, yet had never managed to persuade, now vividly appeared before him. Chun, he called out. But the familiar teasing Geto he had received 12 years prior was absent. I know what you're thinking. I want to interfere with your jujutsu world, don't worry. Zhang Zechen concealed his emotions, offering a smile. Last time, our mission stirred up quite a ruckus, and I'm still under supervision. You two have a mission tomorrow, right? I'll visit my brother and have him keep an eye on me, so I won't cause you any trouble. Zhang Zechen felt no issue with his words. Perhaps he sensed it, but deemed it unnecessary to amend. Their current dynamic was untenable. He wished to stand beside them, as a friend or family. Anything but a precious entity that stirred their emotions. They had crossed boundaries. They were all adults, and he felt it keenly. Therefore, it was time to put a stop to it. The two of them were the radiant moonlight and the brilliant sun, their affections for him surpassing what he could accept. Even the girls believed it. He could never become their weakness. Satoru Gojo's eyes flickered, betraying his own emotions. Chen is certainly thinking of something hurtful. Isn't your jujutsu world? No trouble for you? Humph. Bad Chun, stinky Chun, short Chun. Chen knew full well. He understood that he and Geto could not be separated from him. The trio fell into silence once more until Zhang Zechen's phone rang. He glanced down at the screen, placing the device to his ear. Hello? Chen, where are you? Zhang Zechen's face visibly relaxed as he softened his tone. I haven't left yet. I'll be there soon. Do you want a little cake? I'll buy some on my way back. All right. Chun, please be safe. Dad has already tidied your room. Okay, I'll be home shortly. See you soon, Kamiki. See you. With the call ended, Zhang Zechen shrugged off the two charms hanging from him. I'm off. Once more embraced, he closed his eyes, refusing to look at the two, continuing to step forward. Don't go. Don't go. Just those 4 words, uttered by the two, made Zhang Zechen halt in his tracks. How long they had remained silent was mirrored in how long Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto held him. The warmth of their bodies thawed the ice around Zhang Zechen's heart. The emotions threatening to surface in the tear-filled eyes of the two faded away, and he decided to indulge their antics. Fragile things are indeed fragile. Thus, he spoke, I can't bear to leave. Satoru Gojo tightened his embrace, while Suguru Geto chuckled softly. Don't focus on us. Look at me and Gojo. All right, stay by our side, forever. Okay, don't leave us. All right. They exchanged sentences, and Zhang Zechen responded to each. Don't, stop saying that. I want to go home. Chen, why did you stop me there? Oh, because I dislike you. I'm going to make a scene. I really will. Geto, come with me home. All right, I'm coming too. Perfect. We can sit together. No, that's not good. You two are at it again. Treat me nicely. Let us go, Geto. Come on, Chen. Geto. You're not allowed to call me that. No. Oh, I'm going to make a scene. Where should I throw Chen? Throw him there. He'll fit perfectly. Chen, Geto, can you really be so cruel? I'll count to 3. Okay, Chen? All right. Can you really treat someone like this? 1. Whoosh. Bang. Huh. Geto. Chen, didn't you say Gojo would come too? After a moment, Kamiki realized something was amiss and curiously asked. Suguru Geto glanced at Zhang Zechen, who was busy eating, chuckling. Ah, Gojo went swimming. Huh. At that moment, a drenched, handsome figure stood at the door, pressing the doorbell with a heart-wrenching sigh. Ugh. It was just a mistake that I accidentally kissed Chen's neck. Stupid Geto. Stupid, lovely Chen. Wah. Chapter 60, disappeared again? Recently, the yellow ball had been rather busy. Although Zhang Zechen was unaware of its current endeavors, he was too indifferent to seek it out since it had not approached him. However, this was not the reason it had suddenly shouted in the dead of night, "That idiot is dead," before abruptly hanging up. The extraordinary regenerative capabilities of the world and the cursed energy granted Zhang Zechen immense vitality, yet sleep was still a necessity. Finding himself unable to contact the yellow ball and unable to sleep, Zhang Zechen, after calming his murderous rage, reluctantly tossed aside his blanket, donned a coat, and stepped outside the dormitory. The wind was a bit chilly. He tightened his collar to shield his exposed chest, only to realize he had inadvertently wandered to the playground. After a casual glance, just as he intended to turn back, Zhang Zechen suddenly froze. The vibrant red track glimmered faintly under the moonlight, and the figure seated in its center was strikingly conspicuous. Zhang Zechen shrugged and approached. Hey, are you cosplaying as an empty nester? Fushiguro Megumi calmly turned his head. He raised his hand. Bang! Zhang Zechen collapsed, clutching his stomach. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Oh, brother. I can't believe you're this kind of person. Oh, I'm dying. Zhang Zechen desperately leaned back, attempting to escape the clutches of this abusive man. Fushiguro Megumi seized Zhang Zechen by the collar, flipping him around and unceremoniously casting him across the room, thwarting his escape. Are you quite idle? Fushiguro Megumi clapped his hands dismissively. However, he halted mid-sentence, his gaze shifting from Zhang Zechen's face to the expanse of skin revealed by his abrupt movements. Quietly, Zhang Zechen reached to fasten his buttons. Fushiguro Megumi lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through Zhang Zechen's averted stare. I, indeed, forgot to mention to you that. Zhang Zechen scratched his head, fidgeting with his hands, desperately avoiding Fushiguro Megumi's penetrating gaze. Someone died again during those 12 years of absence. Hey, Fushiguro, I just went looking for Shinji. He.S. not in the dorm. Itadori Yuji burst into Fushiguro Yuta's dorm, panic etched across his face. Clad in half-dressed attire, Fushiguro Yuta froze, his eyes wide as he regarded the troubled Itadori Yuji. Not there? Did he say he had a mission today? What about Teacher Gojo? Unable to wait for Itadori Yuji's response, Fushiguro Yuta dashed toward the teacher's dormitory. He's not here. Shinji didn't he mention any mission today? Teacher Gojo and Teacher Suguru left the country yesterday. What do we do, Fushiguro? Itadori Yuji, frantic, clutched his head, hastily catching up to Fushiguro Yuta's stride. Fushiguro you. His words faltered, and Itadori swallowed the thoughts he wished to voice, running alongside Fushiguro Yuta. Fushiguro Yuta's heart raced, his mind consumed by the notion of Chunji's disappearance. Tears cascaded down his face, and he found no moment to wipe them away. No. Upon reaching their destination, the door stood wide open, presumably forced by Itadori Yuji. The room was meticulously arranged, yet the creases on the bed bore testament to his presence the night before. Fushiguro Yuta approached stiffly, extending his hand into the covers. Cold. There was not a trace of warmth. Although Zhang Zechen had lain there, he would not have left warmth behind, yet in that moment, the coldness of the blanket struck Fushiguro Yuta's heart like a hammer, rendering him momentarily lost in thought. How could he be gone? How again? Itadori Yuji paced anxiously, his left hand striking his right. Shinji must have just gone home, right? Or perhaps he went to find the principal. Maybe he's preparing a surprise for Teacher Gojo. The light in Fushiguro Yuta's eyes began to brighten. Yes. It's nothing. Suddenly invigorated, he sprang to his feet. Itadori Yuji looked on in surprise as Fushiguro summoned his Shikigami, the Jade Hound. With a swift motion, the hound raced outside, sensing its master's emotions. Fushiguro turned to Itadori Yuji and spoke resolutely. He said he won't leave. I trust him. Chapter 61, a fierce battle bang. The figure was forcefully repelled, carving long furrows into the ground. Zhang Zechen knelt on one knee, his left hand gripping the hilt of blood frost tightly, while his right hand covered his mouth, but blood continued to pour forth. There was no time to groan. Zhang Zechen twisted away from another incoming blade, using his hand to deflect it. Fushiguro Megumi's expression darkened as he withdrew the 1,000 miles lock, methodically dismantled the heavenly reversal hook, and stuffed it into the mouth of the ugly treasure. With a tilt of his head, he unsheathed the soul-releasing blade and charged forward. Zhang Zechen immediately raised his hand to block, the clash of blood frost and the soul-releasing blade producing sparks as they collided. Zhang Zechen strained with all his might to withstand Fushiguro Megumi's force. Yet it was a futile endeavor. Through the gaps, he glimpsed Fushiguro Megumi's face, his eyes calm, yet brimming with tempestuous rage. Zhang Zechen wished to force a smile, but any attempt would only sap his strength, so he succumbed to Fushiguro Megumi's power and was sent flying once more. Fushiguro Megumi, however, did not grant him a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity before Zhang Zechen could land, he lunged forward with a powerful downward strike. Zhang Zechen clumsily attempted to control his body mid-air, but it was in vain, crashing to the ground with a thud. His defense against Megumi's strike sent him sliding backward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Ugh! Pain coursed through every part of Zhang Zechen's body, and he could muster no strength to stifle his mouth. He tilted his head to spit out the blood pooling in his mouth, only to choke and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh! Zhang Zechen longed to wipe his handsome face, yet even his hand felt weary. Damn it, it hurts so much. Helpless, he lay on the ground, allowing the blood from his back to soak the earth beneath him. I told you, bro. If you keep hitting me, I might really die. Again, I can't live through it. The response to Zhang Zechen's words was the excruciating pain in his chest. The blade of the soul-releasing blade had pierced through, blood gushing forth from within. Looking up along the blade, he saw Fushiguro Megumi, silhouetted against the light. So reminiscent of that day, the pitiful sight of himself juxtaposed with the luminous figure of Fushiguro Megumi. Hey, does it hurt? The emotionless voice flowed from Fushiguro Megumi's lips as he crouched down, the blade in his hand remaining unmoved. TSK, not bad. Zhang Zechen struggled to raise an eyebrow, only to elicit a spasm in his face. It hurts. It hurts. The pain in his chest intensified, prompting Zhang Zechen to immediately retract his previous bravado, gritting his teeth and exclaiming in agony. Compared to before, how does it feel? Zhang Zechen curiously lifted his head, yet found himself unable to relax. A hint of bitterness flickered across Fushiguro Megumi's otherwise inscrutable expression. I said, how does it compare to when you severed your own neck or pierced your heart? Does it hurt? Zhang Zechen stifled the inappropriate smile on his face, seemingly lost in recollection as he closed his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. It's incomparable. Fushiguro Megumi turned away, and with the motion, perhaps due to the blinding sunlight or an illusory mirage, a single large teardrop fell to the ground. It doesn't hurt at all compared to the pain from my brother's blows. Fushiguro Megumi did not turn back, but, in response to Zhang Zechen's words, let out a chuckle. Good. If it doesn't hurt more than my strikes, then next time you dare to frighten me, I will beat you to death. The soul-releasing blade was sheathed, and Fushiguro Megumi still did not turn around but instead pivoted, patting his lower back. Come on. Zhang Zechen forced a smile, laboriously rising to his feet and collapsing against Fushiguro Megumi's back, contentedly murmuring, only I could do this. Bro, your clothes smell so good. Fushiguro Megumi adjusted the weight on his back and began to stride forward. Yes, only you. Good smell? All I can sense is the stench of death lingering on you. It's not like I wanted to smell like death. It's all your fault. Fushiguro Megumi smirked, maintaining a brisk, yet steady pace. Bro, am I feeling a bit chilly? Not bad. It's just warmed up by blood. Not funny at all. Oh, not bad. Brother, you mentioned we had a fight, but in truth, I was merely on the receiving end of your relentless teasing all night. What should I do if Hui wakes up and finds me missing, crying inconsolably? Let him cry. Are you his actual father? Yes. Then are you his biological uncle? Of course. Wait, perhaps that's not the case. Indeed, it seems that might not be accurate. Suddenly, the scent of blood attracted the Cole and Snowball, leaving them momentarily stunned. Barking desperately, behind them, Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji arrived, gazing at the bloodied Zhang Zechen, momentarily speechless. It was Zhang Zechen who extended his hand, wrapped like a dumpling, to greet them. Hi, Hui. Hi, Yuji. Hi. Itadori Yuji, in a daze, reached out to greet them, but, upon noticing the blood-soaked cotton balls scattered across the ground, exclaimed in shock, Zechen, what happened to you? Zhang Zechen shrank back, avoiding Fushiguro Megumi's reddened eyes, and timidly replied to Itadori Yuji, I had a scuffle with my brother. I think it escalated a bit. Ah, Nagi, be gentler. Zhang Zechen's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden pressure on his chest, causing him to pout as he glanced at the silently disinfecting Nagi. Upon meeting her fierce gaze, he awkwardly shifted his eyes away. Then, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Fushiguro Megumi, who had moved closer without him noticing. Ahem, well, your father is also injured, internally, you know. The kind that makes him cough up blood. Hurry, go check on him, don't worry about me. Fushiguro Shinsuke glanced down at himself, blinked in disbelief, and swatted away Itadori Yuji, who was genuinely concerned for him. Fushiguro Megumi stepped forward silently, reaching out to wipe away the last remnants of blood that had not yet dried on Zhang Zechen's cheek. Then, 2 large teardrops fell onto Zhang Zechen's face. Could you refrain from shedding tears so expressionlessly? Fushiguro Megumi took a step back, nodded seriously, then, with a slight quiver of his lower lip, looked up, and 2 more glistening teardrops formed. Zhang Zechen covered his face with his dumpling-like hand and smiled wryly, waving his hand. All right. There's no need to act like a child. Come here, let us hug it out. Fushiguro Megumi, without uttering a word, stepped forward and, upon feeling the sticky sensation on his hand from Zhang Zechen's back, froze. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. You know, Zechen is tough, Zhang Zechen reassured him. Patting Megumi's back with a light laugh, I'm still here. Don't be afraid. Nagi paused, suppressing a torrent of questions, yet softened her movements. Fushiguro Shinsuke turned away, disregarding Itadori Yuji, who was scratching his head in confusion over the reason for the fight. For a moment, only the sound of Zhang Zechen gently patting Fushiguro Megumi's back could be heard. I believe in you, Zechen. Hey, oh, I've informed Teacher Gojo and Teacher Suguru about your injury. Fushiguro Megumi lowered his head, twirling the noodles in his hand before feeding them to Zhang Zechen. Oui, when did you learn to tattle on me? Zhang Zechen exclaimed, blinking in astonishment, his lips pouting as if about to shed tears. When you weren't around. Fushiguro Megumi shrugged, signaling Zhang Zechen to open his mouth. Humph. Zhang Zechen opened his mouth, swallowed, and turned away with a huff. However, Fushiguro Megumi couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. In an instant, he returned to his previous demeanor, opening his mouth again. Oh, if you don't eat properly, I'll tell my dad. Fushiguro Megumi pretended to get up, but Zhang Zechen immediately pressed him back down with his dumpling-like hand. Fushiguro Megumi complied, sitting back down, and reached out again, prompting Zhang Zechen to open his mouth. Doing this won't win you any girls, you know. Oh, Chapter 62, the beginning of the plot? Any thoughts? None at all. Suguru Geto casually nudged Gojo Satoru with his foot, who was sprawled out in a disheveled manner. It's only the 2nd day since we arrived, and the higher-ups have already issued mission directives. They can't trace Riko and Nanako's whereabouts, but they can certainly locate us. What do you think they're plotting? Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, removing his sunglasses, his long fingers lightly tapping his forehead. Well, it must be that bunch of rotten oranges trying to eliminate Yuji. A chuckle escaped Suguru Geto as he laughed softly. So, what do they think of Zechen? Perhaps they're foolish enough to conflate Zechen with the songstress. Suguru Geto sighed in resignation, his eyes briefly drifting to the image of Zhang Zechen in his mind. It seemed Shinsuke and Zechen had indeed gone a bit too far. Zechen must be fully on the defensive, otherwise, he wouldn't have sustained so many injuries. Suguru Geto nodded in agreement, opening his expressive eyes. So, shall we guess what Zechen might have said to provoke Shinsuke to that extent? He must have suggested eloping or something like that. Gojo Satoru shook his head, his voice tinged with gentle laughter. Suguru Geto's smile became more pronounced as he stood up, extending a hand toward Gojo Satoru. Let us go, Satoru, let's hit the pool. Jealous Geto is quite terrifying, boo-hoo. What transpired next was beyond Zhang Zechen's knowledge. After Gojo Satoru sent him a voice note, imploring him to elope, he promptly blocked him. I only blocked Gojo Satoru, so during my casual conversations with Suguru Geto, I could still hear the screeching sound of a cat scratching a blackboard in the background. Zhang Zechen sighed, responding to Suguru Geto's concerned inquiries. Got it. I'll be fine. Zechen is being dismissive again, don't call me that. Suguru Geto appeared to sigh softly, but quickly regained his usual tone. Well, it was Geto who said to trust me. Zhang Zechen lowered his head, gazing at the nearly healed wounds on his hands, the myriad of scars glistening with life's essence. It's merely concern. Zechen always tends to act recklessly. Exactly. I agree. Suguru Geto chuckled as he playfully swatted away Gojo Satoru's face, turning back to continue his conversation with Zhang Zechen. Alright, trust me. Whenever you two are in tea at Jujutsu High, I feel like something's missing. I can only manage 4 meals a day thinking of you two. Zhang Zechen raised his hand, gazing through the gaps between his bony fingers at the now gentle sunlight. Fine. I'll return soon. There are still others. Suguru Geto smiled, shaking his tousled hair, responding warmly, completely ignoring Gojo Satoru's disgruntled expression. I'll hang up now. I'm going to join Yuji and the others. Zhang Zechen balled his fist, feeling the sunlight slip through his fingers, cradling it in his palm. Goodbye, Satoru. Let go. Bully, bully, bully. Zhang Zechen distanced the phone from his ear, listening to the cacophony on the other end, and hung up in exasperation. TSK. Zhang Zechen rubbed his lower back, laboriously rising to pick up the scattered blood-soaked bandages at his feet, reaching for his clothes. The timing was right. Today, that event would unfold. Satoru and Suguru were called away. My brother is an external member and is not involved in the mission. Yet here I remain. And I have not received any mission directives. So they deem me insignificant, do they? Very well then. Zhang Zechen dressed himself and stepped out the door. He swiftly traversed the vicinity, the sun having descended unbeknownst to him, as the air gradually filled with the scent of impending rain. Shaking his head, he approached the school gate, where, to his delight, he beheld a vehicle waiting for him. Chapter 63. The plot? I decide. Izuchi K adjusted his glasses and straightened his collar, preparing to meet the first-year students. He needed to exude authority while also being approachable. But who was that approaching? Izuchi paused mid-action, momentarily dumbfounded as he raised a hand to support his chin. Upon recognizing the figure drawing closer, he swiftly composed his expression. Zenin, Mr. Zenin. Zhang Zechen halted, tilting his head in confusion. Noticing the absence of others around, he slowly turned back. You called me. Apologies, Izuchi, I forgot my own surname. What? The Zenin clan, one of the 3 great families. You forgot. Mr. Zenin, greetings. Izuchi bowed deeply, suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. Oh, greetings. Please, do not call me Zenin. It sounds rather unpleasant. Just call me Chen. Internally, Izuchi's mind raced with turmoil. How should I respond? Not addressing him by name could seem disrespectful, yet calling out his name might imply I find Zenin repulsive. Why must I endure such a Sisyphean task for such meager pay? Mr. Chen, hello. Ultimately, the name Zenin Chen triumphed over his other inclinations. The beleaguered worker Izuchi cautiously extended his hand to shake Zhang Zechen's offered hand. Zhang Zechen tilted his head in confusion. Why did he appear so intimidated by me? Mr. Chen, are you leaving the school? I still have duties. Otherwise, I would truly wish to see you off. No, I merely came to ride in your vehicle. Zhang Zechen responded, leaving Izuchi utterly petrified. He strained to process the words he had just heard. Why must I be subjected to such a burdensome task? Mr. Chen. I'm here to assist the 3 first-year students with their tasks as a supporting supervisor. You, being outside the task guidance, might find it inappropriate. Izuchi's voice initially rose with determination, but faltered under Zhang Zechen's nonchalant gaze. I recall the tasks are to be benchmarked, are they not? Zhang Zechen placed his hands on his waist, leaning back slightly, requiring him to lower his gaze to meet Izuchi's. If I'm not mistaken, I am still a special grade. Let us take a step back. Even if I truly lack the current prowess of a special grade, shouldn't you consult my brother before assigning tasks? Faced with Zhang Zechen's calm eyes, Izuchi trembled as he wiped sweat from his brow. Zenin, sir, I'm merely a supporting supervisor. I lack the authority to question directives issued by higher-ups, Izuchi declared, making a concerted effort to ignore the cold sweat pooling in his palms. Is that so? We're just a supporting supervisor, then. So, I state that I will accompany you. Is there any issue with that? Zhang Zechen leaned in closer, whispering to Izuchi. No, none. Izuchi stammered, his forehead slick with perspiration, rigidly raising his head to respond, only to catch a glimpse of the playful glint in Zhang Zechen's eyes beneath his long hair. Hey, Shinji, we're heading out on a mission. Are you coming with us? Zhang Zechen, having donned a cheerful expression before the still-sweating Izuchi, turned his head with a grin. Indeed, I'm simply too bored. I'll accompany you on your mission. Great, exclaimed Itadori Yuji, rushing over, only to be halted in his tracks by the hands-on hips Nobara Kujisaki. Hey, what are you doing? Having developed a unique skill from tripping over the legs of Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo too many times, Itadori quickly regained his composure and turned to Nobara. TCH, you fool. Don't you see Chen has injuries? If you rush at him, you'll knock him over, believe it? Nobara Kujisaki rolled her eyes in annoyance, avoiding Zhang Zechen's amused gaze. Right. Shinji, are you alright? Did you remove your bandages? Initially thrilled to hear that Zhang Zechen would accompany them on the mission, Fushiguro Megumi suddenly fixed his gaze on the increasingly guilty expression of the man nearby. Yuji, maybe you should refrain from speaking from now on. Zhang Zechen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, expertly apologizing. I'm sorry. My mistake. Seriously, it's quite loud, Nobara Kujisaki remarked, unable to contain her irritation, turning to the front seat. Zhang Zechen immediately regained his serious demeanor in the back seat. While the two others yes, that is, just his sock dangling from Itadori's ear. Fushiguro's hair was merely braided into a twist. Ahem. Izuchi stared incredulously into the rearview mirror. Is this truly the same person? Why must I endure such a burden? Zhang Zechen casually glanced up, locking eyes with Izuchi, who shivered and promptly averted his gaze, focusing intently on driving. It would be best to omit Mr. Chen's involvement from the task report. Oh dear. Zhang Zechen lightly tapped the car window, allowing himself to be fussed over by Itadori Yuji. The plot. I decide. Chapter 64. Installation, Belief. With a creak. The sound of tires gripping the ground echoed as the vehicle gradually came to a halt. Zhang Zechen opened the door, stepping out with long strides, bending slightly as he emerged. The air was thick with the pungent scent of churned earth, causing him to wrinkle his nose in discomfort. This dreadful odor, how repugnant. Nobara Kujisaki turned her head, silently closing her eyes. Why do I feel as though he resembles a cold-faced tyrant? Ahem. Izuchi cleared his throat, capturing the attention of several others as he extended his hand to raise the caution tape, signaling that it was safe to enter. Fushiguro glanced back at Zhang Zechen, who signaled him to proceed, leading the way inside. Nobara followed suit, casting a glance back at the two entangled in each other's hair like a pair of caterpillars. Zhang Zechen patted Itadori, who was acting as a crutch, and urged, "Come on, let us go. I'll take you for an escape room adventure." "All right," Itadori exclaimed. His hands clenched in excitement as he looked up at Zhang Zechen with admiration. "Shinji, have your injuries truly healed? Be quiet." Izuchi, having longed to interject but continually silenced, silently shed a tear. Wasn't I supposed to be accompanying them? As they were about to enter the juvenile facility, Itadori halted, hearing a voice call out from behind. "Excuse me. I would like to ask about my son, Ajing. Is he doing well?" Itadori's expression became somber. He wished to respond, but was distracted by the weight of the arm draped over him. Turning hastily, he found his view blocked by Izuchi. "Please return. The interior has been contaminated, and we are currently conducting an investigation. I apologize, but this is all the information I can disclose." Izuchi spoke in a tone that was both cold and sympathetic. Not far away, a woman gradually sank to the ground, covering her face with her hands, repeatedly muttering, "Why did this happen? Shinji, will we be able to rescue them?" Upon gazing at the resolute and fervently passionate visage of the young lad, Zhang Zechen felt an unusual flutter in his heart. Momentarily taken aback, he swallowed the truth that was on the verge of escaping his lips, forcing a smile instead. "Oh, I will indeed," he affirmed. EDG appeared poised to articulate something, opening his mouth only to close it again. Noticing EDG's hesitation, Zhang Zechen couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, I shall certainly take action, EDG. Should there be any repercussions from above, let them come seek me." "Yes," EDG replied, lowering his gaze, evading Zhang Zechen's scrutiny, his eyes seemingly concealing the entirety of the truth. Zhang Zechen playfully patted Itadori Yuji before withdrawing his hand to lightly tap Fushiguro Megumi's forehead. Tilting his head, he teased, "Megumi, your guess is absolutely spot on. Let's go, keep up," he urged. Fushiguro Megumi, startled, quickly caught up with Zhang Zechen, leaving behind two puzzled individuals who exchanged glances. "Hey, Fushiguro, what does that mean?" The inquisitive Nobara Kujisaki queried, her head aching with confusion. Itadori Yuji, at the right moment, scratched his face in contemplation. Fushiguro Megumi, after a brief silence, glanced at Zhang Zechen, who stood a short distance ahead of the trio, and spoke. "Although we often encounter tasks misaligned due to manpower issues, if it's a mission involving a special grade cursed spirit, it would never fall upon the three of us students while Zhang is present." Kujisaki's gaze darkened, clearly understanding the implications. "So why did it fall upon us three?" Fushiguro and Kujisaki narrowed their eyes at the curious Itadori Yuji, falling into silence. "I said his intelligence fluctuates. It's not consistent with human anatomy," Fushiguro remarked. "Agreed." "Huh." Seeing that Itadori Yuji was still bewildered, Zhang Zechen smirked and continued, "Thus, there are only two possibilities. 1. The higher-ups believe you three are more capable than I am." An oppressive silence ensued. 2. The higher-ups think you three are stronger than me, and they intend to use this mission to eliminate certain individuals, like Yuji or myself. The silence thickened, even more profound than before. Fushiguro and Kujisaki clearly felt their inner thoughts validated, while Itadori Yuji was merely shocked. But why? Though Yuji sometimes took time to process information, he was not dim-witted. The image of that woman's sorrowful visage resurfaced in his mind. "So, they gambled with the lives of 5 people to kill me? That's 5 lives." Zhang Zechen lightly pressed his chilly hand against his chest, unable to suppress a laugh. "They are devoid of humanity. That is why Satoru and Suguru chose to rebel, even contemplating the eradication of all of them. However, Such corruption can never be entirely extinguished. It is precisely for this reason that they chose to become teachers. After a moment of silence, Zhang Zechen spoke again. Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, you must grow stronger. Strong enough to stand beside Satoru and Suguru. Strong enough so that those rotten oranges will no longer sacrifice innocent lives for their own desires. Strong enough to protect those you wish to safeguard. Can you do that? The three fell silent, and as Zhang Zechen turned back, he met three youthful faces brimming with determination. We can. Chapter 65, Love for Eyes? As the tint was lowered, EDG, who had been trailing behind, was unaware of how much he had overheard, but it mattered little. Zhang Zechen shook his head, listening to Itadori Yuji's excited exclamations nearby. Wow, it's dark. Is that a country? Megumi, Zhang Zechen gently called out, prompting Fushiguro to return his attention from the rambunctious Itadori Yuji. Make sure to give Yuji a crash course in curse techniques once we're outside. All right, Fushiguro replied, a smile lacing his voice. Hey, I don't want that. Aren't we all together? Itadori Yuji cried out. Nobara, help me out here. Kujisaki, suppressing the throbbing vein on her forehead, held her hand up to block Yuji's advancing face. I agree, he must have a crash course. Zhang Zechen chuckled openly, relishing in the chaotic camaraderie, while Itadori Yuji lamented his plight. Oh joy. Wait, what? Fushiguro glanced up in confusion, only to find Zhang Zechen smiling warmly as he ruffled his hair. No worries. You don't need to summon any spirits. It'd be a pity if one vanished while you weren't paying attention, and then you'd be in tears. Zhang Zechen playfully tapped his own forehead and lowered his sunglasses. Why wouldn't he do that? Fushiguro rolled his eyes lightly, retracting his hands. Oh, Zechen. I've been meaning to ask, do your eyes resemble those of Teacher Satoru? They're super cool. Ah, I agree. Teacher Satoru's eyes are like the azure sky, while yours resemble the twilight glow. Zhang Zechen tilted his handsome face toward the two who had seemingly reconciled. No, not really. My eyes barely count as a pirated version of the six eyes. They can only discern cursed energy and offer a 360-degree perspective. As for the twilight glow, had I known that eyes would be so appealing to girls, I would have asked my brother if the eyeballs I dug out were properly dried. Itadori Yuji and Kujisaki instinctively recoiled behind Fushiguro, glancing up at Zhang Zechen with apprehension. Fushiguro, what does it mean to dig out eyeballs? Itadori Yuji inquired, retracting his head slightly. Hey, Fushiguro, it can't mean what I think it does, right? Kujisaki added, shrugging her shoulders. Fushiguro scowled, fixating on Zhang Zechen. Did you really dig out your eyes before? Did Satoru and Suguru take them away? Where are they now? I don't know. Wait. Itadori Yuji exclaimed, startled by Kujisaki's sudden outburst. He looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? You seem more excited than Zechen. No, it's just that. They took, huh? Kujisaki's eyes widened, her gaze fixated on Zhang Zechen, who wore a frown. They wouldn't be. Zhang Zechen frowned deeply, a chill running down his spine. It can't be a case of ocular obsession, can it? It seems that it's not quite right. He mused. Regardless, it sounds somewhat close. No wonder they clung to me upon returning. It turns out they had their eyes on my eyeballs. This revelation posed a significant complication. Achoo. Satoru Gojo, feeling uncomfortable, rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a simultaneous achoo from behind him. Suguru Geto, puzzled, reached up to touch his forehead and met Satoru's gaze, confused. I'm not hot. Why would I sneeze? Chapter 66, Battle? A jest, merely a game. Fushiguro's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Although he was unaware of Zhang Zechen's thoughts, he certainly knew they weren't wholesome. With the brief interlude concluded, the trio finally entered the second dormitory of the Juvenile Detention Center, the designated location for their current mission. As the playful mood dissipated, Itadori Yuji once again lost his vigor, trailing silently behind the others until they came upon three lifeless bodies. Yuji Itadori advanced with heavy steps, gradually crouching down to tenderly brush aside the name inscribed on the collar, Masaru Okazaki. That person's son. 3 individuals, how tragic. Maki Zenin cast a sidelong glance and declared, I shall take this body outside. However, before Maki could finish his words, he was interrupted. The visage of the deceased remained relatively intact. If they merely carried news of his demise outside, his mother would surely not believe it. Moreover, this was a consequence of my actions. Well, that's fine. Take him out, Zhang Zechen interjected, silencing Yuji Itadori. Megumi Fushiguro, with a knowing demeanor, lowered his head, while Maki shrugged, indicating his acquiescence. All right. A smile graced Yuji's face as he removed his coat to cover the body. Thank you, Brother Zechen. He carefully cradled it in his arms, allowing the foul, rancid blood to seep into his garments. Let us ascertain whether the remaining 2 are still alive. Megumi turned about and spoke, receiving agreement from the other 2. Zhang Zechen patted Megumi on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Megumi, you possess quite the commanding charm. That's enough. Megumi's serious expression was abruptly shattered, his ears turning crimson as he turned away. Hee. Maki stifled a giggle behind her hand. All right. We ought to seek out the other two immediately. But before we go, let us indulge in a little game, Zhang Zechen suggested, gently grasping Megumi's arm with one hand while the other held on to Yuji and Maki. Huh. The trio voiced their confusion, and in the next moment, they felt themselves being abruptly whisked away from their original position, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves at a higher elevation, with beneath them the now diminutive figure of Zhang Zechen and a special-grade cursed spirit. Brother Zechen, be careful, Yuji shouted anxiously while protecting Masaru Okazaki's body. Megumi furrowed his brow, unwilling to relax his tense body, while Maki measured the height from which they now hung, her mouth agape in astonishment. As for Zhang Zechen, he rested his chin on his hand, perplexed. Are we not terrestrial beings? Big brother, why are you so ugly? The special-grade cursed spirit paused, perplexed by the weakling devoid of cursed energy before it, tilting its head in confusion. TSK. I can't take it anymore. So ugly. Even worse than a yellow ball. An eyesore indeed. The cursed spirit struggled to comprehend Zhang Zechen's words and suddenly expelled a mouthful of ancient phlegm, or rather, cursed energy. Seeing Zhang Zechen effortlessly evade, the cursed spirit howled in rage, incensed by this powerless monkey. Die? He must perish. The special grade charged forward with a thunderous crash, only to be firmly halted by a barrier. Then, farewell. With a puff, the blood mist swirled around as it swept through the cursed spirit's body. The putrid blood splattered everywhere. Trapped behind the thin barrier, the special grade couldn't even scream a second time before being eradicated. Zhang Zechen reached through the barrier to grasp the finger that fell from the air as the cursed spirit vanished, observing it attentively before tucking it into his pocket. He soared into the sky, stepping on the blood mist. Silence enveloped the scene. Even in death, the stillness was profound. Yuji's warning still echoed in the confined space. The cursed spirit had perished. Maki took a long while to reclaim her voice, trembling as she spoke. So, the higher-ups genuinely believed that the three of us were stronger than it? Megumi struggled to clear his throat, speaking in a hoarse whisper. Perhaps. La. I'm back, Zhang Zechen exclaimed as he waved his arms, leaping upwards before the trio could utter a word. To the heights? Indeed, the cursed spirit had been vanquished. Its domain crumbling, returning to its original state. Was it truly over? Remarkably strong. The three gazed at Zhang Zechen, who laughed in the wind, silently encouraging themselves to grow stronger. But Brother Zechen, we've flown out of the tent. And, isn't Mr. Idichi still waiting for us? Yuji tightened his grip on the body, crying out in despair. Megumi glanced at the Maki and Zhang Zechen's grasp, quietly stepping closer to Zechen's back. Right. Zhang Zechen held Maki with his left hand and Yuji with his right, while Megumi obediently stood behind, ensuring no double standards were at play. None whatsoever. Mr. Idichi stood with his mouth agape, watching the tent gradually disappear, shock etched across his face. So, where are the people? Bang. Something seemed to have fallen from the vehicle behind him, producing a sound. It appeared to be the school uniform of that classmate Yuji Itadori. Mr. Idichi stepped forward. Looking up into the sky, Zechen. Mr. Zechen, come down. Come down. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. Zhang Zechen strained to tilt his head, unable to comprehend why Megumi was standing behind him instead of Maki and Yuji, who had already begun to bicker. Hey Idichi. The cursed spirit is dead. We still haven't found the other two. You go look for them yourself. That uniform belongs to that mother's son. And remember to wash it clean and return it. I'm off. Whoosh. He vanished. Bang. Mr. Idichi sank to his knees, sincerely bowing deeply. Why must I endure such a wretched fate? Chapter 67, 3. Zechen, move aside. I need to squeeze through. Why? Why should I let you? What if I go down myself? No one is stopping you. Go if you want. But Zechen is resting on my arm right now. If I go down, won't he be unable to sleep? But Zechen is nestled in my embrace. Jia, let go of me. Wukong, let go. Jia, let go. Stop. Zhang Zechen straightened his arm, slipping between Wukong and Jia. All right, very well. Particularly splendid. Now, you two lie down. I shall depart. Humph. Yuji Itadori had survived, not having signed any binding contracts with the two piles of plain noodles. He was currently joyfully recounting Zhang Zechen's embarrassing tales with his two peers. Just as Zhang Zechen finally lay down, exhausted, two projectiles landed upon him, nearly crushing him. Returning to his thoughts, Zhang Zechen reclined on the bed, flanked by Wukong and Jia, who stood by with lowered heads, occasionally emitting mischievous chuckles. I won't get a wink of sleep at all, he stated. Speak. What is the matter? Zhang Zechen propped himself up against the backrest, his elongated fingers tapping his temples lightly. Hee. The very first thing I did upon returning from my mission was to seek out Zechen. Isn't that touching? I dare not move. Zhang Zechen extended his hand to gently decline the eager advance of Wu Tiaowu, whose feline ears instantly drooped in disappointment. And you? Zhang Zechen directed his gaze towards Suguru Geto. A light cough escaped Geto's lips as he smiled amiably. I recalled that you mentioned this mission was aimed at you and Yujin, which left me quite concerned. I felt compelled to come and check on you. Only to run into Wu. He acknowledged, it was my oversight that I didn't prevent Wu from disturbing your rest. I apologize. Bowing his head slightly, Geto displayed a sincere demeanor of remorse. You. Geto you. Wu Tiaowu exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Geto with one hand while clutching his own feeble self with the other. Chen Chen. Don't listen to him. He is deceiving you. Ah, fine. I forgive you, came the reluctant acceptance, as the world of Wu Tiaowu, marked by his injuries, reached a state of zero. Setting aside their playful banter, the trio shifted their focus to more serious matters. The two of them, Zhang Zechen and Suguru Geto, sat facing each other, with a white cat curled up beside them, its head peeking out from the blanket, twitching incessantly. Thus, the situation stands. Zhang Zechen murmured, closing his eyes to alleviate the headache brought on by the duality of the cursed fingers now resting in his palm. Deliberately avoiding the sight of Wu Tiao while occupying his blanket. And what is Chen Chen's perspective on this matter? Should we have Yujin consume the fingers? Geto cast a tender glance at Zhang Zechen, who helplessly lowered his head. Don't ask me, Geto. You both should decide. I have no desire to voice my opinion. Geto. He added, just remember what I said regarding your involvement in the sorcery realm. Oh dear. Geto's childish demeanor emerged as he ducked his head, avoiding Zhang Zechen's amused gaze. All right, let us proceed with the consumption. After all, we have the three of us. Zhang Zechen sighed, relenting. Geto straightened up and extended his hand. Let us head to the cafeteria. It's time for lunch. Indeed, we must eat. Otherwise, we won't grow tall. Zhang Zechen replied with a smile, rising with the assistance of Geto, and the two walked out side by side. Two of them? Upon exiting the dormitory, both Zhang Zechen and Suguru Geto paused in unison, turning in unison to find Wu Tiao, Wu standing behind them, clutching his blanket, his face scrunched up with tear-filled eyes. You too, didn't call me. I despise you both. My apologies, I truly forgot. Chapter 68, The Cursed Bindings. I'm so furious. I'm absolutely livid. Zhang Zechen, regaining his composure, straightened as the blanket slipped from his shoulders, revealing a strikingly white expanse. He reached out, summoning the frost blood to his side, transforming it into a sword that he pressed against his neck. I wish to sleep. Right now, instantly, immediately. If you utter another word, I shall show you death. The previously agitated yellow sphere abruptly quelled its emotions, trembling as it navigated through the system's standby log. It recalled being awakened by noise, enduring the trials of tasks, and witnessing Wu Tiaowu being struck while feeding Yujin chicken feet wrapped in a special treat, only to face further disturbances. Hey, Chen Chen, calm down. If I've disturbed your sleep, I genuinely regret it. Please, hear me out. It's important, truly significant. Zhang Zechen remained silent, lifting the hand that gripped the frost blood. It pertains to the higher-ups and the cursed bindings. Go on, he urged. Zhang Zechen set down the frost blood and reclined on the bed, his eyes gleaming with sincerity. The yellow sphere, lips pursed, wiped away non-existent sweat, contemplating before transforming into a more manageable form and soaring into the air. Zhang Zechen stole a glance before closing his eyes. Good night, sphere. Chen Chen. The yellow sphere leaped onto Zhang Zechen's chest, nearly causing him to sputter. All right. Speak. Zhang Zechen grumbled, pinching the tiny being with one hand and turning on his side. Ah! The yellow sphere swiftly minimized its size, curling up in the crook of Zhang Zechen's collarbone. Zhang Zechen cast a sidelong glance, permitting it to bounce in place. Chen Chen, do you remember when you mentioned your heart feeling uncomfortable? Yes. Zhang Zechen diverted his gaze, returning it moments later. I logged off last night because I discovered two monumental revelations while investigating a virus. That fool is dead. Truly dead. The yellow sphere erupted in joyous laughter, only to be dismissed by a flick from Zhang Zechen. Ahem, I shall restrain my exuberance. The yellow sphere cleared its throat, continuing. So, that fool is indeed dead. Logically, I should have received this news immediately. However, I did not. Hence, I logged off to investigate. He met his end at the hands of a real person. Zhang Zechen fell silent, musing over the implication. Wasn't he that a tad hasty? Indeed, somewhat. The yellow sphere admitted, retracting its head, chuckling at its own absurdity. Upon discovering this news, a subsystem intercepted a message. The yellow sphere's expression soured, filling with indignation. The cursed bindings are targeting you. Mid-yawn, Zhang Zechen froze, eyes narrowing as he regarded the yellow sphere. So, if I hadn't returned to Seal Wu in place of Ghetto, it would have been me, correct? The dim red of his eyes glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness, and the yellow sphere sensed the murderous intent radiating from him. Yes, it confirmed, clenching its fists. Previously, you faced relentless obstruction from the higher-ups, and the cursed bindings nearly claimed your life. Now, they are scheming to ensnare Suguru further, marking you as their target. He deserves to die. He deserves to perish. Zhang Zechen closed his eyes, the yellow sphere's fervent cries echoing in his ears. Suppressing his emotions, he finally spoke. To what extent can I intervene in the upcoming plot? The yellow sphere's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost entirely. In instances where the original world's populace finds it reasonable, Chen Chen, you can influence nearly all aspects of the narrative. The next thread involves the leaking vessel. You can directly eliminate it. And then, there's the real person. The narrative's momentum will push Wu Tiao Wu and Suguru Ghetto aside. You, along with Nanami and Yujin, can directly obliterate that real entity. Crush him. Eliminate him. Dispatch Hanami at the exchange conference. Wipe him out. Force the cursed bindings to send Raimai. Or have it come directly to you. Bean paste. Sand. Zhang Zechen endeavored to maintain his composure, but at the sight of the bouncing yellow sphere, he faltered. Very well, let us proceed with the plan. Eliminate them all. His emotions, akin to a deflating balloon, dissipated entirely. Zhang Zechen inhaled deeply, disgustedly rubbing his forehead as he rose to don his clothing. Hey, Chen Chen, what are you doing? With both hands clutching the collar of his garment. Huang Qiu completely forgot his ability to fly. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to venture to the cafeteria to see if there were any red bean pastries available. Perhaps to indulge in a couple of those delightful delights. Oh, how wonderful. Huang Qiu leapt onto Zhang Zechen's earring with a cheerful bounce, then pouted at the cat and fox-shaped charms, transforming his form to obscure those two designs. Zhang Zechen chuckled lightly, allowing the playful antics to unfold as he pushed the door open and made his way toward the cafeteria. Yuan Suo, you must perish at my hands. Achu. Accompanying the sneeze was a fragment of his skull, which Yuan Suo deftly collected, shaking off the sand. Hey, Zen Temple, it's not aligned, you know. The real person turned to glance, a grin spreading across his face. Ah, is that so? Yuan Suo adjusted it with a hand, finally satisfied as he looked up. By the way, where did the leaking pot go? Ah, he said he didn't believe that Gojo Satoru was so formidable and went off to test it. Huh. Yuan Suo chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. It's not just Gojo. Even Suguru Ghetto and Chen Chen are beyond what I can handle. Humph. The real person closed the book in his hands and turned back around. That's different. I'm only interested in that soul which transcends the flesh, Chen Chen. Yuan Suo cast a gentle smile downwards. Then go find him to play, but don't overdo it. Of course. The real person's gaze shifted away from the man, a mischievous grin breaking free. Chapter 69. On the trivial matter of desserts. Yum. This is delicious. Shinji, I can't believe you make desserts. Itadori Yuji enthusiastically stuffed 2 red bean pastries into his mouth, speaking with his words slightly slurred. Ah, it's not bad, I suppose. Zhang Zechen extended his hand to Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara, who received the pastries with skeptical glances. Forget about the wild rose. Hey, what do you mean by that? Megumi? Zhang Zechen waved away the dark cloud hovering above his head, looking exasperatedly at Fushiguro. Fushiguro paused for a moment before replying. I'm just a bit concerned about what filling might be inside. Itadori halted his chewing, turning to Zhang Zechen with a reminiscent look. Shinji, you didn't bury a chicken foot in my breakfast, did you? Zhang Zechen cleared his throat, scratching his face. Yuji, you can't stop trusting me just because I stuffed a rotten chicken foot into the dessert yesterday. Fushiguro and Kujisaki exchanged bewildered glances. Yuji what? The dual-faced Sukuna what? Fushiguro and Kujisaki stared incredulously at the mouth that appeared on Itadori Yuji's left hand, momentarily speechless. Zhang Zechen, however, appeared unfazed. He propped his head up with one hand and, under the astonished gazes of the three, brought a marked red bean pastry to the mouth of the dual-faced Sukuna. Oh. I sincerely apologize for referring to Lord Sukuna's fingers as chicken feet. Please accept my humble offering. Itadori's mouth hung open in disbelief as his gaze darted between the equally shocked Fushiguro and Kujisaki, unable to utter a word. What are you doing? Reading the expression in Fushiguro's eyes, Zhang Zechen winked playfully, signaling him to remain calm, then cleared his throat. Lord Sukuna must have not experienced the satisfaction of food entering his belly in quite some time. Please open your mouth. Sitting in the seat of his domain, the dual-faced Sukuna fell silent again. I didn't come out to scold that man. Why am I uncontrollably tempted to open my mouth? Chen Chen, hurry. I can hold out a little longer. Stuff it in his mouth. Hurry. Let him experience the joy of desserts. Huang Qiu excitedly chattered in the space, amplifying his control over the dual-faced Sukuna's angry emotions. Hurry, sweeten him to death. Listening to the monkey chattering in his head and watching the dual-faced Sukuna gradually comply, Zhang Zechen smiled broadly and leaned in closer. Ah, good boy. Oh. Fushiguro turned to Kujisaki, who was beside him, and whispered, Did he really coax you like this when you were young? Shut up. Fushiguro's earlobes turned crimson as he averted his gaze, yet his eyes still secretly followed Zhang Zechen. Finally, seeing the dual-faced Sukuna open his mouth, Zhang Zechen gently placed the pastry inside, and then, yuck! With the sound of swallowing, the dual-faced Sukuna's mouth promptly vanished, followed closely by Itadori's earth-shattering retching. Yuck! So yuck! This is unbearable. Itadori clutched his stomach, casting a pleading gaze toward Fushiguro and Kujisaki. The two turned in unison. Ah, Shinji, this is terrible. So awful, yuck. In a similar reaction, the dual-faced Sukuna in the domain was frantically covering his mouth. He fought against the overwhelming sweetness that made him feel as though he wanted to excavate his stomach. Cleanse it and stuff it back in. Zen and Shun, I will remember you. Seeing Itadori's intense reaction startled Zhang Zechen, who quickly inquired of Huang Qiu, only to learn that since the two were currently symbiotic, whatever the dual-faced Sukuna consumed would also affect Yuji's body. Realizing Huang Qiu had forgotten to inform him of this detail, Zhang Zechen nervously cradled his bowl. Yuji, what if there's no water? How about you take a few sips of the noodle soup instead? I added vinegar and chili, which should help alleviate the sweetness. Fushiguro and Kujisaki watched Itadori gulping down the soup, glancing at the water in their hands. They tucked their hands behind their backs. I'm alive. Itadori, having survived the ordeal, patted his chest, looking gratefully at the now anxious Zhang Zechen. Shinji, thank you. No need to thank me, Zhang Zechen said, shaking his hands obediently. What is everyone up to? A teasing voice rang out, prompting Zhang Zechen to turn gratefully. Jia, Gojo Satoru, here. Suguru Geto chuckled as he ruffled Zhang Zekhen's hair before taking a seat beside him. Wait a moment. Gojo Satoru clapped a hand on Geto's shoulder. In an instant, Geto's head collided with the dining table, his bangs dipping into the porridge, now damply hanging over his face. Chen Chen, you were the one talking. Why are you greeting Jia? With his 6 eyes taking in the scene, Gojo Satoru suppressed a laugh, adjusting his expression to one of feigned grievance as he looked pitifully at Zhang Zechen. Seeing one side already in motion, the 3 first years expertly raised their cups to slurp a sip. This. Zhang Zechen observed the cursed spirit turned Suguru Geto and the embodiment of grievance that was Gojo Satoru, scratching his face. How about you two fight it out first? No need. Geto seriously pulled out 2 napkins to wipe his original form, stifling the rising veins on his forehead as he grinned at the 3. What were you all chatting about earlier? You can't get angry at that fool Gojo. Stay calm. Now that Chen Chen has already called my name, stay calm. Oh. Zhang Zechen felt a sudden jolt, extending his hand to grasp the exquisite hikifuku that he had just saved for Yujin, which had been placed on the back table. I made this. Do take a bite, he urged. Wataru and Suguru appeared momentarily taken aback, pausing before they reached out. Observing the hikifuku adorned with distinctive blue and black specks, Suguru picked up the piece marked with the black dots, first experiencing its cool touch against his lips, followed by the refreshing aroma of jasmine tea. Suguru looked at Zhang Zechen with a gentle smile, declaring, delicious. A chuckle escaped him. It was only when Wataru's attention was drawn to the soft confection near his lips that he returned to reality, his face instantly lighting up with a grin. He took a bite from Zhang Zekhen's hand, the sweet flavor bursting in his mouth. So tasty, Wataru exclaimed, excitedly covering his face, feigning to wipe away what seemed to be a dampness in his eyes. You're the best, Chun. He then noticed his students surrounding him with expressions of astonishment, speaking in hushed tones while casting fearful glances in his direction. Flower, did I see that correctly? Tiger, no. No. Rabbit. Well, it is understandable. Tiger, no? Fushiguro, you don't understand. Tiger, Wataru-sensei said it's delicious. It's from the pile Chun gave to the Shikigami. Tiger, it's awful. It's terrible. Flower added, what about Suguru-sensei-s? Fox chimed in. The teacher S is 3-part sweet. Rabbit agreed. That S normal. Watching the group fervently discuss the dessert, Wataru, perplexed, took another bite and then leaned against Zhang Zechen, proclaiming, it's delicious. It's what people like. Zhang Zechen affectionately ruffled Wataru's fluffy hair, sighing in resignation. Is there anything else that needs improvement? Yes, Wataru leaned closer, stating, I'd like it to be a bit sweeter. Zhang Zechen, catching the double entendre in Wataru's words, blinked. All right, I shall prepare a sweeter version tomorrow. Chapter 70. Parents? Brother, wake up. Your precious darling has arrived. Fushiguro Megumi waved his hand, attempting to swat away the noisy mosquito in front of him. Struggling to open his eyes, he confirmed his position and directly pulled Zhang Zechen, who was seated at the edge of the bed, into his arms. Quiet down, sleep. Zhang Zechen, small and pitiful, nestled against Fushiguro's chest, gazing at the expanse of skin before him, tentatively reached out. Brother, your pectorals are quite firm. Poking them resulted in a startled response. Hey. Fushiguro swiftly kicked Zhang Zechen off the bed, turning away while wrapped in his blanket. Go away. Oh, Zhang Zechen pouted. Feeling aggrieved, he picked up the breakfast he had brought for Megumi from the table, preparing to leave. Come back. He placed the food down. Let us go. Zhang Zechen dropped the lunchbox to the floor, rolled up his sleeves, and lunged at him. I hate you. I'll bite you to death. Bang. Brother, please enjoy your meal. Fushiguro picked up a bun with his chopsticks, chewing contentedly before raising his gaze to the dark-eyed Zhang Zechen. The food is decent, but the service leaves much to be desired. Next time, improve that. Zhang Zechen suppressed the throbbing vein on his forehead, nodding in agreement. Yes. I'll ensure to send someone with better service next time. Heh. Fushiguro observed Zhang Zechen's demeanor, the irritation of being awakened dissipating significantly. Why don't you go find those children to play with? Zhang Zechen scratched his head, replying, Yujin was taken to the small dark room by Wataru. Not sure what for. Suguru went to write a report. Maki and Kinji are with Yaga. They said the second-year students will be back soon. As for me, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Noticing Zhang Zechen's hesitant expression, Fushiguro licked his lips. TCH, what is there to ponder about? Just ask. Okay. Zhang Zechen grinned widely. I wanted to ask, what kind of people were my parents? Zhang Zechen awkwardly pronounced the words father and mother, raising his hopeful gaze towards Fushiguro. Upon hearing Zhang Zechen's inquiry, Fushiguro momentarily froze, though he quickly adjusted himself. Yet, Zhang Zechen caught a glimpse of concern in his eyes. Why are you suddenly asking this? Fushiguro, rarely evasive, lowered his gaze, poking at the porridge in his bowl to deflect the topic. I don't remember what they looked like, Zhang Zechen confessed, causing Fushiguro to pause again. You don't remember? Yeah. Zhang Zechen nodded, tilting his head at Fushiguro's astonished expression. What happened to them? The words lingered on Fushiguro's lips, yet he found himself unable to speak. Eventually, under Zhang Zechen's earnest gaze, he relented. They died. Zhang Zechen froze, realizing that the mention of this could lead to the restoration of his memories. He maintained his pose to receive the system's recollections, though from Fushiguro's perspective, the situation appeared quite different. Having forgotten his loathsome parents for various reasons, he eagerly sought answers from a brother with whom he shared little blood relation, only to receive the response, this meal has lost its appetite. As Zhang Zechen regained composure, Fushiguro was overtaken by a surge of inexplicable emotions. He pondered whether his brother might harbor resentment towards him because of this. I killed them. Meeting Zhang Zechen's incredulous gaze, Fushiguro repeated, I killed your parents. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Zechen uncertainly looked at Fushiguro. Then should I praise you? Fushiguro, clearly taken aback by this response, watched as Zhang Zechen rose, patting his waist and waving his hand in front of Fushiguro's face. Brother? Hey. Snap back to reality. What are you thinking about? Fushiguro swatted Zhang Zechen's large face away. What kind of whimsy has you inquiring about those two? Zhang Zechen scratched his head, dismissively stating, I just suddenly remembered that I actually have parents in this world. I'd nearly forgotten about them. Now it's all coming back. Zhang Zechen shrugged. Oh well. Had I known, I wouldn't have asked. Fushiguro sighed faintly, remarking, if only I had let you take a stab at it back then. Brother, that's enough. Chapter 71, Second Year. Can we be sure? We can, right? Will Chun be sad? TCH, how can you even ask that? I'm asking you. Could you be any more hasty when arranging those memories? What about the faces of my parents? Just a ball on my head. Whack me, huh? This is not. I wonder what kind of face to make. Regardless, Chen Chen has already confirmed that Xuansuo occupies your father's body in this world. We can discuss it later. Enough already. Hey, Chun, do you want to join us at the playground to meet the second-year seniors? The voice of Ding Zaki Yaohua echoed from afar, snapping Zhang Zechen back to reality. Sure, you and Hui go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Go watch your cartoons. I'm off to play. Chen Chen, don't be sad. This world S. Get lost. Alright then. Maki, are you nervous? Worry not. Maki halted her steps, scolding the panda briefly before resuming her pacing. Salmon. Dogroll Thorns chimed in. Fushiguro Yu and Ding Zaki sat to one side, while the curious panda approached once more. Hui, has that person truly been resurrected? Is he like me? Is it because his body is stuffed with cotton that he cannot die? Ha. Slap. Ding Zaki and Maki simultaneously delivered a smack to the panda, cutting off his infectious laughter. Kombu. Though Doggerel Thorns claimed otherwise, he shifted closer to Hui. Upon noticing Doggerel Thorns sitting beside him, Fushiguro nodded in acknowledgement. Doggerel Thorns reciprocated before falling into a comfortable silence. Hui really resembles him. I wonder how he is doing. Yuta mentioned he couldn't find Chen Chen. However, I heard that Gojo Sensei's peer is Zenin Chen. Is it a coincidence? Seeing Doggerel Thorns radiating an aura of discontent, Fushiguro furrowed his brow and inquired, Doggerel Senpai. What's wrong? Daikai, Doggerel Thorns paused his circular hand motions and turned to respond. It doesn't seem like nothing's wrong. Fushiguro disregarded the tension above and turned away. Salmon Row. It was Doggerel Thorns who took the initiative to speak first. Fushiguro turned to ask what he meant, only to find a phone pressed against him, the screen displaying. What kind of person is your uncle? Fushiguro glanced back at the panda and Maki, who read it aloud in unison, sighing. He arrived shortly, just like any ordinary person, with 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 nose. Ding Zaki, is he just rambling? Panda, absolutely. Doggerel Thorns, Salmon. Maki, TSK. Hey, Panda Senpai, does Maki admire Chen? Ding Zaki leaned closer to the panda, whispering. She's merely interested in the bearer of heaven and curses. That guy's combat class is the only one she eagerly attended. Ouch. The panda shrank his neck, trying to lower his voice, but Maki kicked him away. Doggerel Thorns, hiding beneath his scarf, opened his mouth and closed it again. Forget it, it's not Chen Chen. Just a coincidence. Huh, what are you talking about? Zhang Zechen's voice suddenly emerged. Except for the 2 first-year students. The other 3 turned abruptly towards the source of the sound. Huh, compared to Zenin, he really does resemble him. Wow. How can he be so slender with all that cotton stuffed in? Salmon Row? Lost in the emotions of their first encounter, Maki and the panda turned to Doggerel Thorns. Filled with confusion. Thorns? What's wrong? The panda reached forward, but Doggerel Thorns suddenly moved towards Zhang Zechen. Hey, Thorns, long time no see. Zhang Zechen smiled and waved. Approaching Doggerel Thorns. Salmon Row and Doggerel Thorns matched the figure before them with their childhood memories, and the moment Zhang Zechen wrapped his arm around Doggerel Thorns. He leaped into Zhang Zechen's embrace, happily blinking his eyes. Tuna mayonnaise. Cod roe daikai. Salmon. 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 The group? Hee. Zhang Zechen pulled down Doggerel Thorns' scarf and playfully pinched his chubby cheeks. I'm fine. No need to worry, Thorns. Really? Oh, I indeed didn't have the chance to contact Yuta. How about Chen Chen takes you out to play later? Hee. Only Zhang Zechen's voice was heard. While the others strained their ears in an attempt to decipher what Doggerel Thorns was saying, only Zhang Zechen's responses reached them. How are they communicating? Ding Zaki and Maki huddled together, their brows furrowed as they observed Fushiguro tightening his fists. The aloof guy is actually feeling jealous? Ding Zaki raised her hand. Her gaze glued to the floating curse energy surrounding Fushiguro. I have no idea. Maki tightened her grip on the weapon resting on her shoulder and tilted her head. Panda knows. The panda suddenly clapped excitedly. Although his voice was loud, none of the 3 paid him any heed, except for the anxious Maki and Ding Zaki who were hurriedly covering his mouth. Panda Senpai, what do you know? Ding Zaki pressed down on the panda's head. The panda tried to lower his voice. Maki, do you remember how Yuta always had a slight, inexplicable hostility towards Hui? So, Maki furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before looking at the mute panda. Initially, the topic Yuta and Thorns discussed was because Yuta mentioned knowing a person named Chen. Therefore, Yuta and Thorns were both cared for by Chen when they were young, so Hui. Maki carefully considered her words. Ding Zaki suddenly became excited, covering her mouth. So, does that mean Chen really only likes children? The panda's words were cut off by Ding Zaki, who was met with 2 curious gazes. Ding Zaki pouted, wiping her tears away. Woo, my perfect CP. Chapter 72. Something seems a bit off again. After listening to Maki and the panda, Zhang Zechen's eyes widened, and he spoke without thinking. Accompany you for training? No way, Maki. I'm just a weakling. Zhang Zechen pouted, looking pitiful, while Doggerel Thorns, leaning against him, immediately raised his hand to pat Zhang Zechen's head disapprovingly. Wooden fish flower. Zhang Zechen stifled a laugh and continued. Besides, I'm an injured party. Look. Saying this, Zhang Zechen leaned in closer, pointing at the large bump on his head. Hui's domestic violence hasn't healed yet. Woo. The child has grown bold enough to bully his uncle. Ugh, I'm feeling so miserable. Hey, I'm fine. Don't move around. Let me hold you for a bit longer, Thorns. Maki tightened her grip on the long spear resting on her shoulder and turned to the equally silent Ichika and Panda, who looked at the even quieter Fushiguro. I told you, there's a reason he can hang out with Gojo Sensei and Yaga Sensei. Ding Zaki displayed a smile she had grown accustomed to. then tilted her head to ask Fushiguro Yu, "Aren't you going to turn dark?" Fushiguro Yu's gaze shifted to Ding Zaki, questioning the meaning behind her words. "Your Chen Chen has a new love, huh? Aren't you going to turn dark?" Fushiguro Yu chose to ignore it entirely. Watching the smirking Zhang Zechen, his eyes darkened. "Chun, sensei, do you have plans for this afternoon?" Zhang Zechen, with a furrowed brow, raised his chin slightly, scratching his head as he stood up from Dogroll Thorn's back. "Ahem, well, I'm going to find Natsuko. This afternoon, a batch has just been dispatched," Fushiguro said calmly, busy with his tasks. "Then, I shall seek out Ye," came the response. The principal had gone to a high-level meeting to discuss whether to penalize the sorcerers in Sushin for meddling in missions without authorization. "I will look for Jay," another voice chimed in. "Teacher Shoyo is currently reviewing the mission reports of the second-year seniors." "Well, Satoru is out on a mission." Zhang Zekhen's smile began to falter as he observed Fushiguro's unchanging expression, his own lips tightening in discomfort. "So, do I have any plans?" he asked hesitantly. "A month from now, there will be an exchange meeting for the Jingtong sisters. Maki-senpai cannot allow her training of us to hinder her own growth," Fushiguro remarked as he turned towards the training grounds. Tears threatened to spill from Zhang Zekhen's eyes, yet he fought to maintain a smile. "To the training grounds then. I will teach you martial arts." "Woo-woo. Panda, Ada. By the way, Chun, won't your tears wet the cotton while you're moving around?" "Woo-woo-woo, Panda. You just don't understand. The child has grown up, woo-woo-woo." As he spoke, Zhang Zechen, with tears blurring his vision, kicked Panda 5 meters away with a swift motion. "Hee, this wind speed is quite commendable, isn't it?" Zhang Zechen diligently fanned Fushiguro, who was resting on the ground, and occasionally directed the breeze towards the other youngsters gathered around. "Ah, it's so hot," exclaimed one. Sumiki pressed Panda down, forcing him to stick to Zhang Zekhen's back, and after a while, pulled him back to nestle into the cool plushness. Panda gazed enviously at Inumaki Toge, who was snugly pressed against Zhang Zechen, the latter blinking and inching closer. Fushiguro's gaze lingered on Zhang Zekhen's face, instinctively flinching when their eyes met, yet ultimately holding his gaze. What is it, Fuhue?" Zhang Zechen asked, a gentle smile gracing his features as he moved the fan closer. "What were you planning to do this afternoon?" Fushiguro did not miss the flicker of emotion in Zhang Zekhen's eyes. He perceived the man's helplessness. "I originally intended to do something, but upon reflection, I decided against it. I ended up just spending some time playing with you all." Zhang Zekhen's smile grew more defined as he leaned in, playfully blinking his eyes, mischief glimmering within. "What, Fuhue, are you worried about me?" Fushiguro did not deny it, accepting the blood frost from Zhang Zekhen's hand and idly fiddling with it. The blood frost closed on its own, and Zhang Zekhen's cool hand brushed against the boys, reopening the fan and seemingly blooming a crimson flower before them. Fushiguro paused, momentarily taken aback, before waving the fan to dispel the heat near his ears. Maki, standing by a tree, emitted a soft sound of curiosity. Fushiguro looked up at Zhang Zechen, and with a nod from him, handed the fan to Maki as she approached. "This item." Maki's hand glided over the skeletal framework of the fan, and with a swift motion, blood frost was opened. "Interesting." Fushiguro regarded her with confusion, and Zhang Zechen shared the same astonishment. "What's going on?" What do you mean?" "The blood frost was opened by Maki." "Oh, blood frost was opened by Maki. How could that be?" Isn't it a bit excessive to not know?" "Impossible. I too want to exclaim that it's impossible." "You, wait for me. I'll check Baidu Encyclopedia. Are you seriously that ignorant?" "What else?" with the astonished look. Maki directed her gaze at Fushiguro before shifting it back to Zhang Zechen. Inumaki blinked, patting the seemingly dazed Zhang Zechen. "Die?" Zhang Zechen snapped back to attention, pondering aloud. "Maki, try calling blood frost in your mind. Why would you do something so absurdly specific?" Despite the incredulity, Maki complied and silently repeated the incantation. Then, before Zhang Zekhen's very eyes, the blood frost transformed into a blade. Zhang Zekhen's expression contorted slightly as he gently patted the dog on his shoulder. He stood and approached the astonished Maki, his eyes sparkling with a crimson glow. Look at Maki, then at the blood frost. Maki, breaking free from her astonishment, followed Zhang Zekhen's gaze to the trembling blood frost in her hand. "Let us not even mention that this cursed tool doesn't resemble anything from here. What is your intention now?" Maki released her grip, and the blood frost immediately shifted form, gliding to Zhang Zekhen's hand, even disdainfully brushing against him. "The cursed tool is rejecting me," Maki exclaimed in frustration, while the others watched with keen curiosity. Zhang Zechen suddenly seemed to grasp something, his expression darkening. Chapter 73. Something is truly amiss. Is it certain that the higher-ups are deceased? Why do you say that? It must be true. I have a hypothesis. This is rather serious. Isn't it? The blood frost and the characteristics of the curse binding as well as the three-eyed sorcerer who provided them to me. That would be me. Then, how did you acquire such specific items? The higher-ups provided them. In the original narrative, who is the owner of the curse binding similar to Shimer, although aided by external forces, who can indeed perceive the cursed spirits? Zen and Maki. This situation is suspicious. The Blood Frost recognizes its master, yet it can be opened by Maki. The Blood Frost recognizes its master, yet it was nearly snatched by Chen Chen, almost costing me my life. This situation is indeed suspect. It has undoubtedly left some trace on Maki and Chen Chen. The higher-ups fled before their demise. They must have done something to assist in my demise. Investigate. Focus on Maki. No, on Zen and Sushin. All right. Chen Chen, don't panic. I will surely find out. You. Forget it. Huh. I have a method. Zhang Zechen's eyes sharpened, his gaze icy enough to leave Maki momentarily stunned. The others sat nearby, uncertain of what to say to break the suddenly tense atmosphere. With a swish, the Blood Frost was unveiled, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Maki, come, help me verify something. Zhang Zechen thrust the hilt into Maki's bewildered hands, indicating his chest. Stab here. What are you planning? Fushiguro rushed forward, gripping Zhang Zechen's shoulder with an expression of intense confusion. Zhang Zechen gently patted Fushiguro, his eyes devoid of playfulness. In the silence that followed, Panda retrieved his phone. Hello? Jay, your Chen Chen is asking Maki to stab him with the cursed tool. What should I do if I can't stop this? 3 seconds later, a figure leapt down from the rainbow dragon. Jia, I'm not joking. I truly need to verify something. Zhang Zechen struggled to push aside the entangling presence of Suguru Geto. Yet he remained immovable, utterly restrained. You are already causing a commotion. Geto firmly held Zhang Zechen's waist, allowing him to move yet remaining tightly bound. Enduring the piercing gazes of the young ones, Zhang Zechen sighed, leaning closer to Geto's ear. I must confirm a matter, one concerning the individual who caused my demise. Geto's eyes widened, his pupils trembling. After a prolonged silence, he swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Is there no other way? No, perhaps there are alternatives. Zhang Zechen's cold intensity grew, but I cannot wait. Jia, you have consulted with Wuxi, haven't you? Geto's expression shifted, an inkling of realization filling his gaze. His grip loosening momentarily before tightening fiercely again. There's no way to ascertain it. But, I cannot wait. Jia, I cannot wait. The embrace loosened. How did things come to this? It was at this moment that Nails Zaki Wild rose, witnessing the chaotic scene before him. Sat in the infirmary, hands covering his face, internally screaming in frustration. He was expressionless, as he widened the wound on his chest, already pierced by blood frost. With a knife. Why am I doing this to myself? The stoic male and Inamaki-senpai were on the verge of fainting. To think that Teacher Geto would personally stitch up his wound. Why didn't I leave earlier? Chapter 74, the situation escalates. Feeling the disheveled breaths upon his cheek, Zhang Zechen placed his hand over Geto's trembling one. Let me handle this. Geto blinked forcefully, and when he opened his eyes again, his vision had cleared. He exhaled softly and said, I'll do it. All right, you do it. Zhang Zechen shifted his gaze away from Geto, avoiding the others, and looked out the window. He instructed Maki to press the blood frost into his chest. The blood frost disregarded the hardness of any object, merely penetrating a few ribs, just a minor inconvenience. Yet, therein lay the anomaly. He mentally commanded the blood frost to halt, but, akin to the confrontation with Kenjaku 12 years prior, it paused only a second before certain death. Zhang Zechen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gestured to the concerned individuals to step back, and withdrew the blade from his chest. No need to investigate. The higher-ups are not dead. It's with Kenjaku. Or perhaps it has become Kenjaku. Hastily arriving at the infirmary, he found Shoko absent. She had gone to deliver reports at the school gate. Zhang Zechen urged the young ones to leave, but they remained. Thus, he resorted to severing the flesh where the blood frost had penetrated before their very eyes. It stings a bit when sawing through bone. I must admonish those ribs for being so hard. During the stitching, Geto took over. It's not that I can't move due to the pain. I'm simply fatigued. Yes, that was it. Zhang Zechen was intolerant of anesthetics. He never imagined that aside from fainting in the operating room 12 years ago while watching the doctor stitch him up, he would have the opportunity to witness someone else stitching him back together. Geto trimmed the excess thread and set down the scissors. Zhang Zechen casually propped himself up, prompting the others to gasp in astonishment. His gaze drifted past them to the silent Maki. I apologize for the trouble, Maki. A smile was elusive, and she felt an urge to slap him hard. Suppressing her emotions, Maki spoke. I won't ask why you're doing this. I'm merely curious as to why it's me and not them, or even yourself. Zhang Zechen hesitated before responding. Because you can unlock my cursed tool. Maki exclaimed, bewildered. Geto wiped the blood from his hands and interjected. Chen's cursed tool recognizes its master. Neither Wuxi nor I, nor even Kinji, can unlock it. Maki was momentarily stunned, her confusion deepening as she looked at Zhang Zechen. Then why can I unlock it? Well, how should I put it? Zhang Zechen stroked his chin, carefully choosing his words. Let us start from the beginning. This mark, he indicated the sigil on his heart, is engraved upon my soul. It cannot be removed. However, the blood frost was given to me by the one who left this mark. Zhang Zechen raised his hand to signify that he should continue speaking, and Fushiguro and Geto swallowed their questions. I know what you both wish to ask. The entity in my mind is benign. Its sole purpose is to bring the blood frost before me, nothing more. Chen Chen, leave. All right. My revival is also related to the one who left the mark. You could say he saved my life, albeit inadvertently. Therefore, he still wishes to kill me. Zhang Zechen paused before continuing. Yet, he has intervened too often. He has become real. Because I was revived by him, I felt it. I thought he was dead. But then, Maki unlocked my cursed tool. This indicates he has orchestrated another scheme. And the protagonist is Maki. Everyone was striving to digest Zhang Zechen's words, except for him. Though incredulous, he recognized a similarity between himself and Maki. That person, perhaps, wishes to turn Maki into another version of me in order to control her. Suddenly, Zhang Zechen raised his hand to cover his eyes, abruptly changing the topic. Back in high school, Wuxi once asked me, if I could speak freely of the mastermind behind the mark without being under its influence, would I tell you? I said no. Now, I've come to understand. He lowered his hand and addressed the air. Next time, let us cosplay as snakes, not wall lizards. Creak. Wuxi and Itadori Yuji, along with Kinji, appeared at the door. Actually, we could cosplay as pandas. Chen surely wouldn't mind. Shut up, Salmon. The light-hearted banter was abruptly interrupted as Maki and Inumaki kicked them aside. Wuxi entered with a stoic expression, followed closely by Kinji, while Yuji timidly stepped forward, inching into the room, only to be pulled back by Nail Zaki. Chen Chen finally spoke up. Wuxi suddenly broke into a faint smile, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions as he gazed at Zhang Zechen. Oh, I remember I'm not alone. I recall 12 years ago when someone, eyes brimming with murderous intent, said to me, I'll help you. Who shall I kill? With a chuckle, Wuxi's laughter was laced with a multitude of emotions. As he looked at Zhang Zechen, his fingers brushing over the mark on his chest. Who shall we kill? I'll help you. Zhang Zechen extended his hand to cover Wuxi's, breaking into a heartfelt smile. Kenjaku. He bullied me. You all help me take him down. The warmth of camaraderie was not felt in the air, only the acrid scent of alcohol and the blinding pattern before him. All right, we'll help you. Heh. Zhang Zechen sequentially cast his gaze towards the voices of Suguru Geto, Satoru Gojo, and Mahito, baring his teeth in a grin. There's no need to spare my feelings. Crush them to oblivion. In Chapter 75, The Leaky Jar, the atmosphere within the vehicle sank so low that Itadori Yuji found it hard to breathe. He cautiously raised his head, glancing through the rearview mirror at Satoru Gojo leaning against the window and Suguru Geto on the opposite side. Ahem. We still have half an hour to go. Gentlemen, please bear with me. Itadori tightened his grip on the steering wheel, refraining from looking back again. His words seemed to snap Suguru Geto out of his reverie. He opened his eyes, but stared out the window. Mahito, I'm coming. Huh? What? Itadori assumed Geto was addressing him and inquired, perplexed. A soft chuckle escaped Satoru Gojo, as if struck by a thought. All right, Mahito, you come. The leaky jar and Hanami. Hand them over. Tengen, leave it to the old man. Kinji, I'll take care of it. The atmosphere grew oppressive once more, and Itadori, on the verge of tears, shrank his head, realizing that they weren't speaking to him. This is even worse than facing Mr. Chun, he lamented. Whoa. The synchronized utterance of those words caused Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto to exchange glances, falling into silence for a moment. Stop the car. Creak. Itadori dared not utter a single word, slamming the brakes, leaving black tire marks on the ground. The two exited the vehicle simultaneously, slamming the doors in unison. Let us go. The pitiful and weak corporate worker Itadori drove away, a sorrowful expression plastered on his face. Mr. Chun, they started fighting, he said while observing the cursed energy pulsating in the rearview mirror, dialing Zhang Zechen's number. Swish. Only the sound of the wind seemed to remain. The two stood on either side, wordlessly, and then, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Soon after, the air was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle amidst the choking smoke. The leaky jar stood rooted in place, bewilderedly extending his hand. The intensity escalated, with the sickening sound of bones cracking echoing, and flashes of cursed energy appearing sporadically. Suguru Geto dodged a punch from Satoru Gojo, turning around as the cursed spirit behind him slammed itself into the ground again. Bang! The rising smoke thickened even further. Satoru Gojo raised his hand to block Geto's arm and struck out, sending a cursed energy sphere crashing into the wall. Whoosh. The smoke expanded, doubling in size. So, I've been overlooked, Haven Ti? Anger simmered within him. The leaky jar swung his hand fiercely, conjuring a vessel-like object that erupted in flames. Who do you think you're looking down on? The flames shot up into the sky, engulfing the dense smoke, and in the next moment, the leaky jar charged straight into it. Seconds later, the special-grade cursed spirit, now resembling a urinal, was hurled out. Slap, slap. From a distance on the hillside, Zhang Zechen snatched a handful of sunflower seeds from the dazed Itadori Yuji, munching without a care. Why is everyone so silent? Crunch, crunch, gulp. It was unclear who swallowed. Perhaps it was Fushiguro Megumi, or perhaps Nobara Kujisaki and Itadori Yuji. Mr. Chen, are you sure it's alright for Gojo-sensei and Geto-sensei to fight like this? Itadori Yuji could not tear his gaze away from the two engaged in an intense battle. Asking Zhang Zechen vacantly. Crunch, crunch. Zhang Zechen, as if struck by a revelation, raised his head and rummaged through Fushiguro Megumi's pocket, retrieving his phone. Click. He captured a precious image. Be careful of your wounds. Fushiguro Megumi bent down, taking the item from Zhang Zechen's hand, frowning as he cautioned. Understood. Zhang Zechen patted the seemingly petrified Nobara, pouring the sunflower seeds he didn't wish to crack open into her hand. Megumi, send that picture to Yaga. He twirled the blood frost in his hand, the fan fluttering as if repressing something. Teachers engaging in private battles outside of school and not letting it go. All right, let us leave it at that. Zhang Zechen halted his actions, and upon seeing Fushiguro Megumi's response, he suddenly hurled the blood frost, which transformed into a blade-like form, piercing through the leaky jar's chest. Drip. The cursed spirit stared blankly at the ground, extending its hand to grasp the sword handle, attempting to pull out the blade. But grasping at emptiness, soon realizing that its body had been punctured with a gaping hole. The cursed tool was not lodged within. It was now embedded in the ground between Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, hidden behind the smoke. Suguru Geto withdrew his hand, silently stepping out of the smoke, utilizing his power to convert the leaky jar into a cursed spirit ball, then gradually backing away, retreating back into the haze. Geto, we are finished, Satoru Gojo said, tilting his head. Yeah, we're finished. Upon seeing Zhang Zechen and the three students appear not far away, Suguru Geto remarked. Chapter 76, Gratitude to the Higher-Ups. Speaking of which, crunch, crunch, what is Chen planning to do next? Crunch, crunch. First, raise a child. Zhang Zechen glanced at the plate of sweetened Hanjuka fu on the table, unable to resist a chuckle. Is it delicious? Crunch, crunch. So delicious. The yellow bean joyfully bounced around the plate containing Hanjuka fu, having transformed into its smallest form to indulge. Of course, it would taste even better if this Hanjuka fu weren't meant to be made from the leftover scraps of cursed spirit balls for Suguru Geto. The yellow bean slyly cast a glance at Zhang Zechen, continuing its battle with the dessert. What child are you raising? Crunch, crunch. Yoshino Junpei. Zhang Zechen shifted his shoulders, leaning back against the pillow slowly. I'll raise little Junpei into a cheerful young man. But the yellow bean paused its chewing, transforming back into a yellow sphere and hopping beside Zhang Zechen. Let us not even talk about that. Just regarding raising children. Your Yuta was nearly in tears this afternoon. I feel like if the mission wasn't unfinished, he would be flown back in the next second. Do you believe me? And Megumi. Wow, his face was so dark. With a little more resentment, he could have transformed into a cursed spirit and been captured by Suguru Geto. Zhang Zechen's expression twisted slightly as he recalled the reactions of several, including Mahito, upon hearing Yuta's voice. A shiver ran down his spine. TSK. So, they've set their sights on my eyeballs, have they? The yellow sphere blinked, bewildered. What does that have to do with eyeballs? However, right. What Chen said must be correct. Zhang Zechen furrowed his brows. If even the sphere thinks so, I should keep my distance from them. Chen, your expression is so strange. Shouldn't I be saying that's not right? My head hurts. So what is next? Crunch, crunch. The yellow sphere placed the plate on Zhang Zechen's abdomen, transforming back into a yellow bean, swaying in the plate with Zhang Zechen's breath. Next. Thank the higher-ups, Zhang Zechen said, resting his head on his hands and staring at the ceiling, speaking nonsensically. Why should I thank that fool? Huang Qiu, steadying himself, asked in confusion. To be honest, aside from the time I went mad trying to deal with Kinzo, I never really thought about how to eliminate him. Now that fool has somehow managed to take Kinzo's place. TSK, he must do what Kinzo would have done. This means that the reality will unfold according to the original timeline. However, with the intelligence of the higher-up, it's truly sufficient. Without a god's perspective, I wonder how he will act, Zhang Zechen sighed, grabbing a piece of Shijio Fu, which he had been eyeing for a long time, and taking a bite. This fool is quite good. At least he's purebred. It is indeed delicious, mine now. Still processing Zhang Zechen's words. Huang Qiu stared in shock at the empty plate before him, then looked up at Zhang Zechen's bulging cheeks. Zhen Zhen, the Shijiu fu in your mouth, is it mine? Huang Qiu blinked, tears of joy streaming down his face. Cough, cough. A knock sounded at the door, and the next moment, Gojo Satoru, with a swollen head and a pouting mouth, was dragged in by Suguru Geto. Noticing Zhang Zechen's gaze, Suguru hastily covered his head with one hand. Zhen. Satoru went to find Shire to discuss the allocation of the remaining cursed spirits and got punished. Cough. We encountered Natsuki on our way back, and she said Zhen needs to go to her place tonight. Satoru and I will accompany you, Zhen. Gojo Satoru pouted at the right moment, then broke free from Suguru's grasp and leaned over to Zhang Zechen's bedside, whimpering, Zhen, look, such a big bump. The old man has a violent tendency. Zhen should stay away from him in the future. Zhang Zechen pushed Gojo's face away, placing the now empty plate on the bedside table. All right. I know I need to go to Natsuki's. Zhen. Again waving away the approaching Gojo, Zhang Zechen said, tomorrow, I'll take Yujin out for a bit. You two should do what you need to do. Don't follow me. Seeing the two nod in agreement, either obediently or with a sense of grievance. Zhang Zechen groaned as he got out of bed. Enough already. He took the clothes Gojo handed him, and, after struggling to put them on, continued, the leak is dead. Although I don't know what Kenzo's next move will be, it's not the right time to discuss the allocation of cursed spirits, alright? Okay, let's discuss. Zhang Zechen sighed, supporting his face as he walked out. Gojo and Suguru immediately crowded around him, keeping close without touching Zhang Zechen's wound. Zhen is the best. Gojo blinked as he moved closer, and Suguru mimicked him, also blinking. However, Zhang Zechen halted his steps, waving away their faces, his tone stiff. I'm heading to the infirmary now. Watching Zhang Zechen seemingly flee, Gojo and Suguru exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. At that moment, Huang Qiu sadly gazed at the Shijiu fu he had painstakingly typed out, took a sorrowful bite, and then broke down into tears. Woo, it's tasteless. It's tasteless. Aha. Thank you for the comfort, my darlings, you're so sweet. Woo. I'm crying. Thank you for your support. Chapter 77. Yoshino Junpei Jingu. Although this is quite cool, don't you think we are being too obvious? Yujin, holding a branch in one hand, stood up from the grass while using the other to grab a handful of sunflower seeds from a plastic bag hanging on a tree. He then crouched down again. Is there any? Zhang Zechen took the seeds and raised his head to absorb the gazes of the passing crowd, anxiously fluffing his hair. It seems a bit. Adjusting his sunglasses, Zhang Zechen stood up, his gaze drifting past the crowd to a nearby clothing store, then glancing back at the two crouching in the grass. Wait for me a moment, Yujin. Okay. Yujin looked up at Zhang Zechen with trusting eyes. Under such scrutiny, Zhang Zechen squeezed his hand and, unable to resist, playfully ruffled Yujin's hair before bouncing away. Yujin adjusted his hat, continuing to munch on the seeds while squatting obediently in the grass. Before long, Zhang Zechen returned happily, dragging two large bags. Then, disguised as a sunflower and a pea shooter, Zhang Zechen and Yujin once again crouched in the grass. This is so cool. Jingu. Yujin, excitedly shaking his head, exclaimed, Ha, I'm a genius. Ha. Zhang Zechen proudly spat out the seed shell in his mouth, lifting his chin. Meanwhile, Yoshino Junpei was taken aback, turned around, and chose to take a different route to school. Zhen. What is up? Junpei changed his route. Junpei changed. Zhang Zechen followed the direction Huang Qiu had mentioned, pulling Yujin, who was engrossed in his plant roll, quickly. Hurry. The one who needs to squat is running away. Yujin, not having time to remind Zhang Zechen to take off his headpiece, was yanked out of the grass, hurriedly following along. Upon hearing footsteps, Junpei turned back in surprise and immediately tightened his grip on his backpack, sprinting forward. Help! The Plants vs. Zombies have invaded Earth. With the windblown headpiece still on his head, Zhang Zechen, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, found it challenging to keep up. He quickly turned to Yujin. Yujin, shoot. Got it. Yujin replied seriously, his eyes shining with admiration. That one. The one running with the backpack. Hurry, stop him. Zhang Zechen pointed at the continually looking back Yoshino Junpei, issuing the command. Okay, Jingu. Whoosh. Like a fierce beam rolling down the mountain, within moments. Junpei's screams and Yujin's apologies echoed. Don't hit me. Classmate, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But please cooperate. I'm sorry. Junpei, protectively clutching his head, hesitated, then cautiously lowered his hands, looking at the genuinely apologetic Yujin. Cooperate? All right. I will cooperate. Yujin's sincerity slightly softened Junpei's guarded heart. He peered through the gaps in his arms, cautiously watching him, and then, I'm sorry. I said I would cooperate. Yoshino Junpei boldly repeated his words, only to be met with increasingly fervent apologies. I truly apologize. I'm sorry. Huh. Until Zhang Zechen approached, the apology from Inumaki Toge came to a halt. Toge, come down, don't squash Shunpei. Zhang Zechen lifted Toge's hat and set it aside, then immediately leaned closer, crouching down with a tilted head and a smile. Hello, classmate. I am Zenin Chun. Just call me Chen. Yoshino Shunpei was momentarily entranced by Zhang Zekhen's smile, regaining his senses only when he felt a gentle tug pulling him up. I am Yoshino Shunpei. You hello? Shunpei executed a deep bow, nearly tripping over himself. Thud. After being drawn into Zhang Zekhen's embrace, Shunpei suddenly felt his cheeks flush crimson. He cautiously twitched his nose, inhaling a faint scent of gardenia mingled with an undeniable metallic tang. Suddenly, Yoshino Shunpei looked up, meeting Zhang Zekhen's gentle gaze. After hastily averting his eyes, he pondered for a moment before speaking. I smell blood. Are you alright? Huh, Brother Chun, is your wound reopening? Zhang Zechen swiftly swatted away the Toge who had surged into his embrace, causing Shunpei to be pushed out. Cough. He gently cleared his throat to capture Shunpei's attention, who had been secretly watching Itadori Yuji. That's a bit absurd, but Shunpei, could you take out your phone and check if there are any notifications from the school? I've requested a few hours off for you. Would it be convenient for us to chat? Of course, if you prefer not to. We can accompany you to class and discuss things afterwards. No need to worry about any gossip from the school. They've been sent to juvenile detention. I apprehended them. Zhang Zechen winked, causing Yoshino Shunpei, who had just returned his gaze from his phone, to momentarily freeze. Lowering his head, he seemed to weigh the pros and cons. Zhang Zechen did not rush him. Itadori Yuji, with sparkling eyes, darted around Zhang Zechen, successfully earning a pat on the head. All right, Yoshino Shunpei. Not knowing when he had lifted his head, observed Zhang Zekhen's actions in full view. He responded with a faint smile. Hee. A steaming cup of milk appeared before him, and Shunpei extended his hand to grasp it, softly murmuring his thanks. Relax a bit, Shunpei. Zhang Zechen couldn't resist ruffling Shunpei's hair again. Shunpei tried to get used to it, but felt his ears heat up. Okay, Chun. Don't be so uptight. Learn from Yuji. Zhang Zechen pointed to the ravenous Itadori Yuji, who paused his eating to blink at Zhang Zechen. I'm complimenting you. Hurry and eat. Upon hearing this, Itadori nodded and resumed his battle with the pasta. Yoshino Shunpei accepted the napkin handed by Zhang Zechen, gripping it tightly in his palm, wanting to say something but halting when he saw Zhang Zechen eat with such elegance. Let us eat first. We can talk after. Zhang Zechen winked at the reserved Shunpei. Zhang Zechen unfastened the button of his collar with one hand, gently stretching his shoulders. That is uncomfortable. Having relaxed and engaged in a cheerful conversation with Itadori Yuji, Shunpei noticed Zhang Zekhen's movement and turned with concern. Chun, are you alright? He still remembered the scent of blood on Zhang Zechen. The wound is a bit bothersome. Zhang Zechen did not dismiss the matter, waving over the disapproving Itadori Yuji. Help me untie it. It's terribly uncomfortable. Shunpei spoke in confusion, encouraged by Zhang Zekhen's gentle demeanor and Itadori Yuji's cheerful chatter, allowing him to voice his thoughts. If you're injured, the bandage shouldn't be untied. Yes. Itadori Yuji nodded vigorously, giving Yoshino Shunpei an approving glance. My brother wrapped it too tightly this morning. It's making it hard for me to breathe. Thank you for your concern, Shunpei. Zhang Zekhen's smile vanished upon seeing Itadori Yuji, immediately shifting his tone. Yuji, will you help me? If I weren't worried about scaring Shunpei, I wouldn't even want your help. How rude. Brother Chun. Itadori Yuji exclaimed in exasperation. Then why aren't you listening to Shunpei? If the wound isn't healed, you can't take it off. How would I not know if it's healed? Off it goes. Don't take it off. Off it goes. I want you. Zhang Zechen, exasperated by Itadori Yuji's childish antics, turned his gaze toward the timid and quiet Yoshino Shunpei. Shunpei? I'm here. The sudden call startled Shunpei, causing him to tremble. He quickly looked up, meeting Zhang Zekhen's pitiful expression. Having removed his sunglasses for dinner, Shunpei could clearly see the glimmer of moisture in Zhang Zekhen's eyes. It's really a bit hard to breathe. Shunpei, could you help me out? The bandage knot is tied behind my back, and I can't undo it. Regaining his composure, Shunpei found himself already attempting to untie the bandage. Yoshino Shunpei panicked and halted, wanting to say something but was distracted by the scar on Zhang Zekhen's neck. Noticing the stillness behind him, Zhang Zechen turned with curiosity. The scar, accentuated by the movement of the surrounding muscles and veins, appeared even more grotesque. What's wrong, Shunpei? Is it a tight knot? No, no, I can untie it. Shunpei swallowed hard, steadying his hands to try again. Are you frightened? Zhang Zechen's voice was laced with amusement. Yoshino Shunpei vigorously shook his head, but realized he couldn't be seen from behind. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Zechen's gentle voice interrupted him again. I can see it. No need to repeat yourself. But how can you see? Yoshino Shunpei asked in confusion. Zhang Zechen's gaze shifted to Itadori Yuji, who was sulking while devouring dessert. He spoke, Shunpei, look into my eyes. Yoshino Shunpei leaned closer, only to see a flickering light in Zhang Zechen's dark red pupils, which soon illuminated with a vibrant red glow. Wow, amazing. Seeing such a supernatural phenomenon manifest in reality left Yoshino Shunpei momentarily awestruck, and he excitedly exclaimed, Can Yuji do it too? Huh. Itadori Yuji, caught off guard by hearing his name, looked up in confusion. I can't do that. This ability seems to only be possessed by me and another person, your future teacher. Zhang Zechen closed his eyes, only to reopen them to their usual state. Teacher? Yoshino Shunpei paused his actions, blinking in confusion. This is also the reason I came to find you, Shunpei. Zhang Zechen said, scratching his head in distress and letting out a sigh. Yuji, you explain it. Consider it a review of knowledge for you. Actually, it's probably because Brother Chen is lazy. Itadori Yuji muttered under his breath. Huh, what are you saying? Itadori Yuji proceeded to recount, almost verbatim, how Gojo Satoru had persuaded him to join, leaving Shunpei in a daze. Aside from inquiring about Shunpei's curse techniques with Zhang Zechen, the rest required no input from him. Oh my, how wonderful. Zhang Zechen sat with his legs crossed, humming a tune, until the familiar voice of Junpei Yoshino broke through his reverie. Chen, Teacher Chen, I wish to attend Jujutsu High. Is that possible? Zhang Zechen cast a discreet glance at the grinning Yuji Itadori, who was beaming with enthusiasm. Welcome, he replied. The joy of being acknowledged surged through Yoshino's heart, eliciting his first smile. Zhang Zechen winked at Yuji Itadori, signaling his commendation for the encouragement. In that moment, the room was filled with simple happiness. Then came the question, so, who will help me unpack? Ah, my apologies, Teacher Chen, Yoshino exclaimed, startled. Chapter 79, An Unexpected Encounter. Poor Yoshino was startled 3 times, the first in his chest, the second at his waist, and the third, his wound reopened. Consequently, the 2 youngsters ordered him to return to Jujutsu High immediately, with Yuji accompanying Yoshino to gather his belongings, purchase necessities, and persuade Yoshino's mother. Zhang Zechen initially refused. But Yuji Itadori called Megumi Fushiguro. Of all things to learn, why report on others? On the journey back to Jujutsu High, Zhang Zechen indulged in snacks and fruit, only to encounter 2 unexpected figures at the bakery. Nanami, what does it mean to have removed that flyhead? You know better than I, said Yuhibara, chewing on a piece of bread without lifting his gaze. Yes, I am aware, Nanami Kinto replied, removing his glasses to wipe them with a cloth. Jujutsu sorcerers are nothing but nonsense. Labor is nonsense as well. Since it is all nonsense, I choose a path I am more familiar with. Hibara swallowed his food, quietly gazing at Nanami. Then, he suddenly grinned widely. Hey, I knew this day would come. I'll accompany you back to Jujutsu High. With that, Hibara joyfully leapt onto Nanami's back, exuberantly shaking him. Hibara, get down, Nanami said, donning his glasses to shield himself from the curious glances of passers-by. Moreover, as an adult, even if your words are well considered, please reconsider due to the presence of those 2 at the school. Haha, what are you saying? Senpai Gojo and Senpai Suguru would be heartbroken. Hibara's playful laughter briefly halted as he jumped off Nanami's back, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. By the way, it's July, isn't it? The atmosphere suddenly turned stiff and somber. Nanami gazed skyward. Yes, it is July. Huh. I suppose Senior Chen will blame us for not visiting the graves this year, Hibara said, feigning nonchalance while his heart brimmed with sorrow. He wouldn't blame us for being abroad, Nanami recalled, a faint smile emerging as he lowered his head. A pair of slender hands appeared before him, holding a tissue. Seriously? You both remember him? How touching. What? Ah, that is how it is. Zhang Zechen sat casually on the operating table, ripping open a sandwich wrapper, continuing to munch while needles and threads traversed his body. Absurd as it was, he mused, I am indeed alive. By the way, why aren't you 2 speaking? Hibara shifted in his chair, inching closer to Nanami, who surprisingly showed no signs of disdain, allowing him to approach. How did you manage to endure such a severe injury while accompanying me and Nanami to see Principal Yaga? Stop eating, what if it's stitched crookedly? Nagi Aizawa said, looking up, her eyes betraying no emotion. If my reversal technique could heal him, it wouldn't be an issue. Hey Aizawa, I'm hungry. Zhang Zechen interjected. Breaking her train of thought, he glanced at his half-stitched wound, took another bite, and added, it's my physical condition that prevents healing through reversal techniques. Aizawa wouldn't secretly shed a tear over this, would she? Zhang Zechen playfully winked, managing to elicit a laugh from Aizawa. I would never. Aizawa never cried for me. I'm feeling quite unhappy now, Zhang Zechen teased, his eyes twinkling with warmth. Huh. Aizawa lightly chuckled, returning to her task. Aizawa, isn't your medical license fake? By the way, can you really stitch better than Jet? Go find Megumi. Charge ahead, Hibara. Hey, Hibara exclaimed, pushing the tightly bound Zhang Zechen in a wheelchair as he bolted forward, with Nanami and Aizawa following closely behind, both wearing expressions of exasperation. Is this what you wanted? Aizawa, she casually asked while lighting a cigarette. Nanami, draping Zhang Zechen's teacher's jacket over his arm, responded seriously, Gojo would be pleased. Aizawa exhaled a puff of smoke, raising an eyebrow. If we talk about Satoru Gojo, I want to be happy. Aizawa couldn't help but chuckle softly, then discarded her cigarette, crushing it underfoot. It's quite good. What? Nanami, having not heard Aizawa's almost whispered words, turned to inquire. I said it's quite good. Aizawa, hands in pockets, turned to walk away. Everyone is here. Quite good. Nanami's gaze fell upon Zhang Zechen, who was surrounded by a crowd. Wearing an expression of helplessness, he nodded. Yes, quite good. Chapter 80, Ascendancy. The leaky pot was removed. Jean. With a snap, the book closed, and a hand, threaded with sewing string, gently tucked stray strands behind an ear. Hey, did you die? Jean blinked innocently, his eyes reflecting genuine confusion. But Zenin, you didn't even check. By the way, you didn't intentionally send the leaky pot to its demise, did you? The salty sea breeze blew the waves onto the shore, and Tenjin floated with the tide, occasionally releasing bubbles. Kinsaku, he hesitated, his smile momentarily stiffening, yet the expression on his face concealed any anxiety. Jean, though it is quite sorrowful, it appears our greatest asset is indeed the leaky pot. If he dies, is it beneficial for me? Kinsaku smiled, feigning sorrow. Is it? Jean tilted his head, his eyes brimming with unspoken thoughts. He was puzzled as to how it had survived my inertia and occupied the Zenin body. But it's rather amusing. Jean's laughter grew more innocent, squinting his eyes to hide the uncontrollable mirth within. My apologies, Zenin. Didn't you say Chen was injured? I'd like to go play with him. Kinsaku silently exhaled a breath of frustration, unnoticed. Be careful. Bam. In an isolated area, Ascendancy suddenly struck a tree trunk with a punch, then doubled over in pain, clutching his wrist. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. His face contorted in agony, fury flared in his eyes. Damn it. A bunch of fools. The self, in its muddled state, fails to recognize its own essence while daring to confront the formidable Wataru. Were it not for the necessity of adhering to the character of Kinso, I would have obliterated you all without hesitation. He seemed poised to unleash his emotions once more, extending his hand only to recall the pain that would ensue from such an act just before his fist connected with the tree trunk. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I've toiled immensely to acquire this body. Don't ruin it. Suddenly, the visage of Zhang Zechen flashed through his mind, prompting an involuntary scoff. Zhang Zechen, oh Zhang Zechen, what I seek is not to disrupt the narrative, but rather your life. A glint of vengeful satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he began to envision the delight he would experience upon Zhang Zechen's demise. However, abruptly, his body, seemingly possessed, raised a hand, struggling against an unseen force. The higher self disdainfully regarded the physical form, suppressing the rebellious hand with a smirk. I will bring you to ruin. Zhang Zechen. Achoo! Exclaimed Zhang Zechen, rubbing his nose and discarding the used tissue with a look of disdain. When did you catch a cold? The yellow ball, buried amidst a pile of desserts, lifted its head in confusion. I don't know. Zhang Zechen rubbed his eyes, glancing at the yellow ball with reddened eyelids. Eat slowly, I won't compete with you. Humph. The yellow ball shot Zhang Zechen a sidelong glance, turning away with an air of arrogance. Zhang Zechen chuckled, his gaze lingering on the yellow ball's bobbing form. By the way, how were you created? The yellow ball pouted, furrowing its brow in contemplation. I don't know. Zhang Zechen sighed in exasperation, rolling his eyes. Just eat. TCH. Chapter 81, Reality Out. Life continues in its simple, chaotic, yet mundane, exasperating manner. With the return of Nanami Kento and Gray, Plains U bringing forth an abundance of joy, not without its challenges. For instance, during the welcome party established by Wataru, he almost faced a brutal beating, and at Nanami's birthday gathering, he nearly succumbed to frustration. Well, let us strike that. In any case, everything is progressing normally. Save from Chen Chen. The map indicates a cursed spirit behind you. It's real. Zhang Zechen remained silent, instead turning his gaze towards the two individuals queuing to buy snacks for him. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, He pivoted. Hey, what are you doing? Let me see. The sudden voice startled the real one, who turned sharply, only to be met with a beaming face. The cursed spirit momentarily halted, staring at Zhang Zechen's face, entranced. After a long pause, it smiled brightly. Wow, Chen Chen, your soul is so unique. May I keep it? Fushiguro Megumi, holding an ice cream, silently observed the empty seat, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Upon spotting a pink balloon in a secluded alley, he discreetly exhaled in relief. He tightened his grip on the ice cream, greeting Suguru Geto, who was still in line, before heading towards the balloon. Initially, he encountered Zhang Zechen with a hand raised midair, then sensed the aura of a cursed spirit. Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, leaning against the wall. Is this for real? Zhang Zechen exclaimed in astonishment, turning excitedly towards the real one. What does my soul look like? Is it colorful? Black, white, or red? The real one, momentarily taken aback by the enthusiasm, quickly began to explain. It has no color, just speckled with light. Oh, I see, Zhang Zechen replied, momentarily dazzled by the innocent malice in the real one's eyes. He broke into a grin. Do you really want it? Yes. The real one nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with desire. Zhang Zechen abruptly feigned a pout, turning away with a look of faux distress, leaving the real one momentarily stunned. The next moment, he exclaimed, Brother, that one, the real one, he's in cahoots with Kinso. They're bullying me. Attack him. The real one tilted his head, following Zhang Zechen's finger with his gaze. Huh? Fushiguro licked his lip scar, his expression darkening as he stepped away from the wall. Wait a moment. The real one, slightly slow on the uptake, glanced between Zhang Zechen and the approaching Fushiguro. Chen Chen, who is Kinso? And weren't we just having a lovely chat? What's with the sudden change in tone? Zhang Zechen took a dramatic step back, his voice laced with indignation. How could I possibly be chatting with you? The real one blinked in confusion, realizing he could not interject. You're a cursed spirit. Conversing with you is perilous. Wouldn't that imply I disregard my own safety? Am I that kind of person? Huh. You're so wicked for slandering me. You wouldn't have a brother to back you up. Thud. Zhang Zechen yelped, clutching his head in pain as he squatted down, eyes brimming with tears. Brother. Fushiguro slowly raised his fist, but instead offered the ice cream in his other hand to Zhang Zechen. Here. Zhang Zechen, pouting, obediently accepted it and scampered away. Next time, remember to add some chocolate chips. It's delicious. The real one's train of thought was interrupted by the mention of something delicious. He shook his head, dismissing Zhang Zechen's distractions, observing the tense posture of the man before him. Is that the one who reigns above? Huh. The power of the soul has rendered the physical form formidable. Can it sense my presence? How intriguing. I yearn to in the next instant. The casually standing Fushiguro abruptly vanished from sight. The real one attempted to pursue his shadow, only to find his body pierced by a blade. Alongside the agonizing pain of the soul, he heard the man's laughter, a whisper that seemed to arise from the depths of hell, declaring, trash. The real one jerked back, forcefully retreating. Drip, drip. Blood fell from the hand he used to shield himself, and he gazed up in disbelief. That sword, there's something amiss. This seemed to be the last coherent thought of the real one before, in the next moment. He felt the wind once more and was pierced by the soul-cutting blade again. With each violent puncture, he frantically sought to alter his form, only to find it futile. His body, no, his soul, seemed to be gradually collapsing under the repeated rending. The cacophony of voices swelled in his ears, yet only the mocking tone resonated in his mind. Brother. Check if he has a brain. 39. The real one out. Zhang Zechen withdrew his head, observing the brooding figure of Suguru Geto as he transformed the still incomplete cursed spirit into a small black orb, only to pause before swallowing it. Instead, handing it to Zhang Zechen, who remained silent. Zhang Zechen pouted and tugged at the red balloon tied to Geto's wrist, blinking as he pleaded, Geto, please don't be angry. I didn't know you had agreed to remove the cursed spirit. Fushiguro Megumi turned his head sharply, casting a fierce glare at Geto before striding away. Geto was enraged not by the distribution issues, but by Zhang Zechen's casual conversation with the cursed spirit. Nothing was more paramount than his own safety. I'm not angry, Geto replied tersely, turning his head away. Zhang Zechen lowered his gaze, stowing the cursed spirit orb into a plastic bag, tying it off frantically. Geto, your eyes may be small, but your mind is even smaller. You're just as sulky as Shoko when you feel you haven't had a chance to act. Humph. The seriousness in Geto's eyes gradually faded, giving way to a reluctant smile. From a pile of assorted plastic bags, he retrieved a jar of matcha powder and shook it. I didn't directly consume the cursed spirit orb. I listened to you. Chen Chen, is it the matcha flavor from Jikafuku? Thank you for your hard work, Chen Chen. Immediately, Zhang Zechen grinned widely and leaped onto Geto's back. Geto chuckled. bending slightly to allow him to hook his arms around his neck. Hee. All right. Fushiguro Megumi turned his head, clenching his fists. Chapter 82, Surprise Attack. By the way, Chen Chen, you sneaked out without any trouble, right? Munch munch. Things have been too smooth lately. It feels off. Crunch crunch. Although I'm here. And blood frost at Jujutsu High poses no issue. There will still be delays. Gulp gulp. Could you possibly stop eating? Look, I can showcase 3 dumplings in one bite. Hey, Chen Chen, you're amazing. Zhang Zechen clapped his hands, happily continuing to chew on the dumpling in his cheeks. Hee. I can't hear a thing. That's a must. So delicious. Save one for me. Hee. Not a chance. Do you believe I could just tell Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto that you snuck out again? Which filling do you want? With the communication meeting about to commence, the usually rambunctious Zhang Zechen found himself ordered to stay at Jujutsu High by several suddenly busy individuals. He was restless and, unable to leave the school while the younger students dismissed his physical combat lessons, decided in frustration to seek out Maki for a few pokes. After being hit by the younger students one by one, even blood frost was confiscated. Thus, he could only sneak out to play. Zhang Zechen pouted as he watched the yellow orb swallow his dumpling whole, exasperatedly wishing it would return to his mind, declaring he never wanted to see it again. The yellow orb joyfully bounced around in his mind, occasionally patting its round, chubby belly. Zhang Zechen, like a rambunctious wild deer, dashed through the woods, soon gathering a bouquet of wildflowers. Just as he was grinning widely, a massive question mark materialized before him with a loud thud. Zhang Zechen abruptly sidestepped to evade a tree branch that shot up from the ground, furrowing his brow at the sudden appearance of a sea of flowers. What is going on? Has Hanami finally lost it? Huh, not at all. It was too sudden. The yellow orb hadn't provided a warning, and Fushiguro had not detected anything, yet Hanami's attack was already upon them. Swish! Zhang Zechen maneuvered again, dodging the branches hidden amidst the flowers, his three-eyed vision scanning the surroundings in search of a suitable point of retreat, at the very least to wait for the yellow orb to bring blood frost. Zhang Zechen pondered this, but then, blood frost is coming. Huh, what s? Orb? What s? Chun? Yellow orb? Bang. Distracted for just a moment, Zhang Zechen was violently flung away. Cursing under his breath, he hastily adjusted his posture mid-air, his body embedding itself into the tree trunk. The scattered grass and debris choked him, forcing him to cough, 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 cough. What is this? Zhang Zechen extracted himself from the indentation, a barrage of question marks flooding his mind. The scene before him seemed to be tossed into a dryer, constantly shifting. Bewildered, he stepped back, his gaze darting around as he remained alert for Hanami's sudden strikes, all the while searching for his system panel. Where's my system panel? Suddenly, a series of events made Zhang Zechen realize whose handiwork this was, an influential figure. The inability to contact the yellow orb was also his doing. And he could still manipulate it? No, that was incorrect. It was merely because the yellow orb was his creation, allowing him to exploit loopholes to evade detection. What a hassle. Standing upright, Zhang Zechen watched as the chaotic environment around him spiraled wildly, pulling out his phone. I've been attacked. Help. Beep beep. Before Satoru Gojo, who was casually reclining with his legs crossed on the table, could even speak, the call was abruptly disconnected. His long fingers swiped across the screen, and in the next moment, a location appeared on the display. Chen Chen needs assistance. I'm off. Swish. Suguru Geto looked up from a pile of reports, his gaze locking onto Fushiguro Megumi, who had been feigning indifference. Their eyes met, and with a cracked sound, a window shattered, startling the night moths outside. Pushing the door open, they found an empty room littered with shards of glass and task reports scattered by the wind. Chapter 83, The Yellow Orb. What is going on? Zhang Zechen stared in confusion at the transparent barrier that had manifested before him, tentatively placing his hand against it. Zzz. A powerful current surged through his hand and into his body, finally converging at his heart, violently expanding outward. Zhang Zechen convulsed and fell to the ground. For a moment, flashes of memories swept through his mind. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally regained control over the suffocating pain, his heavy breaths accompanying the struggle to steady his trembling hands as he propped himself up. Then, he locked eyes with someone squatting outside the barrier. Familiar eyes. A familiar face. For it was his own body. Zhang Zechen, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? He tilted his head slightly, revealing a charming smile as he bared his teeth, his eyes instinctively widening, pupils quivering. In an instant, Zhang Zechen grasped the intention of his superior. Hastily reaching into his pocket to retrieve his phone, desperate to inform Gojo Satoru to stay away. However, the melodious sound of jingling trinkets crashing against one another plunged his heart into despair. He looked up again, realizing that his phone was firmly grasped in the hands of his superior. Zhang Zechen, you haven't even greeted me after such a long time. Come on. I'm all ears. His superior playfully tilted his head, winking mischievously. It took Zhang Zechen a while to regain his voice. He forced a nonchalant smile. Seriously, how can I greet you when you don't even have a name? He replied dismissively, though his hoarse, dry voice betrayed his composure. Why, my name is Chen Chen. Just call me Chen Chen. His superior replied with a grin, their gaze now fixed on the flustered Zhang Zechen, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Zhang Zechen, provoked, lunged forward only to be jolted back by the electric current surging through the barrier. Ha, ha, he gasped, striving to steady his breath, shaking his throbbing head. He couldn't let his superior take control. He mustn't. Chen Chen, look here, his superior said, holding a familiar ball in his hand. Do you have the strength? Come at me. Useless. You should be coming at me. Zhang Zechen's eyes brimmed with frantic tears, his gaze fixated on the yellow ball. No, the man, inattentively, let the yellow ball slip from his grasp, and then carelessly stepped on it. 123. Come on, wake up, and see how your Chen Chen looks now. Wake up. Let go. You let go of me. Zhang Zechen's fury erupted as he furiously rubbed the ball beneath his foot, appearing utterly unhinged. He struck the thin barrier with both hands, disregarding the fierce electric shocks, pounding again and again, bang, 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 even as blood smeared his face, even as the bones of his hands were exposed, even as electricity coursed through him, rendering him pale. He laughed maniacally. Zhang Zechen, come on, come out, come and kill me. His superior wore a smile that Zhang Zechen himself would never display. Chen Chen, though the voice was as light as a whisper, Zhang Zechen heard it clearly. He didn't care about his appearance as he collapsed to the ground, pressing himself against his superior's feet, desperate to be closer. The ball, I'm here, don't be afraid, it's all right later. I'll get you some delicious treats, don't cry, don't cry. The yellow ball opened its mouth as if to say something, and Zhang Zechen leaned closer, unbothered by the electric currents coursing through him, whispering, I'm here, don't be afraid. Suddenly, Zhang Zechen's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the blade of blood frost pierce through the yellow ball's body. He watched as the ball opened its mouth and uttered, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore. Chapter 84, Collapse. What happened? What's wrong? No, it can't be, it's not real, it's not real. Zhang Zechen shook his head, retreating step by step on his knees. It's impossible, it's impossible. Chen Chen, you're amazing. Hey, fight back. Fight back. It's all right. I'll protect you. Hey, slow down. If your wounds reopen, it'll hurt you more. Me? I want care. These aren't tears. No. Why do you only care about Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto? What about me? I want to be included too. 123? Ugh, that sounds terrible. My name is Yellow Ball. You gave it to me, Chen Chen. I want to change it. It's all right, Chen Chen, it's all right. The ball is here to save you. You still have me. Of course. I'll always be by your side, Chen Chen. Hey, Zhang Zechen, wake up. Don't sleep. You'll be late. Chen Chen, take care of them. I'm back. Did you miss me? Say you missed me. Chen Chen, Chen Chen, I'm sorry. Zhang Zechen knelt on the ground, collapsing, pressing his head against the floor, shouting hoarsely, the ball. Amidst the cacophony of maddening laughter, Zhang Zechen's sanity shattered completely in an instant. Blood frost. The sword in his hand trembled violently. At that moment, his superior sensed something was amiss as blood frost broke free from his grip, piercing through his own heart. Ugh, like a torn bellows, he struggled to articulate words. His superior stared in bewilderment as blood frost writhed within his body, his gaze meeting Zhang Zechen's bloodied visage. His body bore the same wound, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, his eyes suffused with blood vessels. Die. Due to the nature of his true form, his superior could hardly move from the pain, yet his consciousness remained alarmingly clear. Madman. He raised his hand, attempting to extract blood frost from his chest, but to no avail. Blood frost severed his hand. It was then that he comprehended Zhang Zechen had truly lost his mind, not merely a figure of speech, but an undeniable truth. His gaze pierced through the barrier, locking onto the maniacally laughing Zhang Zechen. Stop. If you don't stop, we'll both die. Stop. Zhang Zechen's eyes glimmered with an unreal clarity as he heard himself say, then let us both perish. With a thrust, blood frost surged forward, penetrating his brain. Bang. His superior's body crumpled to the ground, his mouth opening and closing mindlessly, blood continuously oozing out. He fixated on Zhang Zechen's figure, but gradually, his life force faded. As the barrier dissipated, Zhang Zechen staggered forward, collapsing to the ground, crawling with all fours until he reached the spot where the yellow ball had vanished. Trembling hands gathered the dirt that was indistinguishable from the surroundings into his embrace. Ball. Don't be afraid, Zhang Zechen slowly revealed a smile, though the once bright and gentle crimson of his eyes had lost its luster. A flash of yellow light surged into Zhang Zechen's body, vanishing without a trace. Bang! A sudden thud echoed from a distance, causing the three who had already extracted Huayu to freeze in confusion, unable to locate Zhang Zechen. Their hearts began to pound with trepidation as the ominous sounds drew nearer. Accompanying this dread was not only the nauseating stench of blood, but also the sight of Zhang Zechen, lifelessly sprawled on the ground. Zenin Chun. Karara. Without hesitation, Gojo Satoru, drenched in his friend's blood, rushed into the medical room of Kaori Karara. What has happened? He exclaimed. Quick, put him down. Kaori, startled into a flurry of activity, momentarily lost her composure. How do we save him? How do we save him? Helplessly, Kaori gazed at Zhang Zechen's myriad wounds, completely at a loss for any treatment. Reverse curse technique. Reverse curse technique. Gojo, who had teleported back with Zhang Zechen in his arms, was shaking, his voice trembling. Calm down. Kaori seemed to find her resolve, momentarily forgetting that Zhang Zechen's constitution was incompatible. We can save him. Gojo, the reverse curse technique can save him. Tears, scalding and hot, rolled down her cheeks. He won't die. He won't die? Under the weight of their desperate pleas, even the strongest Gojo felt his strength waning, unconsciously retreating until his back met the cold wall. He lowered his gaze to his blood-stained hands, his eyelashes quivering, fingers weakly curling. Chun, what have you endured? The speed of the Rainbow Dragon was unparalleled, yet currently, Suguru Geto and Fushiguro Megumi felt there was nothing slower than the Rainbow Dragon in this world. Fushiguro Megumi, devoid of emotion, wiped the blood from his weapon with a cold indifference. Just trembling hands. Suguru Geto's mind was filled with the vacant gaze of Zhang Zechen. He bowed his head deeply. I'm sorry, Ball. I always bullied you. I was wrong. Come out. I'll never say you're ugly again. I'll buy you plenty of meat buns. I'll make you lots of delicious food. I won't compete with you anymore. Please come back. Why did it take so long to send this? Let me explain myself. I've been writing and deleting for hours since yesterday at around 4 or 5. I even deleted a 2,000-word chapter because I felt it wasn't tear-jerking enough. It frustrated me. I almost decided not to post anything today since I really couldn't write anything. But then I found some inspiration from music, so I decided to kill off the yellow ball, innocent face. Oh my god. There was a part in the middle that almost made me cry to death. Sob, sob, sob. Everyone, go to bed early. Chapter 85, Ascendance. In a pure white expanse, a minuscule object, resembling a yellow bean, fervently danced upon the keyboard, shrinking slightly from exhaustion yet refusing to pause. As the camera zoomed in, it appeared the bean was muttering something. My chun, do sha, sha, sha. Indeed, this bean was the yellow ball. Ahem. What dissipated was him, but not entirely. Since he was inherently created by the Ascendants, the yellow ball's programming included that of the Ascendants, thus rendering him susceptible to control. However, within the yellow ball existed another source of energy, transmitted from systems opposing the Ascendants. It was this very energy that allowed him to rescue Zhang Zechen back to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Later, deceived into believing Zhang Zechen was dead, the yellow ball continued to utilize the energy of the Ascendants program, not wasting any opportunities. He had even sealed the energy from the opposing systems to prevent waste. Consequently, due to his reliance on the Ascendants energy, he was rendered lifeless, losing all powers associated with the Ascendants program. But the foolish Ascendants was unaware of the other power he had sealed. Thus, after a brief dissipation, he immediately returned to the space where he had sealed another power. Initially thinking he was doomed, the yellow ball was infuriated. You're finished. Finishing the last password, the yellow ball, filled with rage, absorbed the power from his seal. Immediately returning to his original size, he channeled a significant portion of his energy into Zhang Zechen's body to ensure he could be miraculously healed by the reverse curse technique. Then, gritting his teeth, the yellow ball furiously hammered the keyboard, desperately searching for the dissipated consciousness of the Ascendants. Damn it, how dare you bully my chun? You dare to bully my chun? You're finished. You're finished. The Ascendants, bewildered, felt its own body. Is this? Ha! I'm still alive. Good. 123. Zhang Zechen. You too. An excruciating pain surged through its senses as the Ascendants opened its eyes, only to be met with a colossal yellow orb before it. The Ascendants blinked in shock, lowering its gaze to its own diminutive form. What a tiny snot. Recognizing the situation, the Ascendants forced a compliant smile. Oh, ISNT this the little ball. You've grown so big, yet you were just created by me, ah. With a swift motion, the yellow ball slapped the Ascendants away, sending it flying 2 miles. Before the Ascendants could react, another slap followed. You bastard. Come here and die. I swear I'll knock your left eye out of your right socket if you keep this up. Nightmare Yashido silently pushed open the door, yet none of the individuals inside acknowledged him. Gojo, Geto, There's a mission that requires your attention. After a lengthy silence, Gojo finally diverted his gaze from Zhang Zechen to Nightmare Yashido, slowly opening his mouth. No. Suguru Geto playfully fumbled with Fushiguro Megumi, trying to warm Zhang Zechen's hands. After cooling his own hands, he switched to Fushiguro Megumi. It seemed neither of them had heard Nightmare Yashido's words. Nightmare Yashido clenched his fists tightly, only to release them helplessly. What special grade mission could there be? These individuals had completed all their tasks merely to have some free time to play with someone. As a result, the mission was nothing more than a secondary task, easily assignable to many others. Nightmare Yashido merely wished for these individuals to step out for a bit, yet they had been refused. He gazed at Zhang Zechen, who had been unconscious for 2 days, murmuring, "Please don't let anything happen." They were truly on the brink of madness. Chapter 86, Awakening. The room fell into a profound silence as Nightmare Yashido rose and moved to the window, exchanging glances with Nanami Kinto. Nanami sighed, gently patting Panda's shoulder. Panda rubbed his hands together and spoke. "Oh ho, time to head out on a mission." Then, one hand grasping Fushiguro Megumi and the other holding Inumaki Toge, they departed. As for Itadori Yuji and Yoshino Junpei, they were being dragged along the ground by Maki and Kinji, who were tugging at their hats. As Shoko Yeri pushed open the door, 2 bags of liquid in hand, Suguru Geto glanced up and rose to make space for her. After hanging the glucose, Shoko silently handed a cloth to Suguru, motioning for Yaga Yoshinobu to leave this oppressive place. Suguru gently bent down, meticulously wiping Zhang Zechen's cheek with the damp cloth. It seemed he had dreamt of something distressing. A tear trickled down from the corner of his eye, mingling with his hair. Suguru abruptly halted his actions, his heart racing as he glanced at Fushiguro beside him. "Is that a tear?" he murmured. "Yes," Fushiguro replied, his eyes sparkling with emotion. He swallowed hard, nodded, and tightened his grip on Zhang Zechen's hand. Wakaba Wataru leaned closer, cautiously calling out to the slumbering figure, "Zechen, wake up. Please awaken." His voice trembled with a suppressed sob. "Don't sleep anymore. Come play with me. I'm going mad. Zechen, I'm truly losing my mind." Suguru held his breath, straining to keep his voice steady as he turned his gaze to Zhang Zechen, who had just opened his eyes. "Zechen." Zhang Zechen's vacant pupils briefly focused at Suguru's voice. He numbly shifted his gaze among the 3 eager faces surrounding him, as if attempting to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He resembled a poorly wound doll, struggling to articulate words, yet being thwarted by an overwhelming heaviness in his soul, blinking his lifeless eyes with great difficulty. Fushiguro reached out, gently patting Zhang Zechen's chest. "It's all right, sleep a little longer. I'm right here. Go ahead and rest." Though barely awake for 30 seconds, Zhang Zechen obediently closed his eyes. Wataru threw himself onto a chair, tilting his head back, while Suguru adjusted the blanket around Zhang Zechen, silently sitting at the bedside. Fushiguro stared at his hands, then clenched them tightly. How is it possible that he hasn't died? Why is he still alive? In the chaos of his thoughts, Zhang Zechen pondered, "Why am I still here? Why?" "Zechen." A familiar voice abruptly interrupted his musings, igniting a spark of joy within him. In the next moment, his thoughts were whisked away. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a familiar space, at a familiar angle, with a familiar ball. "Zechen." The ball. The yellow ball's words were silenced by an embrace, its smile gradually fading as it tightly held the trembling Zhang Zechen. "Zechen, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you." Tears streamed down Zhang Zechen's face as he buried it in the yellow ball's body, sobbing and pouring out his emotions. "I thought you were dead. I thought you were gone." Zhang Zechen clung tightly to the ball, his voice quivering. "I'm not dead. I'll protect you, Zechen." The yellow ball replied, struggling to keep its voice steady, sobbing. "All right," Zhang Zechen responded, tightening his grip and forcing a smile. After a brief silence, the yellow ball erupted into a wail. "Zechen, what? Does it hurt?" "I'm so sorry, Zechen. It breaks my heart." Zhang Zechen released his hold, meeting the yellow ball's tear-streaked gaze and placing a hand over its mouth, continuing to embrace it. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Stop it. You're being punished for clinging to me." Upon seeing the plea in Zhang Zechen's eyes, the yellow ball's cries faltered before emerging anew. Okay, I have something to say. I'm not joking. I spent nearly 6 hours writing these 2 chapters, and I worked on them all night, rewriting for drafts. I previously mentioned I'd push it to 10 chapters. It's almost done. I truly have no more material left, just a few more chapters to wrap things up. So, be mentally prepared. Chapter 87, Sweet Little Daily Life. With a swift kick, the long-legged figure sent Wataru tumbling away, while Fushiguro pressed closer. After pushing him away with difficulty, Suguru dove back into the embrace. Zhang Zechen, feeling disenchanted, looked up and saw a life-sized Itadori doll, a life-sized Megumi doll, a life-sized Inumaki doll, and a life-sized Yuta doll all awaiting him. With a contented sigh, Zhang Zechen settled comfortably on the bed and closed his eyes. Today marked the third day since Zhang Zechen officially awoke. After sharing a fabricated account of intense battles, he found himself entangled by these plush companions. He was perplexed. Wait, is there something wrong with me transforming into a magical girl to battle Godzilla? There is nothing wrong with that. So why do they look at me as if I'm an idiot? Crossed out. In summary, Zhang Zechen had awakened and transformed into a highly protected creature. And day by day, his room remained bustling with activity. When he first awakened, Wataru, looking dejected, asked, "Zechen, do you dislike me?" Suguru smiled, glancing at Wataru. "It seems so." "Oh, it seems I was right," Wataru replied, lowering his head in dismay, pointing at his own fingers. It appears to be true," Suguru remarked with a grin, tilting his head. "Don't play the victim. You're just being teased." Wataru almost lost the expression on his face. He smiled broadly and looked up, innocently blinking. "Hey, Suguru, why isn't your window of the soul open? I can't see it." With a thud, the younger one stepped back, creating space for the two adult men to engage in battle. Yuta, ever considerate, opened the door, and their skirmish quickly moved outdoors. Though the anguished cries of Principal Yaga echoed in the background. Zechen, do you not welcome me?" Yuta inquired, closing the door behind him. Immediately mimicking Wataru's earlier demeanor, lowering his head with a pout. "Does that mean you don't welcome me either?" Inumaki echoed, mirroring Yuta's actions. His mouth hidden beneath his scarf, appearing displeased. Fushiguro silently glanced at the two, then turned his gaze away. "Yes, indeed. TSK, Fushiguro clicked his tongue in frustration. Observing the lively scene in the room, he first scooped up the tissue paper that Yuji had been using to tickle Zhang Zechen, tossing it out the window while also shutting it. Then, with one hand, he lifted the blanket. Hey! The younger ones, along with the two battling outside, halted their actions, drawn to Zhang Zechen's voice. Wataru and Suguru were simply pressing their faces against the window to watch, but before they could see anything clearly, they were each knocked out by a punch from the special-grade sorcerer, Yaga Yoshinobu. Zhang Zechen clumsily wrapped his arms around Fushiguro Shinichi's neck, only finding a semblance of security before speaking. "Brother." Skin's showing. Fushiguro Shinichi glanced at Zhang Zechen, who exposed a hint of his waist, and promptly pulled the blanket up, thus unveiling the freshly minted caterpillar version of Zhang Zechen. "Is this all right?" Zhang Zechen, nestled in a princess carry, blinked obediently and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Brother? Go home," Fushiguro Shinichi replied tersely, looking up at Fushiguro Mei before preparing to exit. Fushiguro Mei sweetly smiled at the dazed Itadori Yuta and Inumaki Toge, then stepped forward to follow. Itadori Yuta and Inumaki Toge exchanged glances before turning their heads. "Gedo-sensei, Gojo-sensei, Maki-chan." The commotion startled Maki Zenin and Panda, who were chatting with the child version of Kibin Rika, as they turned to observe the swirling sands in the distance. "Is this a regular activity at Jujutsu High?" Rika blinked, genuinely curious, while Maki squinted her eyes, and upon spotting Fushiguro Shinichi leading the way with Zhang Zechen in his arms, she calmly nodded. "Yes, just a routine." Eventually, none of them managed to escape. The hairs overwhelmed the arriving Itadori Yuta and Inumaki Toge, while Gojo Satoru was blocked by Gedo Suguru, rampaging through the chaos with his limitless technique. As the two drew closer, Zhang Zechen was tossed into the air by Fushiguro Shinichi, only to be caught by the Shikigami Nu. Just as Fushiguro Mei attempted to control Nu and depart, he was tackled by the approaching Itadori Yuji and Inumaki Toge. At that moment, Fushiguro Shinichi was busy landing punches on Gojo Satoru and kicking Gedo Suguru, and no one remembered that Zhang Zechen was still suspended in midair, bound by the blanket. With the assistance of Nu, he spun around several times before the blanket finally unraveled. Then, calamity struck. There was no need for Yaga Yoshinobu to intervene. With a punch for each opponent, Zhang Zechen wreaked havoc. By the time Yaga Yoshinobu arrived, a group of toppled figures was being doused with water by a beaming Zhang Zechen. "Ah, what a splendid day." Yaga Yoshinobu sighed as he accepted the water bottle handed to him by Zhang Zechen. "La la la, sweet little story, moi moi moi, sleep tight now." Chapter 88. Untitled. That night, in a deserted environment, Zhang Zechen trudged out of his bedroom, struggling to open his eyes as he headed for the door. The little yellow ball surprisingly did not flutter about outside, but instead nestled contentedly in Zhang Zechen's embrace, revealing a broad grin. "Chen Chen, you must continue to sleep obediently when you return." The nagging little ball disapprovingly looked at the clear-eyed Zhang Zechen, pouting as it spoke. "All right." Zhang Zechen offered a gentle smile, poking the soft body of the yellow ball before turning back. In the storeroom for cursed objects, within the vault belonging to the dual-faced Shoma, a finger was missing, yet no one noticed. Leaning back, Zhang Zechen obediently listened to the animated yellow ball recounting a bedtime story, which detailed how the yellow ball transformed its nose into a grand creation, only for it to be whisked away by ants and eventually found in front of Gojo Satoru's dormitory. After sharing a moment of eye contact with the giggling yellow ball, Zhang Zechen peacefully lay down, closed his eyes, and murmured, "That was wonderful. I'm sleepy, time to sleep." The yellow ball pouted in annoyance. Sitting on Zhang Zechen's stomach and hugging its own feeble self, wasn't he the story good? Humph. Zhang Zechen reached out with a long arm, pulling the yellow ball into his embrace. "All right, sweetie, time to sleep. I'll sneak back to my space before Satoru and the others arrive." The yellow ball found a cozy spot, contentedly nuzzling against Zhang Zechen's chest. Noticing the yellow ball's low spirits, Zhang Zechen sighed in resignation and held it a little tighter. "The story was quite amusing. You did great." Humph. Zhang Zechen chuckled softly, the sound resonating in his chest and making the yellow ball feel as if its circuits were about to short-circuit. It happily nuzzled again, haughtily snorting. Tomorrow is the much-anticipated exchange meeting. Zhang Zechen was unexpectedly awakened by the yellow ball. With 2 firecrackers absent from the bed, Zhang Zechen felt a tad unaccustomed. As he washed up, his thoughts wandered. "Oh, did they both go off to the exchange meeting? Then I shall find my brother to play." Zhang Zechen narcissistically whistled a particularly awful tune at the mirror, so handsome. Creak. It wasn't until he opened the dormitory door that Zhang Zechen realized what a quiet Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru were up to today. Leaning against the door frame with sunglasses on, Gojo Satoru immediately approached upon the door opening, smiling broadly alongside the bun-headed Geto Suguru. Nanami Kinto awkwardly adjusted his collar, only to be playfully halted by the mushroom-headed Hibare Yuichi, while Ejichi Kiyotaka winked at the stunned Zhang Zechen, extinguishing his cigarette. Without exception, they were all dressed in school uniforms. Zhang Zechen wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he was embraced by a cat-like figure. "Chen Chen, good morning. Today is the graduation ceremony. Let's go out and have fun." Facing the mixed expressions of resignation and joy from the others, Zhang Zechen returned the embrace with Gojo Satoru, his voice trembling. "All right." Swiftly trimming his long hair, Zhang Zechen washed his face and donned the Jujutsu High uniform. Not overlooking the amusement in their eyes, he hopped into the midst of the group, flashing a silly smile. "Let's go." At that moment, the exchange meeting commenced. "Wow." Hibare Yuichi gazed at the 5 stacked ice cream scoops in Nanami Kinto's hand with adoration, his starry eyes brimming with excitement. "So childish." Nanami Kinto rarely smiled, but his words abruptly halted as he watched a certain white-haired figure dash over to snatch away the first scoop. Next came the purple-haired one, then the black-haired one. In the blink of an eye, only 2 scoops were left in his container, just as Nanami Kinto was about to act. Ejichi Kiyotaka leisurely stepped forward and claimed another scoop. Mature man Nanami Kinto looked at his hand, about to make a self-deprecating comment about letting Hibara take it or something, when Hibare Yuichi made his move. "Thank you, Nanami." Before him appeared another white-haired figure. Nanami Kinto couldn't help but grin, throwing a punch that sent the shameless Gojo Satoru, who had leaned in to eat from his ice cream bucket, crashing into the ground. Ouch! Boom! On the other side, Itadori Yuji was sent flying by a punch from Tadu Aoi. "Ah, so spicy, so spicy." Gojo Satoru, with steam rising from his head, frantically searched for water as the group cleverly hid the chili peppers in the caddis plate, while the dog, unable to bear it any longer, scolded them harshly and proceeded to sprinkle chili powder on the sweet dessert, deceiving the cat into thinking it was strawberry powder. Creak. Fushiguro Shinichi tightened his grip on the cup in his hand, while the sorrowful Kanami's songbird sat beside him, beginning to miss Gojo Satoru for the first time. Seated by the seaside, Zhang Zechen sipped coconut juice, nestled against Geto Suguru and Ejichi Kiyotaka, contentedly watching Gojo Satoru vex Nanami Kinto. Oh, awakened abruptly from a state of bliss, Zhang Zechen turned to gaze at Suguru Geto. "Where's my brother?" he inquired, with a light chuckle. Suguru shook his head in resignation. "He is currently at the exchange conference for the high school supervisors." "Ah?" Zhang Zechen sighed contentedly, taking a sip of his drink. "How did you persuade him?" "Humph." Kamo Noritoshi shot a glance at Zhang Zechen before diverting his gaze. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo approached Shinjiro. He agreed of his own accord. He stated. Zhang Zechen paused momentarily, shifting his gaze skyward and blinking in surprise. "So what will you all do in the future?" he asked, eyeing the group that had gathered before him. Satoru crouched to meet Zhang Zechen's gaze, responding, "Nanami wishes to settle in Malaysia, while Hibara prefers to stay close to family. As for myself and Suguru, we plan to teach at the high school, and Noritoshi is already earmarked for a teaching position. And what about you, Chen Chen? What do you aspire to do?" Satoru inquired earnestly, their eyes locking, allowing Zhang Zechen to perceive the gravity of the moment. Yet he closed his eyes, concealing the glimmer of emotion within. "As for me, I shan't reveal it to you," Zhang Zechen teased, grinning as he observed Satoru's growing impatience. Come on, just tell us, Satoru urged, tugging at Zhang Zechen while Suguru held him back. The three seemed to revert to their earlier selves, with Zhang Zechen playfully resting on Suguru's back, pursued by an exasperated Satoru. With a thud, all three tumbled to the ground, and Zhang Zechen flipped onto his back. Lying on the beach, the glaring sunlight compelled him to squint, but Suguru and Satoru each extended a hand to shield his eyes. Zhang Zechen opened his eyes and smiled wryly. I've mentioned it numerous times, Suguru, Satoru. I wish to remain by your side. Suguru and Satoru exchanged slight smiles, with Satoru nodding in a haughty manner. Fine, I consent, he declared. Suguru sighed softly and nodded, then I agree as well. With a playful flourish, Zhang Zechen placed his hand atop theirs, allowing them to lean in closer. This place is splendid. We should invite Mai and the others to join us tomorrow. You truly are the worst, Satoru pouted, withdrawing his hand in a childlike display of annoyance. Suguru leaned closer, playfully patting Zhang Zechen's shoulder. Did you not say you would accompany us? Why summon those kids? Hey Satoru, see? I told you Suguru is petty, Zhang Zechen whispered conspiratorially to Satoru. I concur. Satoru chimed in, then abruptly turned to Zhang Zechen. But I'm still upset with you. Don't touch me. Initially nodding in agreement, Satoru suddenly crossed his arms, realizing. You two can write your own reports from now on, Suguru said with a warm demeanor. You were right. Chen Chen, Suguru is indeed petty. As they exited the venue, Fushiguro Megumi scanned the surroundings, puzzled by Zhang Zechen's absence, and approached Fushiguro Shinjuro. Dad, where's Chen Chen? Shinjuro's expression tightened as he released his grip on the cup and raised his gaze. He has been abducted. Achoo. Unbeknownst to the handsome youth, who was oblivious to the calamity that had befallen him, he rubbed his nose and continued sipping his drink. The two who had received the grim notification exchanged contemplative glances toward the high school, then simultaneously shifted their gaze. Illusion 2. Indeed, Illusion 2. A throng of people would reach the battleground in 3 seconds. A moment of silence ensued. Observing the lively crowd, Zhang Zechen smiled. Everything is quite well. What are you laughing at? Fushiguro Shinjuro inquired, ruffling Zhang Zechen's hair as he took a seat beside him. Nothing. I simply find this moment quite pleasant. Zhang Zechen replied cheerfully, despite the lump on his head. Humph. Shinjuro scoffed softly, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite good. So let us ensure it remains so. Zhang Zechen and Itadori Yuji's greeting gestures momentarily faltered before they waved even more vigorously. We will, Zhang Zechen affirmed. Yes, we will. Epilogue, the wake-up commotion. Hey, rise and shine. Time to get up. Clicking his tongue in irritation, the man knocked on the door again, his gaze fixed on the bulging covers within. Chen Chen. Suddenly, a familiar yet distant voice emerged from the blankets. Fushiguro Shinjuro blinked in astonishment before striding forward and yanking the covers aside. With a rustle, Zhang Zechen blinked innocently, cradling a still-sleeping Fushiguro Megumi in his arms, while Satoru Gojo, clad in pajamas, leaned against him. In a moment of reckless abandon, Satoru nuzzled into Zhang Zechen's neck in the presence of Fushiguro Shinjuro. Ah, good morning, brother. Zhang Zechen extended a hand to greet him, but Fushiguro Megumi merely emitted a soft grunt, seemingly uncomfortable in his slumber. Zhang Zechen quickly withdrew his hand, exchanging a concerned glance with Fushiguro Shinjuro, who appeared overwhelmed. I can't get up, he murmured. Fushiguro Shinjuro closed his eyes and took a deep breath, raising his hand. At the dining table, Zhang Zechen sat upright, watching as Shinjuro's expression darkened while he lifted Satoru by the collar. What are you doing here? Fushiguro Shinjuro struggled to contain his anger, directing his gaze at Satoru, who was clad in pajamas. Well, Satoru rubbed his eyes and stretched languidly. I just happened to pass by after completing a mission, so I thought I'd take a nap. Humph. Fushiguro Shinjuro suppressed his irritation and questioned, You wear pajamas to a mission, do you? Not at all, Satoru exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly as he stood, pulling down his collar to reveal his attire. Look, this is Chen Chen's pajamas. Fushiguro Shinjuro tilted his head in disbelief, his mind racing to comprehend Satoru's words. Upon seeing Satoru's cheerful demeanor, Fushiguro Shinjuro processed the information and concluded, death penalty. With a thud, Fushiguro Megumi calmly hung onto Shinjuro's arm, gratefully accepting the milk offered by Zhang Zechen. As he turned his attention back to Shinjuro, their eyes met. You, what are you doing here? Oh, Fushiguro Megumi interrupted, lifting his gaze. This is my home. For once, Shinjuro was momentarily speechless, licking his lips as he lifted Megumi. I recall you are no longer a child. You shouldn't need coaxing to sleep. With a smile, Fushiguro Megumi replied. To be precise, Chen Chen is only 17. Dad, I'm 16. You. Shinjuro's smile widened as he chuckled. What about me? Humph. Fushiguro Megumi returned a faint smile. Zhang Zechen cautiously stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. How did they suddenly start talking about age? I have no idea. My brother has taken a liking to my eyes as well. That makes sense. Summer Yuji knocked on the door once more in confusion. Wakaba? Knock, knock. Weren't we supposed to go find Chen together? The door creaked open, revealing an empty dormitory and a note drifting through the crack, causing Summer Yuji to pause. Bye. I'm heading out first. Creak. The sound echoed from the dormitory building's entrance as Summer Yuji forced a smile and turned around, only to be met with the puzzled expressions of Yuta Itadori, who was scratching his head, and Toji Inumaki, who was shaking his head. Huh, Summer-sensei? Yuta Itadori strode forward, while Toji Inumaki quickly caught up with him. What's wrong, Yuta? Summer Yuji opened his eyes, his inner fury somewhat subdued by the hurried approach of the two. Oh, Summer-sensei, have you seen Fushiguro? We agreed to find Chen this morning, but he's not here. Salmon. Yuta Itadori exclaimed, hands on his hips, while Toji Inumaki nodded in agreement. Summer Yuji swiftly grasped the situation, tilting his head with a smile. Let us go, gentlemen. Huh, Salmon Row? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Summer Yuji calmly replied. Let us have some fun with a special grade. Huh, extra, the unfinished palace of the fallen star. I have long wished to meet you. Is that so? Zhang Zechen sighed softly, sitting on the ground and finally running his hand through his hair. Indeed, after all, being able to control the inconsistent messages I project outward, or knowing the entire plot, or even being resurrected, each reason is sufficient for me to meet you. Without raising his head, Zhang Zechen directly ignored the creature before him, lazily stretching his back. Tian Yuan, you truly lack vigor. I disappeared right before Waka's eyes. Do you believe those few will soon breach the unfinished palace? Tian Yuan chuckled lightly, squatting before Zhang Zechen, their four eyes shimmering with a faint light. A glimmer of amusement that Zhang Zechen immediately discerned. They care about you. That's just nonsense, Zhang Zechen retorted, momentarily at a loss for which pair of eyes to meet. Tian Yuan recognized the thoughts of the person before him, rising with a resigned expression. You know your rhetoric is rather clumsy. Zhang Zechen leaned back, propping himself up with his hands, narrowing his eyes at Tian Yuan's turned back. If one day they refuse to believe your words, have you considered what you should do? Zhang Zechen. Upon hearing that name, Zhang Zechen himself was not surprised. He released his grip, lying back on the ground, his gaze becoming unfocused as he stared into the expanse that resembled the yellow ball of space, raising his hand to cover his face. What do you wish to say? He heard himself utter. There will come a day, Zhang Zechen. Tian Yuan seemed contemplative, or perhaps merely idle. The eyes of his subordinates sparkled with dim light. Yes, there will come a day. Nonsense. If you continue to jest with me, when my brother and the others burst in, I won't speak on your behalf. Zhang Zechen propped himself up, his eyes devoid of any trace of dark emotions. Tian Yuan was taken aback, then broke into a grin, his face adorned with a confidence tinged with resignation. Who gave you that confidence? Is it that existence surpassing this world? Huh, at some point. Zhang Zechen had risen to his feet, solemnly patting his backside, brushing off non-existent dust, and flashing a wide grin. In the stillness, Zhang Zechen suddenly spoke. It is they who bestowed me with that confidence. It had been a while since he had seen such an innocent smile. Tian Yuan thought to himself. Yu's words were halted. The external turmoil surged into his mind in an instant, fracturing his consciousness, as his gaze shifted to the scene outside the door. Raging purple cursed energy blasted relentlessly at everything around, and at the vortex's chaotic core stood a man with white hair, his eyes reflecting a maddening brilliance. The six eyes caught sight of something. The white-haired man turned, locking eyes with Tian Yuan's divided perspective. Come back. The cursed energy he gathered appeared even larger than those sweeping the surrounding barriers, faintly shimmering with an ethereal white light. Return it to me. The emotions swirling within the cursed energy were indescribable, as his eyes sparkled at the opportune moment. Wakaba felt a sudden clarity in his mind. He knew Chen had not vanished. He knew he should be waiting outside for Chen to emerge, yet he found himself unable to do so. No, you mustn't leave. Tian Yuan snapped back to reality, meeting Zhang Zechen's ever-broadening smile. He, Zhang Zechen, the obedient child, tilted his head, speaking. This conversation ends here. I must go soothe the children. Off I go. First, ignoring Tian Yuan's gaze, Zhang Zechen walked briskly yet lightly towards the void's edge. In the moment he opened the door, Tian Yuan heard a faint voice, dissolving into the air. In this matter, it is truly you. Huh, Chen. The six eyes always captured the purple-haired, red-eyed man at the first instance, as if the air he relied on had returned. Wakaba's frustration surged in an instant. The rolling cursed energy in his hands froze in the infinite space, but his emotions surged boundlessly. Chen. Before the latter could respond, the towering man lunged forward, enveloping him tightly in his embrace, keeping him solely within his grasp. There. It's all right. Zhang Zechen obediently allowed the emotionally tumultuous Wakaba to hold him, gently patting his back. I kept you waiting, but it's all right. Chen is back. In the silence that followed, Wakaba spoke, but I truly waited for a long time. A long time. Zhang Zechen choked, halting his comforting hand to return the embrace, tightly holding the rare, vulnerable strongest. You won't have to wait anymore. Never again. Bang. The ground shook violently. Zhang Zechen, adorned with a human-shaped ornament, paused mid-step, and upon comprehending what had occurred, the dog sighed in exasperation, casting a glance at the cat nestled against his neck. The cat wore an expression that seemed to say, yes, you can do nothing about it. It turned its head, secretly observing the dog with the 6 eyes. Well done. The dog tilted its head slightly, softly murmuring, 3. The cat proudly wrapped its arms around the dog, turning its head once more. The dog chuckled softly, shaking its head in resignation. Night Moth will be quite pleased. Humph. I'm merely redecorating the unfinished palace for Tian Yuan. No thanks is necessary. Change it to unfinished. Then, Tian Yuan said he likes this style. All right. Tian Yuan does indeed favor this style. Chuckle. The two shared a knowing laugh. As Zhang Zechen bounced the 5-tailed Wakaba resting on his back and continued forward. Did you manage to shake off my brother and Yuji to come here? As Zhang Zechen beheld the expression before him, he could only sigh once more. Very well, let us consider this a game of hide-and-seek. However, I shall not assist you when they come to beat you up. Humph, you naughty brat. In a side story, having gone for a swim, he mused, it's nothing. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. Fushiguro Megumi retracted his fist, finally mustering the courage to lift his gaze. There, Zhang Zechen crouched before his bed, clutching his head, tears brimming in his eyes. Brother, how could you bear to hit your precious darling? I even came back to check on you. Woo. I shall never come to play with you again. Fushiguro Megumi quietly listened to his lamentation, then turned his gaze towards the pitch-black window. Upon turning back, he calmly observed Zhang Zechen, who had gradually ceased his cries. It seems, late at night, it's rather inappropriate, I assent it? He coughed slightly. That aside, why is it dark already? 39. I shall take my leave now, bye. Hey. A large hand suddenly appeared, ensnaring his delicate neck, silencing his protests. Zhang Zechen flailed his legs in a futile attempt to escape the man's grasp. But the arm around his waist held him tightly, like a vice. Shoo, stay still and sleep. The man sighed, his breath brushing against Zhang Zechen's skin, sending a tingling sensation through him. Zhang Zechen's eyes flickered with some emotion, yet obscured by the dim light. Megumi could not discern it. Suddenly, the quiet figure in his arms turned, their dark green eyes locking onto his. Megumi was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Even if his thoughts were to materialize and be discovered, he would merely smirk and chuckle helplessly. Yet, he found himself exceedingly curious, indeed. Good boy. Time for sleep. The wind does not blow, the waves do not sway, the little boat gently drifts. Fushiguro Megumi tilted his head, avoiding Zhang Zechen's attempts to pat his head, meeting the abundant compassion glistening in his eyes. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Zhang Zechen, fueled by Megumi's rising anger, was unceremoniously tossed aside. Zhang Zechen, like a caterpillar, soared through the air, shrieking in terror. Help! His voice echoed long into the night, awakening countless weary souls whose lights flickered to life, eventually landing squarely in the middle of a lake coated with a thin layer of ice. With a resounding splash, Summer Yuji stood, mouth agape, before swiftly shedding his bathrobe and draping it over the drenched Zhang Zechen. What happened? Hurry, come inside. As he hurriedly dried Zhang Zechen's tear-streaked face and prepared hot water, he exclaimed, Ooh, Yuji, wow, don't cry. Summer Yuji gently pressed Zhang Zechen into his embrace, patting his back with a blend of exasperation and amusement. What's wrong? Talk to me. Zhang Zechen clutched Summer Yuji's bare torso, burying his face in his abdomen, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo, brother. Woo. The outburst continued, punctuated by wails. Summer Yuji hesitated momentarily, but upon witnessing Zhang Zechen's heartfelt sorrow, he groaned. Is that so? Megumi has gone too far. How about tomorrow morning? I teach him a lesson for you. Having calmed him, Summer Yuji turned to the television, where Zhang Zechen was wrapped in blankets. His head throbbing, he momentarily averted his gaze, trembling as he retrieved his Enkei, taking deep breaths before speaking. Zhang Zechen, I've placed your toiletries here. You should go take a shower. Okay. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Zechen paused the animated show, wrapped himself in blankets, and skipped into the bathroom. With a thud, the door shut. Coughing softly to mask his discomfort, Summer Yuji exited the bathroom. Picking up his phone, he noticed the screen still displaying the message Zhang Zechen had sent 10 minutes prior. Open the door. He swiped through the messages, tilting his head to peer through the gap at the locked bathroom door, confirming it was shut. He then opened the group chat. Whoever speaks first is a dog. Summer. So what happened? Wakaba, huh? What is going on? Megumi, heh. Wakaba what? Summer. I was on a mission, and the hotel was not far from Megumi's place. Zhang Zechen said he'd come to see me, but he returned home first, and then he came running over, crying. Wakaba, you too. Wakaba, taking advantage of my absence to be alone with Zhang Zechen in Japan. Bad people. Wakaba, bad people. Summer. Is that the main point? Summer. So what exactly transpired? Megumi. Summer. After a lengthy silence, a message finally appeared on the screen. Megumi. He wants to be my mother. Wakaba. Summer. In a side story set in winter, the cold was biting. Brother Chen. Zhang Zechen halted his motion of shoving chips into his mouth, gazing quizzically at the bag in his hand before looking up at Itadori Yuji, who had raised his head. He obediently grabbed a handful and stuffed it into Yuji's mouth, shaking his legs in satisfaction. What is up? After swallowing the cucumber-flavored chips, Itadori wiped away imaginary sweat from his brow, grasping Zhang Zechen's swinging legs with resolve. Actually, it's nothing. I was just wondering if we'd get punished for sneaking out. Zhang Zechen hesitated briefly, then stubbornly took a sip of his drink. I brought curse tools. After a prolonged silence, Itadori weakly commented, but Brother Chun, your tone sounds incredibly guilty. Zhang Zechen adjusted his hat and responded with conviction, cough. We're returning to Jujutsu High. Winter had indeed arrived, with even the air carrying a slight chill. It was not unbearable, as the other students and several adults had not donned extra layers, but Zhang Zechen's sensitivity to the cold was in full force. Aside from his hat, gloves, and scarf, he found it necessary to stay close to the unbothered youngsters, with Itadori being the fortunate recipient today. Eventually, adult number 1, Fushiguro Megumi, donned a sullen expression as he headed off to teach the second-year students. Adult number 2, Summer Yuji, departed for a gratitude meeting with Shinjis. Adult number 3, the third adult, a certain cat-like figure, took a mission report to seek out higher-ups. The fortunate Yuji Itadori entirely disregarded the astonished gazes of passers-by, earnestly shouldering the hefty fluffball upon his back as he traversed the path homeward. Zhang Zechen took considerable effort to don his gloves, then, with satisfaction, resumed indulging in his snacks, listening to the rhythmic sounds emanating from his back. Itadori first chuckled amusingly, then sincerely inquired, did you also despise the cold so much back when you were at Jujutsu High, Brother Zechen? Zhang Zechen paused mid-chew, then, as if recalling something, broke into a faint smile. Indeed, it was dreadfully cold. So how did you manage during the winters, Brother Zechen? Itadori asked, biting down on the jelly lid Zhang Zechen offered him, swallowing the sweet, soft jelly with curiosity. After a brief silence, it seemed he was lost in thought, contemplating his response, yet ultimately extending the jelly towards Itadori once more. During that time, we had so many missions. Every day, I was with Satoru and Suguru, and I hardly felt the chill. Now, however, with fewer tasks, I'm feeling rather delicate. Itadori, shaking his head in disagreement, interrupted. What do you mean, Brother Zechen? You're hardly idle. You accompany us to classes, look after our daily needs, and even join us on missions. Not to mention, you often whip up delightful desserts to brighten our spirits and frequently engage in heartfelt conversations with the seniors and everyone else, ensuring we don't dwell on negative thoughts. Why do you speak so poorly of yourself? As Itadori grew increasingly animated, he concluded awkwardly with a huff, falling silent. Zhang Zechen reached out, gently ruffling the downcast Itadori's hair with his gloved hand, responding with a smile. Yes, I was mistaken. In gratitude for my little angel Yuji listing my numerous merits, I shall prepare an extra dessert tonight. What flavor would you like? Zhang Zechen deftly shifted the topic. Huang Qiu silently deleted the message he had intended to send, watching as Zhang Zechen smiled gently from Itadori's shoulder, unable to suppress a smile of his own. Yet, his thoughts drifted back to that winter. It was so cold. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were exceedingly busy. So much so that they barely had time to eat but still made the effort to spend time with Chen Chen, who often rejected their company. Chen Chen felt so cold. As frigid as the so-called snow outside, perhaps even colder. The hand warmer proved utterly ineffective. When he placed his hands upon his own icy form, he shivered at the chill. Eventually, Chen Chen, with a wry smile, declined his own embrace. During missions, he would throw himself into the work, yet in the absence of tasks, he would sit alone in the dormitory, pondering how he might survive until the next summer, how he might remain by their sides. At that time, Chen Chen favored missions that involved human targets. Chen Chen would say, blood is warm. Whether it is my own or another's, in that instant, it feels so comforting. Though his icy body should not find solace in the warmth of 36-degree crimson, it truly felt warm. It seemed the higher-ups were using this method to remind Chen Chen that he was utterly mad. He was not, yet in their presence, he appeared perfectly normal. Was he normal? He would apologize to Satoru and Suguru for his injuries, apologize to Mizuki and Ki for forgetting to eat. That winter was far from pleasant. Damn it! Damn it! Huang Qiu's gaze shifted to the tortured, barely surviving soul behind him, and he silently extended his hand. Allah! First came a feeble whimper, followed by a hoarse scream. Huang Qiu skillfully muted the sound, splitting off his energy to elevate it into the air. In the final moment before the soul was about to dissipate, he preserved its state of agony, channeling his energy into its being, allowing it to endure countless cycles of torment. Chen Chen, you should eat less ice. Your stomach won't handle it. No, the matcha flavor is simply divine. I'll sneak you a portion after everyone has gone to sleep. Oh, yes. In the winter, it wasn't so cold after all. The outcome was that they got to eat, albeit with a few minor hiccups. Zhang Zechen stood before his bed, hands on his hips, taking deep breaths. Then forcing a somewhat awkward yet graceful smile. You said you have a fever, yes? Satoru, looking weak, shifted back slightly to make room. Blinking his tear-filled eyes and letting out a pitiful sniffle. I feel like I'm about to transform into a magical girl, Chen Chen. It's so uncomfortable. All right. Zhang Zechen inhaled deeply, yet the veins in his forehead betrayed his effort to contain his irritation, glancing to the side as he struggled to suppress his anger, which erupted in his next words. What about you? You're running a fever too, aren't you? Not only that, but you, like Satoru, forgot how to reverse the technique, didn't you? Not just you too, but even now wouldn't know how to do it, right? Cough. Suguru Geto remained unfazed by Zhang Zechen's outburst, coughing weakly a couple of times, nodding slowly. Yet he swiftly turned around, patting the space Satoru had vacated, signaling for Zhang Zechen to hurry up and join him. Zhang Zechen was so enraged he felt like he could flip the sofa, but he met the disgruntled gaze of Fushiguro Megumi seated on the couch. You. The words tumbled from his lips through clenched teeth, and a bright smile spread across Zhang Zechen's face, while Fushiguro's expression darkened even further. Gritting his teeth, he retorted. No, it didn't succeed. All right. It didn't work. What a splendid failure. Ha. Get out of here, all of you. VCR. Ugh. Suguru, old man. This is unbearable. The snow here has completely melted. TSK, Satoru, Megumi, why don't you just swim in the lake instead? Damn it. I'd rather drown in the water. Get out of here, both of you. Chen Chen and the others seemed quite aggrieved. Huang Qiu sat on Zhang Zechen's bed, munching on his iced dessert, occasionally glancing toward the shadows slipping through the door. It's fine, keep enjoying your dessert, don't mind them. Though he said this, a certain stubborn yet soft-hearted pup was hurriedly preparing fever medicine. Oh, smack. Huang Qiu nodded thoughtfully, and without waiting for Zhang Zechen to call him, he returned to his own space with the dessert. Zhang Zechen sighed lightly, adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting, and turned to open the door. 3 incredibly handsome faces simultaneously brightened, and Zhang Zechen fell silent before finally saying, "Come in." Silence enveloped the 2 esteemed special-grade sorcerers, both afflicted by a fever. As Zhang Zechen administered medication to them, the room was momentarily shrouded in tranquility. Fushiguro Megumi fidgeted with a cup of hot water, while Suguru Geto stood to the side. Wataru Watanabe, who had earlier nestled happily beneath the blankets, chuckling foolishly, soon succumbed to quietude as well. Zhang Zechen turned, an enigmatic glint flickering in his eyes. What do you intend to do? He found himself saying. Special-grade fever? 2 fools know 3. Chen Chen, it's so hot. Watanabe, seemingly muddled by his fever, spoke as if he hadn't heard Zhang's words. Hug me. Suguru Geto marveled at Watanabe's audacity while weakly leaning against the wall, drawing tremulous glances from Zhang and a gaze from Fushiguro that brimmed with exasperation. Cough. Chen Chen, I feel terrible. Fushiguro had never anticipated that the very blessing he regarded as a gift, the heavenly binding of his cursed physique, could render him speechless, especially in this context of feverish discomfort. Zhang Zechen approached silently, gathering the bewildered Fushiguro and the vaguely expectant Geto before the bashfully blushing Watanabe. He clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld Watanabe, confused, and the equally perplexed Fushiguro, who stood ensconced between them. All right, perfect. I shall now squeeze into either Itadori's or Nobara's warm embrace goodbye. After a brief silence, Get off, old man. The commotion erupted. Let go. Wataru, you're pulling my arm. Damn it, Watanabe. Get lost. Amidst the ruckus, Zhang Zechen hummed cheerfully, reveling in the melodious chaos that filled the dormitory. Chuckling at the 3 fools. Humph. This winter doesn't seem all that cold after all. Epilogue. 2 years ago at dusk, as the smoke dissipated, a gaunt figure appeared almost as if in a trance, standing motionless. Fushiguro Toji lowered his head, allowing blood to drip from his fingertips, drop by drop. 3, 2, 1. Shadows emerged on the ground as expected. Just as Fushiguro Toji attempted to smile, he suddenly froze, confronted by an unexpected occurrence. Accompanied by a sigh, a cool hand gently rested upon his head. Be obedient. Fushiguro Toji's eyes widened in disbelief. No. This should be I would be pain. The ethereal voice interrupted his thoughts, leaving him breathless with excitement. He desperately sought to look up, yet an unseen force seemed to restrain him. Let me see just a glance, good boy. The voice carried a hint of resigned amusement. In the next moment, Toji felt his dazed body enveloped by a gentle power. Toji, Chen Chen will return. Be good. Now, open your eyes. Return. Ultimately, the yearning youth could not withstand the tender embrace of the dream figure, and as dawn broke, Fushiguro Toji awoke with tear-streaked cheeks and vacant eyes. Liar. Knock, knock. A gentle rap at the door served merely as a reminder of presence. The boy, who had only wept in dreams, extended his hand, which was connected to N4, to wipe his face, gradually sitting up. Teacher Shoko Yeri approached silently, deftly removing the needle from Toji's hand, tidily gathering the supplies before taking a seat on the vacant hospital bed beside him. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Reversal techniques aren't learned this way. Her voice resonated with a painful familiarity, filled with memories of helplessness. That is how Wataru-sensei and Suguru-sensei learned. His voice, imbued with the youthful innocence of boyhood, bore a calmness and detachment that belied his age. Fushiguro Toji slid off the bed, skillfully tidying the sheets. Observing the tear-stained visage of Toji, Shoko Yeri wished to say something, her mouth opening and closing without utterance. Are you still taking your medicine? She felt her words were futile. No, as expected. If I take it, I won't see him anymore, Toji silently added in his heart. Having arranged the bedding, he glanced at the clock, turned, and said, thank you. Shoko-sensei, I must be going. Shoko nodded. Just as the youth's hand grasped the doorknob, preparing to push it open, Shoko Yeri couldn't suppress the words she had previously swallowed. Toji, don't continue any further. If he finds out, he will be pained. Her words intertwined with the dream, and after a long silence, the boy straightened his back, releasing the tension as if responding to someone unseen. All right. The door closed behind him. Shoko Yeri pulled out a chair, gazing out the window, gradually clearing her mind. Toji Zenin, oh Toji Zenin. As if it weren't enough to have two worry-prone friends, your nephew doesn't allow for respite either. Not to mention your brother Sai. Hurry back. The day grew dim, and it was rare to witness twilight in this season. The darkening crimson sky seemed to whisper secrets. Facing the sunset, Fushiguro Toji cautiously opened his hand, revealing a quaint pink whistle resting in his palm. No, it's not lonely. The things that carry emotions are no longer mere things. Hearing the sound of the whistle, Fushiguro Megumi opened his eyes, only to turn over, pulling the black blanket over his head. What a nuisance. What a nuisance suddenly. An urge to write an epilogue about Toji surged within me, perhaps around the time he was 13 or 14. All right, I'll finish writing and then sleep. Epilogue, regardless. The Zenin name is unappealing. On the way home, with snacks in hand, Zhang Zechen looked back, perplexed, following the mental map of characters in his mind. His three eyes instantly locked onto a figure in the distance. That is it? Before he could do anything, he received an intense glare, causing Zhang Zechen to sulkily slurp his drink. Humph. His eyes darted to the tall, handsome, impressive figure of his brother, Fushiguro Megumi. Hee. Quietly. The brother must be up to mischief. The sudden silence from Zhang Zechen left Fushiguro Megumi feeling uneasy. Turning his head, he met the glimmering, sparkling gaze of his brother. An ominous premonition creeping in. Brother, the overly roundabout call of Oni-chan nearly compelled Fushiguro Megumi to draw his cursed blade and eliminate this creature before him that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own brother. The interruption of his own voice came from the sudden leap of an unknown creature onto his back. The neck is considered one of humanity's most vulnerable points. Yet Fushiguro Megumi's body exhibited no sign of tension from the movement behind him. Throughout it all, he conveyed nothing but bewilderment. Steadying himself after catching Zenin Yuta, Fushiguro furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you about to die?" Originally amused by the grotesque expression of the man in the distance, which was conveyed through the three-eyed, diligent observation, Zenin Yuta fell silent. Then, with an exasperated gesture, he slapped Fushiguro, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Is it not permissible for someone to get close to you?" Humph. Fushiguro turned to glance at Zenin Yuta on his back and rolled his eyes. As he witnessed Yuta's slap directed at him, Zenin Naoya offered a dramatic display of facial expressions, exclaiming in exaggerated tones, "Hey, Chusan. Goose, 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 goose." Zenin Yuta, laughing uncontrollably, quickly drew the attention of numerous passers-by. Among the crowd's curious and astonished gazes, a malevolent stare was easily discernible. Perplexed, Fushiguro immediately shifted his gaze toward the source, frowned, and muttered, "Who is that? I don't know him." Unaware of the extent of the damage his words inflicted upon his little fan, Fushiguro spoke his mind without reservation. Upon noticing his gaze, Zenin Naoya quickly put aside his hostile look and adopted a serious expression as he approached, having been utterly shattered by Fushiguro's casual remark. Not familiar? Uft ha 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 ha. Zenin Yuta laughed until he was nearly in tears, slapping Fushiguro on the shoulder. "You don't know him? Ha 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 ha. Zenin Naoya, you're not doing so well. Ha 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 ha." Listening to the words from the person on his back, Fushiguro's brows knitted tighter. His voice dripping with disdain. "Zenin? No impression. The name sounds rather unpleasant." "Ha ha. Is my name also unpleasant, brother?" "Indeed. Let me down. I can walk myself." "Oh, I won't let you go. Then what name do you find pleasant?" "Fushiguro. Brother, it seems something is about to burst on my face." "What?" "Your abacus beads." As the conversation faded, Zenin Naoya stood there, dazed, shifting his gaze towards the breathless attendants nearby. "Is my name unpleasant?" I had long desired to write an extra about the toxic Zenin Naoya and his father, and with the completion of this sweet side story, my task is done. Father's inner thoughts. After all, Zenin doesn't sound pleasant. Extra. What kind of woman do you like? What strange game are they playing? Or have they all finally gone mad? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Fushiguro and Maki stared silently at each other's faces, while Suguru stood against the wall, repeatedly banging his forehead against the cracks, producing a quiet thud. Gojo, doubling the tempo, provided a rhythm to his antics. Yuta and Inumaki exchanged dazed expressions, while Maki frowned, comforting the bewildered Panda and Rika, who was inexplicably shedding tears. Yuta and Yoshino scrambled to separate Suguru and Gojo, though in the next moment, the two would resume their antics. This had been ongoing for an entire morning. "Anyone please? Help me, help me. I'm about to break down," came the voice of the collapsing yellow sphere. Though a special grade, Zen and Yuta had no pressing tasks requiring urgent travel. If the assignments at hand were truly inescapable, Jujutsu High might even dispatch the idly inclined Fushiguro. This seemed to prevent any ambiguous incidents from occurring, until the arrival of a certain idler. "Hey, Zenin, what kind of woman do you like?" Holding materials to enhance the meals for the cubs in one hand, while stuffing breakfast into his mouth with the other, Zenin Yuta paused, turning to look at a figure perched on a nearby tree branch. How did she return to Japan? Without revealing it on his face, Zenin Yuta obediently swallowed his bread. Raising his head, "My brother told me not to converse with the blonde girl in glasses who stands with her hands on her hips. Big sister, I'm off." With that, the obedient little darling cheerfully scampered towards Jujutsu High. Jujutsu Yuki was momentarily taken aback by the obedient boy's words, glancing down at her hands on her hips and the yellow tips of her hair. Sassy girl? Is she referring to me? Even though in this world, Jujutsu Yuki never expressed the mental creed that led to Gojo's betrayal, tch, she still felt rather displeased. "I should find Gojo to play," with a smile reappearing on his face. Zenin Yuta neatly placed his belongings in the kitchen, eager to check on his dear friend. "Then are you finished?" Once again intercepted, Zenin Yuta sighed in exasperation. Just as he was about to speak, the next moment, "Hey, let go. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be so intimate?" Caught directly under her arm, Zenin Yuta dared not move, fearing he might touch something inappropriate. In contrast, Jujutsu Yuki, noticing the boy's flushed face, couldn't help but laugh. "Are you still?" "Shut up." Zenin Yuta's ears burned with embarrassment, and he hastily blocked the view of the yellow sphere. This isn't something a child should see. Witnessing his reaction, Jujutsu Yuki laughed even more heartily, clinging tightly to the boy, slightly taller than herself. With a playful breath against the scar marring his neck, she smiled brightly and said, "You're far cuter than Megumi, since you learned about me from him. Then, tell me, what kind of woman do you like?" With that, she lowered her head again. "Sister is open to any kind." "Don't blow air at my neck," Zenin Yuta shouted in frustration, his remaining conscience preventing him from kicking her away. "If I tell you, will you let go?" "Yes, if you tell me, I will let go." The amusement in Jujutsu Yuki's voice overflowed as, after being rejected by Fushiguro countless times, she finally set her sights on the Zenin Yuta, hidden amidst the information concealed by the Gojo family, with no cursed energy. And even though their blood ties were so diluted that they could hardly be considered legitimate, Fushiguro still cared deeply for him, if she could win him over. With this thought, her interest in the pure-hearted boy grew even stronger. Zenin Yuta understood why Jujutsu Yuki was blocking his way. It was undoubtedly due to her perhaps radical dreams. However, because of his previous unfriendly attitude towards her, a sudden wave of guilt left him feeling helpless, especially as he was directly pointed out as a Amidst the overwhelming emotions, Zhang Zechen found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of shame and fury. His mind a blank canvas yearning for an escape, desperate to utter any words, however trivial. The moisture-laden words cascaded against his neck, igniting an even deeper flush upon his cheeks. I adore short, unattractive, flat-chested women with foot odor. Bam! A wall, approximately 3 meters away from the two, collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying a row of seemingly lifeless bodies beneath the debris. Ultimately, Jujutsu was sent sprawling through the air by Fushiguro Zenon's kick, disappearing without a trace. In a daze, Zhang Zechen gazed at his half-conscious friend, his mouth opening to speak, but tears surged forth, choking his voice. It's not like this. Everyone, please let me explain. I truly am not a pervert. An inexplicable interlude. Please spare me. Do not promote a Yen-S book in the book drought square anymore. It's horrendously written, utterly destroys character integrity, and is simply a cliched Mary Sue. I implore you, cease the promotions. The only reason I haven't taken it down is that I still receive 30 yuan each month. I beg you, let it be. Let it be, let it be. Don't push it anymore. I feel humiliated writing such a piece. Please, I cannot bear the criticism. I am on the verge of despair. It had been a long time since such a night had graced the heavens. The faint starlight hung like mere decorations in the night sky, and the dim crescent moon failed to illuminate the path beneath. Unknown blades of grass bowed under the weight of passing feet, yet defiantly lifted their tips to the wind. Rain was imminent. The humid, oppressive air rendered breathing a challenge. Yet for two individuals who had clandestinely ventured to the back mountain at such a late hour, it was hardly worth mentioning. Hey, Jia. The voice belonged to a person whose demeanor was typically carefree, now subdued. It's quite noisy, Wu. A familiar banter ensued. Sitting atop a rock that afforded a view of the entire high school, Wu Tiaowu's azure eyes sparkled beneath his sunglasses, while Xiaojia remained silent, allowing the damp breeze to caress his face. Their personalities diverged, yet the invisible shackles binding their hearts remained unperceived. Without deliberately stirring emotions, Wu Tiaowu's voice rang clear, tinged with a slight hoarseness, devoid of cursed power that would grant him endurance and the omniscient vision of 360 degrees. A prophetic obstruction, perfectly timed consolation, and a furrowed brow, seemingly born of some potential future, led Xiaojia to add placidly. You sensed it, didn't you? Of course not, you fool. The white-haired youth exclaimed, lying back against the rock, his azure gaze momentarily stunned upon recognizing the figure before him. Chen Chen. At some point, the boy had appeared behind them. Laughing softly, when Xiaojia glanced over, he helplessly waved his umbrella. It's going to rain. I'm here to deliver umbrellas. A smile crept across Zhang Zechen's face. Really, what can I do about it? Without me, Jia and Wu Wunti even know to grab an umbrella before the rain comes. He sighed, leisurely extending the umbrella towards the approaching duo. Out at this late hour? I see. It's the melancholy of youth, I understand. Hey, Jinjin. Wu Tiaowu, noticing Zhang Zechen's teasing expression, brandished the umbrella, ready to engage in a playful battle. Help! Jia, come save me! Zhang Zechen cried out in mock terror, seeking refuge behind Xiaojia, who nodded contemplatively. Don't worry. Jun, I'll assist Wu in a moment. Raindrops began to patter gently, and the umbrella Zhang Zechen had provided served only to facilitate the playful assault from Xiaojia and Wu Tiaowu upon him. The three dashed through the rain, their laughter echoing, disturbing the tranquility of the mountain. Hey Wu, what? At some point, Wu Tiaowu, having unleashed his cursed energy against Xiaojia, responded while deflecting with the umbrella. If what? Zhang Zechen suddenly vanished, only to reappear instantaneously between the two. Nothing. Take this. Why is it 2 against 1 now? Wu Tiaowu shouted in exasperation, while Xiaojia fanned the flames. Are you conceding, Wu? It's only natural you can't defeat us both. I concur. A certain individual, who had swiftly withdrawn just to spectate, added without hesitation. What a joke. When had he pieced together the complete words he had once uttered? Perhaps it was during a dream on the night following his burial. If the things I hope for come to fruition, it indeed signifies that my arrival in this world serves a purpose. The end. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.